Yanhai City, a private sanatorium. A drizzle falls on the windowsill, causing water droplets to splash with a pattering sound. This scene reminded Liu He of himself. Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Without a word, Liu He sat alone by the hospital bed, his slightly open eyes vacant and lost. His slender right hand unconsciously stroked the back of his mother's hand, which he yearned for day and night. His left hand held a diagnosis report. Today he was diagnosed. Liu He couldn't understand why an incurable disease like ALS had chosen him. Was he not kind enough? Was he not filial enough? Or was he still not trying hard enough in life? He was only 20 years old. The diagnosis report stated an expected survival time of 35 years, prematurely putting an end to his life. What could he do to experience even a shred of happiness? Liu He could find no answers to any of these questions. The saying, "the rope breaks at its weakest point and misfortune plagues the wretched," seemed to describe him perfectly. Liu He shifted his gaze to his mother. Though bedridden for years, her youthful beauty was still discernible. Yet this mother could not comfort her son now. Because she was a vegetative state. 10 years in a vegetative state. Rare, even by global standards. In his spare time after school, Liu He came here, whenever possible, familiar with all the nursing tasks. He had persisted for 10 full years. As a child he persisted because he had seen stories of vegetative patients waking up through love. Liu He was only 10 when his biological parents found and brought him back. After only a month together, his mother became a vegetative state. But he was certain he loved his mother deeply. Because back then his mother truly adored him. Under that gaze full of loving maternal affection, which child would not love their mother? So the little boy believed that his love could awaken her. He carried out that childish persistence and stubbornness until he grew up. And after growing up he continued because he was used to it and he wished to have a mother. At the same time he harbored a greater selfish desire. He hoped his mother would wake up and tell his father, "You are mistaken. It really wasn't Liu He's fault that I became like this. Don't blame him anymore. Don't cold shoulder him. Don't. My child has lived in real pain. He desperately longs for a family's love. He is your child too." But this selfish desire was destined to be unfulfilled. However, Liu He was used to it. Or rather, he had become numb. Isn't it just lacking love? Isn't it just about to die, eh? Liu He looked at his own hands, then at his mother's face. So even heaven but I won't let you have your way so easily. He reviewed everything from the past, his gaze turning resolute. They'll live as if I have 2 years left. In these 2 years I'll be myself. I won't care about anything anymore. I don't want to keep being sensible anymore. I want to escape this cage. I want to see the world. I will leave my footprints in this world that hates me. My own footprints. Liu He crumpled the diagnosis report into a ball and stuffed it into his pocket, planning to throw it into the trash when he left. He stood up, gazed at the hospital bed for a moment, then turned and left. Now he was going home. Then he would take his things and leave for good. He had long had enough of that cold home. An hour later, Liu He walked straight up to his biological father Yi Tianlin, but the other seemed not to notice his arrival at all, still absorbed in his newspaper. Yes, this was the indifference. Every time Liu He came home, he felt suffocated. He had a home, yet everywhere he went he seemed alone. His fists clenched, then slowly released. There was no point in being conflicted or angry anymore. He was here only to say goodbye, to bid farewell to everything in the past. Without any emotional build-up, Liu He stated bluntly, "I'm not coming back. Just pretend I don't exist." He turned and walked toward his room without waiting for a reply. Just then Yi Tianlin's indifferent voice came from behind. "Say that again." Ha, this condescending attitude. Indeed, compared to before, this home had not changed at all. "You say I must do it." Liu He shook his head with a wry smile, ignoring Yi Tianlin, and continued walking. After a few steps, a tall young woman approached him. She was exuding nobility, every adjective of beauty applicable to her. She was Liu He's elder sister Yi. The elder sister was just like the father. Yi Xiangling had heard Liu He's words, but she had no desire. She had never acknowledged him as her brother. She had only one brother, and that was Yi Qiu. Though adopted, Yi Qiu was far better than Liu He. What was Liu He? Just a jinx. Within a month of being brought home, he caused his mother to become a vegetative state. Just standing next to Liu, he seemed to bring bad luck. The Yi family had been generous enough to wait for Liu He to leave on his own. Wasn't it merciful enough not to drive him out like a stray dog? Yi Xiangling glanced at Liu He with extreme disgust, then deliberately walked around him. Hearing the sound of high heels, Yi Tianlin, who had been sitting on the sofa absorbed in his newspaper, immediately showed a doting father's smile. He was like a different person, instantly rising to greet her. "Oh, my precious daughter, why have you come to see me today?" Yi Tianlin wanted to hug his beloved daughter, but as if afraid of hurting her, he stopped his arms and pulled back. "Dad, you make it sound like I'm not filial. I think of you every day." Liu He had no interest in this father-daughter affection scene and kept walking without stopping. It was too nauseating. If he continued listening, he felt he might throw up. "Yo, big brother, where are you off to?" Suddenly Liu He's path was blocked by another figure. It was Yi Qiu. He was 18, about to start university in a few days. Yi Xiangling must have come back specifically to accompany him, perhaps even to personally see him off to school. Lu He ignored him, but Yi Qiu kept blocking him. The other's playboy demeanor was simply revolting. Big brother, why aren't you talking? Did I upset you again? If you have any complaints, you should speak them out. Don't hold them in and hurt yourself. As he spoke, he hypocritically reached out to smooth Lu He's chest. Yi Qiu openly mocked Lu He, the legitimate son of the Yi family. But he was not afraid at all. As an adopted son riding roughshod over the legitimate heir, he should be proud. After the fake gesture, Yi Qiu sneered, "Big brother, are you still angry? Really angry?" Then he leaned close to Lu He's ear, lowering his voice to a whisper, his tone shifting from teasing to vicious. "But what can you do to me, you jinx?" Then Yi Tianlin's authoritative voice came. "All right, Xiao Qiu, let him get out. I'm getting a bit annoyed looking at him. We'll go out to eat as a family of 3 later. Don't waste time." Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu let out a loud laugh, then hopped aside, striking an exaggerated please gesture. "Your little brother asked you to get lost." At this, Yi Tianlin and even Yi Xiangling couldn't help laughing. But after a few breaths, he still hadn't moved. Yi Qiu straightened his back and impatiently pushed him. "Go on, why aren't you leaving?" Before he could react, a fist slammed into his face, sending him sprawling to the ground. He shook his wrist, looking down with contempt. "Stop rushing your mother." The early symptoms of ALS were either severe or mild. He fell into the severe category, but muscle atrophy had not yet begun. He simply sometimes lost his balance while walking. Thus the punch aimed at Yi Qiu's face landed with considerable force. It was also quite satisfying. The Yi family father and daughter were still stunned. Yi Qiu, however, was already rolling on the ground in agony, howling incessantly. As the young master of the Yi family, he had never needed to personally engage in fights. Even when he did, it was purely for catharsis, with the recipient serving as little more than a punching bag. Therefore, he had no combat experience and his endurance was extremely poor. Caught off guard by Lu He's punch, it nearly cost him his life. Yet the sight of blood inevitably triggered the body's defense mechanism. As adrenaline surged, Yi Qiu quickly scrambled to his feet. Blood streamed from his nose as he glared at Lu He. "You actually dared to hit me." Before he could finish his threat, Lu He delivered another heavy slap. "Just try saying mom again." Dazed and dizzy, Yi Qiu inexplicably roared. "You said it too." Blood from his nose had already flowed into his mouth, making him even more grotesque. Lu He snorted coldly. "I'm double standard. I can curse your mom, you can't curse mine. Got a problem?" This remark left Yi Qiu momentarily bewildered. His mind went blank. "What the hell? Your mom, my mom. Your mom is my mom." Then Lu He slapped him again. "What, forgot you were adopted?" The word adopted stung, but it didn't hurt Yi Qiu much. He shook his head repeatedly, then lunged to tackle Lu. But Lu He easily dodged and raised his hand to strike again. This time, however, he failed. Yi Tianlin, protective of his son, rushed over and shoved Lu He away. He first glared fiercely at Lu He, then quickly crouched to help Yi Qiu up. "Son, are you alright?" Pushed away, Lu He stumbled several steps before barely regaining his balance. Yi Xiangling also rushed over to shield Lu He, shouting harshly, "Have you gone mad? I've already called an ambulance and the police." "Lu He, I'm telling you, you can't leave now. If anything happens to Xiao Qiu, I will never let you off." What a protective father. What a protective sister. Facing a vicious lunatic like me, how brave they were. Without hesitation, they stood in front of Yi Qiu to shield him from any harm. Yi Tianlin rose like an enraged tiger. "Lu He, do you realize what you're doing? After all, Xiao Qiu is your younger brother. Is this how you treat him? Kneel down." Lu He laughed bitterly. Now they wanted to talk about family bonds. But where were they earlier? Where were they in the past? When I was bullied at school, I even had to save money from my meager allowance to hire people for parent-teacher meetings. How humiliating it was to collect trash at school to sell. How miserable it was to work odd jobs during holidays and not even get paid. Lu He understood now. If he shrank back and played invisible, the Yi family could still tolerate him offering a small shelter. But if he felt even a hint of unfairness, everyone would unhesitatingly side with Yi Qiu. Lu He didn't know what expression to put on now. He opened his mouth feeling he had so much to say. But when it came to it, he found it unnecessary. In Lu He's eyes, Yi Tianlin's figure grew closer. The other seemed to be suppressing his anger. "I told you to kneel and apologize to Xiao Qiu. Didn't you hear?" Lu He sneered. "Why should I apologize? Why should I listen to you? Who are you?" "My father. Since miss, he called the police, he'll wait here." As soon as he finished, Yi Tianlin roared and kicked Lu He's knee. "Get down on your knees." The kick was full force. Lu He's left leg buckled instantly. But he would rather stumble forward than kneel. Fine. Yi Tianlin's anger finally burst. After pacing a few steps, he pointed at the door. "From today on, you have nothing to do with our Yi family. Get out of here and never come back. They'll pretend I never found you. Leave now. Don't ever disturb our family." Lu He just stable showed an incredulous expression. "You don't think I was happy you found me? Mr. Yi, I think you've misunderstood something. I was living just fine in the orphanage. You were the one who interrupted my life." At that moment, Yi Qiu, having finally recovered, suddenly wailed, "Dad. We can't just let him off like this, Dad. He has to crawl out of the Yi family's gate. He's been living off our family for years. Even a dog would be loyal by now. Dad, this beast Lu He is even worse than a dog. Lu He's eyes suddenly widened. He stomped and lunged at Yi Qiu behind him. But Yi Tianlin on guard intercepted and pushed him again. Don't go too far. I told you to get out, didn't you? Lu He took a deep breath. He turned and walked toward the door. He left everything behind. He just wanted to leave. However, just as he reached the door, the feeling of losing balance struck again. Damn, it's an attack. Lu He struggled with all his might to regain control of his body, but it was something he was about to step out the door. Just one more step. Why did it have to happen at this moment? Lu He fell uncontrollably. Though it wasn't a kneeling posture, he still felt deeply humiliated. Ha ha ha, Lu He, you should kneel this way. Already delirious, Yi Qiu was ecstatic, thinking Lu He was kneeling to apologize. Yi Tianlin meanwhile assumed it was the after effect of his kick, feeling a perverse satisfaction. As for Yi Xiangling, she was still anxiously waiting for the ambulance, her eyes full of Yi Qiu's miserable state. No one cared what happened to Lu He. After half a minute, Lu He regained some sensation and struggled to stand. He leaned on the door as he left. He leaned on his pride as he walked into the wind and rain. He came standing and left standing. The dense rain threads were like icy needles on a string. But these needles could no longer pierce Lu He's armor. His next stop was school. Lu He felt he had armed himself. It was time to see the world he wanted to see. Lu He left. However, the Yi family villa was still far from quiet. Yi Qiu was lying on the ground, thrashing and rolling like a child of a few years old. Dad, why didn't you teach that bastard Lu He a lesson? He beat me like this. I don't care, Dad, you must call the police and have them arrest him. And make him kneel and apologize to me in person. A grown man acting like a child. No, Yi Qiu was even worse than some children. Normally, an ordinary family would not tolerate such behavior from Yi Qiu. But the Yi family could. Yi Xiangling was almost heartbroken. She couldn't even bother to fetch a tissue, instead she used her own expensive clothes to wipe her dear brother's nosebleed. Her voice, choked with tears, made it seem as if Lu He had beaten her instead of Yi Qiu. Xiao Qiu, don't be afraid. You'll be fine. The ambulance will be here soon. Be good, no pain, no pain. Big sister is here. After soothing Yi Qiu, she turned indignantly to Yi Tianlin. Dad, how could you just let Lu He leave like that? Look at what he has done in our home. First he was disrespectful to you, and then he attacked Yi Qiu without any reason. I think he's now a complete lunatic. As she spoke, she suddenly covered her mouth and began to cry, sobbing. We should have listened to Xiao Qiu long ago and sent Lu He back to the orphanage. No sooner had he arrived at our home than he caused Mom to become a vegetable. It's been so many years now, and there's still no sign of her waking up. During these 10 years, our family's business has also been difficult. All of this is the bad luck that Lu He. Yi Xiangling fixed her red and swollen eyes on Yi Tianlin, speaking with sorrow. Before we brought him back, our family of 4 was perfectly fine. But in the end, you still softened your heart and let him go like that, without even seeking justice for Xiao Qiu. Listening to his daughter's words full of disappointment, Yi Tianlin couldn't help but sigh. Dear daughter, Dad didn't soften his heart, it's just what? Yi Xiangling persisted. Just because he carries the blood of our Yi family. Dad, your way of thinking is too outdated. Although Lu He is indeed your son, what has he done for our Yi family all these years? The only decent achievement he has is because of our family's good genes. Father and daughter suddenly fell into silence. Only Yi Qiu was still whimpering, clinging to Yi Zhangling's leg and refusing to let go. Half a minute later, Yi Tianlin snorted coldly, turned around, and picked up his phone from the table. From now on, Lu He has no relationship with our Yi family. Xiao Qiu, you'll have to bear with it this time. I did soften my heart because he is my son, so I'll let him go this time. Hearing this, Yi Qiu instinctively wanted to shout a few more words, but was silenced by Yi Tianlin's stern gaze. He could only continue to cling to Yi Zhangling's leg, rubbing against it to seek some comfort. Just then, Yi Tianlin's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from the nursing home. He answered. You're not mistaken. I am her husband. You said she woke up. Yi Tianlin's eyes suddenly widened. He continued listening as the other party spoke slowly. After a long moment, he turned his face slightly aside, his expression somewhat grim, and nodded, saying, Okay, thank you. They'll find time. Anna will be right there. I'm coming now. Thank you for your trouble. The call ended. Yi Xiangling then came over with an incredulous expression. Yi Tianlin quickly put on a delighted expression. Xiangling, the nursing home called, and said your mother woke up, but the joy on Yi Zhangling's face was not very obvious. She looked back at Yi Qiu, who was still lying on the ground, hesitated for a moment, then smiled ingratiatingly and requested, Dad, I still want to take Xiao Qiu to the hospital first. How about you go to the nursing home by yourself? They'll go over after I make sure Xiao Qiu is fine. Is that okay? Yi Tianlin felt a little surprised, a flash of secret delight in his eyes. Then he pretended to hesitate, pondered for a moment, and nodded in agreement. All right, I'll go first then. Keep me informed by phone if anything happens to Xiao Qiu. After briefly comforting and instructing Yi Qiu, Yi Tianlin grabbed his coat and went to the garage to drive. On the road, after some thought, he decided not to tell his mistress about his wife's awakening. Instead, he switched to the map and began to figure out the navigation. Meanwhile, inside the villa, after Yi Tianlin left, Yi Qiu directly snuggled into his good sister's. He first cried out in pain twice, drawing Yi Xiangling's concern, then grinned foolishly. Sis, actually, it doesn't hurt that much anymore. Yi Xiangling gave him a reproachful glare. Then why were you still lying on the ground, making me worry so much? Yi Qiu continued to act spoiled. Well, I just wanted to see you worried about me. It has a kind of special beauty. Beauty. Still talking nonsense. Yi Xiangling pretended to hit him, but in the end she only gently tapped his forehead with her index finger. Next time I won't care about you. Yi Qiu continued to act spoiled. Don't say that, sis. That bastard Lu, he hit me so hard here. As he spoke, he pointed to the area around his mouth and nose. Yi Xiangling naturally became worried again. But you just said it didn't hurt that much. I was just afraid you'd worry. Yi Qiu made a few funny faces. I'm a real man, but I still need my sister to blow on it to make the pain completely go away. Yi Xiangling looked at Yi Qiu's lips, so close to her, and instinctively frowned. But then she thought her brother was so good, how could he have such dirty thoughts? So she dismissed her suspicion and gently blew on Yi Qiu's lips. Just like when they were children. Wherever it hurt, she would blow on it. Recalling her childhood, Yi Xiangling felt a warmth in her heart. 5 minutes later, the ambulance arrived. The medical staff looked at Yi Qiu helplessly. They sometimes felt quite powerless. What was the point of calling them over for an injury that could be fixed with a tissue? Not only had the bleeding stopped, but the blood on his lips was almost dry. However, Yi Xiangling insisted on going to the hospital for a full checkup, and they couldn't really refuse. Making money like this was really not a guilty conscience. Unlike that young man who was diagnosed with ALS, they heard that the young man not only came to pick up the test results by himself, but also didn't break down upon learning the outcome. Instead, he left very calmly, all alone. How strong was his mental fortitude? It just shows that there are differences between people. The medical staff glanced at Yi Qiu again. Like this idiot, for example. Nothing serious at all, yet he made them carry him down on a stretcher. What a damn... At the station, Lu walked through the security check as if no one else was around. His clothes were completely soaked, yet his gaze was exceptionally resolute, as if searching for something. The combination of his appearance and demeanor inevitably drew others' attention. Upon entering the waiting hall, Lu's first instinct was to head to the self-service free charging area to salvage his phone. But the budget phone couldn't withstand the water damage, and he dared not charge it directly, fearing an accident that might affect others. For most young people today, being without a phone outside is akin to being unable to survive. Yet a strange exhilaration surged within Lu's heart. In his mind, not only did memories of the past churn, but fantasies of the future also bubbled uncontrollably. No sooner had the excitement begun than a sudden wave of imbalance swept over him. Fortunately, he was seated with an armrest to lean on. Others, absorbed in their phones or staring at the departure board, glanced over him and assumed he was merely resting. After a dozen minutes, he gradually regained his senses. The high-speed train to the neighboring province happened to start boarding at that moment. See, one can't always be unlucky. He chuckled softly, grabbed his ID card, and queued up to board. This ticket was the last one had bought on a whim when he arrived. Even in an era of advanced digital payments, he still carried 500 yuan in cash. In case of unexpected situations like a dead phone, he wouldn't completely lose his financial safety net. He bought the ticket with that sodden 500 yuan, leaving a decent amount left over. Once in the neighboring province, he could afford a bowl of noodles and a bus ride, avoiding the need to walk back to school. Boarding, waiting, then getting on the train. From the moment he entered the boarding queue, he was an oddity in the eyes of passers-by. He stood in line, constantly rising on his toes to look ahead, and inexplicable excitement painted on his face. On the platform, he suppressed the urge to gesticulate wildly, as if the world revolved solely around him. Stepping over the gap into the carriage, his gait carried an invisible breeze. Slipping past others to his seat, his movements could barely contain his thrill. Though he wore no headphones, everyone felt as if he were listening to an incredibly electrifying song. Perhaps a favorite tune, though that detail mattered little. What mattered was, why was he so joyful? In this age of widespread social anxiety, no one took the initiative to ask the reason. Yet as they averted their gazes, a trace of unnoticed smile crept onto their faces. Excuse me, may I bother you for a moment? Halfway through the high-speed journey, the passenger beside he finally yielded to curiosity. Hearing the voice he immediately turned to look. It was a girl. A white baseball cap paired with a high ponytail, a mask perfectly contouring her face, revealing only a pair of beautiful eyes. Lu's gaze was polite, his reaction ordinary. He simply nodded and hummed in acknowledgement. At his nod, the girl hesitated before asking, "It's just, you're soaking wet like you've just been through a breakup. But your excitement and thrill suggest you are going to meet someone you love." She waved her hands repeatedly, her eyes darting. I don't mean anything by it. I just want to ask, what's your story exactly?" The question truly stumped Lu. After a moment's thought and a scratch of his head, he said, "Now that you mention it, I suppose you're not wrong. But I've just broken up with my old life, and now I'm going to meet my beloved future life." The girl in the baseball cap widened her eyes. "Did you win the lottery? How many millions?" Luhi. After another pause for thought, he nodded somewhat approvingly. "That's not wrong either. I did win the lottery, just without the prize money." If he hadn't learned of his ALS diagnosis, who knows how long it would have taken for Lu he to truly make the choice to embrace his own life. So that report was much like a lottery ticket. The baseball-capped girl was left speechless, her interest in continuing the conversation evaporating entirely. She awkwardly signaled the end of the chat, then pulled out her phone for a selfie. For her social media post, she captioned it, "He's quite handsome, just a little bit silly." Louis noticed the baseball-capped girl posting on social media, but he didn't pay it much mind. As long as he wasn't in the photo, it was fine. As for whether the caption was about him, it didn't matter. A man facing death wasn't afraid of being posted online. Withdrawing his gaze, he found his state of mind suddenly calming down considerably. Perhaps it was because the baseball-capped girl had interrupted his train of thought. Louis's current plan was to drop out of university directly. If that wasn't possible, he'd apply for a leave of absence. If even that failed, he simply wouldn't go. A dying man could afford such caprice. Over the years, through work, study, and self-sufficiency, he had saved about 20,000 yuan. As a top student who scored 678 on the college entrance exam, tutoring was quite lucrative. It was just that he hadn't had much time for part-time work before. Apart from studying, he spent every weekend returning to Yunhai to care for his comatose mother. 20,000 yuan certainly isn't enough for me to travel the world. He calculated as he gazed at the fleeting scenery outside the window. Keep tutoring for another year to save up, then spend the remaining year having fun. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he silently shook his head. It wasn't realistic. In reality, within a year, ALS patients could barely care for themselves. If he truly wanted to enjoy life, it was best for Luhi to live as if he had only 6 months left. Oh well, half a year or 2 years, what difference does it make? At just 20 years old with a decade of work experience still slaving away on my deathbed, that would be too tragic. So I'll travel on a shoestring budget, going wherever the road takes me. What's that saying? Right everywhere is home under the open sky. 10 minutes later, the baseball-capped girl got off. Another 47 minutes later, Luhi arrived in Jiangxing. Since had been sitting, his pants were still damp. He checked his phone, pondered, and ultimately decided to buy a new one. One shouldn't really use a single phone until death. Buying a new phone felt like celebrating a new life. Luhi first had a bowl of noodles, then found a nearby phone store and went in. He picked out a phone and was about to log into Feishin to pay. But the moment he successfully logged in, a barrage of messages suddenly popped up. All from Sister Wang. The messages weren't just text, there were also voice call invitations. The sheer volume and frequency conveyed an intense urgency. Luhi's heart clenched, a suffocating sensation flooding his chest. Sister Wang was a nurse at the nursing home. He was momentarily dazed, filled with a mix of grievance and resentment. Could it be that the moment I left Yunhai, my mother passed away? Heavens, can you really be so cruel as to toy with me like this? Luhi's vision darkened, his body uncontrollably collapsing toward the floor. The salesgirl beside him reacted, quickly catching him. "Hey sir, are you alright?" Fortunately, this wasn't an ALS episode. Luhi had in fact anticipated his mother's passing. So he quickly regained his composure, thanked the salesgirl, and stepped aside. He steadied his breathing first, then opened Feishin. After carefully reading every word of the messages, Luhi was swept into wild joy. His mother had awakened. He had to rush back to Yunhai immediately. No one else mattered. In his 20 years of life, only his mother had given him nearly a month of warmth and happiness. Therefore, Luhi had to bid his mother a proper farewell. Sir. You see. At that moment, the saleswoman, noticing a hint of joy on his face, slowly approached, indicating that he could now make the payment. Luhi swiftly paid and dashed out of the phone store under the saleswoman's gaze. Back on the street, he immediately placed a voice call to Wang Jia. But the call went unanswered. She must be busy after all, my mom just woke up, he thought. Luhi paced around twice, then impatiently dialed again. The wait continued. This time the call went through. Luhi's voice could barely contain his excitement. "Wang Jia, is it true? Did my mom really wake up not long ago?" There was a brief silence on the other end before a voice came through a few seconds later. Xiaohe, your mother did wake up just now. So far the tests show everything is fine, no major issues. You? Rest assured. Luhi felt a bit puzzled. Not because of the content, but because of Wang Jia's time. The two had known each other well for nearly 7 years. Now that his mother had regained consciousness, she should not have spoken in such a tone under any circumstances. After a moment of hesitation, Luhi still asked, "Wang Jia, what's wrong? Your tone sounds a bit strange." At the nursing home, Wang Jia, leaning by the corridor window, also looked troubled. Hearing Luhi's words, she opened her mouth several times, but held back. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, "Xiaohe, since it's about atonement, you should come over now." "Atonement? What? Sin?" do I need to atone for? Lu He's expression stiffened. Wang Jie, did the Yi family say something to you? The answer did not come quickly. The wind blowing through the streets made the silence less intimidating, yet it made Lu He's heart feel increasingly lonely. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Jie's voice, as if patiently, and with good intentions, came through again. Xiaohe, the past is in the past. Over these years I've seen how well you've taken care of your mother. You've done a good job. I think your mother can definitely listen to your sister's advice. What must be faced must be faced. Now that your mother has finally woken up, you can't just turn off your phone and avoid your family's calls because of a moment of guilt, right? Be good, be sensible, and come over quickly, okay? With that, the voice call ended. The expression on Lu He's face shifted from stiffness to disbelief until it finally solidified into a blank look. Be good, be sensible, can definitely forgive me. These words echoed repeatedly in his ears, sounding more like mockery than comfort. How much more good do I need to be? How much more sensible do I need to be? Who is supposed to forgive whom? If it were just the Yi family members, that would be one thing. But Wang Jie had spent nearly 7 years with him on a near-weekly basis. Didn't that level of mutual understanding warrant her to stand up, or at least in her heart utter a word of injustice for him? When she heard what the Yi family said, "Fine, you're all just great. I've always been alone, I don't care what you think of me." Lu He's weakened wrist regained some strength. He raised his phone to call Wang Jie again. At least it would be good to exchange a few words with his mother, who had just... The Yi family must be at the nursing home now. Once they took her away, Lu He might find it very difficult to see his... The screen lit up. A call came in first. The number was unfamiliar, but it was from Yinhai. It must be someone from the Yi family. Without much hesitation, he answered directly. Yi Xiangling's icy voice came through. Lu He, although you are no longer a member of the Yi family, I still have to make this call. It's not for any other reason. Our mother asked me to pass a message to you. She said no matter what, you are her biological child, and she doesn't blame you for what happened back then. As long as you recognize your mistakes and sincerely apologize to our family, especially Xiaoqiu, for what happened today, she will make the decision to let you return to the Yi family. Moreover, if you have a good attitude and stop being so wayward in the future, you can even change your surname back. Lu He couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Miss Yi saying such things now is a bit too absurd, don't you think? What right does the Yi family have to act so superior to me? Is it because you have no shame, and you want me to apologize? I think it should be you who apologizes to me. At the nursing home, Yi Xiangling's phone was on speaker. Yi Tianlin, standing not far away, immediately erupted with rage. You ungrateful beast. Incorrigible. His voice was not low. Lu He heard it. Then from Yi Xiangling's phone his voice came through. I was going to say you're a big beast for calling me a little beast. But then I thought, how dare I compete with you for the title of beast? Besides, I don't have a father. Big beast, don't you dare force the beast title onto me through blood relations. We've already severed ties. These words enraged Yi Tianlin so much that his face turned red and his breathing became labored like a bellows. But there was someone even angrier. Not Yi Xiangling, but Yi Tianlin's wife, Lu He's mother, Wu Xiaohui. Hearing Lu He say such things, her fury surged as well. However, she was still unable to speak properly, her words slurred, and with her agitation, all that came out were some hair-raising, whimpering sounds. Hearing the commotion, Yi Tianlin was stunned for a moment before rushing to the hospital bed and grabbing Wu Zu. He said with concern, Hui, don't get angry, please don't get angry. That unfilial son has been cast out of the family. You should be happy, be glad. Yi Xiangling also snapped out of it and leaned over to the bed, shouting into the phone, Lu He, are you trying to anger our mother to death again? Xiaoqiu is right. You are nothing but a jinx. The moment you were cast out of the Yi family, mother woke up. She looked at Wu Xiaohui with earnest concern. Mom, it's okay. Lu He has nothing to do with our family anymore. From now on, you will surely live a long, healthy, and happy life. Under the father and daughter's soothing, Wu Zui's emotions gradually calmed. But on the other end of the phone, Lu He fell into silence. He was waiting. After confirming that the situation had improved somewhat, Lu He asked in a tone almost like an interrogation, word by word, Mom, do you even believe that I was the one who caused your accident back then? Wu Zuhui's gaze froze for a moment. Rummaging through her memories combined with the Yi family's account of Lu He's actions today, she decided to leave him no shred of dignity or familial affection. With great effort, using her uncooperative mouth, she affirmed, if not you, then who else? Who else could it be? It was Ichio. Lu He couldn't help but recall that afternoon. Not long after being brought back, he had gone out with Ichio accompanied by Wu Xiaohui. He had grown up in an orphanage and was cautious in this unfamiliar new environment. But Ichio was different, wild and unrestrained. How dramatic. Ichio ran onto the road, and then a car came. Lu He wanted to save his younger brother. Wu Xiaohui, caught off guard, also tried to rescue her adopted son. But just as she approached, Ichio suddenly tried to push Lu He under the car. The push missed Lu He and instead knocked the unsteady Wu Xiaohui down. Thus the tragedy unfolded. Listening to Wu Zuhui's resolute, icy tone on the phone, he finally realized that her angry shout of, "What do you think you're doing?" was not directed at the mischievous Yi Qiu. It was meant for him, Lu He. If time had allowed, the full sentence might have been, "What do you think you're doing? Why are you trying to push your brother onto the road?" So, Wu Zuhui's first instinct was that Lu He intended to kill Yi Qiu and reclaim the love he had lost, wasn't it? So in the eyes of the mother I thought loved me so dearly, I am that kind of person. Right? Lu He looked up at the sky and murmured to himself. At that moment, he completely broke down. He had been expressionless, but now he felt nothing at all. He fumbled with his fingers and ended the call. "Well, at least now there's no one left to hold me back." Lu He spoke words of relief, but tears kept streaming from the corners of his eyes. 10 years. Back then Yi Qiu was the favorite, whatever he said was law. Lu He had no strength to argue. Now that Wu Xiuhui had awakened, whatever she said was law. Lu He still had no strength to argue. The one person he believed would clear his name and stand unwaveringly by his side had never actually drawn close to him. Is this what they call life or existence? Lu He let out a silent, long breath. In this moment, all his hopes for others over the past decade turned to ashes. Sir. At that moment, the shop assistant's voice suddenly broke in. Lu He shook his head forcefully and turned around. From her expression, she must have overheard part or all of the phone call. The shop assistant handed him the water-damaged phone with both hands and said apologetically, "Sir, this is your original phone. You forgot to take it when you left. Also, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. I just saw that you were in a difficult position, so I..." Lu He had intended to say, "I don't want this phone anymore. Please throw it away for me." But after a moment's thought, he took the phone with a hint of self-mockery. "It's all right, and thank you for bringing it to me. Keeping it with you would only bring bad luck." The shop assistant didn't know how to respond. She gave an awkward smile and hurried away. Lu He didn't linger either. His destination remained the same, school. There was no need to return to Yanhai anymore. No one there wanted to see him. Meanwhile, at the convalescent home, Yi Xiangling clutched her phone indignant. "He actually dared to hang up on me." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianlin raised a hand to soothe her. "Enough, Xiangling, let him be. What's there to say?" Then he said softly to Wu Xiuhui, "We'll go out to briefly arrange company matters and be back soon to keep, and I must also inform father of your awakening." Saying this as he was about to rise, he suddenly remembered something and continued, "Oh, by the way, Xiaoqiu and Xiangling have been devoted to your care all these years. Let the mother and daughter have a good catch-up." Wu Zuhui's eyes instantly moistened at these words. In the 10 years, she couldn't hear the outside world, but her body still sensed some subtle touches. In the chaos and confusion, she had countless times wished she could just die, yet time and again she persevered through the feeling of being cared for. Wu Xiuhui was certain. The hands that often cared for her, wiped her body, and massaged her muscles must belong to her child. And it must be her precious Yi Qiu. Over the decade, those hands had grown from small to large. She often thought, since my child is working so hard and persisting to wake me up, why should I give up? I am not alone, I have my child with me. Similarly, Wu Zuhui's resentment toward Lu He had never faded. Because those hands were too familiar, she was certain that the child who had always massaged her had never changed. How could she not hate Lu He, that demon who tried to kill his brother and even pushed her in front of a car? 10 years had passed, and she had considered letting it go as a childish mistake. But today, Lu He's attitude during the phone call with his family deeply disappointed her. Such a child should be thrown out of the Yi family. This time she would show no mercy. Wu Zuhui's thoughts were soon pulled back by Yi Xiangling, who had understood her father's implication. A daughter's childish coquetry was irresistible not only to her father, but also to her mother. After years apart, the girl had grown into a graceful young woman, and Wu Xiuhui felt that her awakening was a gift from heaven. Thus her love for Yi Qiu deepened. She couldn't wait to see her good child. But Yi Qiu was now hospitalized by Lu He's attack. Alas, if only she had known. But Wu Xiuhui felt she couldn't be blamed. After all, who could have imagined that a seemingly obedient, well-behaved child could harbor a demon inside? Perhaps it was fate that Lu He had been kidnapped by traffickers back then, a blessing in disguise for their family. She had brought this calamity upon herself by insisting on finding him. The mother and daughter shared warmth. Outside, Yi Tianlin also found the dean of the convalescent home. "Dean Zhao, since my wife woke up in your facility, the investment matter is certainly negotiable. However, I have a small personal request if you don't mind." Dean Zhao portly wore a sly smile. He tapped off his cigarette ash and squinted. "Since President Yi puts it so directly, I certainly won't refuse." Of course he wouldn't. Straightforward requests are usually easy to handle. The difficult ones are those that require reading between the lines. As expected, Yi Tianlin's request posed no difficulty for him. Wasn't it just firing a nurse named Wang? What was so hard about that? The two men laughed and finalized the matter. Meanwhile, in the neighboring province, Lu He had returned to campus by car. He directly called his advisor and formally submitted a withdrawal application. "Yes, I want to drop out," Lu He said firmly in response to the counselor's incredulous words. However, the other party insisted on having a face-to-face talk first, repeatedly probing if he had encountered any misfortune. After a moment's thought, He agreed. He had just searched online and learned that the withdrawal process required the counselor to issue a statement of explanation and sign it. With the counselor's assistance, the entire procedure could be expedited. Besides, He hadn't yet decided on his first destination, so taking a day or two off posed no issue. After setting the time, he headed straight to the campus cafe for the meeting. Returning to the dormitory was unnecessary. His relationship with his roommates could only be described as lukewarm. To put it more elegantly, it was a friendship of gentlemen. This wasn't because he was particularly aloof or difficult to get along with, but rather because life's circumstances left him no choice. In college, you could love studying, but you couldn't love it too much, because being overly studious was considered unnatural for normal people. But he had no choice but to study hard. At least until today, he felt that his academic performance was the only thing he could bring to the table in the Yi family. Even though the Yi family paid little heed to this achievement, he still had to persevere. He needed the scholarship to support his life. He never got distracted in class and headed straight to the library for self-study after lectures. On days without classes, he worked as a tutor, and weekends were invariably spent at the nursing home in Yanhai. His roommates rarely had the chance to meet him. Coupled with his behavior that set him apart from those around him, others naturally refrained from actively engaging with him. After 2 years of college, he hadn't even gotten to know everyone in his class. But that was fine. At least now he could leave without having to say goodbye. Gazing at the unfamiliar campus, he silently took out his phone and activated the navigation. Upon entering the cafe, he felt a bit awkward, but luckily found an empty seat by the window. Before long, the young and beautiful counselor Song Wen hurried over. She pulled out a chair and sat down, not even bothering to put away her bag before asking bluntly, "Why do you want to drop out?" Song Wen's black shoulder-length hair was slightly disheveled, and her beautiful eyes were filled with doubt. She closed her eyes, pressing her temples with her middle fingers, then looked seriously at He again, her tone stern. "I really can't think of any reason you need to drop out. A bright future is right before you. Even if you have countless difficulties, just persevering until graduation will lead to an excellent path. Do you know what dropping out means now? It means all your efforts over the past 20 years will go to waste." He could only smile bitterly upon hearing this. Graduation. He hadn't planned on living that long. Even if he did, by then he would be a complete invalid. What future could there be to discuss? To convince Song Wen and the school authorities, he had to tell the truth. Besides, there seemed no need to conceal he had lived a life of integrity with nothing to be ashamed of. With that thought, he stopped hesitating and said calmly, "Teacher Song, I have ALS. I was diagnosed today. This disease gives me only 3 to 5 years to live. I don't want to spend the last moments of my life planning for—" He added with a hint of self-mockery, "And honestly, am not that fond of studying. I've never reached the level where studying is my hobby or even my life." Hearing this, Song Wen's beautiful eyes widened instantly. ALS. ALS. But shock soon turned to doubt. She instinctively bit her lip, then stretched out her hand. "Show me the medical report." He was momentarily at a loss. I already threw it in the trash." Just as Song Wen was about to slam the table in frustration, he suddenly remembered that the medical report could also be viewed on the hospital's official WeChat account. He quickly took out his phone, accessed the hospital account, found the examination records, and handed it to Song Wen. "Teacher, it's true. I have no reason to lie to you." After reading the content on the phone, Song Wen fell silent. As a counselor, she was quite familiar with He was a student of excellent character and academic performance, diligent and ambitious, winning almost all scholarships, working part-time to support himself, and his filial piety was commendable. She couldn't understand. Why did such a good person have to be afflicted by ALS? Song Wen stared blankly at He's handsome face, which bore a calm, faint smile. Wasn't heaven willing to give him even a moment's respite? What mistake had he made to be treated so cruelly by— A notable trait of Chinese people is that even when their own lives are not ideal, they still cannot bear to see others suffer all the world's hardships. The calmer and more composed he appeared now, the more distressed Song Wen felt. The diagnosis had come that morning. Not even a day had passed. Yet he already seemed to have fully accepted his fate. He was too mature, so mature that he kept all his sadness and pain to himself, bearing hardship in his heart, yet still treating others with gentleness. As she thought about this, Song Wen's eyes welled up and her nose felt stuffy. She wiped away her tears with her fingers, bit her lip, and looked away uncomfortably, feeling utterly at a loss. He couldn't help but smile, pulled out a tissue, and handed it to her, saying softly, "Teacher, don't cry. You're making me uncomfortable." Taking the tissue, Song Wen couldn't help but glare at him. "How can you be so carefree, still grinning at a time like this?" Carefree? No, not at all. He recalled his emotional journey throughout the day. His breakdown had been quite obvious. But he was accustomed to not burdening others with his negative emotions, especially those who were kind to him. He didn't want anyone to cry for him. Thinking carefully before speaking, always considering others first. These behavioral patterns made Lu He feel that causing others unhappiness because of himself was a sin. And all of this was a result of his 10 years with the Yi family. Lu He now understood and intended to stop behaving, but Songwon was someone kind to him. He still felt he shouldn't let her be sad or upset. After a moment's thought, Lu He pretended to be nonchalant. Well, I can't just frown and sigh all day. The disease won't leave just because of that. But smiling can help, Teacher Song. Haven't you heard the saying? A smile keeps you young. Each smile adds 5 seconds to your life. Just wait until I accumulate enough seconds to make up a lifetime. Songwon sniffled and retorted, and if you accumulate enough, then what? Lu He was momentarily speechless. Yes, if he accumulated enough, then what? How many years would he accumulate? And what would he do with them? Lu He blinked and whispered, accumulate 80 years, and then he'll dance on your grave. Upon hearing these words, Songwon's tears transformed into a smile, and she even cast a white-eyed glance at Lu He. The cafe was quite crowded. Although they spoke in hushed tones, Songwon's alternating sobs and laughter drew the attention of many patrons. After all, Songwon was a beauty, and the situation might involve romantic entanglements. Once the public's gossip instinct was triggered, they naturally focused more on this spot. Lu He felt a certain resistance to having all eyes on him. Yet under the influence of that newfound indifference, he found himself less uncomfortable. Consider this an early rehearsal. Becoming a video creator or even a streamer requires the mindset of calmly accepting everyone's gaze. Lu He murmured to himself, and he summoned a waiter to order 2 cups of coffee. Yes, he intended to become a self-media creator or even a streamer. The theme would be travel. He had said he must leave a mark of his existence in this world. This path suited him perfectly. He could document his journey along the way and earn some money to cover living expenses. It was a win-win situation. Speaking of which, he would need to learn some industry rules later. Lu He's thoughts drifted away, only to be yanked back. When asked about his future plans, Lu He poured out his ideas. Songwon nodded. That sounds not bad, actually, seeing more of this world. As she spoke, a wave of emotion surged within her again. The thought that Lu He is going to die resurfaced. She was not that old herself, only 26. Lucky as she was, Songwon had never experienced the pain of parting through death within her circle of friends. Previously, she had only read heart-wrenching life stories online and browsed topics derived from death. To be honest, facing a boy as sunny and handsome as Lu He with such excellent qualities in every aspect, after getting to know him in detail, it was hard for her not to develop a certain fondness. But now she had to confront Lu He's imminent death. The emotions swirling in Songwon's heart were a complex blend of sympathy, pity, and even fear. Lu He noticed her eyes reddening again, and sighed, Teacher, I'm not even that upset. Why are you like this? After saying that, he put on a smile. I really am not that sad or distressed. Now that I finally have the chance to be myself and do what I want, I'm actually quite happy. Since the words had been spoken to this extent, Songwon naturally refrained from expressing any kind of sympathy. Doing so would seem disrespectful to Lu He. He himself was fine, even happy. Why should she pity him? As a teacher and a friend, what she should do now was smile. Quickly composing her emotions, Songwon looked into Lu He's eyes and said seriously, okay, I support your idea. I'll handle the withdrawal process as soon as possible. Let's go to the academic affairs office to get the withdrawal application form. Then send the parental consent form to your family. An electronic version will do. At this point, Songwon noticed a change in Lu He's expression and asked what's wrong. Not feeling well. Lu He shook his head and asked back, is parental consent absolutely necessary? The moment he said that, Songwon knew things were not that simple. She hesitated and nodded. According to regulations, parental consent is mandatory. Silence fell between them. Lu He tapped the wooden table rapidly with his index finger. Then I suppose suspension would be the same. Teacher Song, I'm not going through with the withdrawal. Songwon raised her eyebrows. Well. Lu He stood up, abruptly bowed. I'll talk to you about the rest on Feishin. It's not convenient here. With that, he turned and walked away. Songwon was momentarily stunned, and by the time she reacted, he had already paid and left the cafe. Just as he stepped outside, Songwon's voice came from behind Lu He. Lu He, wait for me. Seeing more and more people stopping to watch Lu He had no choice but to stop and wait for Songwon. Then, a few minutes later, they walked side by side along the tree-lined path on campus. Lu He bowed again and pleaded, Teacher Song, I hope you and the school won't contact my family. Please keep my ALS diagnosis as confidential as possible. To be honest, I just cut ties with my original family today. From now on, I'm just myself. I want to live a free life alone and don't want anyone to bother me. I really beg you. Lu He bowed deeply. Songwon felt a headache coming on. She could delay the matter for a while, but if he was absent from class for too long, the school would certainly react. By then, it wouldn't be just her problem anymore. She might even lose her job. Songwon didn't know what conflicts Lu He had with his family, but based on her understanding of him, she chose to side. After a moment of hesitation, she sighed and nodded. I can only say I'll try my best. Some things you'll have to face sooner or later. She raised a finger and said in a firm tone, helping you delay and cover up is fine. I have only one condition. That is, do not go missing. If you're out of touch for more than a day, I'll report it to the school immediately. The school is always most worried about students' personal safety. Your one sis is just a little nobody earning a pitiful salary. Don't make things hard for me. Luhi immediately put on a bright smile, thanked her profusely, and showered Songwon with praise. The school matter was now barely resolved. After Songwon's repeated warnings, he took his leave and returned to the dormitory. But when he reached the dormitory building, he changed his mind and turned to head outside the campus. He suddenly craved barbecue. The last time he had it was probably when he first entered university, eating out with his roommates. After that, he turned into a workaholic and never participated in any dormitory group activities again. Walking on the road, he kept scrolling through his phone. He registered accounts, downloaded editing software, and searched for editing tutorials, saving videos to watch later. After finishing that, he browsed several mainstream streaming platforms, registering a streamer account on each. Whether he would stream there or not, it was better to have an account first. Louis's content would be outdoor streaming. He was leaning towards streaming on the Maya platform. After briefly checking out the outdoor streams on Maya, a scrolling announcement caught his eye. Arbol officially launches extreme sports streamer recruitment. Recruitment lasts 7 days. Half a month later, all qualified streamers will be sent to the United States for the first challenge, the Emergence of Power. The Emergence of Power Utah Mountain Off-Road Racing. All travel and equipment expenses will be covered and provided by the Arbol Group. Streamers who successfully complete the challenge will receive millions of traffic support and have a chance to win up to $3 million in prize money. The Emergence of Power. Weiqi 8 events. He suddenly perked up, directly clicking into the announcement to read carefully. After reading through each item carefully, he felt as if he had suddenly found a goal. No matter how rushed life was, no matter how crowded time became. But he still managed to set aside some time for relaxation and entertainment. Among these few leisure moments, videos about extreme sports occupied the largest share. Skydiving, rock climbing, wingsuit flying. These extreme sports flashed through his mind one after another. Just thinking about them made his heart race and his body temperature rise. Extreme sports are a challenge to oneself and also an embrace of freedom. Who had suffered greatly in the prison of life, had an almost natural longing for extreme sports. Suddenly a thought arose in his heart. An ordinary person like me, at least at the moment of death, must experience the feeling of blood boiling and exuberant cheering. He was not afraid of death, but he feared that he would never experience the wildness and freedom his heart pursued. And now it seemed that dabbling in extreme sports was his best choice. No need to pay out of his own pocket. He could see different scenery, experience a life completely different from before. There were many other benefits. So many that he at this moment could find absolutely no reason to deny his own heart. He must go. If not selected, he would then consider other plans for the rest of his life with ease. He hesitated no longer, immediately clicking the link to fill in his personal information. The operation took only about 2 minutes, yet he felt a heaviness in his breath, and only after confirming that the submission was successful did he finally let out a sigh of relief. Walking out of the school gate, he followed the vague direction in his memory and found the barbecue restaurant. The sky was not yet dark, but the smoke was already climbing toward the sky along the somewhat blurred remnants of daylight. He ordered some simple dishes and also a bottle of beer. Sitting alone at a street-side table, he was both conspicuous and ordinary. Not long after, before the food arrived, he received an official text message notifying him to go to the capital within the next 7 days to sign the agreement. As long as the contract was successfully signed, the travel expenses, accommodation costs, and other expenses would be reimbursed. Decided to set off immediately after finishing this meal. The matters at school had been temporarily settled, and the future path had a temporary direction. With limited time left, he didn't want to dawdle and delay any longer. He had always believed that the best way to overcome procrastination was to start acting the moment the idea. Thoughts like, let's do it later, or lie down a bit longer. They should all come over, get a slap, and then quickly scram. Book the ticket. Soon the barbecue was served. While eating, he looked up online guides to try to remember the entire boarding process so as not to waste time and miss the flight later. By this time the sun had completely disappeared. A slightly chilly evening breeze swept along the street. His thin clothes were somewhat powerless to resist. He looked down at his clothes, gently sniffed them, and found they had a bit of an unpleasant odor. Indeed, I shouldn't be. He laughed to himself, inwardly deciding to go back to the dormitory, first pack the clothes he needed to bring, and then take a good shower. If his roommate asked, he would simply say goodbye. If not, he would leave quietly. Half an hour later, he swallowed the last mouthful of beer. Because he rarely drank, he didn't find the beer tasty. The reason he ordered a bottle might have been just for the sense of. Shortly after leaving he received a message from Song-won via Feishin. Report. From now on, send me a report message every day at 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. No specific content needed, just a 1 or a decimal point. Got it. He stared at her selfie avatar for a moment, then typed a 1. Songwon seemed dissatisfied. You haven't dropped out yet. Reply with received. Before he could reply, she added, what are you doing now? Back in the dorm, or out getting a room. Louis flexed his fingers. Just finished eating, about to head back to the dorm. After sending, he quoted Song Wen's previous message and replied with received. After walking a couple of steps, seeing that Song Wen hadn't sent any new messages, he took the initiative to report. Teacher, I'm flying to the capital tonight. Song Wen replied instantly. Going for treatment. Louis continued, I just signed up for an extreme sports streamer recruitment event. It's in the capital. He'll go check it out. If I'm not selected, he'll start from Beijing and cycle back following the navigation. Song Wen, who had just lain down on her bed, immediately sat up. Extreme sports. So this kid wasn't going for treatment, but to court death. She was about to reply, do you want to die? But then she thought, in Louis's current eyes, whether to live or die really didn't seem that important. Better to hold back the concern about life and death, and also hold back sympathy and distrust. If Louis wanted to do what he wanted, why should she be the annoying roadblock? However, Song Wen still asked, not entirely giving up, is there really no possibility of misdiagnosis? How about you go for a re-examination in the capital while you're at it? Louis's reply was simple. Not a misdiagnosis, I'm very sure. The conversation ended up stuck there. Song Wen tossed aside her phone and lay back on the bed staring at the ceiling. After a while, she picked up the phone again and searched online for a vibrant flower picture to post on Moments to express some of her inner feelings. But before posting, she still chose to block Louis from seeing it. May your journey be full of flowers. On the other side, Louis's return to the dormitory didn't cause much stir. The three roommates simply exchanged eye contact and greeted him, then went back to their own things. It was only when Louis started stuffing clothes into his old backpack that one of them couldn't help asking curiously, Brother Lou, weren't you supposed to just come back from Yunhai today? Why are you packing again? Louis smiled naturally. I asked the counselor for leave, planning to go out for a few days. This statement was no less than a thunderclap on a clear day. Louis, going out to play. Can these really be combined? The roommates all looked at each other, exchanging glances. In their eyes, Louis was the kind of person from a particularly poor family, dedicating everything to his family and future. No enjoyment of the present. No relaxation at all. Perhaps there was a younger brother waiting to be fed and a sister in middle or high school. Parents away all year round was the norm. Having both grandparents alive was considered lucky. And now Louis said he was taking leave to go out for a few days. They really couldn't believe it. But there was no room for questioning either. After all, although they lived together, their friendship was not deep enough. Asking too many questions would be annoying. The dormitory fell back into silence. And Louis had finished packing. Just a few personal clothes and not many small items like bank cards. After that, he went into the bathroom to take a shower. And the three roommates finally had a chance to whisper among themselves. There was naturally no gossip. Mainly they speculated where Louis would go and what he would do. And Louis's expression even carried a hint of happiness. As peers, besides speculating about good things related to family, they naturally would also invest energy in matters of romance. They thought Louis might have found a girlfriend behind their backs. A guy's shower only takes about 10 minutes. Louis came out of the bathroom, drying his hair, holding the clothes he had worn earlier in a garbage bag. Under everyone's gaze, he changed into clean shoes, shouldered his backpack, and walked straight out. When he reached the door, Louis still turned back to his roommates with a smile. Brothers, see you later. This, brothers, was another very surprising address. The others, stunned, smiled and responded, watching. I feel like Louis is about to do something big. I mean, is there a possibility that he has been possessed by someone else? Tisk, suddenly I have a feeling that we might never see him again. 2 minutes later, exclamations burst out in the dormitory. Holy shit. It's really our counselor. Coffee shop date. Made the counselor cry, and the counselor chased after him. Then they left side by side. Holy hell. Brother Lou is probably really going to do something big. Go for it, Brother Lou. I hope to receive a message from him tomorrow morning saying the next English exam will be open book. Know how low-key is Louis? It feels like no one recognized him except us three. Play it safe, brothers, let's not spread rumors. We'll just joke among ourselves. Louis was busy hurrying at this moment, and he didn't check the school forum, so he didn't know that his afternoon meeting with Song Wen at the coffee shop had been posted on the forum. As for Song Wen, she was busy explaining to her superiors that she really was just doing psychological counseling for a student, not on a date. Helplessly, she had to slightly conceal the truth, saying that Louis had originally planned to drop out, but she had talked him out of it, and now everything was fine. Sure enough, the school leaders were much more relaxed, saying to continue monitoring and do a good job, etc. And the relevant posts on the forum were swiftly deleted. This incident was nipped in the bud before it spread. But another matter quickly fermented on the internet. A video titled, Man Angrily Scolds Father on the Street Life Emotion, went viral. As of 9 p.m., the single video had received 1,200 likes, and the number of comments was a staggering 340,000. Reposts were countless, and major bloggers were vying to comment. And the protagonist of the video was none other than Louis, whose back was to the camera. Meanwhile, at the Yi residence in Yunhai City, Yi Xiangling dragged her weary body back home. She returned. Though Yi Qiu was not seriously injured after a battery of tests, Yi Xiangling decided to keep him in the hospital for another day or two of observation. As for the nursing home, she could no longer bear to stay there. She found it difficult to quickly rekindle the closeness she once felt toward her mother Wu Xiuhui as she had in childhood. Contrary to Yi Tianlin's account over the past decade, she and Yi Qiu had not actually taken much care of Wu Xiuhui. In the first few years they visited occasionally out of longing and concern, but as time passed that sentiment faded completely. In the ward, she could not communicate with Wu Xiuhui, but she could only sit by and watch, helpless to do anything else. Given the short predicted survival period for a vegetative state, she had long since accepted her mother's death. A decade had now slipped by. It was unrealistic to expect a long-dormant familial bond to instantly rekindle to its former warmth. Yet deep down Yi Xiangling was still happy. She simply needed time to adapt. Since Yi Tianlin was accompanying their mother at the nursing home, she came back alone, except to sleep. She also had another matter to attend to. Unconsciously, Yi Xiangling found herself near the room where Lu He stayed. The door was tightly shut. Standing just a few meters away, a sense of estrangement arose within her. Along with it, resentment naturally surged. How dare he beat Xiao Qiu like that? Yi Xiangling's beautiful eyes narrowed as she gritted out, "Better we never meet again, or he'll make sure you regret it." With that, she strode on her long legs toward the door. The task she had in mind was to clear out Lu He's room to make space for the puppy Yi Qiu had brought home. The Yi estate was large enough that a doghouse wouldn't be a problem, but this was Yi Qiu's request. Yi Xiangling herself saw no issue with it. After 10 years of raising Lu He, she now felt that even a puppy a few months old was more obedient and well-behaved. The door was unlocked. Yi Xiangling pushed it open and stepped inside. At first glance, she froze in surprise. Silver moonlight streamed in through the windowsill. The moonlight was not bright, but it was enough for her to see the entire room. Her first impression was one of cleanliness, tidiness, and order, a sight that felt comfortable just to look at. Lu He had almost no standing in the Yi family, and Yi Xiangling didn't recall the maids ever cleaning this room. So it must be Lu He's own habit. Honestly, Yi Xiangling couldn't achieve such a standard herself. In fact, her own room could be described as messy. She had never had to tidy up since childhood. Driven by the mindset of as long as uncomfortable, scattering clothes around was practically routine. As for Yi Qiu's room, she silently recalled it, then chose to stop and refrain from comment. She wanted to say something to belittle Lu He, but when she opened her mouth, she didn't know what to say. After a few moments of silence, Yi Xiangling walked into the room wordlessly and reached up to turn on the light. In an unfamiliar environment, she instinctively looked up toward the bulb. The bulb was not the original one. The soft yellow light created a cozy atmosphere in the small room, yet Yi Xiangling inexplicably felt a bone-chilling coldness. This coldness made her rub her bare shoulders. Her gaze continued to wander. Neatly stacked books and textbooks were piled against the wall, covered with a cloth to keep off dust. The wardrobe's design matched Yi Xiangling's childhood memories, its surface chipped and faded. She and Yi Qiu replaced their wardrobes every year or two. If she hadn't come here today, she would have forgotten she once used such a wardrobe. Curious, she opened each door one by one. Inside it looked rather empty. Clothes from her childhood were folded in one pile, slightly larger ones in another. A quick glance told Yi Xiangling how poor the quality of these clothes was. Some even had obvious holes at the hems. Even if all the clothes here were stacked together, the thickness could be measured with just her fingers. The quilts and sheets were even worse. Everything in the wardrobe, including the wardrobe itself, was defined by shabbiness. Then she noticed something unusual. It was the corner of the wardrobe. The paint on the side against the wall had peeled badly, looking like. After a moment of thought, she found a fitting analogy. It resembled the back of a sweat-soaked shirt. Similarly, the bottom had similar marks. Somehow she suddenly pictured Lu He as a child curled up alone in the corner of the wardrobe. She abruptly slammed the wardrobe shut, her eyes darting away. Her heart raced, and her breathing quickened as if she was utterly disgusted by the room. She rumpled the neatly made bed. She kicked over the stacked books. She grabbed the aged desk lamp and smashed it to the floor. As she wreaked havoc, she cursed. "What do you mean by this? All day long you play the victim at home, trying to show off how obedient you are, right? How scheming. No wonder you tried to push Xiao Qiu under the car right after you got here. Our family has been forgiving enough to keep feeding you. What are you pretending to be pitiful for? We all grew up under the same roof, and we know each other well. Xiao Qiu is lively, clever, and lovable. He deserves to be doted on. Unlike you. You never admit your mistakes, you argue relentlessly even as a child, and you scheme to... Good thing Xiao Qiu is sharp and Dad is discerning, or else you might have wriggled out of the blame for attempted murder and turning Mother into a vegetable." The more she spoke, the angrier she grew. She whirled around, strode to the wardrobe, and slammed it with her fist. Bang! The noise was loud. The aged wardrobe wobbled. Just then something fell and hit Yi Xiangling on the head. It didn't hurt, but it added fuel to the fire of her... "What's that?" She grabbed blindly and actually caught it. She looked closely, It was a small notebook, the kind used by elementary school students. The cover was badly faded, but the anime pattern on it was still clear. The deliberately neat handwriting on the cover caught her eye. This is Xiaohe's diary. If someone accidentally sees it, please don't open it. Thank you. The cover was badly faded, but the anime pattern on it was still clear. The deliberately neat handwriting on the cover caught her eye. This is Xiaohe's diary. If someone accidentally sees it, please don't open it. Thank you. Every character was written awkwardly with a deliberate stiffness. Some strokes were disjointed as if forced together piece by piece. It was evident that the handwriting belonged to a genuine child who had never learned to write properly. Yi Xiangling couldn't help but snort coldly. Even writing characters, you have to act cute. Fine, I'll give you credit for being able to fake it at that age. Feeling tired, she instinctively sat down on Lu He's bed. But the next moment she sprang up as if the bed were embedded with steel needles or hidden nails. Yi Xiangling wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand and strode straight toward the door. It was only a few steps away. She turned back to cast a disgusted glance around the room. Tomorrow have someone throw all this out and burn it. Lu He, don't ever think about returning to the Yi family in this lifetime. There's no place for you in the Yi family anymore. With that, Yi Xiangling hurried back to her room and slammed the door shut. But as she sat down on the stool in the matching small walk-in closet to rest, she realized she had brought the diary. Due to gravity, the diary had fallen open. A cursory glance revealed that every page seemed to be filled with writing. Prying into others' secrets is a human instinct. Yi Xiangling was no exception. Frowning, she casually flipped through it, but eventually unable to resist, she started reading from the first page. A new diary. Mom and Dad found me. Mom is very beautiful. Dad is a bit serious, but I don't remember having an older sister. She is as beautiful as Mom. I also have a younger brother now. Even though he doesn't look happy and his eyes at me are scary, I will make him happy. The first entry contained quite a few misspelled characters. Yi Xiangling found it painful to read as she had to not only decipher the errors, but also reorganize the sentence structure, piecing together the scattered and disjointed words. After finishing the first entry, Yi Xiangling fell silent. Lu He was her younger brother, 3 years her junior. He had been taken by human traffickers when he was just a baby, so it was perfectly normal for Lu He not to remember her. Thinking back, when Lu He was born, she had adored her little brother, playing with him all day, laughing carefree. After Lu He was taken and went missing, she had cried for many days and remained in low spirits for several months afterward. It was almost a year before she recovered. That was because Yi Qiu officially entered her family. A cute little brat paired with her doting sister personality was a match made in heaven. From then on, the brother once named Yi Qiu, who was actually Lu, he gradually faded from her memory. It feels completely different from the orphanage. My heart always feels warm. And so this is what school is like. Unfortunately, I'm too stupid. The teacher said I have to start from first grade, but I think I was reading at a 5th grade level. The diary continued to stir Yi Xiangling's memories. At that time, Lu He was 10 years old and had received little systematic education in the orphanage. But it would have been too embarrassing to make him start from first grade directly. So Yi Tianlin let him proceed normally from 5th grade with tutoring for the subjects he needed to catch up on. Yi Xiangling recalled her own reaction when she first saw Lu He again. Initially it was surprise. Then came disinterest. Eventually it turned into dislike. Because even after bathing and wearing new clothes, Lu He still gave off a dirty impression. At home his gaze was always evasive, and he would mumble or fail to respond clearly when spoken to. Compared to the lively, handsome, and confident Yi Qiu, Lu He's impression score was directly in the negative. Moreover, Yi Xiangling had already regarded Yi Qiu as her real brother after years together. Driven by the instinct to choose comfort and familiarity, she gradually distanced herself from Lu He. But if she were to compare their appearances now, no matter how biased Yi Xiangling was, she couldn't bring herself to say Yi Qiu was more handsome than Lu He. As he grew older, the insecurity that Lu He had as a child had long since transformed into composure. Standing there tall and handsome, he would inevitably draw the gazes of countless girls. With no one else around but herself, Yi Xiangling had to admit inwardly that she was quite taken by Lu He's look. If he were paired with a suitable pair of glasses, dressed more elegantly instead of so plainly, and had a proper hairstyle, she couldn't even imagine how handsome he would be. Looking back at Yi Qiu, that kid had always been pampered, but had developed a rogue demeanor at school. A roguish charm, was still handsome, but it was far too different from his childhood image. With that thought, Yi Xiangling steadied herself, stopped her wandering mind, and turned the page to continue reading little Lu He's diary. It was mostly about daily life. He wrote an entry every few days. At first it was somewhat curious, but after a few entries it became tedious. Impatiently, Yi Xiangling flipped 2 pages ahead. The word accident leaped out from the numerous characters, piercing her eyes. Accident. Yi Xiangling immediately read on. Why did Dad and sister both say it was my fault? It was clearly Yi Qiu who ran onto the road to play. I really wanted to save him, but he pushed me, and then Mom got hit by the car. He is the bad kid. But no one believed. The teacher said that to prove I wasn't lying I need evidence. I think Mom can prove it for me. But it seems Mom will never wake up again. I thought of something. Isn't it often shown on TV that if you call out with all your heart to someone you love, even a coma patient can wake up? I love Mom and Mom loves me too. It will definitely work. Mom didn't wake up today. Dad and sister scolded. She didn't wake up today either. Dad's look at me was very fierce. Today. Seeing this, Yi Xiangling felt a trace of disdain. The truth was already settled. Wu Xiaohui had clearly stated the truth this afternoon. It was Lu He who caused the accident that put her in a coma. If her mother hadn't woken up reading this diary, might have made her doubt a little. But, as the saying goes, Lu He really knew how to fake it. Thinking about it now, it seems only natural that Lu He would act so aggrieved. Yi Xiangling let out a scornful laugh. After all, he started deceiving himself from a young age. After so many years, he must have successfully hypnotized himself. How could he not feel wrong? Forget it, I can't be bothered to read anymore. Feeling drowsy, Yi Xiangling raised her hand to toss the diary into the nearby trash bin. But just as she lifted her hand, she hesitated. Could a child really deceive themselves to such an extent? Also, she recalled seeing earlier that when they first met Lu, he thought Yi Chio's gaze at him was terrifying. Yi Xiangling flipped back to read it carefully again. She even read the parts she had skimmed. The content was detailed, and upon careful reflection, it matched her own memories. The text also showed no obvious signs of tampering. This suggested that the diary was not written later by Lu He, but recorded chronologically over time. So had Lu He already started laying the groundwork in his diary as evidence before attempting to murder Yi Chio? Could a child really achieve such a level? Yi Xiangling found it hard to believe. But if Lu He couldn't have done that, then this diary. She froze for a moment, then grabbed her phone to check the time before placing the diary in front of her again. She turned to the next page. Leaving home, turning right, walking straight until I see the rabbit sculpture, then turning left, walking forward, and then. I forgot. They'll remember the route next time. If Dad won't take me to find Mom, I'll go by myself. I must wake her up to prove I'm not wrong. Dad and Sis, even though you always scold and blame me now, once Mom wakes up, I only need a small apology from you, because we're family. The teacher said we should be magnanimous. Reading up to this point, Yi Xiangling's expression had already grown solemn. On the other side at the airport, since it was already late, taking the subway was out of the question. So Louis took a taxi. Spending that money really stung. Jiangxing International Airport was a completely unfamiliar place to him. He followed the key directional signs into the airport. After collecting his boarding pass according to the guide, he went straight through security. Though he had plenty of time, there was nothing else to do outside. The airport was vast, and finding the boarding gate took a while. Only when he finally sat down did he let out a sigh of relief. Still, he double-checked his boarding pass several times to be absolutely sure. I hope I get selected, he murmured to himself, pulling out his phone from his pocket. He found 2 messages on WeChat from Song-won. Have you arrived at the airport? Our meeting this afternoon has already spread around school as a date. Under pressure, I told the school administration you were planning to drop out, and I talked you out of it. For now, it hasn't been exposed. The messages were from over 10 minutes ago. At that time, he was still rushing around looking for the boarding gate. He quickly replied, arrived, just sat down, followed by, it's fine, that works. Thanks a lot. Since Song-won was still willing to help cover for him to prevent the school from contacting the Yi family directly, he had to appreciate that favor. Teacher Song was risking her job to help him. If he weren't worried that putting too much weight on the word thanks might upset Song-won, he would have expressed his gratitude more formally and sincerely. Soon Song-won messaged again. Is this your first time traveling far? He answered honestly. Yes. The reply came instantly. Have you booked a hotel in the capital? Don't wait until you get there to book, or you might end up sleeping on the street. I won't have time to come rescue you. He couldn't help but chuckle. He had never discovered this side of his beautiful counselor before. In their brief previous conversation, Song-won had always struck him as decisive and somewhat serious. He replied, booked. They'll send you the hotel address later. Song-won continued her test. Send it now, within 1 minute, along with the order details. Hurry up. If anyone else had spoken to him with that tone, he would have already cut off contact. But when Song-won spoke like that, he couldn't bring himself to get angry. He just felt that teacher Song was back, and he obediently did as she asked. At the end of the day, Song-won was still concerned about him. Faced with concern, a social behavior largely unfamiliar to him, he really didn't have much resistance. After sending the order details, Song-won was stunned. Wait, aren't you supposed to be pretty poor? And you're booking a 1,500 a night hotel. You're definitely planning to go to the capital to experience some weird lifestyle, and then quit Earth Online, aren't you? Get back here right now. If you don't come back, I'm going to lose my mind. He was speechless. Something's off, something's off. When did teacher Song's hidden personality suddenly burst out? Going back was naturally out of the question. He had to explain patiently. It's really not what you think. I do want to enjoy life a bit, but not that kind of enjoyment. If I get selected as a signed streamer, all these expenses can be reimbursed. I'm confident they'll be chosen. They'll report to you every day, don't worry, Sister Won-won. He thought Song-won would pause for a moment to process the information. But she replied instantly. Did you book a first-class ticket? Lu He. No, isn't first class super expensive? I can't even afford the ticket, so how could I get reimbursed? Songwon, don't you know about taking out loans? Max out all the online loans you can. Also, it's international first class that's ridiculously expensive. Domestic flights aren't priced that high. Lu He was speechless again. Taking out online loans. Pending. As for the low price of domestic first class, he really didn't know that. They chatted for about another 10 minutes before Songwon finally calmed down. It only took a short time to completely upend one's perception. The prerequisite was that the other person was willing to abandon their original persona. Lu He never imagined Songwon could have such a capricious personality. As he thought about it, his mind drifted to the afternoon in the cafe when Songwon had cried for him. The two of them weren't even that familiar with each other. Now recalling it carefully, Songwon's tears, clearly a genuine outpouring of emotion, left Lu He with an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was as if he inexplicably wanted to cry along with her. He turned off his phone screen and checked the schedule again. The flight was at 11:35 p.m. He wouldn't have to wait much longer. Lu He's heart drifted to Arnyo, then soared up towards America. He couldn't recognize the path in between, but the wilderness of Utah felt somewhat familiar. As for why he was confident he would be selected, it was because Lu He planned to crash into their doorstep if he wasn't. Of course, that was just a joke. The reason was, if you don't believe in yourself, how can others believe in you? But this saying needed a slight modification when applied to Lu He. If even I don't believe in myself, then who will believe in me? Lu He's somewhat vacant gaze fell on the airport runway outside. After much thought, he couldn't find a single person who would believe in him. Not even Songwon, who had been the kindest to him so far. I only need myself. I can definitely do it. Over the sea of clouds. Yi Xiangling's eyes were now reddening. Her nose was stinging. What had she just... Lu He knew everyone disliked him, so he woke up early every day to wash up before anyone else, and then clean the bathroom thoroughly. Lu He knew no one from the family was arranged to take him to school, so he had to memorize the route back and forth with a pen. Lu He had no pocket money, so his school bag was never filled with books, but with various plastic bottles. Lu He was called a freak by classmates at school, met with cold stares from strangers on the street, chased by beggars for his bottles, and cheated by shop owners when selling. Over his 2 years of primary school, he never bought a single piece of clothing for himself, never ate a single good meal. All the money he saved and earned was spent on buying those damned revival patches, which were completely useless when applied to Wu Xiaohui, only to end up being scolded harshly by Yi Tianlin. Yi Xiangling bit her lip hard. Lu He was just a child back then. Yi Xiangling forcefully closed the diary, her eyes staring blankly at the cover. Her heart was in turmoil. The last passage she had just read was as follows. Dad transferred me to a different school. I like it better here because the students look more like me. About 2 months after Wu Zihui's incident, Lu He's elementary school was switched to an ordinary public school. By then she was already in middle school, preparing to go abroad to continue her studies. As for Yi Qiu, he naturally attended the best elementary school in Yanhai. Yi Xiangling was well aware of all these matters. But at that time, even before opening this diary, she had never found anything wrong with them. All decisions were made by Yi Tianlin, and Lu He himself was at fault. He had caused her mother to become a vegetative state. So Yi Xiangling saw no issue with Lu He attending an ordinary school. A mistake deserves punishment. But now, after reading the diary, she suddenly understood. It wasn't just a difference in educational environment. There was also a gap in their lives. And these disparities were beyond her imagination. Yi Xiangling had assumed that Lu He's writings would only appear in the most impoverished regions deep in the mountains. Little did she expect, this kind of life was happening right beside her in her own home. And she had never noticed. Yes, how could she have noticed? Yi Xiangling instinctively found many excuses for herself. For instance, Lu He was a taciturn person with whom she shared no common language. They couldn't communicate at all. For instance, Lu He always carried an unpleasant smell which she disliked, so she kept her distance. For instance, she later went to study in England and was not even in the country, so she knew nothing about Lu He's life. Right? Yi Xiangling, as if grasping at a lifeline, muttered to herself, these must all be made up by Lu He from TV shows. It must be so. I will find the flaws. Lu He has always been a bad kid who loves to lie since childhood. There must be flaws. She shook her head vigorously and opened the diary again. After locating the spot she had just read, her gaze hesitated as it drifted downward. Only made 2 yuan today. Money is really hard to earn now, but it's okay. Small gains add up. They'll try to pay back the 10 yuan I owe the teacher before the weekend. Why did the tone suddenly change so much? And the handwriting was much more natural. This puzzled Yi Xiangling. She blinked rapidly and checked the date, discovering that this paragraph was separated from the previous one by a full 3 months. In between, Lu He had written nothing. She could only see some fine ink dots and a few strokes that were not even half-formed. Lifting the pen, hesitating, then putting it down. That must have been the process, right? Yi Xiangling counted carefully. There were 79 such solitary marks. In other words, during those 3 months, Lu He had nearly 80 instances of wanting to speak, but holding back. And this was only in the diary. What about in real life? Could the number be even greater? A pair of eyes suddenly flashed through Yi Xiangling's mind. They were the eyes of little Lu He. She couldn't recall the specific scene anymore, but from those eyes she could see a thick layer of hesitation. It was as if he was about to speak, but then chose to give up. There were so many times when Lu He had wanted to say something to her, but she had never given him a single chance. Why was she only able to remember Lu He's eyes now? Because she had always just glanced at Lu He and then gone back to playing with Yichio. Even that simple glance only happened because Lu He's gaze had caught her attention, making her feel something, so Yi Xiangling's fingers tightened on the pages, her breathing growing heavier. It was only 3 months. A 10-year-old, still an immature elementary school student, had acquired the tone of an adult. What exactly had Lu He experienced during this time? She didn't know, and she didn't want to think about it. She continued reading. Paid back the money. Although I'm penniless, I feel relieved. Selling bottles isn't as profitable as selling cardboard and such. Unfortunately, almost all the trash in school is monopolized by old man Lee. When I get to middle school, I'll see if I can find some work outside. I just wonder if hiring a child laborer counts as illegal. Go to sleep, comrade Xiao He. Don't be afraid of ghosts tonight, got it. Today's expenses 10, repay debt 3 by pen balance 1 yuan, while still afraid of ghosts. When I grow a bit bigger, the wardrobe won't be able to hold me. Went to see mom today. Going to try the massage I learned last time. Hope it works. Comrade Xiao He, how could you give your bread to a dog? What will you eat? Reflect on this properly. Reflection report: the dog has no home and is hungry. Helping it isn't against the law. Found another shortcut today. Am such a little genius. Expenses 1, small bread balance 0. Am not a genius. Parents and family all love geniuses. They are proud of geniuses. What kind of genius am I? Can't go to the East City garbage dump anymore. It's too dark. Expenses 0, balance 3. 7. Another day of being disliked by my sister. I really envy Ichio. He has family with him every day, and both his sister and father love him. Did I really remember it wrong that day? Probably not. Definitely not. I will reclaim my innocence sooner or later. I don't actually need my sister to apologize. Just taking me to eat KFC once would be enough. Every time I see the store, it seems like parents are bringing their kids there. Spicy strips are tasty too, but I can't eat too many. They don't fill you up and are expensive. Expenses 0. 5, eraser 0. 5, spicy strips balance 10. 5, narrow victory. Expenses 1, band-aid balance 12. 6, winter break starts tomorrow. I've already finished 2 winter vacation workbooks. I wish all holiday homework could be handed out early. Tomorrow I'll go see my dear mommy. Haha, this way of addressing her is so weird. Let me think. Oh right, I've saved enough money to buy a scarf for my sister. Remember to go buy it. It's something she likes. I hope she'll be happy when she receives the gift, and then treat me better. No, just be closer to me. Yichio, I really envy you. Come on. Next I need to save up to buy a razor for dad. 100 yuan. Let's go. At this point, Yi Xiangling stopped again. This was the winter break before she left for England. Lu He had indeed given her a gift wrapped in a small box. But she didn't accept it. The reason seemed to be that at the time she thought Lu He's hands were not only ugly, but also very dark and felt dirty. So she refused. Her tone was simple and light. The words were merely 3, I don't want it. After refusing, Lu He persisted, hoping she would take it. Annoyed because she was in a hurry to play with Yichio, she grabbed the small box and threw it on the ground. To this day, Yi Xiangling finally understood just how heavy that small box was, the one she casually refused and then lightly tossed aside. It was supposed to be a Gucci scarf. Yi Xiangling had already forgotten the exact price, which was several thousand. Back then she wanted Yi Tianlin to buy it for her. Being too young to articulate the specific style, she simply described the scarf's appearance. Lu He must have overheard from the room and silently committed it to memory. To Lu He, the term Gucci meant nothing. He only remembered the general description of the scarf and went looking for it after school. He did find it. The price was 65. By the time Lu He went to buy it, the price had risen to 80. According to the diary, this unexpected 15 yuan over budget forced Lu He to abandon his plan of buying a new pair of pants for himself. Where did this money come from? It came from collecting bottles to sell, enduring the mockery and cold stares of schoolmates. It came from mustering the courage to scavenge on the streets, outsmarting beggars in exchange for cash. It came from skimping on even a pack of spicy sticks, crying to stray cats and dogs, saying, sorry, I can't feed. It came from. Yi Xiangling was now silent, resting her forehead on her hands. Her mind was filled with Lu He's bewildered, disappointed, and even self-blaming expression from back then. The tightness in her chest could only be relieved by deep, heavy breaths. She found no evidence that Lu He had fabricated the diary. She only found evidence of Lu He silently enduring the family's coldness and quietly loving this home. That year, Lu He had even prepared a gift for his mortal enemy Yichio. In the diary, Lu He seemed like a carefree, happy wild child, but occasional fragments still revealed his inner loneliness, pain, and confusion. Lu He even doubted in his diary whether his memory was correct. Whether his memory was correct no longer mattered. Yi Xiangling admitted she held a great prejudice against Lu He, and the further back she looked the more deeply rooted that prejudice became. In hindsight, what kind of miserable life did Lu He live as a child? He was living in the Yi family. 10 years ago, the Yi family was among the top in all of Yunhai City. Yet Lu He had been forced to live like a wild child. The Yi family only provided his school meal fees and textbook costs, leaving everything else unattended. This was completely contrary to Yi Xiangling's imagination. Her monthly allowance was 10,000 yuan. In her view, relying on the Yi family, Lu He's monthly allowance should have been at least 1 or 2,000. But in reality, he had nothing. The spicy sticks Lu He found delicious but expensive were the low-grade food she wouldn't even touch. The KFC Lu He yearned to visit was where she would take classmates for cheap entertainment when her allowance was running low. If Yi Xiangling had to live that life herself, she felt she would go mad with despair. Is this diary real? Yi Xiangling wiped away a few tears from the corners of her eyes and picked up. The content within completely exceeded her understanding. Even though it was written so vividly, she still found it hard to believe. It wasn't just due to different perspectives, but also because of a faint nagging guilt. If the diary was real, if Lu He really lived like that as a child, then how could she and even the entire Yi family face themselves? For some unknown reason, Yi Xiangling suddenly felt a strong urge to call Lu He. But after picking up her phone, she hesitated. Recalling the words she had spoken to him earlier that day, it was now incredibly difficult to speak again. He'll just make a simple inquiry, Yi Xiangling said, gripping her phone to comfort herself. If it's all false, then we'll have nothing more to do with each other. If it's all true, then he'll sincerely apologize to Lu He. He said all I need is an apology, or even just a little kindness, didn't he? She paced back and forth. Lu He's mental resilience is so strong. He's already vented his anger today. As long as I apologize, he'll definitely forgive me. But everything has to wait until it's confirmed. Yi Xiangling tidied her hair as if she were about to meet someone. Then she solemnly dialed. Hello, the number you have dialed is powered off. Please try again later. In this day and age, barring intentionality, a phone being powered off was an extremely rare occurrence. Was Lu He still angry? But no matter how angry, there was no reason to turn off his phone. Lu He couldn't possibly cut off contact with his friends too. It didn't make sense. Thinking rationally, the afternoon call demanded an apology from Lu He, and he was furious. So turning off his phone was to avoid any more calls from the Yi family. Counting the hours, He must have had his phone off for nearly 10 hours. That was far too petty. Yi Xiangling frowned, staring at her phone screen in irritation. She had never added him on Feishin, so that avenue was useless. Her father probably had Lu He's Feishin, but the situation was unclear, and she wanted to figure things out on her own first. After thinking it over carefully, Yi Xiangling realized she had no way to contact Lu He through a third party. Just then her phone screen, which had just gone dark, suddenly lit up. She raised an eyebrow, instinctively wondering if it was a call from Lu He. But the call was from Yichio. Yi Xiangling hesitated for a moment before answering. Hey sis, is the doghouse for my dog ready yet? Hearing this, Yi Xiangling clicked her tongue in annoyance. No, we'll do it tomorrow. It's almost midnight, why aren't you asleep yet? Yichio's voice on the other end was indignant. I can't sleep just thinking that bastard Lu He put me in the hospital. Since I'm going to Jiangxing for university too, if I run into him again, I'll make him pay. Sis, clear out his room for my Yi Xiangling grew increasingly irritated. Enough. After saying it, she realized her tone was too harsh, so she suppressed her emotions and spoke softly. Alright, I'm going to sleep. We'll talk about clearing the room tomorrow. With that, she hung up on Yichio for the first time. After sitting down to reorganize her chaotic thoughts, she dialed Lu He again. But the result was still a powered-off message. Lu He, how did you suddenly become so unfamiliar to me? Yi Xiangling rubbed her temples, took a shower, and then lay on the bed with the diary. But this time she hesitated to open it. She knew clearly. What she was about to read was likely Lu He's inner reaction after giving the gift. It might sound ridiculous even to herself, but Yi Xiangling was afraid. She dared not read on. Torn between reading and not reading, she tossed, and turned unable to fall asleep. An hour later, she grabbed her hair and threw the diary out the window. Lu He, you made a big mistake in the first place. You deserve the punishment. As if to banish all thoughts, Yi Xiangling shouted loudly, and then forced herself to sleep. She had to force it, otherwise her eyes would open on their own and her mind would continue to wander. Meanwhile, Lu He landed at Beijing Capital International Airport. He turned off airplane mode, intending to send Song when a message on Feishin to let her know he was safe. But the missed call notification took priority. Yi Xiangling. Lu He's face darkened. Even in the dead of night, she has to disturb my peace. Blocked immediately. Although this was Lu He's first time blocking someone, it was indeed not difficult. He quickly added Yi Xiangling's number to his blacklist. Then he remembered something and switched to Feishin to delete and block Yi Tianlin as well. He no longer wanted to have any contact with this family. But then he came to his senses and muttered to himself, could it be that they intend to hold me accountable? Whether it was the intentional injury 10 years ago Or to days if the Yi family really pursued it, they could indeed make things very unpleasant for him. Not to mention, anything else dragging him on for a few months would be no problem. I don't have time to waste with them. Lu He felt a pang of worry but couldn't think of a way to resolve it. Especially the fact that the Yi family was demanding an apology under the threat of criminal prosecution. This was truly a dilemma. If he didn't apologize, the time he could freely move would be wasted. Apologizing would be unbearably painful. After a moment's hesitation, Lu He decided to die standing. Even if he died before them, he would never apologize. Because he had done nothing wrong. Tightening his backpack straps, Lu He no longer hesitated and strode out with the other passengers. Only after getting into a taxi did he send a message to Song Wen to let her know he was safe. It was almost 3 in the morning. Lu He had thought Song Wen would be asleep, but she replied instantly. Get to the hotel and sleep early. Tomorrow morning at 8 you don't need to check in, but you still have to message me when you wake up, got it? Lu He sighed to himself and replied, Roger that. But Sister Wen, don't you ever need to sleep at night? Song Wen, who was still enjoying the night in Jiangqing, rolled her eyes. Who do you think I stayed up this late for? Still she chose a reply more in line with her current style. Your humble servant is competing for tonight's all-nighter champion. You may withdraw now. After sending the message, Song Wen's brain on the verge of collapse shut down, and she closed her eyes and fell asleep instantly. Lu He tactfully did not reply. He put away his phone and leaned quietly against the car door, admiring the night view of the capital. The drive to the hotel was nearly an hour. After officially checking in, Lu He could no longer resist the fatigue and sat down on a chair. The reason he didn't lie down on the bed was that his current exhaustion and drowsiness were not enough to overcome the power of his habits. He washed up and took a shower. Then he went to bed. For the first time, Lu He saw the capital's sky at 5 in the morning. It didn't seem much different from anywhere else. Time passed, the moon hid, and the sun appeared. At 7 in the morning, Yi Xiangling slowly opened her tired eyes and couldn't help but sigh. The sheets beneath her were a mess, and the thin quilt had fallen to the floor. She hadn't slept well all night. Whenever she finally managed to fall asleep, she would suddenly wake up. She grabbed her phone and saw that she had only slept for a few dozen minutes. Then she tried to fall asleep again. After repeating this cycle, she was now completely unable to sleep. The cause of all this was naturally Lu He. At least that's what Yi Xiangling thought. She sat up straight with effort and shook her messy hair. Then her gaze instinctively turned to the window. This was a gesture Yi Xiangling had made many times. She knew her own heart well. She was thinking about that diary. After muttering a few words of self-persuasion, Yi Xiangling couldn't suppress her impulse and ran downstairs in her slippers. Things in her own yard wouldn't be taken by anyone. She easily found the diary. The morning moisture had made the diary a bit damp, perhaps because it had absorbed some moisture. Yi Xiangling felt the diary in her hand was a bit heavy. She dragged her feet back to the room and laid down on the bed again. This time she surprisingly felt a long-lost peace, as if her whole being had calmed down. Let me try. Staring blankly at the ceiling, Yi Xiangling fumbled for her phone and dialed. Sorry, the subscriber you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Yi Xiangling's fingers went limp, letting the phone fall from her ear onto the pillow. This time it wasn't turned off. Busy. Yi Xiangling thought she could imagine worse. She must have been blocked by Lu He. Wasn't everyone using dual SIM phones? Yi Xiangling sat up angrily and called again with her second number. This time no one answered. She could already imagine Lu He staring cautiously at his phone screen, suspecting it was her call. Fine, you won't answer, huh? Then I'll keep calling until you do. Yi Xiangling kept dialing over and over. Finally the call connected. Lu He's voice came through. Hello, who is this? His tone was clearly tired, as if he hadn't woken up yet. Somehow Yi Xiangling felt a trace of panic. But she quickly suppressed it and spoke directly. Lu He, I have something to ask you. Lying on the comfortable bed, Lu He was stunned for a moment, then struggled to open his eyes and recognized the number. It really was Yi Xiangling. Lu He felt his head was about to explode. He hung up directly and then blocked her again. Yi Xiangling, still waiting for his response, was completely stunned. After confirming the call was hung up, she hesitated and dialed again. Well, blocked again. Lu He. Yi Xiangling was so angry that she grabbed a pillow and smashed it against her phone. After hitting it 7 or 8 times, she stopped, panting. Fine, if we can't talk, then we won't talk at all. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Yi Xiangling threw the pillow aside and grabbed the diary, ready to take. But as luck would have it, the page she randomly opened was exactly the one she had seen yesterday. Her gaze, moving downward by habit, was instantly captured by a line of text. Big sister doesn't want gifts, father doesn't want gifts, little brother doesn't want them either. Which poor soul is so miserable? Of course it's me, Lu He. It must be because they didn't give me gifts, so they feel embarrassed to accept mine, right? Like hell they do. They just simply hate me. Since they treat me this way, why did they bring me back? I was already an extra person here. Wouldn't it be better without me? So why did they bring me back at all? In the orphanage at least I had Xiaoqing as a friend. Here no matter what I do, no, I still have Mom. She likes me, she loves me. It's just that she can't wake up now. Tomorrow we'll go see Mom. I miss her again. Go to sleep. Today I can't sleep in the closet. I need to be a strong person. Although the diary's words do not contain much direct expression of sadness, the circular tear stain that Yi Zhangling's thumb is rubbing conveys Lu He's feelings at that moment. Crying while writing in the diary, then telling herself to be a strong person. Yi Xiangling couldn't help but recall she and Yi Qi were on either side of Yi Tianlin. Perhaps while Lu He was secretly crying and writing in the diary, the three of them were enjoying family warmth. It seems that the same home has raised two kinds of people. Speaking of these two kinds of people, Yi Xiangling suddenly realized something. When reading the diary, she either intentionally or unintentionally diminished, or even completely avoided comparing Lu He with Yi Qi. It seemed unnecessary to compare. In terms of material life, there was fundamentally no basis for comparison. Yi Qi's quality of life was a comprehensive dimensionality reduction attack on Lu He. What is there to compare? But what about character? Yi Xiangling stared at the words in the diary, unable to utter a single word. In fact, she could find a reason for why she distanced herself from Lu He. That was because Yi Qi often told her how bad Lu He was when they were young. During their daily chats, Yi Qi would often frown and say, "Sister, does Lu He have some strange illness? Always feeling like he smells bad." Or directly mock, "Sister, I heard Lu He got into a fight with classmates at school today. Dad was called over and was so angry." Sometimes there would also be sympathy. "Sister, should we really not play with Lu He? Even though he tried to harm me before and caused Mom to become a vegetable, I don't think he meant to." If she took Lu He as innocent as the truth and listened to those words again, Yi Xiangling would definitely slap Yi Qi twice hard. However, Lu He was not innocent, and this was something Wu Xiuhui had already confirmed. Moreover, Yi Qi was not a scheming villain in her eyes. Yi Xiangling shook her head self-deprecatingly. How could that be? Little Qi was so young back then. How could he have such a heavy mind? He was obedient and always a good child. How could I think of him that way? But after muttering to herself, she couldn't help but be stunned. Similarly, could Lu He, who was only 2 years older than Yi Qi at that time, really have such a mind? Yi Xiangling was no longer certain. Her thoughts became chaotic again as she muttered to herself, maybe that's possible. After all, he was 2 years older and grew up in an orphanage. How could that kind of place compare to our normal family environment? As her voice grew smaller, she anxiously flipped to the next page of the diary. Things that could be returned should be returned, and those that couldn't should be sold at a discount. Buy some prickly heat powder for Mom. I wonder if it would be cheaper now. Oh right, remember to buy some fruit to send to the nurses. They take care of Mom so hard, should thank them. If there's anything left, I will buy myself some new clothes. The principal said before that we should wear new clothes during the... I really miss Xiaoqing. I wonder if she has been found by her biological parents. If a good family is willing to adopt her, that would be wonderful. It doesn't need to be extravagant, just love her is enough. Don't let it be like me. How dare you bargain with me? I will keep it for myself and won't sell it to you. Today Mom's condition hasn't changed much, but the nurses are very happy, praising me for being sensible and likable. It's just that it was a bit hard to answer when they asked me why Dad didn't come. I've long separated from Dad. I estimate he will come with Sister and Yi Qi when I'm not around. Will the nurses think I'm a bad child because my family doesn't want to be with me? Then let me be one anyway. Someone is always looking for trouble at school and fights. Have I become a bad child so Dad, Sister, and the others ignore me? Then I will be a good child, not fighting anymore, and study well. Expenses 68 fruit, 2 bread, 4 feeding cat. Savings 33. The scarf sold for 65 yuan, not too bad, right? That auntie is really good at talking. I couldn't argue with her. She even said I stole it from home and many people came to see. The 128 yuan razor probably won't sell unless it's very cheap. Forget it, I will keep it. I will grow a beard myself in the future and it saves me from buying again. I can't wear the shoes bought for Yi Qi, they can't be sold either. What should I do? Not bad, the shoes bought for 88 were sold for 20 yuan. Not bad. What a load of nonsense. I lost a fortune. Today on the street, I was pointed at asking if I got lost, or if I had no home. I clearly came out by myself okay. I have a home, who do they look down upon? Do I really have a home? After returning home, it was still the same. No one asked me where I went, it seemed like they didn't see me at all. What should I write next? Let's keep a record. I had bread for lunch, and also had bread for dinner. That bag of egg cakes is really expenses 8 egg cakes, 4 feeding cats, 4 feeding puppies. Savings 102. Yi Xiangling flipped through the pages one by one. As she went further back, the records concerning her Yi Tianlin and Yi Qi became fewer. Similarly, many daily entries were also reduced, sometimes with only income and expenditure records. By the time she wrote in 6th grade, the diary had almost entirely turned into a record of Lu He's adventures. Bargaining skills were honed with various people, building connections with all kinds of junkyards. This included Lu He's feelings when he smoked his first cigarette, and his reactions when he took his first sip of alcohol. The subsequent entries had everything, except for emotions, especially towards the Yi family. Sometimes Yi Xiangling could feel Lu He's indifference just from the handwriting and content. Even if there were moments of happiness, it was merely because Lu He earned unexpected money. Further back, the diary from the second semester of 6th grade was directly blank. The new diary started from middle school. I haven't written for a long time, I should continue writing. After all, I have no friends to talk to, so I just chat with myself. Let me introduce myself. My name is Luhi, the Luhi who doesn't know where the road leads. The diary is not devoid of feelings. It just lacks the emotions that arise from others. A path that knows no direction. Yi Xiangling murmured to herself. The name Luhi was given to him by the orphanage. When the Yi family brought him back, they did not immediately change his name, as he did not sound pleasant. The name that was rightfully his had been taken by Yi Qiu. Thus the matter of renaming was postponed. It had been delayed until now. As for Luhi's diary, where he claimed to be a bad child, Yi Xiangling could not bring herself to agree with that statement. If the Luhi in the diary was considered a bad child, then what kind of person could be called a good child? In any case, Yi Xiangling knew she could not compare to Luhi. Even for the sake of preserving her own good reputation, she had to admit that Luhi was a good child. No, she had to admit that the Luhi in the diary was a good child. Thinking this, she could no longer suppress her desire to seek confirmation from Luhi. Unable to continue reading the diary and failing to contact Luhi, she pondered and decided to first find the contact information of his college counselor. Having the teacher intervene should at least allow for a conversation. Even a message would suffice. She could also use the college confession wall or infiltrate class groups to contact Luhi through his classmates. With nothing else to do, and this matter weighing on her mind, Yi Xiangling decided to start immediately. Half an hour passed in a flash. She obtained Song Wen's contact information through the school's official WeChat account. After carefully choosing her words and mentally rehearsing, she dialed the number. No answer again. Yi Xiangling stared at her phone screen deep in thought. Maybe she's busy. She put down her phone just as a knock sounded at the door. Come in. Miss, breakfast is ready. Will you eat now, or wait a while? In 20 minutes. Very well, miss. The brief exchange ended. Yi Xiangling thought that Song Wen would return the call upon seeing a missed call from an unknown number, so she went to freshen up with peace of mind. But even after she finished breakfast, the call never came. Her phone, however, was far from quiet, buzzing incessantly with phishing notifications. As a wealthy young lady blessed with beauty, Yi Xiangling naturally had no shortage of friends. But she was in no mood to chat with anyone. Setting it to silent, risked missing the call. The tranquil morning was nothing short of torment. Another 10 minutes passed. Unable to sit still, Yi Xiangling dialed Song Wen's number again. The scene shifted to Jiangxing. The phone's sleep mode had been deactivated. Song Wen was roused from her slumber by the ringtone. As everyone knows, women often sleep for long stretches, especially since she had gone to bed quite late the previous night. So it was perfectly reasonable for her to grumble in discontent. So annoying. Who is it? Song Wen picked up her phone with the same gesture Luhi used. This number has been marked as spam by one person, spam. She hung up directly. Song Wen put the phone down, intending to go back to sleep. Now Yi Xiangling truly felt she was going mad. She had never been hung up on so frequently. How could a college counselor hang up without even answering? It was just past 8 o'clock. What meeting would be held at this hour? Yi Xiangling's aristocratic temper flared up completely. She kept calling. Thus Song Wen's plan for a second round of sleep was thwarted again. Who is it? She sat up in irritation, her gaze suddenly catching the location below the number. Yinhai. If she remembered correctly, he was from Yinhai. Could it be Luhi's family? Song Wen's drowsy brain snapped into working mode. Clearing her throat, she answered the call. May I ask who this is? The voice on the other end was so pleasant that it perked her up. Is this teacher Song? The voice was pleasant, but the tone was cold, as if it heralded nothing good. Song Wen quickly sat up straight, adopting a demure posture. Yes, I am. Is Luhi your student? That's right, and you are? I am Luhi's sister. I can't reach him now. Could I trouble you, teacher Song, to help me contact him? Upon hearing this, Song Wen's heart skipped a beat. Her first thought was that Luhi had done something to himself. But then she reconsidered. Luhi shouldn't have to go that far. If he wanted to harm himself, he wouldn't have come to her for. Song Wen immediately recalled what Luhi had said yesterday afternoon, that he had completely severed ties with his family. Tisk, what a troublesome matter. Song Wen bit her lower lip with her small canine tooth. Of course I saw him yesterday. Don't worry too much. They'll contact him right away. Then she asked in return, it's just that. Luhi wasn't in a good state yesterday. I saw he came back from Yinhai. Did something happen? Yi Xiangling on the other end frowned slightly. Something did happen, but it's nothing serious. Just a child throwing a tantrum. Please ask teacher Song to have him contact me as soon as possible. He's blocked all my numbers. The call, Song Wen, blocked all numbers. So was the spam mark Luhi's doing. Luhi's sister seems like a difficult person to deal with. Song Wen sighed. Based on what Luhi had said, she could infer that he hadn't told his family about his ALS diagnosis. Combined with his sister's words, it seemed that Luhi had clashed with his family after returning home. Perhaps that conflict was why he preferred to die quietly outside rather than tell his family the truth. Yet this conflict was described by Luhi's sister as something minor. His act of cutting ties was dismissed as a child throwing a tantrum. From this mere glimpse Song, one could already see the terrible family dynamics Lu He endured. As a counselor, she couldn't conceal the fact that Yi Xiangling had contacted her. Besides, concealment would be futile. If Yi Xiangling could find her, she could find higher-level administrators. She herself was insignificant. Paper could never wrap fire. The only thing Song Wen could help Lu He conceal was his illness. She also believed it was necessary for him to re-establish contact with his family. Because emotional wounds still need family to heal. A mother's embrace is more effective than any psychologist's guidance. Since it was a conflict, wouldn't an apology suffice? Having his family sincerely apologize to Lu He should solve the problem. With this thought, Song Wen sent Lu He a message on Feishin. Are you awake? Your sister called me saying she wants to reply to me when you're up. Lu He was already awake before Song Wen sent her message. With so few contacts, he knew that the only person likely to reach out at this hour was Song Wen. So he picked up his phone with a hint of joy. Then with a trace of silence, he set it back down. Didn't we agree to sever all ties? Why is she clinging to me now? Lu He found it hard to comprehend. If they truly intended to hold him accountable, given the Yi family's attitude toward him, it should have been the police contacting him, not Song Wen. How ironic. Before he left the Yi family, Yi Xiangling had scarcely ever sought him out. Now that they had formally broken ties, she was calling him one after another. Wasn't that pathetic? Lu He grabbed his phone again. When did you tell her about my illness? This time Song Wen didn't reply instantly. She waited nearly 10 minutes before responding. No, you're up early. Can't sleep away from home. Lu He gave a wry smile. She woke me up with her calls ages ago. What does she want from me? Song Wen, who had just finished washing up, noticed that Lu He's reaction wasn't bad at all. In fact, it was quite positive. She couldn't help but pout and mutter. You little rascal, talking about cutting all ties with your family. But now that you know your sister came looking for you in person, your tail's wagging again. That was good though. It meant the likelihood of Lu He reconciling with his family was infinitely close to 100. Song Wen sat back on the bed. She just said you need to contact her as soon as possible. She didn't tell me what it's about. Lu He also sitting on his hotel. What exactly did Yi Xiangling mean? Seeking him out, but refusing to state her business directly. Truly, apart from holding him accountable for assault, Lu He could think of no reason Yi Xiangling would actively contact him. Things had already been said to that extent yesterday. The Yi family, who had never shown him any respect, naturally wouldn't regard him as a talent now. After careful thought, Lu He decided he didn't want to hear Yi Xiangling's voice after all, so he replied. When I have nothing to say to her. Just, please pass this on for me. Tell her if she wants to call the police, go ahead. Stop bothering me. Song Wen immediately sent a shocked emoji. Call the police? What did you do? Lu He paused, his fingers hovering, then typed. I hit someone. The injuries shouldn't be serious. I only threw one punch. Song Wen. This was really beyond her impression of Lu He. Lu He getting into a fight. And it was probably a family member. Could the kid have turned the tables and hit his own father? Song Wen was about to lament the complexity of human nature. But then as she thought further, she froze. What on earth could have driven Lu He, such a gentle and quiet boy, to resort to violence? And the target was his own family. Her thoughts took a turn. Song Wen felt that the priority now was to mediate the family conflict. She jumped straight into persuasion. Lu He, I really don't know what happened when you went home yesterday. But family is always our final harbor. They might have made mistakes, even big ones, but now your sister has shown a willingness to communicate with you. Sit down and have a good talk as a family. I think most things can be resolved right. If they're wrong, they apologize and you accept. If you're the one at fault, bowing your head a little and admitting your mistake won't hurt. Your family won't hold it against you. How about this? After you've had some fun in the capital for a few days, come back. Set a time and he'll go with you to meet your sister. A remarkable kid like you should be very welcome at home. Once I tell them about your excellent performance at school, things will be. From the way you're talking, you don't seem that angry. Your tone is cheerful and gentle. You don't have to pretend in front of me. I know you really want to reconcile with your family, don't you? Song Wen typed very quickly. Messages popped up one after another, overwhelming. Lu He's expression, however, remained unchanged. Even Sister Wang at the nursing home had told him to go apologize and atone. Now Song Wen, who didn't know the full story, saying this was hardly surprising. At least in this situation, Song Wen was advising him from a standpoint that slightly favored him. For Lu He, that was already incredibly rare. But Song Wen had misunderstood. Lu He read her words again, then typed directly. When is it possible that the reason for my tone is simply that I'm talking to you right now? Now this is what I want to say to Yi Xiangling. I never want to have any connection with your Yi family again in this life. If you want to reach me, fine, call the police. Just relay that to her. When. After sending it, Lu He suddenly thought of something and added, this won't affect your. Then he retracted all the messages he had just sent. He'll get in touch with her. When you don't need to worry about this anymore. After the message was sent, Song Wen was silent for a long time. Because she didn't know what to say. All she could conclude was that her initial judgment was completely off. Lu He was still that endearing, considerate little boy, but the family behind him. She didn't want to comment. Song Wen patted her face and after a long deliberation simply replied with okay. She understood Lu He well by now. He was the kind of person who was both gentle and resolute. In other words, he had a docile nature, but was stubborn as a mule. As long as his bottom line wasn't crossed, he would yield on anything, endure any hardship, and tolerate it all. But once he had made the decision to leave, then sorry, not even 9 oxen could drag him back. So her nagging would be useless. It was better to just let him handle things his own way. Putting herself in his shoes. If Song Wen herself had little time left, she would also choose to be as willful as she could within acceptable bounds. Come on, I'm about to die, can't I be a little willful? Song Wen glanced at the time, hurriedly tidied up, and left. On the way, she finally made the report call to Yi Xiangling. Her words were as euphemistic and concise as possible. Lu He said he would contact you. That was it. In Yunhai? Hearing this news, the corners of Yi Xiangling's mouth couldn't help but lift. Giving in already. If I knew it. You Lu He can't bear to leave the Yi family. She sat gracefully on the sofa, humming as she continued, seems I didn't need to overthink it. Lu He is still that scheming boy, but I have to admit this sudden move of his has indeed changed my impression of him. As long as he apologizes to Xiaoqiu and kowtows to our mother, it'll help him return to the Yi family. It's a way to make up for my past neglect of him. Life is long. They'll just make sure he enjoys 10 or 20 years of wealth and comfort. Yi Xiangling's slender fingers toyed with her phone. In a good mood now, she decided to browse Douyin while waiting for Lu He's call. She opened the app. Familiar voices and words flooded her ears. It was exactly what Lu He had said yesterday afternoon. The words "little beast," "big beast," echoed as Yi Xiangling's phone played back everything Luo he had said yesterday. A barrage of comments floated by filled with phrases like summon the 7 wolves, what a curse, and counter heaven's might. The topic, titled, A Man Suspected of Cursing His Father on the Street, had reached a real-time popularity of 14 million. Yi Xiangling scrolled through the comments. Most of the comments were filled with curses. Some rational commenters expressed their refusal to comment without knowing the truth. Others vented their dissatisfaction with their parents along with the video, engaging in fierce arguments with other netizens. Yi Xiangling noticed that the most intense discussions had nearly reached 3,000 replies. She steadied herself, turned off the comments, and watched the video again. The screen only showed a back view. Luo He's back was quite strong. When he looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle cursing Yi Tianlin, he appeared rather cool. Soon the video entered a silent phase. Others might think Luo He was listening to someone on the other end of the phone. But Yi Xiangling knew that at that moment no one was speaking. If she guessed correctly, Luo He was probably just waiting for Wu Xiaohui to calm down, so he could ask the question he most wanted to know. Mom, do you also think that I was the one who caused the accident that harmed you? This was the very question. Having read the diary, Yi Xiangling knew. Luo He might genuinely believe that he was neither responsible for nor caused the accident. Moreover, she also knew that Luo He truly hoped Wu Xiaohui would wake up and give him a clear conscience. But facts speak louder than words. Luo He and Yi Qiu's conflicting statements might be difficult to judge for their truthfulness. But since the person involved, Wu Xiaohui, said it was Luo He, the truth was naturally evident. This was also one of the reasons why Yi Xiangling remained somewhat skeptical of Luo He's diary. As for the other reasons, it was because she believed Yi Qiu had always been a well-behaved and sensible child. She thought Yi Qiu was good, so she found the proposition that Yi Qiu is bad to be untrustworthy. Her thoughts shifted in an instant. In the video, Luo He asked that question. Wu Xiaohui also provided him with an answer. However, the next moment, Yi Xiangling's previously calm eyes widened in disbelief. In the video, Luo He's hand fell. It was a powerless gesture. His body seemed to lose support in an instant, becoming. It seemed as if only a few bones were holding him upright. This scene struck Yi Xiangling with an inexplicable impact, comparing it to Luo He's back view when he left the Yi family. Although back then Luo He had also leaned against the doorframe to walk out, Yi Xiangling could clearly feel that at that moment something was supporting Luo He's body, preventing him from falling. However, after Wu Xiaohui spoke, that support vanished in an instant. It was merely a back view. Yet Yi Xiangling felt as if she had captured the expression on Luo He's face in her mind. She instinctively murmured, "You must be very disappointed." The body language in the video could not lie. Yi Xiangling thought that even a well-prepared, skilled actor might not be able to convey such an effect. Just based on this segment of the video, she was willing to accept the contents written in Luo He's diary. She now believed that Luo He, due to his youthful ignorance and a desire to escape, had attributed the accident to Yi Qiu. Under repeated psychological suggestion, Luo He had come to regard his imagined scenario as the truth. Combined with the miserable life Luo He described in the diary, Yi Xiangling truly felt a bit sorry for him. "It's okay, from now on I will treat you as a brother," Yi Xiangling encouraged herself. Now that Luo He is tall and handsome, there's nothing wrong with his image. Raising him as a brother is no problem. As long as he recognizes reality, accepts his mistakes, and cultivates his character Luo, he can also be a very good brother. Suddenly feeling a sense of mission, Yi Xiangling began to plan her brother rescue plan. Meanwhile, Yi Tianlin, who was still at the nursing home with Wu Xiaohui, was enraged to the point of suffocation. As the saying goes, family shame should not be aired. But now the family shame had gone beyond mere airing. In no time the whole country might know that he was being cursed on the street by his own son. Wu Xiaohui had just woken up and could hardly be left alone. Any extended period of solitude would fill her with fear. He had finally managed to gain a bit of freedom, but the moment he took out his phone, he saw the video of himself being cursed. Yi Tianlin's plans to casually browse beautiful live streaming channels were instantly dashed, and his previously fair face turned beet red. This level of popularity must be suppressed. In this day and age, social hot topics are not easily suppressed, but attention can be diverted by utilizing more stimulating topics to wash away the memories of netizens. With the right timing, in less than a month this incident would disappear from the public eye. Even if someone brought it up again, there wouldn't be many who continued to pay attention. Not to mention this was just a video of a son cursing his father. People might forget it in a few days. Yet despite this, a significant amount of money and effort would still be needed to forcibly accelerate the public's forgetfulness. What a damn mess. Yi Tianlin cursed angrily, then began to mobilize resources. The simplest method at the moment was to directly buy popularity for other hot topics on the list, pushing this topic down. Yi Tianlin chose a slightly less popular yet very attractive series of topics. Arnaud officially recruiting extreme sports hosts in Huaxia. Arnaud invites you to witness the human feast at the Ozaki 8 challenges. If you're tough enough, come join. Arnaud Extreme Sports Host Recruitment. Your death will exceed your imagination. In the capital, Luo he contemplated for a long time, but did not call Yi Xiangling. Instead, he sent a text message. I have nothing to communicate with you. Just say it directly. To clarify in advance, the number of text messages and calls per day is limited to one standard unit, and the duration of calls cannot exceed 10 minutes. For a period of 2 days, no exceptions. After waiting a short while, and seeing that Yi Xiangling did not reply, he simply changed his shoes and went out. It was now nearly 10 o'clock. Luo he planned to first eat near the Arnaud company, and then find a place to rest for a few hours. He intended to formally report and participate in the host interview in the evening. He was actually feeling quite confident. As long as he didn't have an episode, his physical fitness would definitely not be a major problem. Moreover, he knew how to ride a motorcycle. After all, it was just riding a motorcycle in an empty wilderness. How difficult could it be, even if there were corresponding assessments? Besides, isn't Arnaud known for its motto of, I pay you, risk your life? Luo he was truly willing to take risks. After leaving the hotel, he didn't dawdle, he directly hailed a taxi. In the past, he would have taken the bus. But now, it truly came down to that saying, eat whatever you want, do whatever you want. Meanwhile, Yi Xiangling was staring blankly at the text message from Lu He on her phone. The message read like a boss directive. Is he ordering me? Yi Xiangling couldn't believe it. Whether it was the Lu He in her memory or the one in her diary, she thought it unlikely he would ever speak like that. She let out a scornful laugh. I was just thinking you might be a good kid like Yi Qiu, just throwing a tantrum because you... But now it seems. Yi Xiangling didn't finish her judgment. Instead, she replaced it with a soft TC. One text and one phone call every day, with the call limited to 10 minutes. And the whole thing restricted to 2 days. Louis, do you really think you're some big shot? Well, I'm going to teach you a lesson and break that bad temper of yours. Yi Xiangling acted on impulse and dialed his number directly. This time there were no busy signals or long waits. The call connected immediately. She got straight to the point. Louis, where are you? Come back to Yinhai this afternoon. I have something to ask you. Louis frowned instinctively upon receiving the call. He really couldn't stand that tone. So he shot back without hesitation. Miss Yi, please restrain your spoiled attitude, or it'll block you again. I have nothing to do with the Yi family anymore. If you have something to say, just say it over the phone. Since we've already torn apart, let's be even more straightforward. Lu He's words were icy and barbed. Yi Xiangling felt stung, and her brows shot up. Lu He, is this how you talk to me now? Lu He immediately countered, what can't handle plain speaking? 2 sentences were enough to render Yi Xiangling. When it came to verbal sparring, she was a complete pushover. The reason was simple, no one had ever dared to cross words with her since she was a child. She rarely had any altercations. She didn't play games much because she was bad at them, and even worse at trash talking. Coupled with Lu He's overwhelming presence, Yi Xiangling was now utterly tongue-tied. As she thought about it, she even began to feel a bit aggrieved, and her tone changed. What gives you the right to talk to me like I was trying to save you with good intentions? I had already decided to treat you as my younger brother, and if you just apologized and repented, I would even beg father to let you back into the Yi family. And this is how you treat me. Yi Xiangling thought her emotions were perfectly conveyed. But Lu He was utterly bewildered, staring at his phone with the expression of an old man on the subway, checking repeatedly. This was definitely Yi Xiangling's number. The voice was right. So why was she the one feeling wronged? Lu He swallowed and said into the phone, first, it's my freedom to speak however I want. I have no obligation to be polite to you or any other member of the Yi family. Second, Miss Yi, I don't understand what you mean by saving me with good intentions. Oh, is it illegal for me to sever ties with the Yi family? Or did I fall into some abyss by leaving the Yi family? To be honest, just walking out of the Yi family's door felt like arriving at a paradise. I really don't need you to save me. Third, please don't bother trying to treat me like a younger brother. I've worked hard to get rid of that identity. I beg you, no, I implore you, just let me go, okay? What good would it do me to be your brother? As for apologizing and repenting, I honestly can't think of what I did wrong, so I'm afraid I can't help. Finally, my attitude now represents my attitude from now on. If Miss Yi can't accept that, then please don't call me. That way you'll have peace, and he'll have peace. It's better for everyone, don't you think? Oh, and if this is what you wanted to talk about, then those words are my answer. Please take note, no refunds for lost items. After he finished, the phone went silent. After 2 deep breaths, Yi Xiangling's voice came through, clearly suppressing her anger. Little brother, don't be angry anymore, okay? As long as you... Before Yi Xiangling could finish, he couldn't help interrupting. What do you mean, don't be angry anymore? You are the one harassing me relentlessly, and you think you're in the right. And please drop the little brother title. It really makes me sick. With that, the call ended. Today, Yi Xiangling was just being inexplicable. In Yunhai, Yi Xiangling couldn't hold back her temper anymore after hearing the dial tone. She grabbed a sofa cushion and started thrashing it wildly. Stupid Lu He. Jerk Lu He. I'm talking to you like this, and you still have that attitude. After venting, she picked up her phone again and dialed. Lu He, I've read your... Psycho. I'm canceling your texting privileges today too. Call again, and click. The call ended again. Getting interrupted mid-cast was the worst. Yi Xiangling ground her teeth in frustration, but just before pressing the redial button, her finger froze. She was furious, yet she was also terrified that Lu He would block her again. Normally she would call him right now and vent her anger no matter what. Even if one of them was to be blocked, it should be her blocking Lu He, not the other way around. Too afraid to even make another call, because she might get blocked. For a moment, Yi Xiangling found she couldn't understand her own heart. Was it because she really owed Lu He so much? The thought popped up, but she quickly crushed it. How could it be that reason? Her eyes darted away as she muttered to herself. Lu He made a mistake, so he deserved punishment. Even if there's any debt, it's father who owes him, not me. Yes, it's not my fault. I don't owe Lu He anything. A scarf. What else is there? He'll just give it back to him then. And the companionship. He'll repay that too. How dare he talk to me like that? I was just being kind. Yi Xiangling curled up in the corner of the sofa, hugging her knees like a frightened little rabbit, her eyes red and on the verge of tears. But in reality, what she was thinking was completely different from what she was saying. In her mind, all she could see was little Lu He picking up trash, being chased and beaten, begging on the streets, and being looked down upon. And where did these scenes lead? To little Lu He buying a scarf in the dead of winter. He breathed white mist into the air, haggled earnestly with the shopkeeper, then pulled out the money he had painstakingly saved from his clothes, counted each bill carefully, and handed it over. After getting the scarf, little Lu He ran home joyfully, carefully prepared a gift box, and walked up to her with hopeful eyes, offering the scarf. And then, the gift box was casually thrown away by her. What Yi Xiangling was really crying over wasn't Lu He's harsh and ruthless tone. It was just that she couldn't face the truth. The truth of how she had discarded her obedient, well-behaved little brother like a wild child, casting him aside like a worn-out shoe. Whether Yi Xiangling could accept reality or not, Lu He had already fully embraced it. After finding a place to eat nearby, he began searching for somewhere to rest temporarily. After searching around, he ultimately chose the familiar hotel lobby. It had comfortable sofas to sit on, air conditioning in summer, and heating in winter. The best part was that no one bothered him about whether he was a hotel guest. Shortly after sitting down, Song Wen's Feishin call came through. How did it go? With Miss Yi. Song Wen's voice on the other end was noticeably hesitant. Lu He chuckled lightly. Sister Wen, no need to be like that. Our talk was quite harmonious. Back in her office, Song Wen wore an expression of utter disbelief. Given how tense and hostile the atmosphere had been, how could it have been harmonious? But since Lu He said so, she didn't press further. After all, this matter no longer required her intervention. All Song Wen needed to do now was help adjust Lu He's mindset and prevent him from doing anything reckless. To be selfish about it. Lu He had reported to her before leaving school with Feishin chat records as proof. As long as he didn't die on campus, she wouldn't bear any responsibility. But Song Wen couldn't think that way. Lu He was an exceptionally good and outstanding student. Whether as a teacher or a friend, she had to offer him human care, otherwise she couldn't get past her own moral hurdle. Recalling that Lu He had said her, Song Wen knew it was more appropriate to continue using Miss Yi. She tucked her hair behind her ear and said softly, Lu He, regarding Miss Yes matter, unless something requires my presence, I won't interfere further. I believe you can handle it yourself. But try to come back to school more often when you can. You know every subject teacher remembers you well. If you're frequently absent, it puts pressure on me to keep the secret. The weather was fine that day. Although it was September and autumn had begun, the sun was still hot. Lu He moved to a cooler spot and replied, It'll make time to come back. By the way, sister, when how about you approve a semester's sick leave for me? Of course a year would be even better, and 2 years isn't out of the question, you see. Songwon rubbed her temples and interrupted, Stop. I might as well just expel you. Lu-hee's face lit up, that would be great. Songwon sighed, expelling isn't up to me. I can approve sick leave, but long-term leave requires parental involvement. Are you sure you want to take leave? Hearing this, Lu-hee immediately backed down and chuckled sheepishly. Then short-term leave it is. He'll send you a screenshot of the hospital certificate later. Please print it for me, sister one. Songwon rolled her eyes again. And then he'll sign it, send the leave slip to the academic office and notify every subject teacher, right? Alright, I'll take care of it. After saying that, she grew puzzled. Wait, didn't you want to keep your illness a secret? If you do this, the subject teachers will basically all know you have ALS. And if curious students ask around, before you know it, the whole school might find out. Lu-hee was taken aback, but his expression quickly returned to calm, and he said flatly, Sister, when in my life there's nothing I can't show others. I just don't want the Yi family to know about my illness. Besides, falsifying my condition would cause trouble for you. He'll ask the subject teachers to help keep it confidential. As soon as he finished, Songwon hit him with another soul. Why must you prevent the Yi family from knowing about your illness? This question stunned Lu-hee. Yes, why was he so adamant about this? It was a question he had subconsciously ignored all along. Now that Songwon brought it up, he couldn't find an answer. After a long silence, it felt like another shackle fell from his heart. He laughed lightly into the phone. At first, maybe I just wanted to emphasize that I have nothing to do with the Yi family anymore. Whether I live or die, succeed or fail, it's all the same. But now I realize deep down I still held a sliver of expectation for the Yi family. I was like a child hurt outside, returning home to indifferent parents and families stubbornly insisting I wasn't injured just to garner more attention. A hint of self-mockery appeared on Lu-hee's face. So this thought has been lingering in my heart all along. Hearing this, Songwon perked up, wondering if this could be an opportunity to reconcile Lu-hee with the Yi family. But Lu-hee anticipated her thoughts. Sister, when don't bother with my matters. That was then, this is now. Thank you for helping me shed that last bit of irrational childishness. Have you eaten? Let me treat you with bubble tea too. Anything you want. Songwon fell silent. Wait, something felt off. Last time she was nearly 100% sure she could handle things, only for Lu-hee to slap her down mercilessly. This time she saw a chance for mediation, but Lu-hee. She pondered and calculated. Songwon suddenly realized that her own actions had partly contributed to Lu-hee's complete estrangement from the Yi family. Seriously. She was supposed to be a mediator. Her morale was truly shattered. She needed pickled nutritional meals for energy and an injection of bubble tea to maintain her bodic acid-base balance. Otherwise she might die. Songwon propped her forehead, letting her freshly styled hair fall freely, and began ordering food weekly. 1 braised spare ribs, clay pot, 1 large cup of mango pomelo sago. No red envelope today. That'll be 78 yuan, transfer to me. Lu-hee immediately switched to the chat and sent an 88 yuan red envelope. He was genuinely grateful to Songwon. Not only had she pointed out his last bit of childishness, but in less than a day she had helped him immensely and given him the care he had long missed. In the past, due to his experiences and survival needs, he had hardly any social life. But now he had tasted the beauty of social connection. What his family couldn't give him, friends, mentors, and even lovers could. It was just a pity that he had realized this truth far too late. After sending the red envelope and chatting for a while, Songwon hung up the phone. The role of a counselor is almost always tied to exhaustion, as they must manage various affairs and sometimes even teach courses. Songwon, for instance, also served as an English teacher. However, this was the last year she taught Lu-hee, as there would be no more English classes starting from the junior year. At this noon hour, Songwon was weary and in dire need of a good nap. Lu-hee, having a habitual aversion to prolonged conversations, found the call ending quite smoothly. Sitting in the hotel lobby watching the ebb and flow of people, he deeply regretted not booking his room here. He'll check later. If I need to stay longer, he'll come to this place. Lu-hee picked up his phone again, sending greeting messages to all his instructors explaining that he would need to take some time off in the future. As a college student who always studied diligently under the teacher's watchful eyes, he was well liked by his instructors. Thus he received a great deal of concern and warm regards. However, the teachers did not press him about the specifics of his illness, assuming it was something minor like a cold or fever. After all, most terminal diseases, including ALS, are quite unfamiliar to ordinary people. Moreover, the teachers had little reason to suspect Lu-hee of feigning illness to skip class, so there was no need for relentless questioning. Having settled matters with his teachers, Lu-hee then contacted his clients, the parents of the students he tutored. Tutoring was paid by the hour and was not a formal job, so there were no contracts involved. A simple notification that he could no longer continue the lessons sufficed for the parents. Now Lu-hee felt he had shed all burdens, completely breaking free from the contracts he had signed with society. Next, he would become an extreme sports streamer, using Utah as his new starting point. In a daze, Lu-hee seemed to catch the scent of freedom in the wind. Time flowed like water, and soon it was past 3 in the afternoon. Lu He slowly awoke on the sofa. Though his sleep had been brief, his energy was nearly fully restored. Since I'm rested, let's set off. Lu He clenched his fist firmly, intending to rise and leave. Noticing the hotel receptionist looking his way, he smiled and gave a slight bow in gratitude. Stepping out of the hotel, the sun blazed fiercely. Lu He raised his hand to shield his eyes, peering at the sun through the gaps in his fingers. Today's wish, no onset of illness. Upon arriving at the Arnyo company, the receptionist cast a skeptical glance at Lu He. She confirmed once more, "Sir, are you sure you're here to sign up for the extreme sports streamer audition?" Lu He nodded and showed her his phone message, answering with a question. "This is the right place, isn't it?" The receptionist glanced at the screen and gestured. "Take the elevator over there to the 23rd floor. Go straight, turn right, and it's the first room." "Well, thank you." Lu He smiled amiably and turned toward the elevator. The receptionist's skepticism was not born of snobbery. Rather, the person before Lu He had been live streaming the entire time from arrival to departure, constantly interacting with the chat. In attire, Lu He wore a casual set, while that streamer was decked out in sportswear. Physique-wise, there was no comparison. Lu He appeared rather lean and certainly didn't seem cut out for extreme sports. Thus, the receptionist's doubt was perfectly natural. "Hey buddy, hurry up." A voice came from the elevator. Lu He looked up to see the athletic streamer who had registered before him, holding the elevator door and waving him over. Lu He jogged over and offered a grateful smile. The man was likely around 1.9 meters tall, with a typical athletic build, his form-fitting clothes emphasizing his muscular frame. He seemed young, perhaps 25 or 26, not exceptionally handsome, but with dignified features and a clear, unblemished voice. Seeing Lu He's friendly demeanor, the streamer seized the opportunity to strike up a conversation. He first clarified, "My camera is pointed at myself. I'm not filming you, so rest assured." Lu He smiled and shook his head. "No worries. I'm planning to become a streamer myself, so getting used to it early won't hurt." The streamer raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You're also here for the extreme sports streamer audition?" Lu He pressed the floor button and replied, "Yeah, I hope I make it. If not, I'll start a cycling stream and ride back." Lu He's physique didn't exactly suggest a seasoned cyclist, something the streamer could tell. But out of politeness, he didn't press the issue. Instead, he extended his selfie stick. "How about saying hi to the guys in my stream first?" Lu He hesitated, a natural instinct. But he quickly adjusted his mindset, stepped up to the camera with his standard smile, and waved, "Good afternoon, everyone." Lu He's appearance triggered an explosion of comments. "Holy crap, with that face, even at my peak ID have... Alright, I'll settle for being the 4th most handsome in Asia now. Old Black, are you gay? Last time you didn't flirt with that girl, but today you're all over this guy. Doubts? Spread the word, Old Black likes pretty boys. Wait guys, this dude seems to be here for the extreme sports streamer audition too. Honestly, with that build, just go home now. Handsome sure, but extreme sports aren't about looks. Please, for your own good, go home. Don't end up dying on my screen. Haha, don't worry, he won't make it." The comments scrolled by. Lu He saw them clearly, but they stirred no emotion within him. In all these years, what harsh words hadn't he heard? He had endured silent insults for nearly a decade. But the streamer Old Black felt a bit embarrassed. Not wanting to directly respond to the chat, he angled the camera away from Lu He and said to his phone, "Alright folks, see you later. I heard from a friend that streaming isn't allowed upstairs." With that, Old Black ended the stream and apologized to Lu He. "Sorry man, that's how streaming goes, there's bound to be." "It's fine," Lu He interrupted with a smile. "I'm getting used to it early. Maybe when I start streaming no one will even bother to insult me." Old Black nodded appreciatively and gave a thumbs up. "Your mindset is already better than most streamers." Then he caught himself. "Wait, you're not a streamer yet." Lu He nodded again. 3 minutes later. Old Black put away his phone, meeting his fate. "And to think we're on the same platform. When you go live, will come by." Lu He's face showed gratitude, but inwardly he found it amusing. Fate aside, the same platform. He had streamer accounts on every platform. After following each other, they headed to the interview venue. Having met by chance, neither was genuinely eager to make friends. Thus, with tacit understanding, they didn't exchange names. Upon arrival, the big dark fellow entered first in order. The frosted glass obscured the interior, so Lu He occupied himself with his phone. As soon as he opened Douyin, he saw the video of him scolding Yi Tianlin in the street. Coincidentally, it happened Lu He rarely had free time to browse Douyin, and since yesterday, he had been occupied with sleeping, chatting, and pondering the Yi family's intentions. The rest of his time was spent cramming knowledge about Utah off-road racing via Baidu. Thus only now did he... The topic's popularity had dropped to the end of the list, likely to vanish entirely by tomorrow. Lu He never imagined he would actually be featured on Douyin. Judging by the distance and angle, it must have been taken by the phone store clerk. In such a case, he could pursue legal action. But Lu He couldn't be bothered now, instead watching it again with interest. Reflecting now, he felt he had been too lenient in his scolding. He should have vented all his resentment and bitterness like a man losing his mind. Unfortunately, his nature prevented it. Lu He couldn't convince himself to act that way. He swiped up, and the scene abruptly shifted to a sky view. The familiar background music began. It was a skydiving video. The azure sky with white clouds and the deep blue sea below held an irresistible allure for Liu He. Suddenly Liu He couldn't help but wonder, would skydiving into the deep sea be a good way to end it all? For now, let's settle on that. He could change it later if he thought of something better. Midway through the video, a barrage of comments read, "Our minds are one." After watching, he scrolled on. Next was wingsuit flying, then mountain biking. The background music was identical, but Liu He never grew tired of it. He couldn't abandon these thrilling yet liberating scenes. Sometimes while scrolling, he even stopped hearing the music, because Liu He had already entered the video on a spiritual level, becoming one of them. After a few videos, he exited Douyin at the appearance of a side-charming young lady and turned to review some motocross knowledge. Not to be an expert, but at least he wouldn't be completely clueless if asked. Time passed. Half an hour had gone by since the big dark fellow entered. Just then the door opened. The beautiful assistant who had been guiding people and didn't give Liu He a moment to react. She gestured directly, "Liu He, you're next." Liu He stood up and looked at the big dark fellow, who only smiled without speaking. So he went straight in. Relaxing his shoulders, then straightening his back, he stepped through the door. The room was spacious with the air conditioning set low, making it a bit chilly. "Mr. Liu, please fill out this." Before taking 2 steps, the beautiful assistant guided Liu He to a nearby table. He glanced over and saw that, unlike a typical interview form, it only contained basic questions. "Do you have experience in extreme sports?" "No." "What is your attitude toward extreme sports?" "I like them very much, want to try and recommend promoting them." "Are you mentally prepared for the various dangers involved in extreme sports?" "Yes." "Have you worked in the live streaming industry before?" "No, but I have streamer accounts on all platforms." "Do you accept showing your extreme sports participation to the audience via live streaming?" "Yes." "Do you have the courage to face death?" "Yes." After completing the form, the beautiful assistant glanced at it, then took it to the middle-aged man, presumably the examiner. Half a minute later, the middle-aged man said in a clear voice, "Mr. Liu, please come over." Liu He approached and sat down. The man smiled. "Kindly let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhui Yuan. Nice to meet you." He held the form with both hands. "I noticed you filled it out very quickly, Mr. Liu. Well, first let me clarify that this streamer recruitment activity does involve certain risks, even life-threatening danger. I hope you will seriously consider it and not make a hasty decision. After all, once the contract is signed, backing out will incur a hefty penalty." Zhui Yuan spoke earnestly, almost trying to dissuade him. So Liu He had a good impression of him. But he still had to proceed. Liu He's gaze was firm. "I've already thought it through before coming. I'm truly passionate about extreme sports and have sufficient mental preparation. What can dissuade me is not words, but standards." Zhui Yuan was genuinely surprised. Many people had come in the past few days. He had seen those who boasted about their experience, those who declared they had already put life and death aside, and those who simply gave up after being questioned. It seemed everyone there was trying to prove, "I can do extreme sports, I love them, trust me." Only Liu He uttered the single word passion, not a single statement of proof. And facing the dissuasion, Liu He's answer was completely unexpected to Zhui Yuan. That sentence seemed to say, "As long as I meet the standards for participating in extreme sports, I must go. You don't need to say anything else." Such unwavering conviction. Was there a golden standard required to participate in extreme sports? No. Participation differs from completion. The surge of wind, just dare to jump. The rush of force, just dare to ride. The master of fate, how many meters doesn't count as climbing. The worst outcome of attempting extreme sports is just a failed challenge. What standard was needed? The only thing that could be considered a standard was whether you were prepared to face death after. And Zhui Yuan felt he had seen the answer in the young man's eyes. Of course, the main goal of Arnaud's event was to make money and increase visibility by attracting traffic. Zhui Yuan couldn't let a passionate but inexperienced young man occupy a limited slot just because he was moved. After a moment's thought, he began to pose targeted questions. Liu He responded one by one. After finishing with off-road racing, he moved on to other activities. As expected, Liu He could speak about them fairly comprehensively. Zhui Yuan nodded appreciatively. At least Liu He's theoretical knowledge lived up to his claim of passion. Only then did Zhui Yuan realize. He seemed to have no reason not to give Liu He this opportunity. After all, the recruitment was for streamers, not professional experts. Zhui Yuan pulled out 2 contracts from the side and pushed them in front of Liu He. "Mr. Liu, you've met the standards. I intend to sign you as one of the streamers for this event. If you accept, please sign these 2 contracts." Hearing Zhui Yuan's words, it was now Liu He's turn to feel incredulous. That was it. No assessment. No test. Come on, the disclaimer of liability placed on top of the 2 contracts couldn't even be considered a test. After leaving the Yi family, why does everything feel so easy and simple, always developing in the favorable direction I anticipated? Liu He pondered for a moment, feeling that leaving the Yi family directly yesterday was an immensely wise decision. So he gave himself a mental thumbs up. This small gesture was also noticed by Zhui Yuan. Middle-aged now, Zhui Yuan never expected that a young man's small action would stir feelings of relief, satisfaction, and even joy within him. Lu He signed all 3 documents, including the disclaimer, in less than 2 minutes. Zhui Yuan took the materials to check the signatures and fingerprints, asking curiously, "Don't you even glance at the contents?" Lu He smiled nonchalantly. "What's there to look at? Arnyo signs up so many people. If something happens, someone will speak up for me." After speaking, he capped the pen. "Just kidding. I've skimmed the main parts. No issues. The disclaimer part is very detailed." This statement was half a joke and half proof that he had indeed read carefully and wasn't just signing perfunctorily. Zhui Yuan didn't feel embarrassed, just sighed. "No choice. There are too many risk factors, and we have to consider various human interventions. It has to be detailed." So-called human intervention mainly refers to those who might exploit this event to commit insurance fraud. In today's society, a person's death can seem casual or alarming. The claim processes for various huge insurance policies are extremely complicated. Arnyo had to be cautious. Putting the materials away, Zhui Yuan stood up and shook hands with Lu He, who also rose. "Now you are a sign streamer for Arnyo's special event." Then he waved over the beautiful assistant. "No one else after this, right? We still have time. Help him set up the streamer certification on the platform here." After speaking, Zhui Yuan looked into Lu He's eyes earnestly. "I have high hopes for you. The interview here is fixed at 30 minutes. Stay the full time before leaving. And don't reveal any details of the interview to anyone. If discovered, the company will hold you accountable. As for the reimbursement, that will be handled uniformly after the recruitment phase officially ends. Don't rush." So there was such a rule. No wonder Old Black hadn't spoken to him after coming out, just smiled. Lu He indicated no problem and walked aside with the beautiful assistant. After brief introductions, he learned that the beautiful assistant's name was He Bing. Tall and slender, her professional dress made her look exceptionally sharp and capable. Of course, He Bing's appearance was not lacking either, scoring a 78 out of 10 with makeup. With He Bing's help, Lu He completed the special certification for the Arnyo event. He also joined a Feishin group called Arnyo Extreme Sports Challenge. He was the 23rd member. Everyone in the group used real names, so Lu He quickly changed his nickname. He searched carefully and found Old Black, whose real name was Xiao Jinya, in the group. Returning to the chat interface, some welcome messages popped up. Lu He briefly thanked the group, then followed He Bing out. The half hour was up. After leaving, He Bing wore a polite smile. "Remember to check the files in the Feishin group later. Signed streamers get free hotel accommodation, which also provides 3 meals. You can check in today using your ID card. But don't go now, as syncing the identity info might take over half an hour." Lu He bowed slightly in thanks, said goodbye, and stepped into the elevator he had come from. There were no new people waiting behind him. The recruitment lasted 7 days. At 8 hours a day, even if fully booked, only 112 could be recruited. Reality was far from ideal. Including today, there were 3 days left until the end of recruitment. Lu He doubted they could even gather 50 people. But it didn't matter as long as he could go. But what should I do these 3 days? Lu He's eyes gradually disappeared behind the closing elevator doors. When they reappeared, he still hadn't figured out what to do. They'll do some fitness training. Lu He casually said a simple plan, planning to arrange it properly when free. Or just lie in bed for 3 days, he suddenly thought. In his 20 years of life, he had never really enjoyed the taste of a vacation. Lu He's title of workaholic emperor wasn't self-proclaimed for nothing. He truly worked non-stop everywhere. "Hello, we've reached the first floor. Aren't you getting off?" As he was spacing out, a female colleague who came down with him couldn't help but remind him. Snapping back to reality, Lu He quickly said, "Thank you, and sorry," then hurried out of the elevator. He had made up his mind now. Now he had to follow his heart. He would rest for 3 whole days. Except for essential activities, he would stay in bed and not get up. The more Lu He thought about it, the more he felt he should hurry back to the hotel. He walked briskly, then broke into a run. Then he stumbled and fell to the ground. The onset of his ALS was that sudden. Lu He's fall instantly caught the attention of those around him, drawing a few. Everyone was watching, but no one chose to approach. Finally, the security guard at the door cautiously came over and asked, "Are you okay?" Lu He had no other discomfort besides being unable to stand, and the feeling in his lower limbs was quickly returning. After a few breaths, he forced himself up from the ground. Casually saying, "I'm fine," to the security guard, Lu He staggered on, then got into a taxi under the gazes of passers-by and the guard. Once in the car, he relaxed. Lu He first took out his phone to check. It wasn't broken. There were no messages other than from the mobile provider. After a moment's thought, he opened Feishin, first downloaded the must-read documents from the group, then switched to Song, Wen's chat box, and typed 11GI passed. Officially signed streamer for Arnyo, all paperwork done, process, transparent, no backdoor deals, rest assured. From now on, remember to call me Big Streamer. Smiley. The chat box showed typing, but the message came through after a while. Got it, tell me when you really become a big streamer. Then a red envelope appeared. Little he accept this reward. Lu He cooperatively replied, "Long live the..." After sending, he claimed the red envelope. Also 88 yuan. Unaware himself, the genuine smile on his face was utterly captivating. After sending a message of gratitude, there was no reply. It was evident that Songwen was indeed very busy at the moment. My mindset is a bit strange. Why am I so eager to find someone to chat with? Lu He murmured to himself, exiting the chat window, and retrieved the must-read document he had downloaded from the group chat to peruse. He had some understanding of his current state of mind. It was simply that he had been lonely for too long, and now that he had started socializing, he couldn't seem to stop feeling an irresistible urge to continue. It was normal, yet also pathological. Louis was well aware that one must never devote too much time and energy to others. Doing so would lead to losing oneself. Everyone has their own things to do, even if I'm about to die, he thought. Louis shifted his gaze to the window, then slowly turned it back to his phone screen. The document mainly explained necessary matters such as scheduling and accommodation. Scrolling further, there was also a rough outline of activities for the coming period. Plans could never keep up with changes, these were just for reference. Louis noticed that in 3 days they would fly to the United States together for a 7-day intensive training session. Although the main focus of this Arno event was still on performance, they couldn't afford to have the streamers fail shortly after starting. Moreover, these 7 days were also the warm-up period for the event. To make money, traffic was essential. If they just started directly without preparation, Arno would likely suffer huge losses. 3 days. 7 days. That's 10 days in total. Louis sighed almost imperceptibly. If I really live for half a year, I only have 180 days left in my life. Just the preparation for an event, and 118 of my life is already gone. To be honest, it was only at this moment that Louis truly realized how short his remaining time really was. It was an extremely simple number, yet also a reachable endpoint. Looking back on his life, those past events seemed so distant now. To be precise, it was only 20 half-years. But if he thought about it that way, 20 half-years seemed like plenty. Louis had no time to ponder the mysteries of time. He had to fend off the taxi driver's invitation to chat. Getting out of the car. After bidding the driver a cheerful farewell, he walked into the hotel without looking back. Before leaving, he had extended his hotel stay by 1 day. The official checkout was not until 2 in the afternoon the next day. Louis had checked, and the free accommodation provided by Arno was not as good as this one. It would be a waste not to continue staying. Speaking of waste, he had also missed the free breakfast offered by the hotel today. He passed the front desk, entered the elevator, and returned to his room. After taking a shower, he completely lounged on the bed with no intention of getting up. So far, this was the best bed he had ever slept in. He hadn't slept much last night, and only took a short nap in the afternoon. Now, as soon as he touched the bed, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. They say there's no need for excessive sleep in life, for eternal rest comes after death. But Louis wanted to sleep now, so he did. Meanwhile, at Yanhai, Yi Xiangling had already calmed down. The traces of tears on her face were well concealed by makeup. She sat by the hospital bed and said coldly to Yi Qiu, who was still grinning cheekily, "You'll say it one last time, leave the hospital now." Yi Xiangling had already told him 5 or 6 times to get discharged immediately and stop wasting resources in the VIP ward. But Yi Qiu, who had been clamoring to leave yesterday, now stubbornly insisted on staying for a few more days. If she hadn't read Louis' diary, Yi Xiangling would have agreed without a second thought. But now, truly everything is relative. When Louis was in elementary school and got into a serious fight with a classmate, he never complained of pain or cried a Band-Aid was enough for his injuries, as if he'd been to the hospital. And what about Yi Qiu? He was perfectly fine all over, he just had a nosebleed that stopped on its own. Such a minor issue, and he still needed to stay in the hospital for days. Yi Xiangling found it absolutely unacceptable, seeing the expression on her face. Yi Qiu was first surprised, then aggrieved, his voice growing softer. "Sis, it was you who insisted I stay in the hospital yesterday, so why are you blaming me now?" As he spoke, his sly eyes secretly observed Yi Xiangling's reaction. This statement left Yi Xiangling momentarily at a loss for words. Because what Yi Qiu said was true. Unable to respond, she simply grabbed Yi Qiu's wrist and resorted to stubbornness. "I don't care. You get discharged right now. Sis, what's wrong with you today?" Yi Qiu abruptly pulled his hand back, staring at Yi Xiangling with a serious expression. "You're so strange today. Did something upset you?" "Yi Xiangling, you sure know how to talk. Maybe you should stop talking." Wasn't she indeed upset? Upset by Louis, whom she had never taken seriously before. Just a brief recollection made her feel deeply uncomfortable. Her attitude towards Louis was now extremely complex. On one side was the regret she was unwilling to admit, on the other a deliberately exaggerated sense of grievance. Logically, one of these emotions should be stronger than the other. But in reality, the power of that regret was overwhelmingly strong. Whenever she felt aggrieved, regret would immediately transform it into shame. And shame under the influence of grievance would evolve into resentment. The process was roughly like this. First, I was already preparing to be nice to you and apologize, so why are you still being so harsh with me? Evolution. Second, given what Louis went through before, isn't it only right for him to treat me this way? Yet I stubbornly refuse to admit that everyone in the Yi family is at fault. I should be ashamed of my thoughts. Further evolution. Third, but it was Lu He who was wrong first. Even though our family did go a bit over, I am innocent. And I am the first one who took the initiative to apologize and make amends. Why can't you at least be a little nicer to me? The emotions might continue to evolve further. In short, whenever Yi Xiangling thought of Lu He, she experienced this complex mix of feelings. In a bad mood, she needed an outlet. So in comparison, Yi Qiu, who no longer seemed perfect and was even a bit annoying, became her primary target. Yi Xiangling exhaled heavily, stood up, crossed her arms, and fixed her cold gaze on Yi Qiu. Are you getting discharged or not? If not, then don't ever leave. Just retire here. It was the first time she had spoken to Yi Qiu in such a tone, and there was no sign of relenting. Yi Qiu immediately sensed that something was amiss. He tentatively asked, Sis, I just want to hide out for a couple more days. As for Mom, I'm not really ready to see her. Don't want to go see our mother. Upon hearing these words, Yi Xiangling grew even angrier. The diary made it crystal clear that Lu He had been persistently visiting and caring for Wu Xiuhui since childhood. The reason Yi Xiangling had been completely unaware of this before was not only because she paid no attention to Lu He, but also because she herself rarely went to the sanatorium. The most crucial point was that Lu He knew no one would take him there, nor did they want to see him, so he chose to go secretly during times when everyone else was absent. Lu He eventually understood he could simply go on weekends since hardly anyone from the Yi family visited that place, so there was no need to worry about running into them. Yi Xiangling could say she and Yi Qiu had no time due to school. She could also say Yi Tianlin was too busy with work. She could even claim that going there only allowed them to look unable to do anything, evoking an unbearable sorrow. In short, plenty of excuses could be found. But that was in the past. Now what excuses could she and Yi Qiu possibly find? Wu Xiuhui had already awakened. Yi Xiangling at least went to accompany her yesterday, but Yi Qiu hadn't even shown his face yet. What did Wu Xiuhui say in the sanatorium yesterday? Having just regained consciousness upon learning that Yi Qiu was hospitalized after being beaten, her expression of worry and distress was utterly genuine. Yet now Yi Qiu dared to say he wanted to hide for a couple more days, using his illness as an excuse. Hide for a couple of days. How could a son utter such words? Yi Xiangling's brows furrowed sharply, and her press-in nails nearly broke off as she clenched her fists. But she couldn't lose her temper now. Changing her mind about the hospitalization was fine, but regarding visiting Wu Xiuhui, she couldn't single herself out. Because she was just like Yi Qiu. There were still many decades ahead, and what was lost could be made up for. Yi Xiangling bit her lip, her tone no longer fierce. Xiao Qiu, pack up and come home with me first, then we'll go visit mother together. She is our mother. Do you know how worried she was yesterday when she learned you were injured? Having such thoughts now is true. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu's eyes suddenly sparkled with vitality. So, Wu Xiuhui didn't remember what happened back then. In truth, when he heard the news of Wu Zui's awakening, while lying on the ground yesterday, Yi Qiu was completely numb, breaking out in a cold sweat from sheer terror. But at that moment, his cheap sister and cheap father had erupted into a quarrel, so no one noticed the peculiar expression on his face. After Yi Tianlin left, Yi Qiu quickly composed himself and carefully strengthened his bond with Yi Xiangling. He was confident that as long as Yi Xiangling also protected him, nothing major would go wrong. But once he entered the hospital, Yi Qiu was bewildered. Neither Yi Tianlin nor Yi Xiangling gave him any information, not even a single message. He had already prepared himself to play dumb in front of Wu Xiuhui and kowtow profusely to beg for forgiveness. Yet as time passed, not a single piece of news, good or bad, arrived. This led Yi Qiu to start speculating. Until evening. Using the excuse of calling Yi Xiangling to ask about the doghouse, he subtly tested her attitude. The feedback he received was that Yi Xiangling seemed deeply unsettled. Thus he concluded that his past actions had likely been exposed. Yi Qiu felt he would not only have to face Wu Xiuhui, but possibly even Lu He, so he decided to stay in the hospital for a few more days. On one hand, to buy himself time for preparation. On the other, to play the victim desperately, making Wu Xiuhui the key figure soften toward him, while simultaneously tarnishing Lu He's image and elevating his own status. But now it seemed the reality was completely different from what he had imagined. Then why was Yi Xiangling acting? Yi Qiu felt it was likely because continuing to feign illness and avoid the sanatorium was too excessive. Realizing this, he hesitated no longer and threw off the blanket. Sis, let's go now straight to see our mother. Yi Xiangling hadn't expected Yi Qiu to change his mind so quickly, but she wasn't particularly surprised. After all, in her eyes, although Yi Qiu was now somewhat delicate and fussy, he was still as sensible and effective. Yet Yi Xiangling was still a bit puzzled as she looked him up and down. You're going to see our mother dressed like that? Yi Qiu hugged her arm coquettishly. Oh, sis, wouldn't going like this be more? You know, after so many years apart, I'm afraid Mom won't dote on me anymore, so I need a little cunning. As he spoke, Yi Qiu's expressions and body language were perfectly aligned, aiming for maximum effect. Yi Xiangling rolled her eyes at him, but wasn't repulsed. She just shrugged her shoulders. You sly fox. At your age, still pulling these stunts. Fine, let's go now. With that, she turned and walked away quickly. Yichio continued to act coy as he chased after her. Sis, wait for me. The discharge procedure was handled very swiftly. About half an hour later, the Yi siblings arrived at the sanatorium ward. As soon as he entered, Yichio rushed toward the hospital bed with a sobbing tone. Mom, I've come to see you. You finally awakened, Mom. Wu Xiaohui on the bed didn't react at first, but when Yichio approached, her eyes suddenly reddened and tears streamed down uncontrollably. She raised her hand, which still couldn't move freely, and gently caressed Yichio's cheek. My good child. Good child. Mom has missed you so much. Wu Zoe's gaze couldn't help but try to etch Yichio's current appearance deeply into her heart. As her eyes wandered, she also noticed the hospital gown Yichio was wearing. For her, this was undoubtedly another direct blow to the heart. Wu Xiaohui spoke with affectionate reproach. Good child, why didn't you wait until you were fully recovered? Coming like this only makes my heart ache and suffer more. Yichio put on an innocent smile. But I couldn't wait to see you. As he spoke, he straightened his back and patted his chest vigorously. Mom, looking perfectly fine, there's nothing. Cough. Cough. After 2 pats, Yichio feigned a couple of coughs. Wu Xiaohui felt her heart tremble. Silly child, still pretending to be tough. Come, let Mom take a good look at you. That damned Lu He, how dare he beat my precious like this? Yichio was only a step away from saying, brother didn't mean it either. He chose to further sever Lu He's connection to the Yi family. Mom, don't mention my brother anymore. He's already left the Yi family. From now on, let's focus on you. Now that you've awakened safe and sound, it's a tremendous blessing. Let's forget all the unpleasantness. Wu Zuhui's tears flowed again, her nose stuffy. Yes, this is a great blessing. Let's not mention that damned unfilial son. But in the future, we should still center on Xiaoqiu. Without your devoted care over these 10 years, I wouldn't have held on until I awakened. Xiaoqiu, you are my benefactor. You are my good son, my treasure. It must be said that the bond between mother and son was perfectly embodied by these two. Yi Tianlin, who had been silently stepping aside and yielding the stage, watched Yichio with a satisfied smile, nodding repeatedly. But Yi Xiangling, who stood at the door, without fully entering, bit her lip, unsure what expression to wear. A wave of unfamiliarity surged within her heart. 18 years as siblings. Logically, she should have known Yichio intimately. Yet now she only felt a stranger in his presence. Whether Wu Zuhui's claim of 10 years of care was exaggerated or not, Xiangling could be certain that Yichio had rarely visited here. Because she herself had never come, she could make such a bold assertion. The one who truly devotedly cared for Wu Xiaohui for a decade was Lu He. Now this credit was brazenly seized by Yichio, tacitly acknowledged by Yi Tianlin, and bestowed naturally by Wu Xiaohui. Meanwhile, the true architect of this merit, Lu He, was being reviled by all. Stepping back from the circle to observe, Yi Xiangling felt the recently reinforced pillars of her resolve, stubbornness, and self-deception begin to waver once more. From an outsider's perspective, the first word that sprang to her mind was disgust. Even though she herself was a member of this family deserving of that same label, yet she still felt an overwhelming disgust. Merit is merit, fault is fault. Though they cannot cancel each other out. If faults must be punished, then merits too require reward. Lu He's figure emerged in Yi Xiangling's mind, and his words echoed in her ears. Let Lu He accept his past mistakes, but also grant him the rewards of these years. Life is still long. Since mother has awakened, it's better for the family to move forward together. It's not too late to make amends now. Yi Xiangling made a decision to start by easing the tensions between both sides. How? Simply let her family see Lu He's already excellent image. Wouldn't that work? Though it might be a bit unfair to her dear brother's performance, just now revealing the truth was what she needed to do. Yi Xiangling organized her thoughts, took a deep breath, and prepared to enter and explain. But as she lifted her gaze, her eyes collided with Yi Tianlin's. That look was unprecedentedly stern, as if warning her not to speak out of turn. Yi Xiangling did not fully understand, but her father's long-standing authority made her retreat. Instantly shifting her attitude, she revised her plan. Better start with Lu He. Tell him my stance and my journey form a new sibling alliance. If he's willing to let go of his grudges, it'll provide him with occasions and opportunities to shine. After a few times, our closeness will naturally rebuild. When the timing is right, he'll fully explain the truth. Won't that make everyone happy? Yi Xiangling murmured to herself, increasingly convinced this was feasible. What did Lu He want? Nothing more than understanding, care, apology, and reparation. With her taking the lead, she could surely handle it easily. As she pondered, Yichio's gaze followed Yi Tianlin's. With just one glance, Yichio realized things were not as simple as he had thought. Yi Xiangling was definitely not troubled by the matters he had assumed before coming. Combined with Yi Xiangling's attitude toward him from last night to today, Yichio locked his suspicion directly onto Lu He. He needed to probe this matter thoroughly. Meanwhile, Wu Zuhui's gaze also shifted. She suddenly realized that her daughter had been standing at the door all along. Somewhat embarrassed, Wu Xiaohui quickly called out, Xiangling, come over too. Why are you standing at the door? Come here. She unconsciously shifted blame, yet thought she was joking. My precious one is grown up, now not close to mom anymore, huh? Snapping back to reality, Yi Xiangling gave a bitter smile, also a little jealous. Mom, no. I'm just letting you and Xiao Qiu catch up since you haven't seen each other for so long. As she spoke, she moved toward the hospital bed, only to receive another warning look from Yi Tianlin. Yi Tianlin was not omniscient enough to know that his daughter had already on some level forged a connection with Lu He spanning past and present. He simply did not want Yi Xiangling out of jealousy to dismantle the fact that Yi Qiu took care of Wu Xiuhui. Yi Xiangling lived up to expectations, saying nothing unnecessary, and distractedly melted into the family's warm atmosphere. Wu Xiuhui, seeing her children around her and her beloved by her side, could not help but shed tears of emotion once more. Time slipped by, and evening arrived. Thanks to Yi Qiu's arrival, Yi Tianlin finally seized the chance to slip away. Yi Xiangling also used the excuse of having matters to attend to and left. Father and daughter walked out of the ward together. Yi Tianlin pondered, and then directly stated his thought. Xiangling, Lu He is in the past. Instead of letting your mother keep thinking about that beast, it's better to let her love you and your brother more. Your grandfather and uncles will arrive tomorrow. You must entertain them well. If they ask about Lu He, just say he has been expelled from the Yi family. That's enough. After all, because of what happened back then, your grandfather's side doesn't like Lu He either. Yi Xiangling opened her mouth, but in the end nodded silently. Yi Tianlin frowned. What's wrong with you today? You seem distracted. Then, adopting a doting father's tone, he feigned anger. Has some clueless brat upset my precious princess? Yi Xiangling forced a smile. No, there is indeed something, but I can handle it myself. Okay, Dad, aren't you busy with company matters? Go ahead. Seeing this, Yi Tianlin did not press further and hurried away. He was not only anxious about the company, but also about his harem. The more he looked at Wu Zihui's now aged and withered face, the more eager he became to indulge with the young woman he kept. If he could leave the Wu family and stand alone, he would have divorced Wu Xiuhui or quietly disposed of her long ago. The more stable his devoted husband persona, the more help the Wu family provided. However, Yi Tianlin had already decided that tonight he would let the three sisters he had never met before get to know each other well. Once the Wu family members arrived in Yunhai, they would likely stay for a long time, so he would not have such opportunities in the future. Yi Tianlin left in a flurry. Yi Xiangling returned to her car, but did not start the engine. She stared blankly at her phone contacts, wanting to call Lu He, but daring not. Waiting patiently until tomorrow felt too slow. After much deliberation, she chose to add Song Wen on WeChat. She had only known Lu He from elementary school. Getting to know the current Lu He through Song Wen would be excellent. Speaking of which, she had not yet read the middle school portion of the diary. Yi Xiangling suddenly felt that the waiting time ahead was not so empty and unbearable. It was dinner time. Yi Xiangling had no appetite, and neither did Song Wen. Glancing at the friend request popping up on WeChat, Song Wen hesitated for a moment before choosing to accept. She had no choice but to accept. If Yi Xiangling decided to report her, it would stir up a heap of trouble. To be honest, Song Wen was feeling a bit guilty at that moment. On one hand, she had been concealing Lu He's illness. On the other, she felt she had inadvertently become a catalyst in the rift between Lu He and his family. For a counselor, both of these could be deemed as faults and professional negligence. But if pressed on how serious they were, there was ample room for argument. In any case, if someone pursued it relentlessly, it would become a major headache. Yi Xiangling was clearly not an easy person to deal with. And Lu He was stubborn as a mule. Caught in the middle, Song Wen felt both uncomfortable and guilt-ridden. Staring at her phone, she blinked her beautiful lashes, but no message came from the other side. This wasn't a casual chat between strangers, so opening lines felt redundant. Well, she would adopt a wait-and-see approach. Song Wen switched back to the main screen and tapped into Lu He's chat window. She habitually typed Xiao Heezy, but the predictive text suggested Xiao Heezy little box. This felt a bit ominous. Though everyone's ultimate destination might be a little box, and Lu He was indeed not far from death, using such a term was still highly inappropriate. Thinking this, Song Wen suddenly realized something and murmured to herself, Lu, he doesn't earn money, he's cut ties with his family originally, said he wanted to see the world, but now he's chosen to become an extreme sports streamer. This kid, could it be that he? Song Wen's eyes widened abruptly, her heart began to race, and a palpable fear spread rapidly. She understood. Lu He was seeking death. Even if he didn't die in extreme sports, he would surely choose to leave on his own terms. As she thought, Song Wen's hands began to tremble. Suicide, once something so distant, was likely to happen around her in the near future. This touched upon a perplexing and helpless proposition. If one cannot live well, should they be allowed to choose to depart according to their own will? The most typical case of this proposition was terminally ill elderly people. For them, the brief remaining period of life was a tremendous torment. But others wouldn't let them die. Unable to do it themselves due to physical limitations, and family members pulling the plug would be illegal. Even if the plug could be pulled, how many family members out of selfishness or fear would be unable to bring themselves to do it? Wasn't Lu He in the same situation now? Out of empathy, Song Wen should support Lu He's dignified departure. But when it came to actually expressing herself, human nature is contradictory. If not for the previous assist, Song Wen would now wonder if Lu He's series of actions were precisely to avoid falling into a situation where he couldn't die because of his family. Just like the classic terminal illness plot in Korean dramas, because they don't want to bring grief to others when death comes, they push everyone away while alive. But now the possibility was low. The Yi family must have done something that made Lu He despair. Even so, Song Wen still had the thought of getting Lu He to reconcile with his family. After a brief deliberation, she deleted all the words she had intended to say. She directly asked Lu He, "Miss, he added me on WeChat. I don't know if you'd be willing to tell me about the irreconcilable conflict between you and your family. Your sister Wenwen doesn't know anything and is a bit lost when facing the enemy." After sending, she attached a pitiful emoji sticker. It was a reasonable request. Having suddenly been thrust into the center of the confrontation, she deserved to know the truth. In the capital, Lu He, who had been mentally surfing the internet, exited the surfing video. After reading Song Wen's message, he didn't hesitate much. Lying on the bed staring at the ceiling, he sent voice messages one by one depicting the past. This might be the last time he would recall those memories. The description wasn't brief, but until he finished, Song Wen didn't interrupt him with any messages. Even after he finished, she waited nearly 10 minutes before sending a message, "Have you had dinner?" These 5 words were ordinary, yet they struck with such force. Lu He was rendered speechless. Then tears uncontrollably welled up from his eyes. Lu He was like a child who had been wronged and never cared for. He thought he was strong enough to brave the storm and continue forward alone, believing he could reach the destination. But at that moment, someone suddenly approached. First they patted his head, then took out bread and smiled gently. "You must be very hungry and tired. Here, have something to eat." The missing affection would eventually be replaced. And in Lu He's heart, Song Wen was the image of a sister. "Why did you have to catch me off guard with your concern? I really don't want to break down again. Can't I just dash freely into death?" Meanwhile, Song Wen was equally distraught. A misunderstanding that had lasted 10 years of coldness. A home completely devoid of warmth. A family that had perfected the art of silent treatment. And a dream that had been cherished for 10 years only to be shattered in an instant. Perhaps other things didn't matter much to Lu He, but the sharp and precise motherly love knife had directly ended his life. Perhaps when he heard Wu Xiaohui utter those words yesterday, the old Lu He had already died. Song Wen couldn't find words to comfort him. After empathizing for 10 minutes, her heart aching, she suddenly just wanted to ask if Lu He had eaten dinner. The emotion behind those words was, "Are you still sad and hurting yourself?" "It's okay, Lu He. From now on I'll care for you. I won't let you leave this world alone." The two people, separated by their phones, fell into mutual silence. Song Wen then switched to check the message from Yi Xiangling. "Teacher Song, I'd like to ask you, in your eyes, what kind of person is Lu He? I hope for an honest answer, no need for formalities." Song Wen bit her lip. "Fine, I'll tell you what kind of person Lu He is. He is someone your Yi family is not worthy of." 5 minutes later, Song Wen typed the final words. "In short, in my eyes, Lu He is exceptionally outstanding in every aspect. Missy, I've seen your moments. Your life is extravagant, completely opposite to Lu He's. So are you really Lu He's sister? Is Lu He truly a child of the Yi family? Finally, let me tell you one more thing. Lu He was diagnosed with ALS. What was that?" Yi Xiangling was baffled and immediately turned to Baidu for answers. The more she read, the more bewildered she became, her gaze trembling uncontrollably. A terminal illness. Expected survival period, 3 to 5 years. No, she had only just realized the problem and was ready to begin making up for all the things she had owed Lu He. And now Lu He was going to die. Could life really be so cruelly coincidental? Her first instinct was to dismiss his illness as a fabrication, a carefully crafted tool to extract sympathy and attention from the Yi family. But that thought flickered through her mind, only to be completely dismissed. Setting aside the fact that the Lu He she now knew was not that kind of person. The very fact that this news came from Song Wen made it utterly trustworthy. Yet, how could a perfectly healthy person suddenly be struck by a terminal illness, their life counting down? Yi Xiangling felt her body grow weak. Was it even too late to make amends now? She waited 2 minutes, then grabbed her phone and dialed a voice call directly. But Song Wen rejected it. "Missy, I'm not in a position to talk right now. Please text me if you have something to say." Yi Xiangling didn't entertain the thought that Song Wen simply didn't want to speak with her. She pressed hard to peel off the sticker nail art on both thumbs, then typed rapidly. "How is Louie's health right now?" Song Wen. "He's okay, no obvious problems so far." She pressed on. "Is he at school?" "He'll come find him tomorrow." Song Wen. "Louie has taken leave. He's in the capital city now." "The capital city?" Yi Xiangling's eyes lit up. "Which hospital?" "He can't afford the treatment on his own. I need to get there quickly to help with the medical expenses." Holding her phone, Song Wen couldn't help but let out a sneer. Treatment. Now she's offering money and concern. Where was she all this time? Just from browsing Yi Xiangling's social media, it was clear the Yi family was immensely wealthy. Born into such a family, yet Lu He was either working or on his way to work. A budget phone from years ago had only just been replaced. His clothes screamed Pinduoduo Link at a single glance. Yi Xiangling's remark that he can't afford this illness was honestly laugh-out-loud ridiculous. But it was a laugh of mockery. Song Wen could infer how Lu He must have been treated by Yi Xiangling. So she decided to voice the words he was too weary to say. Miss, you need not trouble yourself. Lu He has no intention of seeking treatment. His current wish is that you, and everyone else, leave him alone. So, why not let him quietly live the life he wants just for a while? Can you do that? After all, it shouldn't be too difficult for you. You've been doing exactly that for the past 10 years. All you need to do. How could Yi Xiangling miss such blatant sarcasm? But she had no ground to refute it. It was the truth. What could she possibly argue against? Arguing with herself or with her family was one thing, but arguing with an outsider was just too humiliating. Yi Xiangling felt as though countless needles were pricking her face. Even through the screen, she felt utterly mortified. She sidestepped the sarcasm and said, "Teacher Song, how can Lu He refuse treatment? ALS rarely lets anyone survive 5 years, but there are examples like Stephen Hawking. I believe that with proper care, Lu He still has plenty of time to enjoy life. Teacher Song, I hope you can help me convince Lu He to accept treatment." Hawking was the example Yi Xiangling had just seen on Baidu. Though the odds of Lu He living another 20 years were still slim, surviving 5 years should be no problem, as long as he could stay alive. But Song Wen's next words struck her like a blow. "Miss He, you want Lu He to live like a cripple, don't you? Ask yourself, do you want him to live because of love and reluctance? Or because you need time to make amends so he won't die?" Yi Xiangling's fingers poised to argue from every angle and demand Song Wen's cooperation lowered. Indeed, was her demand for Lu He to undergo treatment born of love or of selfishness? It was definitely selfishness. What else could it be? She had never truly loved Lu He. If Lu He died like this, how could she ever make it up to him? Unable to make amends, she would be left with nothing but regret. She was simply being selfish, hoping to drag Lu He along so that after his death she could say with a clear conscience that she had done her best. Yi Xiangling hesitated. If what Lu He wanted was to be left undisturbed, why couldn't she grant him that? Just as Song Wen said, ignoring Lu He had always been her habit. Yi Xiangling put down her phone and walked out of her bedroom. In her hand was that diary. Now she was going to return it to Lu He's room. Perhaps before long this whole matter would be completely forgotten by her. But the moment she stepped out the door, Yi Xiangling froze. She looked around. The house was empty. Yet Lu He's shadow was everywhere. Standing at the bedroom door. A young Lu He seemed to stare blankly in her direction, then after a moment's pause he lowered his head and walked away. Arriving at the living room, little Lu He walked along the edge, glancing toward the sofa with every step. He seemed to want to speak, but stopped. He longed to approach, but was afraid. Even as he entered his own room, he kept looking back, his face full of disappointment as he quietly closed the door. Sitting on the sofa, little Lu He peeked from his doorway, his eyes filled with longing and envy. Door closing, door opening. He walked out of his room with a worn-out backpack, tiptoeing along the edge as he left. Perhaps he was going to visit Wu Xiaohui, or maybe to earn some money. Looking toward the dining room, little Lu He would scurry in only after everyone else had finished eating. He would scoop up some still warm rice and a few leftover dishes. Then he would run back to his room to eat alone. Afterward, he would tiptoe out to wash his own bowl and put it away. He ate very fast, because the maid would scold him. Passing the bathroom, little Lu He would bring his small stool and come early. He would hurry to wash up and use the toilet. Then he would carefully clean the bathroom. He would slip and fall. And when he accidentally bumped into Yi Xiangling, who was foraging for food in the early morning, he would be terrified and nervous. To avoid inconveniencing others, Lu He, like a stray dog, would almost never use the bathroom at home after coming back from outside. And if he really had to, he would wait until the dead of night. Yi Xiangling had already reached Lu He's door. Her eyes were red, her voice trembling. "Idiot. There are so many bathrooms in this house. This one was always meant for you. You were always welcome to eat at the table. Why did you have to wait for leftovers? When we were together, you could have also." At this point, Yi Xiangling fell silent. Why had Lu He been so cautious? Wasn't it because they had made him feel that only by behaving like that could he avoid being scolded? Did Lu He live like a cornered rat because he wanted to? She bit her lip hard and cursed in her heart. "Yi Xiangling, you hypocrite." Yi Xiangling pushed the door with force. But upon entering the room where Lu He had spent the most time recently, those figures had vanished once again. The reason was simple. Before last night, Yi Xiangling had never set foot inside. The room remained in disarray, the marks of destruction she had left behind the previous night starkly visible. Once pristine and orderly, the room had been ravaged by her own hands, much like Lu He himself had been. Should she still seek out Lu He? Yi Xiangling slowly sat on the edge of Lu He's bed, attempting to smooth the wrinkles on the sheets, yet they refused to flatten. Perhaps Lu He's heart was now just like this bedsheet. She couldn't help but think, and panic surged within her. Hastily rising, she stripped the bed and remade it entirely. But just as she convinced herself it was enough, a subtle, yet undeniable tear-like mark caught her eye. As if witnessing an ill omen, Yi Xiangling's unease deepened. The autumn night wind was chilly. She rushed to close the half-open window, then frantically stacked the scattered books on the floor. Restoring the room consumed considerable time. Yet the result was disappointing. Yi Xiangling was not one for tidying up; such tasks were beyond her. Restoring the room to its former state seemed impossibly difficult. After a flurry of effort, Yi Xiangling could only slump helplessly at Lu He's desk. Meanwhile, Lu He's conversation with Song Wen continued. He adjusted his mindset quickly. Sister, when I'm leaving for the U.S. the day after tomorrow. The earliest he'll be back is about half a month. If you've never been, he'll take lots of photos and send them to you, so you can also experience the exotic atmosphere. Song Wen rolled her eyes. I swing both ways, you know. Your big sister here has also studied abroad in the U.S. Once you're there, stick with the group and don't wander off, or you might get sold. He truly had to be careful. Lu He was well aware of the dangers abroad. He was going to embrace freedom and motion, not step into another cage. He just had to stick close to Red Bull's strong support. Lu He shifted position on the bed, gave a brief reply to reassure Song Wen, then put down his phone to contemplate life. Not exactly life, but how to deal with the Yi family. It was clear that Song Wen had been entangled by Yi Xiangling. Although the other party had said nothing more, this situation was still undesirable. Song Wen wasn't really his sister. How could he keep troubling her? So, he had to take over the messy business with the Yi family himself. It was irritating, but better to irritate himself than Song Wen. Tomorrow, Lu He said, forcing himself upright on the bed only to lie back down due to a sudden onset of ALS-like weakness. He'll just add Yi Xiangling on WeChat tomorrow and scold her. And whenever I'm annoyed by other things, he'll scold her too. After waiting about 10 minutes, the feeling of weakness slowly receded. Lu He's thoughts turned again to his upcoming trip to Utah. This was the first time he had experienced weakness in his upper limbs. Initially, he thought that with lower limb weakness on a motorcycle, he might just get thrown off. But now if his upper limbs went weak too, a crash could happen in an instant. To avoid starting my new life as a cripple, I have to twist the throttle all the way from the start. Only by going incredibly fast could he fall. No die in style. Suddenly, the strategy for overcoming this force emergence challenge was complete. Just be bold. Life or death is up to fate. At this stage of life, there seemed no room for fear. With things as they were, it was time to eat. Hungry, time to order takeout. As a seasoned takeout deal hunter, Lu He survived most days on cheap meals. Unfortunately, new to the capital, he hadn't found any budget-friendly eateries. Time to splurge. Head order from a place with an average cost of 50 yuan today. Damn, he just wasn't meant for it, born with a poor man's fate. He couldn't bring himself to order anything more expensive. Just thinking about it hurt. While waiting for the delivery, he got a call from Hebing saying the group visa would be processed at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and he must be at the hotel on time. Normally, even an expedited personal visa takes about a week. As for how Red Bull managed to get it done on short notice, Lu He had no idea. It was beyond his knowledge. After hanging up, he checked WeChat and saw the group had gained one more member. It seemed the final number wouldn't exceed 30. Since the group was mostly streamers, chat frequency at this hour was very low, with few speaking. Thinking this, Lu He felt he needed to start a live stream to get a feel for it. He didn't even know how to go live yet. I'd have to figure it out. Lu He began by exploring on his own, turning to Baidu when stuck. But going live was simple. He managed it in under 2 minutes. Seeing himself on the phone felt strange. But he had to overcome these challenges. He needed to think about the future. Red Bull had clearly stated this was a series of Ozaki 8 challenges, starting with Force Emergence. Although the promotion rules weren't announced, yet one had to be self-aware. Lu He figured he probably wouldn't advance. He had a passion for extreme sports and a fearless spirit, but not that. Better to focus on making as much money as possible from this event. With enough money, even without Red Bull, he could pursue extreme sports on his own. Without considering advancement, the prize money was out of reach. That left only live stream revenue. He'd make up the rest with loans. Regardless, he was determined to experience the birth of heaven. After all, his current backup plan was to go from high altitude to feeding the fish in the deep sea. Of course, if he kicked the bucket in Utah, that was that. Amid his thoughts, the default livestream assistant suddenly spoke. User 37733 says, is the streamer really a contracted streamer for this Red Bull Extreme Sports Challenge? Lu He stared at his phone, put on what he thought was a perfect smile, and replied seriously, yeah, I just signed this afternoon. Look at the official verification behind my name. The next second, a notice appeared. User 37733 has left the live stream. What was wrong with his reply? This was probably the new normal. Time to grab the takeout. Meanwhile, Big Black was live streaming in the gym provided by the Red Bull designated hotel. He suddenly noticed an avatar in his following list with the same Red Bull label marked as live. The avatar looked both familiar and unfamiliar. Thinking about it, wasn't this the handsome guy had met this afternoon? The big black Xiao Jinya was a bit bewildered. He hadn't expected Lu He to actually succeed in signing a contract with Arnyo. I didn't see him at the hotel today. Xiao Jinya muttered to himself, pondering whether he should go now to fulfill his afternoon promise and help Lu He bolster his presence. So far, the streamers participating in this event had formed small groups based on the order of signing contracts. Those with more fans networked with each other and gained even more fans. Those with fewer fans could also gain something by tagging along. By today, Xiao Jinya realized he could no longer, because the time was too short, there was no way to discuss specific collaborations. Even with the agents from the guilds stepping in, progress was slow. There were only a few days in total, and the top streamers were too busy with their own affairs to bother with him. Collaborating with streamers who had fewer fans wouldn't be of much use to Xiao Jinya. After some deliberation, he decided not to drop into Lu He's livestream for now, because Lu He's appearance was incredibly striking, and during the evening hours there were many female fans. If the viewership drain was too severe, the loss would outweigh the gain. The perspective returned to Lu He. He was currently eating in front of his phone. A few people had come and gone in the livestream room. But an outdoor livestream. What was there to see about a person eating alone in a hotel room? Two female fans thought he was handsome and followed him, but that was the only gain. After finishing his meal, Lu He felt a bit sleepy, so he ended the livestream and lay back on the bed scrolling through Douyin. Soon Song Wen sent him a message. "I'm exhausted, finally home. You students never give anyone a moment of peace." Why was she starting with an AoE attack? Lu He felt he was quite easy to deal with. From childhood to adulthood, his main principle was not to trouble others. Before Lu He could reply, Song Wen continued, "By the way, you're going to start streaming later, right? What's your name? They'll follow you first so I can see how you crash and burn." She had already decided. Whether chatting or talking with Lu He, she would keep it light and relaxed. If she was as a beautiful woman who had faced countless advances, she could tell from just a few words that Lu He enjoyed talking. Since Lu He himself had already taken life and death lightly, she might as well go along with his wishes. At least, before this 20-year-old boy departed, he could experience more and fuller happiness. Of course, as a mischievous woman, when she thought of fuller happiness, her mind inevitably wandered a little. A blush came in an instant. Fortunately, they weren't face to face. Lu He, shifting positions on the bed to ease his stomach, saw the text in the chat box and was indeed very happy. This unfettered ease fascinated him. Perhaps this was a form of freedom. After all, a cage of words was still a cage. Lu He's streaming ID on Cat Paw was simply Lu He. He sent a screenshot of his profile page and laughed. "It's a pity I was just streaming earlier. My handsome face is here for a limited time, Sister Wen, cherish it." Though Song Wen's heart still ached, her urge to tease was stronger. She rolled her eyes and replied, "When did I ever find you this narcissistic? You can't judge a book by its cover. You're low-key but a flirt. Tell me, have you been hiding a little girlfriend from all of us?" Using all of us was a subtle way to make Lu He feel that he wasn't the only one who cared about him. Although for now it seemed there was only her and maybe the other teachers. The key point of her words was this. As for the girlfriend, that was purely a joke. Given Lu He's previous lifestyle and social habits, it wasn't that Lu He was bad, but, well, you know. And Lu He himself felt a bit wistful when he saw the words girlfriend. There were so many things he had never experienced in this life. In the past, he hadn't had the time to look, and now he didn't have the chance. But the underlying reason was the same. He didn't want to burden any girl. Now even more so. He was planning to log off in the wind, so why would he look for a girlfriend? Lu He shook off the distractions and continued chatting with Song Wen. But soon he chose to stop. Whether it was friendship, family, or love, if it came too fiercely, it might hinder his process of deleting his account. Sleep. Time passed, and dawn arrived. After washing up, Lu He sent a text to Yi Xiangling, who had been silent for a while. "Add me on Feishin and don't bother Teacher Song anymore." Seeing no reply, he simply picked up his bag and Lu He really couldn't understand. Why did Yi Xiangling start clinging to him the moment he left the Yi family? Was it illegal to continue the old way of interacting? After checking out, Lu He took a taxi to the Arnyo designated hotel. The weather was a bit gloomy today, but it hadn't started raining yet. Overcast days always stir up some melancholy. But some people were exceptions. For example, Lu He. He liked this kind of weather, and a little rain would make it even better. Especially in early autumn, the slight coolness seemed to have a soothing power. He got out of the car and checked the time. It was still not yet 8. For someone used to waking up early, this was already late, but there were still 2 hours until the agreed time. He'll check in. Lu He took his ID card from his bag and walked toward the front desk. Just as he was about to say hello, his phone rang with a Feishin notification. He handed over his ID card with one hand and pulled out his phone with the other to check. "Please help me check in." Hearing the voice of the front desk lady, Lu He hesitated a little. It felt familiar, but he was more concerned about the Feishin message. It was 8 o'clock. He thought it might be Song when urging him to report in. The phone screen lit up. He switched to the app. The red dot was on the contact request. Lu He then realized. Oh, it was Yi Xiangling. Suddenly, he didn't want to add her. But he had already said the words, and it was important to free Song-won from the harassment, so he chose to accept the request. Yi Xiangling's online name was her own name, so no need to change the note. Louis, I thought about it a lot yesterday. From now on, let's get along well. They'll do my best to make it up to you. I apologize for neglecting you in the past, and I hope you can accept it. Just then an excited voice suddenly reached Louis' ears. Louis. Louis' arm was abruptly grabbed forcefully. Did you ever stay at the Bayan orphanage? White Cloud Orphanage. Louis momentarily forgot about checking what Yi Xiangling had sent him. He looked up and a face, not exceptionally beautiful but exuding a delicate charm, caught his sight. Her bright eyes were like a clear spring rippling with waves. Louis could see his own reflection in them. He wasn't skilled at describing girls, yet an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him. A small figure emerged in Louis' mind. Xueqing, one of the few friends he had at the orphanage. The receptionist before him didn't perfectly match the memory, but the resemblance in her eyes and brows was striking. After a brief pause, Louis nodded and spoke hesitantly. Are you? Xueqing. The moment he said this, the receptionist nodded vigorously, almost incoherent. Yeah, I am in. Well, you were on the high-speed train the day before yesterday. No, I mean we saw each other on the... She quickly bent down to retrieve her baseball cap and mask, put them on, then stepped back half a pace and spread her arms. Look, Louis then recalled. The girl in the baseball cap who sat next to him. Seeing that, Louis remembered Xueqing took off the mask again. She opened her mouth but froze for a moment before breaking into a smile and teasing, You're much more handsome now than when you were a kid. Well, of course. Back then he was always happily playing in the mud, his face rarely clean. Dark in summer, peeling in winter. Spring and autumn were recovery periods. His looks never fully showed all year round. Childhood memories flooded back, but Louis didn't dwell on them. It would be rude to fall silent mid-conversation. He flashed a natural, genuinely happy smile. You too, you're much prettier than before. Xueqing blushed at his words, her gaze briefly darting away. The words she had forced back earlier finally escaped her heart. I've been searching for you all these years, never expecting to meet you the day before yesterday, and missed the chance. Could there have been even more encounters before? The twist of fate left Xueqing puzzled. But now that she had truly found Louis, she hesitated. How strange humans are. When unable to meet, they yearn constantly, painting vague feelings as deep affection and obsession. Yet now that they had met, the urge to confess suddenly faded, and even her certainty about whether she truly loved. Xueqing closed her eyes tightly, shaking off the jumble of thoughts. She held Louis' ID card and examined it closely. Are you here in the capital for tourism? His accent didn't suggest he had lived in the capital for years, so she assumed he hadn't been brought here by his parents. She placed the ID on the machine. The next moment her bright eyes widened. Xueqing glanced at the screen, then at Louis, her tone surprised. You? Signed up as an extreme sports streamer. This hotel itself was owned by Red Bull. All Red Bull-related accommodations were arranged here. As an employee, even without following online trends, Xueqing knew about Red Bull's recent activities. The Ozaki 8 challenges were the highlight. Extreme sports were notorious for their high fatality rates, and Red Bull's slogan was jokingly described by netizens as your death scene beyond imagination. Hearing that Louis had become an extreme sports streamer, Xueqing naturally grew worried. Louis stared at her for a moment, shrugged, and smiled lightly. Yes, surprising, isn't it? Xueqing instinctively wanted to say, are you crazy? Playing such dangerous sports, but she couldn't think of anything else to say, so she fell silent. She quietly processed his check-in, then took out her phone to add him on Feishin. But just then a Feishin call rang from Louis' phone. Xueqing's raised hand hung awkwardly in the air. Louis saw it was a video call from Yi Xiangling. He rejected it outright. Then looking at Xueqing, he said softly, let me scan yours. Xueqing felt inexplicably nervous and quickly pulled up her QR code. Okay. The request was sent. Louis switched back to Yi Xiangling's chat and typed quickly, I don't want to see you. Either voice call or text. A voice call immediately came through. Louis sighed helplessly and gave Xueqing an apologetic smile. Talk later, I have something to handle first. He answered the call and walked out of the hotel. Louis didn't want Xueqing to witness him arguing with someone right after their reunion. As soon as the call connected, Yi Xiangling's voice came through. Louis, don't be like this, okay? Let's talk properly. I know I was wrong about the past. Louis' footsteps faded with Yi Xiangling's voice. The disappointment, bitter smile, and relief on Xueqing's face grew more pronounced. As expected, a guy like Louis, he couldn't possibly be without a girlfriend. Xueqing, you're not even sure if you still like him now, are you? Instead of being swayed by uncertain feelings, it's better to focus on the gossip. Maybe by the time you get reacquainted with Louis, his current relationship will have already fallen apart. Xueqing murmured to herself, her spirits quickly rebounding. But she had no intention of eavesdropping on gossip. Gazing at the hotel entrance, she still felt a pang of melancholy. If not for fate's arrangement, Louis' first love should have been her. Back to work. If I don't work hard, I won't. Xueqing grabbed a towel to wipe the area around her, then plopped down and started playing on her phone. There wasn't much slacking off. Outside the hotel, he had finished listening to Yi Xiangling's long, confusing speech. He even switched to the chat to double-check. Get along well, make amends, apologize. What was all this? He leaned against the wall, frowning. At least make sure you're talking to the right person when you send messages or call. If you're just trying to annoy me or harass me, then fine, you win. Meanwhile, still lying on He's bed, Yi Xiangling bit her lip. You don't have to be so sarcastic. I read your diary. I never imagined what you went through back then. The past is over. Merits are Merit's fault. Since Mom has woken up safely now, you've already made up for a lot of your mistakes. And what you suffered was our fault, mine and Dad's. You made amends for yours, and now I need to make amends for mine. I apologize to you. Forgive me. Come back to the Yi family. From now on, I'll treat you like my own brother. I believe Mom and Dad feel the same. You just need to say a simple sorry, and they should calm down. A casual word can solve everything. There's no need to go this far. Wouldn't it be great if the 5 of us could live happily together as a family? Did not interrupt Yi Xiangling, but listened patiently. He had not expected that his diary would be seen by her. 2 days ago, when he returned to the Yi residence, he had intended to retrieve some belongings, including the diary. However, after the conflict with Yi Qiu erupted, he could no longer bear to stay, and only wished to leave as quickly as possible. He assumed the housekeeper would tidy his room, so he did not take the diary too seriously. Yet the reality turned out to be quite unexpected. The words Yi Xiangling had just spoken were still nauseating. He exhaled deeply and reiterated solemnly, Miss Yi, the contents of the diary are unimportant. Please forget them. As for our relationship and future, there is no need for all that logic of merits and faults. It is meaningless. I now recognize only one fundamental principle. That is, between me and the Yi family, we must completely part ways. I do not need your apology, nor do I need your compensation. I only need you to stop disturbing me. This simple request should be easy for you to fulfill. Please do not come near me again. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiangling's tone suddenly became intense. Why must you be like this? I have sincerely apologized to you, haven't I? You are now afflicted with ALS. Leaving the Yi family means you do not have much time left to live. You spent 10 years taking care of our mother. We can spend 10 years. No, even more time. Taking care of. As long as you apologize to our mother, even if it is perfunctory combined with your illness, she will surely forgive you. We have come to this point. Why are you still so stubborn? Do you really want to die outside as a lonely ghost? Upon hearing this, the rage in He's chest could no longer be contained. His face flushed as he raised his voice and shouted into the phone, Yi Xiangling, he do not need the sympathy of you Yi family members. What do you mean by dying outside as a lonely ghost? Am I not already a lonely ghost? Let me tell you, I was not wrong, and I will not apologize. A bunch of heartless people like you are not worthy of me lowering myself to return. Spending more time to take care of me. Yi Xiangling, do you even believe those words yourself? How many times have you visited the nursing home in a year? As for the apology, those were your own words. An apology can be perfunctory, or it can be a casual remark. Yi Xiangling's expression changed on the other end of the line. No. It's not like that. My apology to you is very sincere, you have to believe me. But He could not help but laugh. Yi Xiangling, are you not ashamed? Do you not feel any disgrace? I will say it plainly. Between us, parting ways is the only option. Take back this apology, whether it is the sentiment or the words. It not only sullies my ears, but also disgusts me. Moreover, even if you were sincere and knelt before me to apologize, I would never accept it. So save your effort, Miss Yi. By now Yi Xiangling was crying in grievance. Tears streamed down her face, making her appear fragile and helpless. She had come to apologize with genuine sincerity. So why would He not accept it? He was even exceptionally angry, resorting to profanity. Her voice hoarse with tears, she sobbed. He, then what exactly do you want? I truly only want you to live a few more years to compensate you for the lost family affection and care. I am also very aggrieved. I have already apologized to you like this. But you either respond with cold sarcasm or push me away. Now that I can finally talk to you, you are being so harsh to me. I clearly meant well. Why do you treat me like this? Yi Xiangling's crying deeply shook He. He could now truly feel her sincerity. But a belated apology is more worthless than anything. As the saying goes, why didn't you do this earlier? Even if you had said these words on the day I left the Yi family, I would not have gone. But now, disgusting, truly disgusting. He's expression turned cold and his tone became flat. What I want I have repeated many times. Miss Yi, I will say it one last time. I am parting ways with the Yi family. Do not come near me in the future. Please have some boundaries, thank you. As for what you want to give me, I want none of it. Pierced again by this coldness, Yi Xiangling clutched her phone and shouted, Then why didn't you leave earlier? What was the reason for your persistence over the past 10 years? What does it even count for? His 10 years of dedication to Wu Xiuhui was the strongest leverage she believed could persuade him to return. After all, if not for deep care, who would spend decades caring for a vegetative person? Even a dog raised for 10 years should soften one's heart by now, right? But Louis' words remained as cold as the phone in his hand. Because I have a conscience and I had patience, is that enough? Let me tell you, not leaving the Yi family earlier was the stupidest decision I ever made in my life. The call ended. Yi Xiangling stared blankly at her phone, then collapsed onto the bed sobbing. She felt that all her sincerity and dignity had been trampled into the mud by Lu He. She also felt caught between Lu He and the Yi family, pleasing neither side. Thus she was especially aggrieved and especially wanted to cry. These were the words Yi Xiangling used to comfort herself temporarily. In truth, she knew very well in her heart. She was crying because over the past 10 years she had overlooked all of Lu He's care for her. She was also crying because over the past decade she had abetted others' indifference toward Lu He. More than that, she was crying because over the past 10 years she had failed all of Lu He's expectations for her. Every single one of these matters was recorded in Lu He's diary. She usually prided herself on being a doting sister. Yet this was how she treated her own brother. After putting away his phone, Lu He still leaned against the wall, relying on deep breaths to calm himself. His voice had been somewhat loud, and many passers-by had stopped to watch. He did not know if he had been secretly photographed again. But Lu He could not be bothered to care. He needed to smile more now to adjust his mindset and expression before meeting the girl he had secretly admired in his youth. Although there was no future between him and Xueqing. After 10 years he had finally encountered that one spudding flower now in full and vibrant bloom. Just looking at her, just admiring her was enough to satisfy him. Lu He paced a few steps on the spot, relaxing his tense muscles, straightening his clothes, and smoothing his hair. Only after ensuring everything was in order did he walk back into the hotel with a smile. What a pity. No sooner had he stepped in than Lu He caught the flicker of panic in Xueqing's eyes. It seemed she had just returned to the front desk herself, her hands uncertain where to rest. The bracelet on her wrist, adorned with 7 tiny wind chimes, kept jingling, amplifying her unease. Lu He paid it no mind, striding over with even more confidence than when he entered, a resigned smile curling on his lips. You heard everything? Xueqing, just as she had on the high-speed train, earnestly insisted she meant no harm. It was only because the argument had grown too loud that she had stepped out to check, worried something was amiss. Lu He caught a glimpse of himself in her. The way she lowered her posture and repeatedly clarified her innocent intentions, even when she was in the right, all to avoid upsetting others. Wasn't this basic courtesy? Of course it was. But Lu He couldn't bear to see Xueqing adopt such a stand. This was how he had once treated the Yi family. Outside people would smile and wave it off. But in the Yi household it had started with cold stares, and eventually even those were withheld. Lu He's current mindset could almost be called a form of PTSD. He offered a gentle smile, the warmth and kindness in his eyes flowing naturally and comfortably. There's no need for that. He added jokingly, what's this, kid? It's only been 10 years and you've grown shy. Keep this up and Uncle Lu will get upset. Xueqing burst into laughter at his words, shooting him a playful, indignant glare. Hey, I'm actually 2 months older than you know. She then played along, puffing up with mock pride. Come on, call me big sister. It's been ages since I heard it. The atmosphere had completely lightened. Lu He raised an eyebrow. Oh really? I was just on the phone with my own sister a moment ago. Xueqing's expression shifted dramatically as she waved her hands frantically. Then never mind. I'm fragile, can't handle a scolding. After 2 years in various service jobs, she was anything but fragile. She was only looking out for Lu He's feelings. They chatted for a while longer, and Lu He learned that Xueqing's hometown was less than 100 kilometers from Jiang City. She had been adopted 3 years after Lu He was taken into the Yi family. While she hadn't suffered the same fate as him, her adoptive parents had tragically died in an accident when she was 17. For an ordinary rural family, this blow was devastating. Xueqing, already struggling in school due to years of inadequate education, fell hopelessly behind. She worked hard, but she lacked natural talent. If not for her grandparents' insistence, she would have dropped out to work after her sophomore year of high school. Even after barely finishing, she failed to get into a university. Considering her family's difficult circumstances, she chose to enter society early. An innocent, beautiful 18-year-old girl thrown into the bottom rungs of society. The past 2 years had been unimaginably harsh. As they talked, Xueqing suddenly sighed softly. Different people, same fate. Both so bitter. Lu He seized the moment. You've heard my story too. Xueqing tapped her chin with a finger, a hint of her hidden mature charm emerging adorably. No, I have. Her beautiful eyes blinked rapidly as she refused outright. But don't you tell me either. If you go on, you'll end up looking like a big fool. She laughed at her own words, gesturing wildly with her hands. Oh, Lu He, you're so handsome, so why do you seem just like that sleeping dragon or young phoenix to me now? Lu He was about to speak when a flurry of footsteps accompanied by chatter emerged from the side. He looked up and immediately spotted Big Black in the crowd. These must be the other sign streamers like him. Perhaps they had been notified in advance, as none of them carried any streaming equipment. Just then the crisp sound of high heels echoed from the hotel entrance. Lu He, so you've already arrived. He Bing's professional efficient demeanor remained intact. Her half-rimmed glasses accentuated her aloof elegance. Yet her tone softened her image, preventing her from seeming too sharp or off-putting. This was the hallmark of a top-tier assistant. The moment He Bing approached, Xueqing tucked away all her cheerfulness. Though they didn't know each other, she sensed He Bing's authority. One had to appear diligently working in front of the boss. Lu He, however, remained perfectly relaxed. He nodded. You just got here a bit ago. Checking in. He glanced at his phone, surprised to find it was only 10 minutes to 10. Deep immersive conversation, truly. Lu He asked in return, so are we leaving now? He Bing nodded. You can go put away your personal belongings. There's still time. But Lu He simply handed his backpack to Xueqing. I don't know when I'll be back. If you have a moment later, could you put this away for me? Then, as if struck by a thought, he smiled mysteriously. Oh, and there's a little surprise gift in the inner pocket. With that, Lu He turned to He Bing, signaling that he was ready to go. He Bing, always efficient, saw that everyone had gathered and didn't insist. All right, let's go now. The company has arranged a fleet outside. Oh, everyone can choose their ride. If you prefer to drive yourself or take a taxi, that's fine too. Just don't fall behind. After the crowd left, Xueqing finally averted her gaze. A surprise little gift. She pursed her lips. As if you could have known you'd run into me. But then, could it be? Xueqing sat up straight, hesitated for a moment, then hugged Lu He's backpack to her chest. Just by looking at the bag, she knew her words, different people, same fate, had been spot on. They were both destined for poverty. But that's okay. If two people work together. At this thought, a deep blush crept across Xueqing's cheeks. No. Why was she thinking about such strange things again? They had only just reunited, and already she was daydreaming about their married life. How absurd was that? Xueqing slumped in defeat, murmuring under her breath. It seems that crush I never confessed in my youth hasn't aged into fine wine. Instead, it's turned into a hallucinogen. Tisk. Intoxicating though, she unzipped the backpack slowly and gently. This small action was laden with emotions, the joy of being unconditionally trusted, the anticipation of confirming her own speculation, and the happiness of being remembered after all these years. The backpack opened. She searched carefully. Half a minute later, she stared blankly at the two small bags of fried dough sticks in her hands. Fried dough sticks. In Xueqing's hands were two bags of fried dough sticks, one from Lu He's bag and the other from her own pocket. At the orphanage, these were her favorite. Though fried dough sticks were nothing more than an ordinary simple snack bag, then she could only enjoy them on rare occasions. Even something so mundane could be an unattainable desire for some. That was reality. What one could not have in youth would haunt them for a lifetime. Now Xueqing could only console herself with these small fried dough sticks, telling herself that the past was merely the past, and the present version of her was already wonderful. I never thought it would be this little thing. Xueqing pressed her lips into a straight line, memories of her younger days flooding her mind. Among them naturally was the classic memory of Lu He giving her his own snacks. Lost in thought, she suddenly puckered her lips and kissed the two bags of fried dough sticks. If you hadn't given me such tasty treats, I wouldn't have liked you for so many years. Now it was time to focus on work. Xueqing felt exceptionally joyful, her hands and feet moving with newfound lightness. But just as her fingers touched the mouse, her heart skipped a beat. She hastily grabbed her phone, wanting to delete the post she had shared on WeChat moments from that day on the high-speed train. Yet Lu He had not only liked it, but also commented, I think so too. Xueqing's shoulders slumped as she let out a... She decided not to delete the post, and replied directly, then your self-awareness is quite accurate, you big fool. The moment she sent it, Xueqing realized that the term, big fool, carried a hint of intimacy. She wanted to delete and resend it, but Lu He promptly sent another message, don't talk nonsense, or he'll sue you. Hey, aren't you supposed to be busy right now? Why are you glued to your phone? Xueqing felt a bit frantic, but fortunately a few guest messages helped distract her. Yet the peace lasted only a moment. Her closer colleagues, sensing the drama, came over to gossip. A barrage of dog face emojis left her utterly overwhelmed. On the other side, Lu He put down his phone, habitually gazing at the scenery outside the car window. There was nothing special to see, he simply needed a spot to rest his eyes, letting his thoughts drift with the wind. Big Black wasn't in the same car. They had only exchanged brief greetings earlier. Lu He had no energy for social niceties. He was struggling to suppress the myriad thoughts within him. Yes, he was prepared, mentally braced. But when he finally chatted with Xueqing, the fondness from years past surged forth once more. Fate was truly a cruel trickster. Without ALS, he might never have had the chance to reunite with Xueqing. But now that he had ALS, why should he encounter Xueqing at all? Even if he avoided romance, wouldn't his death still bring her? Losing each other in the sea of people never to meet again would have been the best outcome. Yet fate had arranged their reunion. After leaving the Yi family, everything had indeed improved. But couldn't this improvement include only me and not others? Let me be selfish just this once. I want to walk alone toward that brighter, yet inevitably doomed fleeting future. Time slipped by, and soon it was afternoon. The visa application process wasn't overly complicated. However, waiting for others and then dining together took considerable time. Returning to the hotel around 2 o'clock was only possible because Lu He had bluntly left the gathering. During that time, he had struggled, repeatedly wavering between self and etiquette. In the end, he decided to be himself, ignoring the false courtesies, and simply excused himself before leaving. Back at the hotel, the front desk had changed to 2 different staff members. There should have been 2 in the morning as well. But it wasn't very busy then, and Xueqing, being gentle-natured, had agreed when her colleague begged and insisted on taking a short break. So where was Xueqing now? She was in Lu He's room. Her reasoning was, she had just finished her shift and needed to help Lu He with his bag anyway, saving him the trouble of getting a new key card, plus she wanted to catch up on old times. That was what she thought and what she believed. Lu He's decision to flee the dinner party early was partly because of her. He hurried upstairs. The door was slightly ajar. The closer Lu He got, the faster his heart raced. Before pushing the door open, he took several deep breaths. To be honest, this was his first time in a hotel room with a woman. Though he knew it was just a friendly chat, nothing would happen. But it was Xueqing, the girl he had deeply liked. Lu He had always been the type to interact effortlessly with women in professional settings, but would get nervous even greeting them in private. The sudden shift in his mindset over the past few days had brought about a fundamental change in this regard. After all, when you're about to die, who cares who you are? Maintaining a polite and equal demeanor was sufficient. He didn't care what others thought of him, nor what they said. Even if a conflict arose today that required him to fight a woman face-to-face, he wouldn't mind. Mindset determines presence, and confidence builds charisma. Yet facing Xueqing in this intimate setting, he couldn't help but feel nervous and hesitant. "Why don't you come in?" Xueqing, having sensed his presence at the door, couldn't help but speak first. She felt the same as Lu He, flustered yet unwilling to leave. Hearing her voice, he exhaled one last deep breath and pushed the door open. Xueqing tilted her head in confusion, her big eyes sparkling. "Aren't you going to close the door?" So Lu He gently closed the door behind him. The room was quite spacious with a large bed and a desk. Xueqing sat on the chair by the desk. Lu He's brain was functioning at about 30% capacity. He walked stiffly to sit on the edge of the bed. His earlier ease and charm from the hotel lobby completely vanished. The more flustered Lu He appeared, the more confident Xueqing became. Unconsciously, she had taken the lead. After a moment's thought, she asked softly, "Big brain, tell me your story." As she spoke, she looked at him casually. The fondness in her eyes flowed back into her heart, warmed by passion, then slowly rose to her cheeks. As mentioned earlier, what one cannot obtain in youth will haunt them for a lifetime. For Xueqing, he was also part of that unattainable. She couldn't help but wonder, can I have him this time? If Lu He had been impeccably dressed and successful, she might have given up the thought. But the reality was that Lu He didn't seem to be living a particularly prosperous life. Judging by his reaction, he was probably just as inexperienced in romance as she was. Since they were well matched, why not try to make it work? Suddenly having a clear topic, Lu He indeed felt much less pressure. He relaxed himself by shrugging his shoulders and said with a smile, "Weren't you not planning to listen?" Xueqing gave a mischievous grin. "Since you've admitted to being a big fool, I have nothing to worry about." It had to be said, her mischievous smile gave Lu He a heart-thumping feeling. In fact, Xueqing was not exceptionally beautiful. She couldn't compare to He Bing nor to Songwon, and Yi Xiangling's looks were far ahead of hers. But Lu He only had eyes for Xueqing's face. No matter how he looked at her, she seemed beautiful. The window in the room was half open, and the wind, oppressed by the gloomy weather and somewhat uncomfortable, chose to toy with the curtains for amusement. A bit of movement made the room feel lively. It also gave Lu He a reason not to stare at Xueqing. He stood up, walked to the window, and pulled the curtain open a little more. As he passed by Xueqing, the faint, refreshing fragrance wafted into his nostrils. The cool wind could help one calm down. A little calmer would do. He looked out the window and stretched comfortably. "When did I admit I was a fool?" That was clearly a rebuttal, wasn't it? At that moment, Xueqing also stood up and walked over. "The moment you answered me, you became a fool." A smart egg wouldn't have replied at all. Lu He really didn't understand the twisted logic behind it. He widened his eyes and blurted out, "Why wouldn't a smart egg reply?" Xueqing looked as if she had heard a particularly hilarious joke. She laughed with her eyes and brows curved, and her waist also bent. Her clean, fair, slender fingers rested on Lu He's shoulder. "You still say you're not a fool?" "I just told you whoever answers me is a fool. Smart eggs never reply, haha." Only then did Lu He understand. So it wasn't about logic at all, it was a pure verbal trap. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Xueqing, and his attention constantly being drawn to his own shoulder. This was a completely new and novel experience. But just then an accident occurred. Lu He suddenly fell. Fortunately, the large bed was not far from the window, and his position was near the back, right by the bed. His body bounced on the mattress a few times. Xueqing had been laughing joyfully, but when she sensed something wrong with Lu He, her heart instantly leaped into her throat. Subconsciously, she reached out to pull him. Seeing that she couldn't pull him up, she used her other hand as well. Then she was pulled down onto the bed with him. The intense physical contact in that short time made Xueqing's heart flutter. But she quickly propped herself up, looking down at Lu He with an urgent tone. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Lu He couldn't move himself, but he spoke lightly. "I'm giving up lying down for a rest." Xueqing glared at him angrily and slapped his chest. "You're lying to the devil. A normal person wouldn't fall straight down like that. I thought you were." She stopped herself from saying the bad words and instead waited quietly for Lu He's answer. Their eyes met. Lu He continued, joking, "Believe it or not, I practiced falling like this for a long time. It's all about trust. I don't sleep on beds that can't bear my trust." Xueqing was about to say something more to Lu He, but she then realized how close they were. She could not only clearly see her reflection in Lu He's eyes, but also feel his breath vividly. The wave-like breath gave her a slight dizziness. Xueqing quickly composed herself and stood up, her gaze evasive. "Then, you should rest now. We'll chat on Feixing later." She spoke quickly and ran off after saying that. Only after going out did she lean against the wall, pressing her hands on her chest and panting. She had never experienced such a scene. No, she had to run away quickly. Meanwhile, in the room, Lu He also let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness Xueqing had left. Otherwise, if she had discovered that he was completely unable to move now, he would probably have had to tell her the truth about his ALS. Wait. Lu He suddenly asked himself. Why didn't I just tell her? From the series of interactions, just now Xueqing had actually revealed her burning affection for Lu He. Although it was just affection, Lu He felt it was absolutely necessary to nip it in the bud. The longer it went on, the harder it would be to handle. He'll tell her directly later. Or maybe wait a bit. After a brief hesitation, he made the right decision. Tell the truth. Now he just had to wait for his body to recover. 20 minutes passed. Lu He slowly sat up straight. To be completely honest, given his current frequency of attacks, the Utah Mountain off-road race would probably be his last dance. He was glad to have seen Xueqing before his death, but he would rather not have had this meeting. He packed up, took a shower, and lay down. After much deliberation, He decided to explain to Xueqing in the evening. Although telling her at night might affect her sleep, all things considered, evening was still the better timing. After all, anyone who truly cared about him would lose sleep upon hearing this news, no matter when. I hope I'm just overthinking. Louis put down his phone and walked into the bathroom. Meanwhile, in Yunhai, Yi Xiangling extricated herself from the crowded nursing home ward. Now she no longer had that constant smile on her face. When something weighs on the heart, it shows on the face. How many people in the world can truly be free and easy? She leaned against the wall, tilting her head back with closed eyes, troubled. After a while, a phone notification sounded. Yi Xiangling grabbed her phone as if startled and looked at it. The new foreign drug was officially launched a few days ago. Calcity Phase 5 clinical trials show that the new drug can alleviate the symptoms of ALS. The current overseas price is about $700 per injection. Yi Xiangling quickly replied. Price is not an issue. How long does one injection last? Are there any other adjunct treatments needed? Also, is the effect significant? Can results be seen in the short term? The overseas drug representative paused for a moment and said adjunct treatment doesn't need to be very professional, just the injection works. But, Miss Yi, I have an obligation to explain in advance. In clinical trials, significant improvement can be seen within 2 to 3 days after injection, but the survival period. 87. 3 of samples show that survival is shortened to within 1 year, and currently no sample has survived beyond 2 years. Even abroad, the use of such drugs is highly restricted. In China, without the joint signature of the patient and family, it should be impossible to administer the injection. Yi Xiangling pressed her brow, speechless. Given the current situation, He would never accept treatment. And she herself was also hesitant. Injecting the drug would be equivalent to ending He's life prematurely. Just then a commotion suddenly broke out in the ward. Xiaohui, what's wrong with you? Sister, quick, call the doctor. Yi Xiangling felt a pang of unease at the sound. Could it be that her mother, who had just woken up after a few days, was about to die again? She quickly put away her phone and rushed back to the ward. At that moment, the room was in chaos, with everyone gathered around the hospital bed. Although this was a vegetative state ward, there was a call button. Nurses and doctors would be arriving soon. Yi Xiangling seized an opening and squeezed to the bedside. But the actual situation was not as she had imagined. Wu Xiaohui was now struggling incessantly on the bed. Her expression was extremely grim, as if she were terrified, yet also as if she could hardly believe it. Wasn't she just asleep a moment ago? Why is she suddenly like this? Yi Xiangling's heart grew anxious. After all, Wu Xiaohui was her mother. Over the years, although their bond had grown thin, there was no conflict or hatred between mother and daughter. Seeing her mother suffer so much, which child wouldn't be worried? But Yi Xiangling happened to find such a child. Her gaze swept the room, and she noticed that Yi Qiu was not by the bedside. In a flash of thought, she realized that her current spot was actually vacated by Yi Qiu. Yi Xiangling suddenly turned to look behind. Yi Qiu immediately met her gaze. She wasn't sure if she had misread it. She somehow felt that in the fleeting change of Yi Chio's expression she detected hints of relief and gratification. "This. Sissel, go hurry the nurse." Having quickly adjusted his expression, Yi Chio's eyes were full of anger, his tone indignant. "We've been waiting so long, why aren't they here yet?" His words instantly reversed Yi Xiangling's momentary suspicion. The other members of the Wu family looked at him with admiration. At that moment, Wu Zuhui's struggles suddenly intensified. She clutched her chest with both hands and kicked her legs wildly. Since Wu Xiuhui had just awakened after 10 years in a vegetative state, everyone instinctively assumed she was having a physical problem. In a different setting, they would have easily guessed the real reason for her behavior. She was having a nightmare. What nightmare? The moment before she became a vegetative state was her nightmare. Wu Xiuhui, as usual, took Yi Chio and Lu He out to play. As the eldest daughter of the Wu family and the de facto head of the Yi family's company, she was usually very busy and had little time to accompany her own children. An autumn afternoon. Warm sunlight on the long street. Everything felt warm and cozy. But when she turned around at the sound of children arguing, a surge of intense unease rushed to her mind. Lu He, who had just been brought home, was fine close to the sidewalk. But Yi Chio, who had been adopted for years, was already not far from the middle of the road. Before she could shout sternly, Lu He had already run to Yi Chio's side. Due to the angle, Wu Xiuhui only saw Yi Chio suddenly fall on his bottom and Lu He making a reaching motion. So she immediately jumped to a terrible conjecture. Lu He was trying to kill Yi Chio. Because over the past month, Yi Chio had secretly told her many times that the way Lu He looked at him frightened him. Wu Xiuhui had decided to have a serious talk with Lu He when they got home. But the car, as if orchestrated by fate, came speeding toward them. A mother's love is great. Maternal instinct is even more irrational. Wu Xiuhui blurted out, "What are you doing?" Her words lingered in the air as she herself had already rushed toward her children. Closing in, reaching out. Because Lu He was closer, she instinctively grabbed him first. However, Yi Chio, who had just stood up, had a malicious look on his face and tried to push Lu He down. Lu He was pulled away and the push landed on Wu Zuhui's abdomen. Inertia, unsteady footing, loss of balance, the sound of the horn. All these factors caused the frail adult woman Wu Xiuhui to be defeated by a child's hand. Confronted once again with the fear of imminent death, Wu Zuhui's body reacted instinctively. In the real world, this manifested as incessant struggling from mild to violent. Then came the awakening. Wu Zuhui's eyes flew open and she gasped uncontrollably. The terror in her eyes was utterly beyond her control, causing her eyeballs to dart around. In just a few minutes, cold sweat had soaked through her hospital gown, dampened the sheets, and brought a piercing chill. With her hair plastered to her forehead, she threw herself into Yi Tianlin's arms like a frightened rabbit. The concerned voices of others were nothing but tinnitus to her. She only wanted to hide in the arms she trusted most. At the same time, the scene of that moment kept replaying. Wu Xiuhui remembered. The one who actually pushed her was not Lu He, but Yi Chio. Little Yi Chio's ferocious and terrifying face now looked to her like a demon. What was even more terrifying was that after Yi Chio realized he had pushed her, instead of showing panic or fear, he had a reaction of "This works too." Wu Xiuhui was a bit shocked by her own thought. No, impossible, it couldn't be like that. But no matter how, the expression she wanted to see was only on Lu He's face. Excessive self-contradiction and intense emotional reaction once again triggered the body's self-protection mechanism. Wu Zuhui's body went limp and she fainted again. Perceiving this, Yi Tianlin quickly laid her back on the bed gently. Holding the current Wu Xiuhui was a tremendous torment to him, especially since last night he had been with 3 beauties. The youthful bodies and enchanting fragrance. Wu Xiuhui now had none of these. What she had was a withered form, a result of long-term bedridden muscle atrophy. It was the pungent smell of the ward mixed with the stench of sweat. Yi Tianlin looked at his right hand, which had been stained with Wu Zui's sweat, unable to hide his disgust. His reaction was so obvious that everyone saw it. "Tianlin, what's wrong?" Upon hearing the question, Yi Tianlin immediately stood up and snorted. Judging from Zuhui's reaction, she must have had a nightmare just now. With me by her side, Xiuhui has never suffered any grievances in her life, nor experienced anything that would cause lingering fear. So she must have recalled the car accident. These words made everyone present understand. So Yi Tianlin's sudden disgust and anger were because he thought of Lu He. Yi Xiangling's face changed. Oh, she wanted to say a few words in Lu He's defense. But regarding that incident, she truly had no way to defend Lu He. Moreover, Lu He had already told her in very heartless words that he needed no compensation, only to be left. So she was still hesitating whether to tell the Yi family about Lu He's past and his current condition. As she hesitated, Yi Chio timely arrived with the doctors and nurses. Then it was the doctors and nurses' business. Everyone came outside the ward. Yi Tianlin had intended to let his son and daughter have a good private chat. Because Yi Xiangling's mood had been off these past 2 days, and after analyzing the facts, he could guess that his daughter was probably pondering something related to Lu He. Precisely because he didn't know the reason, he wanted Yi Chio to pry some information out of her. Yi Tianlin hadn't really felt it before. But now that Lu He had truly left home and not returned, he felt a sort of emptiness and unease in his heart. But the current situation didn't allow Yi Qiu and Yi Xiangling to leave alone. This large group of people from the Wu family were his strongest backing. The Wu family's affection for the younger generation far exceeded their liking and appreciation for him. It was almost mealtime, so the pair of siblings definitely couldn't leave. The capital city. Lu He still adhered to his principle, never go out if he could avoid it. Lie in bed and stubbornly stay put. But Lu He wasn't really giving up. Most of his thoughts were focused on learning about mountain cross-country driving. Unfortunately, the efficiency of online learning was truly pitiful. During this time, he would periodically switch to Feixin to check. Xueqing had said before leaving, "Let's continue chatting on Feixin later." Yet several hours had passed, and she hadn't sent a single message. The feeling of being lovesick wasn't pleasant. Lu He didn't blame Xueqing, he only blamed himself. He blamed himself for not being as carefree as he had imagined. He also blamed himself for having just faced Xueqing when he completely forgot the social rules he knew and had always practiced. Don't let your mind be filled only with the other person. That would make you lose yourself. But Lu He sighed, stared blankly at the chat window for a while, then actively raised his finger. Do you live in the employee dormitory or rent an apartment? The message had just been sent when Xueqing's message arrived almost simultaneously. Have you eaten? How about dinner together tonight? The words typing above the chat box were very eye-catching. Disappear. Appear. Appear. Disappear. But the new message didn't pop up until a minute later. I rent an apartment, do you want to come visit? Xueqing had to suppress the discomfort of a racing heart to barely send out this message, which she had deleted and rewritten many times. Inviting a boy to her home, especially one she liked so much. Could Xueqing not be shy? She had already been sitting on the edge of the bed for several hours. She waited left and right, but Lu He's message never came. She had just been thinking that Lu He might really have some illness and suddenly collapsed and couldn't move. But when faced with unpleasant guesses, most people would hold on to a fluke mentality and not actively explore. Xueqing was no exception. Only now did she finally couldn't help but want to send a message to test the waters. Yet her message collided head-on with Lu He's. The sudden tacit understanding between the opposite sex was quite moving. Soon she saw Lu He's reply. Let's just eat together. I'm too lazy to look at your little rundown place. It must be as messy as when we were kids. He'll save you some face. Xueqing instantly turned into a bun face. It was already a cloudy day. Now the light was dimmer. Huddled at the bedside, Xueqing's face was illuminated by the phone's glow, making her look like a silly pufferfish poking its head out of seaweed. Her room was actually very tidy and organized. But she also knew that Lu He was politely declining while also taking care of her possibly flustered feelings. In fact, the fact that Lu He had witnessed her shyness in the afternoon was one of the important reasons why she hadn't actively contacted him. Lu He's moments was blank. She had no way to explore his past. She could only speculate about his current relationship status. But Xueqing felt her speculation couldn't be wrong. Lu He must be single just like her, if she followed her truer inner thoughts. Lu He had to be a dog who had been single since birth. Before seeing him, she only missed him from time to time. But now Xueqing's possessiveness was wildly sprouting. Whenever she thought of Lu He holding another girl, kissing another girl, or even with another girl. In short, just thinking about these things made her feel particularly awful. It was as if a precious treasure she loved was taken away by someone else. I'll ask you properly later. Xueqing couldn't wait to jump off the bed. After thinking, she simply sent a voice message directly to her phone. Let's eat at Li Ji Hot Pot not far from the hotel. The taste is very good. Then give me 2 hours. If you're hungry, just bear it. After saying this, she trotted over to her simple dressing table in her white floral slippers. She took out the sample cosmetics she had collected from various channels. Then she turned on the desk lamp and stared fixedly at herself in the mirror. Xueqing, recognize yourself and be yourself. When Lu He over. The feeling of a racing heart can't be fooled. Xueqing liked Lu He, and she always had. Today she liked him even more. At the hotel, Lu He looked at the phone screen and didn't know what to do for a moment. Waiting 2 hours was fine. It was only around 5 o'clock now. But Xueqing clearly intended to put on makeup and dress up carefully. Her tone was completely different from the afternoon. Lu He smiled bitterly. He couldn't delay any longer. Don't wait until night. Say it now. He clenched and unclenched his fist, then dialed a voice call. It was connected within a few seconds. Xueqing's lively voice came through. What's up? Is 2 hours too long? But this is my first time putting on a very delicate makeup, so I'm not very skilled. Her tone was a bit weak, appearing somewhat pitiful. Is this what heartache feels like? Lu He savored his inner feeling. He suddenly felt an urge to cry. Why aren't you saying anything? Then I won't put on makeup. He'll just change clothes and come over. You wait. Xiaoqing, I have a terminal illness. Before Xueqing could finish, Lu He interrupted in a low voice. The silence of words was truly deafening. He moved the phone away, trembling as he slowly exhaled the pent-up breath in his chest, then brought the phone close again and said with feigned lightness, I was going to tell you tonight, but I thought about it sooner or later it's the same. Louis deliberately wrapped his tone with a smile. I probably have about half a year left to live. I'm giving you advance notice now, don't come to the funeral then. Bro hasn't bought a cemetery and can't afford a funeral too shabby. Give bro some face. Louis tried to define the relationship with self-reference. But Xueqing was completely stunned now. Terminal illness. Half a year. Funeral. Tears welled up in her dazed eyes and rolled down her cheeks, smearing the foundation that hadn't been blended yet. You? What you said. Is it true? Because the crying was silent. It came especially abruptly. Xueqing's voice and tone were not noticeably. Louis breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Only shock and disbelief. No deep sorrow. With a lighter heart his words became more relaxed. He pulled a pillow into his arms and continued with a smile. Why would I lie to you? Signing with Arnaud to take on extreme sports was just my way of experiencing something new before I die. Alright, I'm heading to the US tomorrow or the day after, and I'll probably stay abroad to challenge various extreme sports. Hurry up and get yourself together to come out for dinner. I've seen you in every state, don't be vain, get a move on. After saying that, Louis hung up, directly buried his face deep in the pillow, and his shoulders trembled uncontrollably. He felt it most keenly. He had met her, but he was about to die. Fragments of childhood kept surfacing. Xueqing bickering with him, Xueqing arguing with him. The small orphanage had confined the first half of Louis's life. Their Xueqing, his partner in playful discord, was everything. The vast Yi family villa confined the second half of his life. Their Xueqing, who had wept like pear blossoms in the rain and refused to leave at their parting, was still everything. He had left all his affection and longing in his diary. As he grew older, his longing and love for Xueqing only deepened. During the tumultuous years of high school adolescence, only Xueqing accompanied him. The gradually blurry figure of a graceful girl became clear today. The habitual affection that had solidified over time was also illuminated today. Louis was grateful for their meeting, and he also resented it. Meanwhile, Xueqing was still standing dazed, holding her phone, the powder puff in her right hand falling to the ground along with her tears. She suddenly didn't know what expression to put on. After a while she returned to the bed like a zombie and lay down heavily. Scenes from the orphanage flooded in, but they were chaotic. Flash after flash. She wanted to savor them, but couldn't pause. She wanted to examine them, but couldn't hold on. In the end, all she remembered was Louis proudly handing her some snacks head snatched from others, saying triumphantly, Xueqing, I think you should just stick with me. He'll make sure you never go hungry or lack clothes. Oh, and the day Louis left. She had cried so sorrowfully. Very, very sorrowfully. But thank goodness. Thank goodness Louis himself was so open-minded. Otherwise she would be even more heartbroken now. But we just met again. Xueqing deeply resented this reunion. But she was also grateful for it. Xueqing stood up again and kept fanning her cheeks with her hands. I can't win him over, better stay lighthearted. Since he's so open-minded himself, if I keep crying and grieving, that would be pitying him, not pitying. It would be insulting him. After all, back then he was my big hero, so I have to give my bro that respect. She spoke lightly. But the tear tracks on her face never dried. Wiped away, they reappeared, she wiped again. A freshly changed long-sleeve shirt was soon soaked up to the elbow. She had no choice but to change clothes again. An hour later, Louis waited on the street and saw Xueqing's graceful figure. Her attire was very plain. Her short hair was left to tousle freely in the wind. A white inner t-shirt paired with a light gray thin jacket. Thanks to her high waistline, even her ordinary denim skirt looked stunning. Though her leg shape wasn't perfect, the evenly distributed flesh was pleasing enough to the eye. Xueqing approached slowly. It was evident she was deliberately slowing down. Her long legs swayed as she walked. Her hands half hidden in her sleeves, her slender fingers pulled at each other. When she finally stood right in front of him, Xueqing stopped properly, raised her bright eyes that reflected Louis's image and smiled. So how is it? Pretty good looking, right? For Louis this was beyond the realm of looks. He nodded. Not bad, not bad. Seems a girl changes 18 times by adulthood isn't just a saying. When they were young, Xueqing's appearance had been quite ordinary. A skinny, dry little thing. How could she have been pretty? Hearing this, Xueqing wasn't annoyed but pouted with a hint of jealousy. Yes, someone gets handsome himself and then looks down on his childhood sweetheart. Then she added fiercely, one day he'll carry a doghead guillotine and chop your doghead off. As she spoke, she even bared her teeth and waved her hands like a dog. She had mastered the art of being adorable. Louis hesitated, listening to Xueqing's tone. How come the news of his terminal illness didn't seem to affect her at all? In the afternoon she had been a shy girl. Now she was even using terms like childhood sweetheart. And the allusion she used was from the story of Chinshimi. This. Louis was still hesitating, but Xueqing bumped his back with her shoulder and gave him a helpless yet. What are you standing there for? Let's go eat. Today you're treating considerate compensation for me, you despicable Pinethesky man. Louis was completely baffled. What the hell? How am I a Pinethesky man? Xueqing stepped ahead and walked around him saying, Oh, classic Pinethesky, Just an empty promise already forgotten before you know it. She turned around on her heels smiling. You said I should stick with you, and you'd make sure I never go hungry or lack clothes. Really forgot. With her reminder, he instantly recalled. He had said more than that. He had also said things like, Xiaoqing, let's talk. I want to fall in love just like in those TV dramas. Not only had he said it, but quite a lot. Back then, because he always protected Xueqing, the other kids in the orphanage teased him, calling him Xueqing's husband. Kids say whatever they pick up from TV. Yes, they were kids back then. He and Xueqing were adults. He raised an eyebrow. Find him a despicable Pinefesky man. I really forgot. This meal's on me. Hearing this, Xueqing stared intently into He's eyes. But He just patted her shoulder. Don't tell me you're still mad. Alright, I remember now. Is that good enough? He had used every trick he knew. But Xueqing saw through it all. Unfortunately, given He's behavior, she really had no choice but to hide her love deep in her heart this time. The two walked side by side toward the hot pot restaurant. As they walked, Xueqing suddenly kicked He in indignation. They bickered and argued. Time too passed beneath their feet, growing shorter. Yinhai. After a simple meal, Yi Xiangling made an excuse to check on Wu Xiuhui and returned to the nursing home ahead of the others. Entering the ward, the attending physician pushed up his glasses and turned around. Miss Yi, all test results are good. Even better than when she first woke up. This afternoon's episode was probably just emotional upset from a dream. I think a moderate dose of sedative will suffice. However, for the patient's well-being, psychological comfort is best. Medication should be a last resort. Yi Xiangling nodded. Thank you, doctor. They'll do my best to comfort my mother. After the doctor left, she dragged her feet to the bedside, sat down, and whispered to Wu Xiuhui, who lay with eyes gently closed. Mom, about what happened back then, should I trust you or trust He? He's dying. I really want to make it up to him. At that moment, Wu Xiuhui slowly opened her eyes, looking blankly at Yi Xiangling. He, dying. Dying. Yi Xiangling was startled by Wu Xiuhui's sudden opening of eyes and speech. She herself was not yet prepared to divulge this news. Now, in a moment of absent-mindedness, she wished to confide, only to be overheard precisely by Wu Xiu. Before her evasive gaze could find a suitable escape, Wu Xiuhui propped herself up with effort, her expression urgent. Xiangling, did you just say that He is about to die? What does this mean? Could it be that your father still intends to? Yi Xiangling waved her hands repeatedly. No, it's not that. He. After hesitating for a moment, she steeled her resolve and spoke directly. He has ALS. Under ideal circumstances, he might live over 20 years, but the probability is slim. Considering things with a calm mind, He probably only has 3 to 5 years of survival. Wu Xiuhui's heart gave a sudden lurch. She knew what ALS was. They said 3 to 5 years of survival, but most of that time was virtually no different from being paralyzed. Shock and anguish were instinctual. Regardless, he was her biological son. Even without the dream from today, Wu Xiuhui would still be moved. It was merely a question of whether she could harden her heart and ignore it. Speaking of the dream, Wu Xiuhui's head began to ache again. The afternoon scene reappeared in her mind, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Yi Qiu and He's faces began to swap repeatedly, and the child's twisted laughter sounded especially terrifying beneath the car horns. Wu Xiuhui, like a frightened child, hugged her head and shrank into the blanket. Seeing this, Yi Xiangling quickly tried to soothe her, but the effect was very poor. Helpless, she could only contact the doctor again. 15 minutes later, after receiving a sedative injection, Wu Xiuhui finally fell asleep. The hair on her face, soaked with sweat, was embedded strand by strand in the wrinkles of her skin. This indicated that her pain and struggle before sleep were not trivial. Yi Xiangling wanted to wipe her mother's sweat, but the moment she raised her hand, she hesitated. Because she subconsciously felt that sticky sweat was dirty. Yi Xiangling, what are you thinking? How can you despise your own mother? Yi Xiangling scolded herself in her heart, and resolutely reached her hand toward Wu Xiuhui's face. Her touch first felt icy cold, then gradually gained some warmth. It was only then she realized that over so many years this seemed to be the first time she had ever caressed her mother. Missy, the night air is cool. Although there's air conditioning, you should call a nurse to clean the sweat stains from her body. The doctor adjusted his glasses. At this stage, try to avoid illness as much as possible. If conditions are ideal, she might be considered for returning home for rehabilitation in about 3 months. The safest approach is to have her stay here for another half a year. With a professional medical team, rehabilitation can be guided, promptly yielding the best results. Having said that, the doctor didn't linger and turned to leave. It wasn't very late yet, but even if it were the nurse, Yi Xiangling inexplicably felt as if she had been insulted. Why emphasize calling a nurse? Couldn't she do it herself? Well, the truth was she couldn't. Yi Xiangling's mind couldn't help but recall the words from He's diary. If she couldn't, why could He? This skill, He had mastered it in elementary school and was proficient by middle school. Yet she until now had never personally cleaned Wu Xiuhui even once. They were both family. Logically, she as the daughter should be the one doing this, shouldn't she? But the reality was, the more Yi Xiangling thought, the more distressed she felt. She got up to lock the door. Taking Lu He's diary from her bag, she flipped to the corresponding page and began earnestly studying the notes he had left. Yi Xiangling wasn't trying to salvage her pride or boast that she could do whatever Lu He could. She simply suddenly understood that she owed too much to others, and the essence of that debt was love. It was true for Wu Xiuhui, and even more so for Lu He. Yi Xiangling wanted to begin genuinely changing herself from now on. Lu He was right. My apologies were utterly insincere, no different from casual, perfunctory, empty words. And I arrogantly thought I had already made significant concessions. Yi Xiangling smiled self-deprecatingly, rolled up her sleeves, and went to fetch water. Once she actually started doing the work, she realized it wasn't that difficult. Or rather, doing it hastily, just once, even if somewhat rough, wouldn't have much impact. She carefully wiped the back of the hands and arms. While keeping warmth, she continued wiping the body. Task by task, Yi Xiangling worked up a hot sweat in the already chilly autumn night. In the past, she might have felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, thinking herself truly capable, as if she had accomplished something remarkable. And she would certainly have said disdainfully, "Isn't it just this little thing? What's there for you, Lu He, to be proud of?" In fact, just now a hint of that floating satisfaction had indeed arisen in her heart. But thinking of Lu He, the smile on Yi Xiangling's face quietly faded. Because this thing she had finally decided to do herself. Lu He had been doing it for 10 years. Through wind and rain across regions. Yi Xiangling suddenly thought that given Lu He's experiences after high school graduation, he should have wanted to get as far away from Yunhai as possible. And his college entrance exam scores were more than enough to support attending better schools farther away. Yet Lu He ultimately chose Jiangxing University in the neighboring province. Perhaps he simply didn't want to be too far to return frequently and care for Wu Xiuhui. Truly, Yi Xiangling now almost dared not dwell on thoughts of Lu He. Because whenever she thought of him, her heart ached. Lu He was clearly a very sensible and likable child. The deeper she understood him, the more this proved true. Yet such a person in front of her, in front of the entire Yi family, lived a life even less dignified than a dog. Even Yi Qiu's dog was often held and played with. As she thought on, Yi Xiangling couldn't help but want to cry again. This family absolutely owed Lu He. She took out her phone, her fingers hesitating repeatedly before finally sending a message into Lu He's chat box. "I'm sorry, truly. I'm sorry." Just then footsteps sounded from the doorway, followed by the noise of turning the doorknob and knocking. The others had returned. Yi Xiangling didn't expect Lu He to reply. She put away her phone, wiped her tears, and went to open the door. The door opened. Yi Tianlin immediately spotted the clearly still wet towel in his daughter's hand. He was somewhat surprised, but still asked approvingly, "Were you just taking care of your mother?" Yi Xiangling opened her mouth, but didn't reply. Everyone entered one by one. After seeing the situation inside, hushed praises came one after another. "Our Xiangling is truly considerate. Yes, she came back early to take care of Xiuhui, and even wiped her down. Look how soundly Xiuhui is sleeping. It seems Xiangling did a great job. Anyone can tell she's used to doing." Yi Xiangling's face grew hotter and more uncomfortable with each word. Just as she was about to speak up, her uncle suddenly began to touzle Yi Qiu's head beside him, laughing. "And Xiaoqiu is also commendable. I heard from Xiuhui that she often felt you taking care of her over these past 10 years. To persist for 10 years from childhood to now, truly remarkable, truly remarkable." Another relative chimed in. "Indeed, although our Xiaoqiu was adopted, we treat him with sincerity as our own child, and Xiaoqiu truly repays us with his heartfelt devotion. So Xiaoqiu is our family's good child. Blood ties or not, they don't matter anymore." Yi Qiu was far thicker-skinned than Yi Xiangling. His heart bloomed with joy, yet his face wore a shy and agreeable expression. Every move was calculated to win the most favor. His demeanor only deepened Yi Xiangling's sense of shame. Emotions, when accumulated, inevitably erupt. Yi Xiangling shouted in a hushed voice, "Enough." This shout left everyone frozen in place. She first shot a glare at Yi Qiu, then set the towel aside. "Grandfather, uncle, everyone, let's step outside to talk." Yi Tianlin was the first to react, grabbing Yi Xiangling's wrist with a stern gaze. "What do you want to say?" Yi Qiu, who had been brimming with complacency, instantly panicked. He stepped forward, looking into Yi Xiangling's eyes with a pitiful and innocent expression, his voice laced with concern. "Sis, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly so angry?" As he spoke, Yi Qiu's eyes pleaded incessantly, hoping Yi Xiangling would not reveal the truth. In that moment, Yi Xiangling's heart softened. No one likes a child who lies. Yi Qiu was currently basking in the family's special affection. If she were to expose the truth, the impact on him would be immense. But if she didn't speak, wouldn't that be an immense injustice to Lu He? Her hesitation and indecision were plain for all to see. Her grandfather Wu Hongzhua, having weathered the vicissitudes of life, immediately sensed something amiss. Wu Hongzhuo's expression turned cold instantly, his tone dangerous. "Qianlin Xiangling is no longer a child. What's wrong with her?" Putting in a word. After speaking, he turned a genial face to his beloved granddaughter. "Xiangling, speak your mind. Your grandfather is listening. In an instant, all the pressure fell upon Yi Xiangling. Before her stood the brother she had doted on for 18 years. On the other side was the brother she had wronged for a decade. The inner turmoil reached its peak. In the end, she could not bring herself to be ruthless. She offered Wu Hongzhua an apologetic smile. Grandfather, I'm sorry. I was just annoyed by how noisy Uncle and the others were. As she spoke, she used the pretense of turning back to check on the hospital bed to hide her eyes. My mom's emotions were a bit out of control again. She was given a sedative and just fell asleep so. Her words trailed off. Wu Hongzhua glanced at Yi Tianlin and Yi Qiu with an unreadable smile, hands clasped behind his back. Tianlin, your discipline is far too strict. Xiangling was showing filial piety, and you wouldn't even let her speak. Yi Tianlin breathed a sigh of relief and replied softly, Dad, it's just that Xiangling is too straightforward. I was afraid she might say something to upset everyone since it's inevitable to be a bit noisy with so many people. The other relatives immediately waved their hands, saying it was absolutely fine. Yi Xiangling's filial piety was a wonderful thing, and they were more than happy. With a few simple words, everyone moved outside the ward. Yi Xiangling herself could no longer bear to stay. She sighed, forcing a smile onto her face. Dad, grandfather, I'm a bit tired. They'll be going now. No one stopped her departure. Wu Hongzhua nodded. Xiangling, you've been busy all day. You truly are tired. Go home and rest well. Then he added meaningfully, they'll be staying in Yunhai this year. Remember to come visit me whether you're busy or not. Yi Xiangling's mind was scattered. She mumbled a few perfunctory replies and walked away slowly. Yi Qiu meanwhile watched her retreating figure with a lowered gaze. Yi Qiu suddenly realized that his sister no longer seemed so inclined to shield him. This was not good news. The capital. Lu He sat face to face with Xueqing. The steam from the hot pot rose. Xueqing's lips were red, her cheeks flushed, making her look even more beautiful. He had just read the message Yi Xiangling sent. To be honest, Yi Xiangling's brief message was infinitely more sincere than that phone call. But does an apology have to be accepted? What use is an apology anyway? It's nothing more than a formality for those on the outside. A way for the aggressor to absolve their guilt with peace of mind. Does this apology truly serve any purpose for the victim? As far as Lu He was concerned, he felt no comfort. On the contrary, it made him angrier. I'm not even pursuing it myself, so why do you have to keep apologizing? Are you determined to cling to me? However, because Xueqing was present, Lu He held back his anger. Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? At that moment, Xueqing, who had just devoured a mouthful of shrimp ball, looked up. Her expression as she asked was utterly adorable. Lu He then realized that while lost in thought, he had been unconsciously staring at Xueqing. But before he could speak, Xueqing had already buried her head back in her meal, muttering something like, a slow eater has a problem in their head. The faint joy in her words was impossible to conceal. Lu He heard it clearly. So, after learning of his condition, Xueqing chose to actively hide her feelings. This was not good news. Should he choose a deeply hurtful way to sever the relationship completely? But wasn't that another form of self-importance? The remainder of the meal was steeped in silence and awkwardness. Xueqing was naturally aware of it. Other tables were filled with laughter and chatter. She and Lu He sat in quiet stillness. Xueqing felt disappointment and hesitation in her heart. Leaving the hot pot restaurant, the two instinctively maintained a distance. After a long while, Lu He finally spoke, his tone carrying a chill that strangely resonated with the evening breeze. They'll be leaving soon. Don't think about me too much while I'm gone, because I won't be thinking of you either. Xueqing still looked down, watching her toes cross a fixed number of tiles. She didn't take offense, simply asking a double entendre. Lu He remained silent. Xueqing stole a glance at him and sighed. It seems I'm not very good at hiding my... She shook her head, letting her hair fall loose, and looked up at the evening sky. No wonder everyone around me has been saying for 10 years that my heart already belonged to someone. So I've never been able to conceal my little secret. As she spoke, she stepped forward to stand in front of Lu He. She rose on her tiptoes, repeatedly pressed her lips together. She took deep breaths over and over. While doing these actions, she continuously questioned and sought confirmation from her own heart. Finally, she seemed to have made a decision. She lifted her head, gazed at him, and opened her mouth. Lu He, if I said I like you right now, would it cause you The autumn night breeze was truly beautiful. But it was not the wind that was beautiful. Xueqing's hair, tracing the wind's traces, was already in disarray. Yet she still did not reach out to tidy it. Her body dared not move a muscle now, for she was waiting for an answer. Was her progress with Lu He fast? Of course it was fast. They had only met in the morning, and now she had confessed her feelings. But it was also slow, because this confession had been held back in her heart by shyness and timidity, lingering for a full decade. How many decades does one have in life? Moreover, Lu He didn't even have a year left now. Should she continue hiding her feelings? Wait until after Lu He died to confess at his grave. Who would she be telling then? She would only be telling herself. In life, one must be brave at least once. Pedestrians came and went on the street. Lu He and Xueqing were actually quite conspicuous now. but neither of them paid it any mind. In Lu He's eyes there was only the image of Xueqing. He opened his mouth, words reaching his lips only to be swallowed back. After several attempts he finally uttered the syllable he believed to be correct. Yes. Having said this, Lu He walked past Xueqing without ever looking back. Lu He tossed and turned in bed. He felt a lump pressing on his chest, impossible to expel or swallow. His short, quick breaths seemed filled with sorrow. Yet he simply could not cry. He struggled and wrestled with himself, his mind consumed entirely by memories related to Xueqing. The more he thought, the harder it was to find peace. Restlessness filled his heart. Soon Lu He felt as though he was enveloped by something. That unbearable sensation was pure torment. In a flash the night grew deep. Nearly exhausted, Lu He finally regained partial control over his body. His right hand groped blindly on the bed, but it took a while before he grabbed his phone. The screen lit up. It was 10:23 p.m. There was not a single new message on the phone. It was exactly the same as usual, yet Lu He felt an immense pain in his heart. He opened Feishin. As if deliberately avoiding something, he directly entered Song Wen's chat window. Song Wen replied instantly. "Oh, so you finally remembered to report to me, huh?" Lu He gave a bitter smile. "I had something to deal with just now." He had intended to add a sorry, but deleted it just before sending. He now detested that word, along with similar phrases like "I apologize" or "my apologies." Apart from the reason of Yi Xiangling's relentless pestering, it was also because of himself. Lu He wanted to say sorry to Xueqing, but just as he thought to himself, what use was a single sorry anyway? Would saying sorry make Xueqing happy directly? Would a simple apology erase what had just happened, including all the past emotional entanglements? But, besides being sorry, what else could Lu He say? Should he really get together with Xueqing, then run off to embrace freedom and die in the wind? He couldn't do it, he truly couldn't. A phone notification sounded. "I saw a new drug listed in the US today. Its effect is to significantly improve symptoms in the early to mid stages of ALS. However, many patients who took the injection did not survive beyond a year. If you really plan to follow your heart, I think you might want to give it a try since you're going to the US anyway. One injection costs $7,000, and it lasts for a month." Lu He's face was expressionless at this news. Not because he wasn't surprised, but because his heart simply had no room for any other emotions right now. Yet he still responded quickly. "Alright, I'll go apply for online loans right away." Song Wen couldn't help but frown. "Hey, have you really thought this through? Once you take that injection, whether you continue using it or not, your survival time will decrease." Lu He's tone was firm. "Of course this drug is a match made in heaven for me. Sister Wen, don't ruin my marriage." Song Wen, "Alright, you sure or something?" She gritted her teeth and said, "The matchmaker takes commission. Send me a voice message saying long live Sister Wen 10,000 years. Right now?" Lu He wanted to send it, but his current emotional state did not support sending such a cheerful voice message. So he only sent the text version. Fortunately, Song Wen didn't insist. The chat window fell silent again. Lu He logged out helplessly. The first thing to catch his eye was Xueqing's chat window. Perhaps no more messages coming through from now on would be the best ending. Lu He muttered to himself, then tossed the phone. He couldn't be bothered to shower today. He really had no energy. Amidst random thoughts, Lu He fell into a deep sleep, only to wake up in the middle of the night. Time flew by until the day of departure for the US. During this period, Lu He never went downstairs, and Xueqing never sent any messages either. Everything seemed to have returned to the day before their encounter. Isn't it said that people are just pathetic? Not receiving any message from Xueqing left Lu He feeling empty, his spirit entirely lost. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but he simply couldn't. He had no motivation to do anything. He ate only one. It took Lu He nearly half an hour to pack a simple backpack because the few remaining packs of fried dough sticks inside seemed to impose a silence effect. Every glance at them silenced him for a few seconds. It wasn't until he being personally called to urge him that Lu He finally went downstairs with his room card. Approaching the front desk, Lu He hesitated. "Hey, what are you standing there for? Don't you want to check out?" At that moment, Xueqing's cheerful and crisp voice reached his ears, and Lu He instantly felt full of energy. The smile that had been absent for a while returned to Lu He's face. He handed over the room card without speaking. Xueqing's face, also adorned with a smile, was rosy and beautiful, showing no signs of sadness. This was what he had hoped for. So what could he possibly be dissatisfied with now? Xueqing took the room card, clenched her fist in a cheering gesture, and said in a feisty, adorable voice, "Go for it, do your best. Even if you're just there to make up the numbers, you've got to make a name for our buy-in orphanage." Lu He couldn't help but laugh. Alright, I'll do my best. He'll quietly amaze everyone. Of course it would most likely be a shock. The chance of amazing them was slim. Not to mention, he didn't even have the money to inject the drug Song Wen mentioned. Even if he did, how could he with no actual sports experience stand out? Their communication began with eye contact, and now it ended with it as well. Unfortunately, those with a guilty conscience cannot hold eye contact with others. A fleeting glance left no time for savoring. Lu He liked Xueqing and truly couldn't bear to part with her. So what he roughly tasted in her gaze was a love that lingered from the night before. This was the emotion his subconscious wished to perceive. Departure. The plane took off. The wilderness of Utah had already been prepared. All that remained was for Liu He and the others to arrive. Because various emotions and the female lead's feelings needed to be handled, the progress of the extreme sports was much slower than anticipated. In short, I will do my best to write something that pleases the readers. Also, we've entered the verification period now. Follow-up reading data is very important for this book. I hope everyone will keep reading, click to urge updates, and perhaps leave some book reviews as well. Thank you all. The flight arranged by Arnyo was from the capital to New York. They would undergo 3 days of indoor training there before heading to Utah for outdoor training. Only then would the formal activities begin. Due to the tight schedule, the flight only had a layover in Tokyo, making the entire journey nearly 20 hours. International flights were always long. Louis already felt quite uncomfortable after just 2 hours on a plane. Now he was facing nearly 10 times that duration. However, first class indeed had its merits for the price. Waiting for the flight felt like a vacation, complete with leisure and spa services. Moreover, the flight chosen by Arnyo even offered private suites. After a shower and changing into pajamas, lying down on the bed, any potential fatigue from the journey had already bid Liu He farewell. So it was time to sleep. In the capital, after Liu He left, Xueqing's expression turned utterly cold. She was distracted and absent-minded. Yet there was no sentiment of romantic sorrow in her heart. She simply couldn't come to terms with the fact that Liu He would die in half a year. During this mutual silence, she carefully replayed the words Liu He had spoken during their encounter on the high-speed train. From those words, Liu He's current thoughts were already quite evident. He was filled with anticipation for this brief feud. By reason and emotion, she should now remain silent and not disturb him. But how could Xueqing ever find peace? The person she liked was about to die. Was she supposed to be happy for Liu He? Was choosing to not disturb each other necessarily the right decision? That night, she had already received the answer she had anticipated. How could a reply as simple as a single word possibly be Liu He's true answer? The hesitation before speaking, the complex and reluctant gaze, including the deliberate glance in a certain direction as he left a gaze he refused to shift. These were the true answers in Liu He's heart. Liu He liked her too. It was just that. This fool naively believed that by rejecting her everything would be. Wasn't Xueqing herself being just as presumptuous now? Yinhai. In these past 2 days, whenever Wu Xiaohui woke up, she would fall into that state of panic. Her physical condition couldn't withstand the repeated use of sedatives in such a short time. So the only option was to seek treatment from a psychologist. The treatment took place in the hospital room. Wu Zuhui's emotions were unstable, requiring a family member to accompany her. Originally, that family member should have been Yi Tianlin, because since waking up, Wu Xiaohui had shown a strong dependence on him. But now things were different. Wu Xiaohui preferred to lean towards Yi Xiangling. Seeing her frantic state, Yi Tianlin's disgust for her rose another notch. A madwoman. Xiangling. Yi Tianlin rose, adjusting his suit buttons. His slicked back hair combined with his dignified and imposing features made him look quite commanding. His expression was solemn. We're heading out now? Your father has matters to attend to at the company. If any issues arise, make sure to inform me promptly. You must cooperate fully with the doctor to soothe your mother and help her stabilize as quickly as possible. Saying this, he put on an affectionate look and articulated each word. Our family is now complete. Xiaohui cannot be absent. Yi Xiangling felt a surge of emotion, but she also thought of Liu He. Sigh. She really should have spoken of Liu He's contribution after all. Yi Tianlin and the Wu family members all left. The psychologist was a very intellectual middle-aged woman who gave a gentle spring-like feeling. Yi Xiangling helped Wu Xiaohui sit properly. Dr. Lin, can we begin now? The doctor, crossing her legs, nodded gently. Before we start, I'd like to briefly understand the specific situation. Your mother was previously in a vegetative state and only recently woke up. Before I came, Mr. Yi mentioned that the specific event triggering your mother's emotional breakdown has been identified, correct? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiangling hesitated for a moment before nodding. She then briefly recounted the car accident from 10 years ago to Dr. Lin, as she reached the part where Liu He pushed my mother onto the road. Wu Xiaohui, leaning against her, suddenly became agitated again, murmuring, No. It's words like these. Being so close, Yi Xiangling could naturally hear them. Not. Her heart skipped a beat. Having read Liu He's diary, she had never forgotten one thing. That was Liu He's insistence that the incident wasn't his doing, but Yi Qiu's. Yi Xiangling's attitude towards this view had shifted from disdain to doubt to something less certain. The only thing that supported her conviction of Liu He's fault was Wu Zuhui's words upon waking. But now, she quickly asked, Mom, what are you saying? What's not? Who is it not? However, Wu Zuhui's language system became confused again, sobbing and mumbling unintelligibly. Miss Yi, let your mother calm down first. Dr. Lin pulled her chair closer, carefully observing Wu Zuhui's expression and eyes. She said with some certainty, Miss Yi, I already have some initial judgment. Let's communicate via messaging. Wu Zuhui's current state was too unstable. She definitely couldn't be left alone. Yi Xiangling hadn't expected Dr. Lin to be so perceptive. Without overthinking, she took out her phone and added Dr. Lin as a contact. Miss Yi, I believe my judgment is correct. Your mother's current eyes and expression are classic signs of avoidance. Combined with your analysis, just now Lu He pushed her down is the precise trigger for the stress. The phrase not him your mother said can also be appropriately parsed. First no he, second not him. It should generally be one of these two. But regardless, the Lu He she refers to shouldn't be a negative character. Yi Xiangling stared blankly at the text appearing line by line. Her heart was extremely conflicted. Such a shallow analysis she could have figured out herself. So why hadn't she seen it from the start? Now she had found the reason herself. Avoidance. She herself had been subconsciously avoiding it. She spoke of pursuing the truth, but deep down she instinctively chose to avoid it. If it wasn't Lu He's doing, then it could only be that Wu Xiuhui had fallen herself, or that it was Yi Qiu. So, Lu He had been blameless from beginning to end. Just because of Yi Qiu's one-sided story, she and Yi Tianlin had ostracized Lu He for 10 years. Yi Xiangling didn't feel like crying now, instead she felt like laughing. Wasn't this laughable enough? 10 years. What kind of life had Lu He lived during these 10 years? Yi Qiu, thinking back to the past events and recalling his shameless behavior of taking credit for Lu He's decade of care, Yi Xiangling for the first time felt a surge of immense anger towards her once beloved younger brother. However, most of that anger ultimately fell back upon herself. After all, if she hadn't been biased by Yi Qiu, if she hadn't harbored prejudice against Lu He herself, if she hadn't always refused to look at Lu He properly, Lu He's miserable decade was also largely her own doing. How could she vent all her anger solely on Yi Qiu? Miss Yi, seeing her lost in silence, Dr. Lin softly called out to her. Snapping back to reality, Yi Xiangling forced a faint smile, then said with resolute determination, Dr. Lin, please begin the psychological treatment for my mother right now. You can start from the premise that what happened back then wasn't Lu He's fault. She lowered her gaze to Wu Xiuhui, who was still trembling uncontrollably, trying to hide, and gave a bitter laugh. I think my mother has now seen the truth of what happened back then, but she's just unwilling to face it. Saying this, Yi Xiangling paused, then suddenly leaned down close to Wu Zuhui's ear and whispered, Mom, Lu He really is about to die. The one who has been taking care of you all these 10 years isn't Yi Qiu. It's Lu He. Mom, running away is useless. You need to get better quickly so we can go together to apologize to Lu He and mend the void in his heart. As these words were spoken, Wu Zuhui's trembling, struggling body suddenly stilled. Her eyes were vacant as she stared blankly ahead. After a few breaths, tears began to well up around Wu Zuhui's eyes. She remained silent, simply letting the tears flow. At that moment, Dr. Lin shot Yi Xiangling a meaningful glance. Miss Yi, would it be all right if I spent some time alone with your mother now? Yi Xiangling frowned, then nodded. As she rose, she had already made up her mind completely. Lu He had never been wrong from the very beginning. The fault had always lain with the Yi family. If it had been anyone else, it might have been tolerable, but Lu He was her blood relative. Yi Qiu, no matter what, you cannot steal away the credit for these 10 years of caring for our mother. Lu He deserves the love and regard of both the Yi and Wu families. And, if what happened back then was really your lie. Scenes flashed through Yi Xiangling's mind one after another, Yi Qiu tattling on Lu He subtly and overtly hinting that she should stay away from him. Yi Qiu, oh Yi Qiu, so you were the one who started playing mind games since childhood. The chill in Yi Xiangling's eyes had grown intensely thick. She had to confront Yi Qiu and get the truth. As she pulled open the door, Yi Xiangling's heart jolted. Someone was still there, hadn't left. Her grandfather Wu Hongzhua stood by the corridor, his eyes fixed on the drifting clouds in the sky. Gr. Grandfather. Yi Xiangling gently closed the door and walked over to Wu Hongzhuo's side. For some reason, just being near him, all the bitterness and regret in her heart surged forth uncontrollably. Within moments, her eyes were blurred by tears. Because Yi Tianlin's parents had died early, the Yi family's direct relatives were pitifully few. Thus, Yi Xiangling had always been very close to her maternal grandfather. At this moment, she was no longer the grown, radiant goddess who was the center of attention wherever she went. Like a child, she hugged the small old man from behind, sobbing with remorse. Grandfather, I really did something. Wu Hongzhua comforted her gently. Everyone makes mistakes. A mistake acknowledged is a step towards redemption. Come tell your grandfather what exactly happened. So Yi Xiangling told him everything, holding nothing back, recounting even the past events recorded in Lu He's diary without omission. The entire account left the old man speechless. He wanted to take back his words about a mistake acknowledged is a step towards redemption and felt like cursing Yi Tianlin and his family as pure beasts. But he couldn't bring himself to say it because he too bore responsibility. Back when he learned that his most beloved daughter had become a vegetable because of Lu He, Wu Hongzhua had initially even harbored thoughts of devouring Lu He alive. The child had been missing for nearly 10 years, and Yi Qiu had risen to prominence quickly. So the attitude of both families towards Lu He was mostly, alas, I wonder how that child is doing now. Come to think of it, Wu Hongzhua had never even seen Lu He in person. He didn't even know what the young man looked like. In the month Lu He was found, both sides were busy with work and planned to reunite during the Mid-Autumn Festival to properly meet him. But before Mid-Autumn arrived, Wu Xiuhui had her accident. In his rage, Wu Hongzhua refused to see Lu He at all. In the years that followed, Yi Tianlin never brought Lu He to the Wu residence. To have wronged that child for all these years. Wu Hongzhuo's old heart trembled incessantly, filled with a profound sense of shame. Combined with Lu He's childhood life and behavior, he felt his old face had no place to hide. Xiangling, Wu Hongzhua said with a grave expression, a sharp glint flashing in his still-spirited eyes. Where did Lu He go after leaving the Yi family? We must bring him back. He's only 20 years old now. There's still plenty of time ahead. If we sincerely make amends and treat him well, we can eventually mend our relationship. Even if he truly hates us, we must still provide for his livelihood. This society requires connections everywhere. If we treat him well and show our sincerity, he will surely change his view of us. Plenty of time. This only made Yi Xiangling more heartbroken, and she burst into loud sobs. But Lu He has ALS. He doesn't have much time left to live. What kind of disease? Wu Hongzhua was utterly bewildered, but he clearly heard the part about not much time left to live. What did it feel like to be plunged into an icy abyss? That was what he felt now. He had just begun to think kindly of his grandson, and now his grandson was about to die. Wu Hongzhua couldn't be bothered to figure out what ALS was exactly. He bellowed, "Stop crying first. Contact Lu He for me. I want to see him immediately." No sooner had he spoken than the Wu family members who had gone and returned walked over Yi Qiu among them. "Dad, why are you so angry? Who do you want to see? Why is Xiangling crying? Could it be that Xiuhui?" "Stop your crow's mouth." A crowd of people swarmed over, chattering, with many pressing their ears against the hospital room door. Wu Hongzhua shot Yi Qiu a fierce glare, but couldn't bring himself to say anything too sharp. Because Yi Xiangling had only described Lu He's pitiful state, she hadn't yet had the chance to reveal Yi Qiu's various instigations against her. So in Wu Hongzhuo's eyes, Yi Qiu was merely a child who couldn't admit his mistakes, and was now trying to be. That look was telling enough. Yi Qiu immediately grabbed Wu Hongzhuo's arm, putting on a pitiful and wronged expression. "Grandfather, I know I was wrong. The person who took care of Mom for these 10 years was indeed Lu He, not me. I didn't come by that often." At these words, everyone else was astonished. "What? Lu He took care of Xiuhui for 10 years. That kid who lied at a young age, never repented, and even fought with Xiao Qiu. He did something like this. Xiao Qiu, tell us honestly, are you trying to use this method to make us accept Lu He again? Yeah, if that's what you're thinking, just say it directly. For your sake, we can take the lead in persuading your father to let Lu He come back and live with us." Yi Xiangling no longer wanted to hear such words. She immediately defended Lu He. "Lu He has been taking care of our mother for 10 years. Yi Xiangling's gaze swept across everyone's faces, finally settling on Yi Qiu. Biting her lip, she wept. "Since I went to study in England, I have never come to the nursing home again. Xiao Qiu, you tell me yourself. Haven't you only come a few times as well? The one who has always taken care of our mother is Lu He." After speaking, Yi Xiangling's eyes turned accusatory. "Xiao Qiu, tell me now. Did you lie back then?" Confronted directly, Yi Qiu's face instantly darkened. The people around cast suspicious glances. Yi Qiu instinctively stepped back, then put on an incredulous expression. "Sis, what are you talking about? What spell has Lu He cast on you to make you doubt me like this? Didn't Mom make everything clear after she woke up? It was Lu He's doing. What does it have to do with me?" Hearing this, Yi Xiangling wiped away her tears and took a deep breath. "Xiao Qiu, when Mom heard me mention this, she kept saying, 'It's not him.'" Tisk, that old woman remembered again. Yi Qiu's mind raced, but his tone remained soft, yet firm, sorrowful. "Sis, you know how Mom's mental state is right now." He jabbed his own chest. "I, Yi Qiu, have a clear conscience. I will never change my story about what happened back. Sis, Lu He is still tormenting Mom with his memories, and now you're starting to speak up for him." Yi Qiu continued his performance, his eyes reddening, looking deeply disappointed. "Finding the demon who pushed the mother who raised me for 8 years under the car, is that it? In the scheming dog who only lies at the critical moment, and then plays obedient and sensible for over a decade." He shook his head with a self-deprecating laugh. "How more than a decade of companionship? And in the end, all that trust is thrown away with a single word. I really am just an outsider after all." Yi Qiu didn't wipe his tears, he simply turned around. "Yes, it was all my fault back then, and it's still the same now. I admit I stole the credit for everything Lu He did over the past 10 years. He is the truly good child, your child." With that, he strode away. He had no choice but to leave. Their mother, whom he thought would die, had woken up and now remembered the past. Even Yi Xiangling, who had always unconditionally supported him, seemed to know a lot now. His words just now could only buy him some room to maneuver, preventing an instant collapse of his reputation. The only one who could truly protect his status now was Yi Xiangling. Clearly, Yi Xiangling hadn't yet told their grandfather about his years of instigating mischief. He just needed to keep her from speaking. What happened back then could be dismissed as him being young and misremembering due to shock. Stealing Lu He's credit now could be passed off as childish jealousy, a fight over a toy. But his constant scheming and instigation could not be explained or glossed over. A child shouldn't be so cunning and calculating that would breed deep resentment. However, children are allowed to make mistakes. Yi Qiu knew Yi Xiangling well. Clearly, she was interrogating him. Now, as soon as he left, she would be thrown into confusion and swallow all the words she wanted to say. Next, Yi Xiangling would probably come to talk to him alone. He would find a way to calm her down then. Yi Qiu walked to the end of the corridor, then broke into a run and quickly left. As he expected, Yi Xiangling stared blankly at his retreating figure, unable to speak for a long time. The words "I really am just an outsider" had cut deep. She had genuinely loved Yi Qiu for 18 years, and such words pierced her heart unbearably. The knife in the heart always hurts the most. The Wu family was also stunned by the sudden turn of events and didn't know what to say. To them, Lu He was practically... They were certainly more inclined to sympathize with Yi Qiu, who had just wept on the spot. But out of respect for Yi Xiangling, they refrained from condemning him. Silence stretched for a few breaths. Yi Xiangling wiped her tears with alternating fingers. "They'll go after Xiao Qiu. Please take care of things here, uncle." Without waiting for a response, she headed straight in the direction Yi Qiu had gone. She couldn't catch up, especially since Yi Qiu had a driver's license and had driven off. She paced around the nursing home entrance twice before calling Yi Qiu. At first, he didn't answer. Then he rejected her calls. After nearly 30 calls, Yi Qiu finally picked up. "What else do you want? Do you want me to come back and confront you again?" His voice was cold and disappointed. Yi Xiangling felt as if a knife was stabbing her heart. Why were both her younger brothers now speaking to her in such a tone? What else could it be? She had broken both. Yi Xiangling composed herself. "Xiao Qiu, where are you? I want to talk properly." A disdainful snort came from the other end. "Properly talk? Don't you mean interrogate? Since you still call me Xiao Qiu, we'll still call you sis. I don't know what you and that bastard Louis talked about. But sis, I only have one question for you. Can't all these years of living together prove what kind of person I am?" Of course they could. If Yi Xiangling's mind weren't so clouded, she would have seen through all of Yi Qiu's schemes to alienate her from Lu He. But her mind was a mess. Women are emotional creatures. When emotions run high, reason takes a back seat. In such a state, old habits resurfaced. Yi Qiu's words were clearly a self-incriminating statement, yet Yi Xiangling felt she had wronged him, as if he had suffered a great injustice at her hands. Fortunately, her basic logic was still intact. Her goal was to seek the truth, then act on the results. She shook her head, forcing herself to pull back from her habitual bias toward Yi Qiu. She took a deep breath to steady herself. "Let's set that aside for now. I've doted on you for over a decade. Today you have to endure my questioning. Tell me, did you lie back then? Did you deliberately drive a wedge between me and Lu He? If so, you'll come with me to apologize to Lu He and ask for his forgiveness. Then we can still be a family." After a long pause, Yi Qiu sneered on the other end. "So there's no if not. You've already decided. What's the point of me saying anything more?" With that, he hung up, continuing to maintain his high ground. Lu He had run away from home and regained attention. He could do the same. And Yi Qiu was confident that if he used this tactic, the effect would be even better. Yi Qiu himself probably never imagined that his so-called high-handed posturing would drive Yi Xiangling into a fury. A message on WeChat. "He'll say this one last time. Can we talk or not?" Yi Qiu replied. "No need to talk. The squeaky wheel gets the grease, doesn't it? I'm not coming home either." "Then don't you ever come back." Yi Xiangling cursed at her phone, then promptly blocked Yi Qiu. Did everyone think she was easy to push around? Lu He was one thing. She owed him an immense debt. But what right did you, Yi Qiu, have? "I owe you absolutely. Now you can't even spare me a word. Fine, I'll just see how you survive without the Yi family." Yi Xiangling turned and walked back. She was determined to have a thorough talk with her grandfather right now. The more she reflected, the more she felt that her once dearly beloved younger brother was deeply problematic. Calling him a green tea bitch would be an understatement. Compared to Lu He, he was nothing but pure trash. "You're pretty tough now, aren't you, Yi Qiu? Cut off all your financial support, and let's see how tough you stay. Sooner or later you'll have to come back and give us an explanation for the past." At the same time, Yi Xiangling's mind was more occupied with how to give Lu He an explanation. Back at the hospital room, the Wu family was still standing outside. It seemed the psychological therapy inside was still ongoing. Seeing her return, Wu Hongzhua asked coldly, "Where is he at?" Yi Xiangling's gaze was devoid of any emotion. "He ran off. Said he was running away from home too." "Bastard." Wu Hongzhua snorted heavily. "He's been spoiled rotten. Call Tianlin and have a good talk with him about the harms of coddling children. And then freeze all of Yi Qiu's cards. Make him come back immediately and explain everything clearly. Don't any of you feel embarrassed. I, the old man, am making the decision. Hurry up." Seeing the relatives still hesitating, Yi Xiangling crossed her arms, abandoning all restraint, and laid out all the anomalies she had observed in her interactions with Ichio. This had nothing to do with emotions. She was simply recalling the past and recounting it exactly as it happened. Nearly an hour passed in a flash. Viewed from a child's perspective, Ichio's actions might have been slightly excusable, but now through an adult's eyes, this Ichio was truly calculating. The financial blockade against Ichio was immediately implemented. Yi Tianlin couldn't do anything even if he wanted to because the Wu family was his greatest backing and he dared not defy them. If he truly had the nerve to stand up to the Wu family, he would have abandoned his comatose wife, Wu Xiaohui, long ago to build a new home and never would have waited until now. As if by intention or accident, Wu Hongzhuo pointedly remarked, "Tianlin children need discipline. Don't show favoritism at a time like this. And even if you do favor your own child." Those words were harsh. So Yi Tianlin could only comply, not daring to make the slightest move. The Yi family began to fall into chaos. In the United States, New York, Liu He arrived at the hotel with the group. As luck would have it, because of the Xueqing matter, although Liu He had been lying in bed for the past 2 days, his actual sleep time had been very little. How could one sleep well with so much on their mind? So the jet lag from crossing time zones wasn't as severe for him. After days of accumulated fatigue, he fell into a dreamless sleep as soon as he reached the hotel. Waking up again, Louis picked up his phone and scrolled through the official live stream of Arnyo on Maoya. It was playing a looping promotional video. Here in Utah, USA, on this crimson land beyond the wilderness, there is also wildness. The scene shifted. Numerous riders in racing suits soared across the screen against a backdrop of blue sky. The flying gravel and sand churned up by their wheels involuntarily stirred the heart. Ozaki 8 challenges the emergence of power. All contracted streamers will carry the sky on their backs, chasing victory across this boundless wilderness. And freedom. 43 contracted contestants. Among them are professional sports coaches, former downhill mountain biking experts, and some ordinary people with little relevant experience. But they still share something in common. In this one aspect, everyone is on equal footing. And that is passion. The sudden appearance of the word passion instantly filled the screen. The drumbeat in the BGM made everyone's heart beat and sink. Boom. The narrator's voice grew even more impassioned. Because of passion, there is no fear. Striving on this land, everyone will embrace the desire of their heart. This is not about speed and adrenaline. This is about romance and freedom. There are still 6 days until the official competition begins. At this point, the tone of the BGM and narration suddenly became humorous. The contracted streamers still need some time for professional training to ensure they don't embarrass themselves on the track. And also, to give the cowards a chance to back out. Haha, just kidding. Facing a prize of up to $2 million and the chance to unconditionally enjoy freedom. I think everyone has the belief that I must go. Follow the official live stream, and you can also cheer for your favorite streamers. There will be many gifts dropping during the popularity competition. On screen, the riders had now reached the mountain peak, each taking off their helmets in slow motion to gaze into the distance. The whole scene was vast and majestic, brimming with a tough guy aesthetic. After briefly explaining the event rules, the narrator concluded with a classic advertising slogan. The screen gradually faded to black, and the Arnyo logo appeared. Your energy is beyond your imagination. Of course, the screen was now flooded with the barrage comment. Your death face is beyond your imagination. Liu He himself felt his blood boil watching the promotional video. Just thinking that he would soon be speeding wildly across that crimson wilderness made his excitement impossible to contain. Arnyo's recent hype had pushed the concept of extreme sports to a climax domestically. The overseas market also had some response, but far less exaggerated than in China. The reasons for this were obvious to all. This would be a globally watched event. Liu He watched the promotional video again before exiting the live stream. To his astonishment, he noticed a 99 on his message notification. Clicking in, he found he already had 2657 followers. Was this for real? He hadn't even started streaming. He was merely sporting the title of an Arnyo contracted streamer. There were also quite a few private messages in the background, mostly asking about event details and some seeking business collaborations. Louis didn't have an agent and he had no idea how to handle business collaborations, so he had to put them aside for now. He exited Maoya and opened WeChat. Yi Xiangling had calmed down and hadn't sent him any messages during this time. Xueqing was the same, seemingly having truly cut ties with him. Louis pouted and clicked into Songwen's chat box. Checking in. In the USA, got off the plane early, just woke up now. Don't worry, kidneys are still here and no sudden brainstorms. Over. How does writing it like this sound? The time difference between China and the US is about 13 hours. It was early morning for Liu He, while evening for Songwen. Fortunately, teacher Song hadn't gone to bed yet at this hour. Alright, just a reminder, your vacation is about to run out. The good news is that Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day are coming soon. Also, many classmates have been asking about your whereabouts these past few days. I've kept your condition under wraps. Should I tell them directly or continue to keep it a secret? Louis frowned, then relaxed his brow, replying, I don't mind any more, Sister Wun. Just tell them directly. They'll leave all the class groups later. Although everyone's concern is well-intentioned, it's a bit noisy. I need to fully immerse myself in extreme sports from now on. Songwon was silent for a long while before sending an okay. Leaving the group was in a way a form of farewell without saying goodbye. But Louis had his own choices, and Songwon couldn't force him. After all, genuine relationships were indeed rare. Most were just polite formalities in accordance with morality and rules. Seeing through it, all these things became tedious. Why would a dying man like Louis care about the basic etiquette of interpersonal relationships? After chatting for a while longer, Songwon received a message from the class monitor saying that Louis had suddenly left the group and asking what was going on. She thought for a moment, then entered the group, edited the announcement, and sent it. As the announcement was posted, the chat instantly erupted with countless messages of disbelief. Beyond the shock, there was more regret. Although Louis wasn't very sociable, his excellence was evident to all. His personality was also good, he just didn't have much overlap with them. People grieve for their own kind. The sorrow in the group was genuinely palpable. Soon, led by a female classmate, everyone began to pray for Louis. Songwon gritted her teeth and stepped in to stop them. Classmate Louis is very open about his future. He has gone to pursue his ideal life. He is happy and carefree. I think we should all wish him freedom from all constraints and that he may never be troubled by worldly affairs again. In America, after leaving the group, Louis had nothing left to worry about regarding school. Now that he was abroad, it would take considerable effort to bring him back. It's still a bit uncomfortable. Louis stretched his shoulders. The effects of jet lag had not completely worn off. He switched back to his Cat Tooth live stream and saw quite a few comments scrolling by. Where's the streamer? Start streaming, let me see. Extreme sports streamer, come explain the event schedule. These people were mainly driven by curiosity. Louis noticed that Big Black and the other signed streamers hadn't started streaming either. So he wouldn't either. He didn't want to cause any breach of contract issues. He just wanted to make it to the main event and ride his bike following his instincts. It was that simple. But in reality, those streamers were still dealing with jet lag and were in no state to stream. Moreover, they had all posted record videos after landing on their personal accounts, giving fans an update and building. Only Louis was completely bare, not seeking attention or warming up for himself. Just after 9 o'clock, though he had little appetite, he still wanted to eat something. Last night, Bing had sent a unified notice in the group saying that accommodation and meals were all included. Louis just needed to go to the hotel buffet. His English grades were quite good. However, the difference between formal and colloquial English was significant. Some less common words required careful thought and contextual guessing to understand. Therefore, staying quiet and reserved was the most suitable approach. The food in a foreign land felt novel. It tasted good too. After filling his stomach, Louis received a message from Bing asking if he was awake. After replying, a voice call came through immediately. Louis, this morning is free for you to arrange. At 2 in the afternoon, gather outside the hotel on time and check out. We're heading to the training location. The living environment there should be more comfortable. Louis nodded to himself. Okay, I understand. Then remembering something, he asked, by the way, can we stream freely during the training? Bing's voice was still crisp and efficient. Yes, there are no restrictions on that. It's fine to build your own hype and attract viewers. But until the event is over, be mindful of your words and actions. Don't make any inappropriate remarks and don't do anything outrageous just for attention. If you damage Arno's reputation or even cause the event to be disrupted, the consequences will be severe. You should understand all this. Louis certainly wouldn't pull any stunts. After hanging up, he returned to his hotel room and started setting up his stream. Earlier, he had wanted to stream to make money so that he could continue extreme sports if he didn't participate in the Arno event and wasn't completely out of the game. For example, skydiving. If he didn't die this time, he definitely wanted to go later. Now, however, Louis was very interested in the drug song when had mentioned. That thing could give him a better experience in extreme sports. If he really just wanted to end it all, he could find a tall building and jump today. He didn't even need to come to the US. He could do it in China. The new phone was quite smooth for streaming. Soon Louis and his surroundings were captured on camera. Damn, suddenly streaming. Wow, little brother is really handsome. The one above has fallen, take her away next. Is the streamer already in the US? When does the official training start? TSK tisk, this accommodation Arno really splurged. Louis's mind was still sharp. He quickly picked a few comments to answer. Yeah, the streamer is in the US now. As for training, it should start tonight or tomorrow. It's 9:54 a.m. here. It's not that bad actually. With passion you can try anything. Worried about the streamer dying. Don't worry about that. I'm not worried myself. It's not that I'm confident, but that I. At this point Louis hesitated. Would saying something like I'm not afraid of death or am ready to die be against the... Louis wasn't sure, so he simply rephrased. Alright, I am indeed very confident. After all, if I weren't confident enough, why would I gamble with risk for freedom? Louis's live stream was purely casual conversation. He was a bit nervous at first, but grew increasingly confident as time went on. He handled jokes and banter with ease and faced doubts without a care. After showing netizens the luxurious hotel room, he was urged to go out for a stroll. So he decided to go out. After all, he had nothing else to do. Moreover, watching his follower count rise rapidly brought him unexpected satisfaction. Time flew by, and soon it was 2 in the afternoon. The broadcast ended at 1:30 with the follower count settling at 23789. This growth rate was astonishing for a complete newcomer. Truly leaning against a big tree offers the best shade. During this period, having the Arnyo certified sign worked wonders. After waiting a few more minutes, all the streamers had gathered. Although their spirits had recovered somewhat, they still looked a bit weary. There were no business vans here, a coach was more convenient and efficient. Once on the bus, he being acting as a temporary guide briefed everyone on the schedule. The main tasks were to collect their equipment and motorcycles. Then came the official photo shoot. This step was crucial. It was about generating buzz and drawing attention, much like a large-scale talent show. No matter how the show itself turned out, the participants were first unveiled. The streamers would attract their fans, and the fans would spread the word further. Once one fish in the pond started moving, the rest would follow, and the entire pond would come alive. If there was some rivalry or provocation, it would only get more exciting. That was exactly the effect Arnyo wanted. As for the large-scale music video that would be released just before the event, filming had already begun. There was a photographer on the bus and a camera car following. Louis had just been called over by the photographer to wave it. From New York to Salt Lake City, Utah, the journey spanned nearly the entire width of the United States, covering at least 3,500 kilometers. The bus couldn't possibly make it in one day. But in fact, Arnyo didn't intend for the bus to take them all the way. After arriving in Buffalo, New York's second-largest city, he and the others would get off for the photo shoot. From there, they would transform into road riders, biking all the way to Utah. The entire process would take about. This was what Arnyo called indoor training. As long as they hadn't reached the wind and water-eroded wilderness of southern Utah, it counted as indoors. Given Arnyo's nature, it made perfect sense. The accompanying photographer carefully recorded everyone's reactions to the news. Their expressions varied, but he remained calm. It wasn't that he was completely indifferent, he simply had no. Whether it was training or crossing the United States, his ALS condition couldn't be hidden. So he could only do his best and accept whatever came. He had already prepared a response in case he'd been questioned him. I really wish I could use that kind of medicine. He looked out the window, a touch of melancholy in his heart. Soon Buffalo arrived. As a port city, its natural scenery and architectural layout were quite different from New York's. The photo shoot wasn't entirely indoors. They also visited iconic landmarks, including the famous Niagara, and that would be the starting point of he and the others' nightly journey. After arriving, they were busy running around until finally finishing work at 9 in the evening. In the evening, there was another dinner. This time he didn't leave early. He was tired and didn't feel like making the effort. Still, he was puzzled. Today, his ALS showed no signs of acting up, as if he had returned to the days before his diagnosis. Back then, though he occasionally stumbled when walking, the episodes weren't frequent, sometimes even a week apart. He chuckled bitterly while eating. Perhaps his own body was doing its utmost to help him. He wasn't entirely. At least every cell in his body silently supported him as he moved forward. If he didn't show his true brilliance in the official challenge, he would be letting those cells down. At that thought, Xueqing's face came to mind. Dinner ended. Back to the hotel. During the photo shoot, for the sake of efficiency, Bing had forbidden anyone from streaming. But he, inexplicably addicted to broadcasting, didn't rest immediately. Instead, he pulled out his phone and started a live stream. By now, his follower count had grown again, nearing 3,000. As soon as he went live, he gently recounted the afternoon's experiences, then announced that all streamers would become riders heading to Utah tomorrow. This information wasn't confidential, so he shared it. Upon hearing the news, netizens were shocked. Soon other streamers who were also broadcasting confirmed it. Cross-verification and online posts sent Arnyo's popularity soaring again. Perhaps soaring wasn't the right word. Recovery might be more accurate. This was Arnyo's marketing strategy, constant tugging to maintain the buzz. After chatting with netizens for a while, he felt sleepy. He put on a smile for the camera and said, "See you tomorrow. Tomorrow's stream will be full coverage. First-person perspective highway racing. You can look forward to it." He signed off, took a shower, and went to bed. In the blink of an eye, the moon set and the sun rose. After a group breakfast, the bus took everyone to the edge of Niagara Falls. Arnyo's professional team was already set up there. The closer they got, the more thunderous the roar of the falls became. Louis got off the bus and started his live stream. Viewers entering the stream were baffled. "Excuse me, is there an earthquake where the streamer is? Damn, the noise is killing me. Can't that waterfall shut up? You're something else. Who would have thought of telling a waterfall to shut up? So beautiful and magnificent. Why are all these beautiful sights overseas? Ban that idiot in front. Yeah, the air is sweet abroad. Watch out, a wave of zombies is coming." Protect your brains, but don't bother protecting those foreign worshippers. The rhythm had already started just after going live. The volunteer moderator from last night couldn't handle it at all. Louis sighed. This little moderator was so clumsy. He put his mouth close to the microphone and said loudly, "Just ban those who worship foreign things. Let them be insulted without being able to reply." A flood of ha-ha-ha comments swept across the screen. People also shouted, "The streamer is awesome, and sir, you are righteous." Seeing the comments gradually unify he turned the camera to a wide shot. "For now, let's just enjoy the scenery. We'll be leaving soon." The perspective widens. The full expanse of Niagara Falls gradually unfolds. The thunderous roar of the water makes eardrums tremble. There are many tourists here, but human voices are utterly incomparable. Most of the other streamers accompanying him choose to stand with their backs to the falls, shouting excitedly into their cameras about their thrill and joy. It seems only he wants to fully display this magnificent scenery to his livestream audience. Mist permeates the air. He feels his clothes wrapped in the damp atmosphere. The sensation of his entire skin feeling the moisture and chill is wonderful, because he can clearly sense his body heating up. He can also distinctly feel the powerful thumping of his heart. "Indeed, I still yearn for life." He defines himself in light of his current state of mind. The more beauty he sees in the world, the more reluctant he is to leave it. Yet, he also holds an unwavering conviction to depart from this world. They say completing all 8 of Ozaki's challenges can unlock the gene lock. Below the divine, I am invincible. Above the divine, a one-for-one exchange. But in Louis' view, this so-called divinity does not truly refer to gods. This divinity likely signifies one's own inner state. Completing all the challenges apart from himself, no one else can shake his conviction. And when he transcends himself, even facing the ultimate terror of life and death, he can be utterly fearless. He will eventually confront the threat of death head-on. He is not afraid. About half an hour later, begins arranging for all streamers to board the bus in the same order as yesterday, change into racing suits, and collect professional road filming livestream gear. Their off-road racing motorcycles are uniformly stored in a large container nearby. The Arneo emblem on the container highlights its distinction. Most tourists observe from a distance, not daring to approach. But many gather around the staff to chat and learn. Soon he steps out of the bus holding a helmet in black and red. Thanks to his good proportions despite being slender, the racing suit, a relatively heavy garment, looks exceptionally handsome on him. The other streamers all have assistants accompanying them. He can only ask Bing to temporarily help him by holding his phone to record. From the moment he gets off the bus, the Damaku in his livestream room becomes unified. Handsome. Over and over again, just handsome. This generation of netizens is generally lacking in vocabulary. They have no other adjectives besides handsome. He trots over, gives Bing a friendly smile to express thanks, then takes the phone. The streamer is about to hit the road. The livestream setup will change shortly, so we'll go offline for 20 minutes. The show gets better after the ad break. Don't go away. He says words to keep the audience, but goes offline faster than anyone. As soon as he finishes speaking, the livestream screen goes black, leaving a crowd of eager viewers staring at each other. "You're doing quite well with the livestream room. Nearly 800 followers already." Seeing that Louis' stream has ended, Bing says to him with a tone of approval, "Operations? I don't know the first thing about operations." Louis feels a bit embarrassed. All thanks to the Arneo hype and the fan support. But Bing raises her index finger and waves it side to side. No, you still need to be able to catch the hype. I think you have a real talent for being a streamer. Keep it up. This is a great opportunity. Seize it, and you can turn your life around completely." She still has a deep impression of Louis. A gentle, quiet, courteous, and plainly dressed young man. In fact, calling this Arneo event a great opportunity is quite an understatement. For a pure amateur like Louis, it's nothing short of a massive opportunity. But turning his life around. Louis indicates he'd rather consider renovating his new grave afterward. He might not even have a grave. "How trying to dance on my grave. Dream on." Louis puts on his helmet and goes to collect his bike. He will never be the fastest. 7 or 8 streamers have already mounted their new bikes. Assistants swarm around taking photos. The surrounding foreigners cheer loudly. Louis waits about 5 minutes before getting his own bike. He doesn't know much about off-road motorcycles. He only knows this bike is a KTM, probably a pretty good brand. As he's pondering, Xiao Zini's voice booms from nearby. "Brothers, this is a KTM 250 SXF. Then comes something about the absolute king of 250 cubic centimeters 4 strokes, and other jargon that Louis completely fails to understand. Right now he's curious about one thing. Isn't riding an off-road motorcycle on a regular road a bit of a brain atrophy? But it's understandable. After all, getting used to the bike quickly through a long-distance ride is indeed necessary. Utah's mountain off-road is not a relaxed driving process like buying watermelons from Huachong. If you don't know the motorcycle well enough or lack sufficient control, you might end up with everyone disabled. Louis himself doesn't care. Hell, just follow the arrangements. He had a test ride yesterday, so today he's not stuck not knowing how to ride. He swings his leg over the bike, checks its condition, and installs the live stream gear one by one. The main camera is head-mounted, the secondary one is on the front of the bike. Both live feeds will be relayed to a professional live stream vehicle following the group. Lu He's personal live stream account is also managed by a staff member. His personal perspective will be live streamed throughout. Half an hour later, everyone is ready. The long line of off-road motorcycles forms a single column in random order. The route is guided, they just follow along. Soon He Bing's voice comes through the earpiece to everyone. Alright, you can start. See you after 150 kilometers. The roar of engines rises and falls. Lu He can't help but twist the throttle in rhythm. Each twist feels like the fuel is being added to his body. He seems to be already burning. Virum. The convoy officially departs. Lu He shoots out like an arrow from the bow. It's still the city, so he can't go wild. But once they reach the interstate highway, it's different. The speed limit of km/h was an unprecedented experience for Lu He. Is this the shape of the wind? Lu He felt the feedback from his skin gazing at the straight, endless road beneath the clear blue sky. For the first time, he felt life was so relaxed and free. He couldn't even imagine how thrilling it would be in the wilderness of Utah. Accelerate, keep accelerating. The immense wind cannot stop me. Meanwhile, the number of online viewers in Lu He's Maoya live stream was also increasing. The cover of his live stream had been replaced by the staff with his racing suit promotional photo. Songwen sat on the sofa holding a bag of chips watching the live stream on the television screen. She could already detect a sense of release from Lu He's noticeably suppressed, dull breathing. The silent scream was also deeply moving. But Songwen was still a bit dissatisfied. You kid. I bet your jaw is aching from clenching it, right? Why don't you just shout it out? Let me see the contrast of an image reversal, okay? Lu He's helmet was equipped with a built-in microphone and speaker. The microphone allowed him to speak and interact with the audience in the live stream. Even when not engaging in direct communication, expressing his own feelings provided excellent viewing feedback. The speaker, on the other hand, was used to receive instructions. In the event of an emergency, the staff would directly issue temporary arrangements. However, Lu He had never been one to seek attention in the 2 decades of his life. Though his body and mind were now at ease, he still habitually clenched his jaw, suppressing any loud sounds. For a shy and reserved person, shouting aloud was a difficult endeavor. Consequently, a large number of bewildered spectators flooded his live stream. Damn, the streamer is so steady. Oh, I'm already nervous just watching, but he doesn't even make a sound. Bro, maybe you should stop watching. If you go to Utah, won't you be scared out of your wits through the screen? Indeed, you need to be mentally prepared. Off-road mountain biking is thrilling, and this time are neo-arranged motorcycles, not bicycles. Is there a difference? I've seen Utah's terrain, vast land with no major obstacles. You can drive freely. Oh, what's so exciting? I think it's less thrilling than downhill mountain biking. Dude, it's not about running on slopes, it's about riding along the mountain peaks. A slight wobble means a few hundred meters of human freefall. In terms of live stream interaction frequency, Lu He couldn't compare to those who were already major streamers. However, his account's follower growth rate was astonishingly fast. Before departure, he had just over 8,000 followers. Now it was approaching 1,000. If this growth rate continued, he might even become a 1 million follower streamer by the time the event officially started. Of course, this traffic was not very stable. After the event, if Lu He was eliminated and couldn't come up with new content, his follower loss would be equally rapid. He twisted the throttle again to accelerate. Lu He, who started in 23rd place, who directly overtook to 19th. The starting order was just the starting order. There was no rule against overtaking midway. Nevertheless, his behavior still drew a warning. Number 23, control your speed. If you ride too fast, the aerial camera won't be able to keep up. The director's reminder, transmitted through the microphone, entered the live stream. Lu He's image instantly soared in the hearts of his fans. A tough guy? Definitely a pro. He received an official warning for being too fast. However, some knowledgeable viewers in the comments explained that Lu He's speed wasn't particularly fast, it was just that the accompanying filming crew needed to be accommodated. After the warning, Lu He snapped back to reality. It was his first time after all. It was inevitable to get a little excited. He reduced his speed back to 120, maintaining his current 19th place. They hadn't yet left New York State. The wilderness ambience along the interstate was still not strong enough. Soon the agreed-upon 150-kilometer journey ended. Everyone stopped for a rest. The vehicles also needed refueling. The break was half an hour, during which the live stream was interrupted and the staff played promotional videos, mid-event highlight reels, and other footage. By now it was nearly midnight back in China. A significant drop in popularity was inevitable. Lu He took off his gloves, pulled out his phone from his inner pocket, and checked it. There were indeed several messages. First, Songwen had messaged him. Hey, you should shout. How can it be exciting without shouting? Are you no good? Don't get too cocky. At least hold on until the main race before you die. How's the loan for the medicine? Mostly they were words of concern for his condition. To avoid disturbing Songwen's rest, Lu He didn't reply. Then came Xueqing's message. Seeing the red dot on the chat window, he hesitated and felt a mix of emotions at first, but then he relaxed and let go. He tapped into the chat. Not bad, you look the part. Handsome, handsome, handsome. What does it feel like to speed recklessly on the highway? Is it freedom, relaxation? He go for it. Reading the messages, he savored the feeling. He couldn't really put into words what it was vague, but he knew his body enjoyed this experience. Today not a single ALS episode had occurred. Compared to the past, it was nothing short of a miracle. Just as he was thinking that, the feeling of losing balance suddenly struck. He collapsed directly onto the roadside. Fortunately, he had been sitting there from the start, and the ground beneath him was somewhat yellowish grass. Others only thought he was lying down to rest, and quite a few people were doing the same. I was just praising you, and now you're out of commission. He chuckled inwardly, allowing himself to take this opportunity to clear his mind and calm his extraordinarily excited emotions. It was already very good that it only struck now. One should be content. Suddenly he realized that he had begun to treat his body, or rather ALS, as a good friend. Was he developing a split personality? He pursed his lips and looked up at the blue sky. There were few clouds. The pale blue was far away. In fact, besides Song 1 and Xueqing, Yi Xiangling had also sent him a message. He didn't tap into it, so he could only see the last message. If you've calmed down, come home. Humph. Come home. He hadn't had a home for a long time. The previous messages were probably just apologies. It didn't matter whether he read them or not. Soon the feelings of weakness and imbalance gradually faded. He sat up from the ground with effort. The staff member who had come to refuel the vehicle had chatted with him earlier. The other party was a very enthusiastic white young man. Naturally, not all accompanying staff were Chinese since they were abroad. Considering overall cost and efficiency, it was more suitable to hire locals for simple physical labor. The filming crew consisted of 2 teams. One team was responsible for domestic broadcasting, the other for international broadcasting. He stood up, brushed the dirt off his clothes, pulled the kickstand off the oil-stained ground, and remounted the motorcycle. There were still a few minutes before departure. After a moment's thought, he opened Feishin and looked at Yi Xiangling's messages. Mom has fully remembered now. It wasn't you who pushed her, but Yichio. Yichio has run away from home, and Grandpa has cut off all his financial support. I think he'll soon be unable to hold out and come back. If possible, I hope you can come home and let me, Mom, Dad, and even Yichio sincerely apologize to you. Mom has been crying so much these days that her eyes are swollen. She cries day and night, even calling your name in her sleep. If you've calmed down, come home. Yichio ran away from home and was punished by the Wu family. Wu Xiaohui recalled the truth, her eyes swollen from crying. Isn't this your Yi family's internal affair? Why are you telling me? As for the Yi family collectively apologizing to him, that was entirely unnecessary. Because he would. Is there any point in an apology doomed to be rejected? Of course not. Its existence would only constantly torment He's self-perseverance. However, regarding Wu Zuhui's vindication of him, he admitted honestly that he felt a bit of solace. He intended to reply to Yi Xiangling, warning her again not to keep disturbing him. But the break time was over and he now needed to return to his 23rd position. After a moment's thought, he replied succinctly, not interested, don't bother. Having sent the message, he put away his phone, red-on his gloves and helmet, and guided his motorcycle forward. Their stay abroad would not be long. So Arnaud had paid for international roaming packages for their phone numbers. Even though it cost him nothing, he still felt that using data to converse with Yi Xiangling was a terrible waste. In the past, my humble efforts to please were met with cold indifference. In the past, the sentiments I earned through hard work were cast aside. Then I can only say I'm sorry. I am just petty. Even if you can't bear it, you have to endure it. If you really can't help it, come and trade insults. If you dare to scold me, I'll dare to scold you back. And what's so unbearable about this? I'm just treating you now the way you once treated me. The helmet visor dropped. The live stream camera turned on simultaneously. The journey continued. Time flew by. Night gradually pressed down toward the ground. He and his group had essentially chased the sunset. Today's motorcycle trip covered nearly 900 kilometers. They rested in Chicago, a transit point. Despite riding and resting throughout, the physical fatigue was still unavoidable. Frankly, the time difference was very unfriendly to live streaming. When the audience slept, he was streaming. When the audience could watch, he was sleeping. Forget it, whatever. Louis was now desperately craving sleep. After eating, he went straight back to his room to rest. All vehicles would be inspected and maintained by professionals tonight. Supplies would also be replenished. But before going to bed, he still replied to Song 1 and Xueqing's messages. For Song 1, it was mainly a report. Although his life was now being streamed, he couldn't simply stop doing what he had promised Song 1 just because it seemed unnecessary. As for Xueqing, he revised a few words he wanted to say several times, eventually settling on a very simple. As for Yi Xiangling, he really couldn't spare the time to reply. She still earnestly hoped he would return to the Yi family. Wasn't that pure nonsense? Just after spiritedly declaring farewell Cage, he would then go back and continue serving time. Absolutely unacceptable. Lu He began to sleep. Meanwhile, the restless Yi Xiangling sought out Songwen again. This time she came directly to Jiang City. She wanted to speak face-to-face with Songwen. Although somewhat embarrassing, Yi Xiangling, whose mindset had changed drastically, gave Songwen a rough account of the root of the conflict between the Yi family and Lu He. No sooner had she finished than Songwen grabbed her bag and left. She had never been so angry. What kind of family? Truly, if she had lived in such a family, she would have probably checked out before adulthood. It really couldn't be compared. The more she compared, the better Lu He appeared. How could such a good person end up with such a family? And now they realize they were wrong, want to repent, want to make amends. A heap of high-sounding words. No real action passed since piled up. Huh. Teacher Song. Seeing Song when walking away quickly, Yi Xiangling hurried after her and grabbed her wrist. Teacher Song, our family was indeed extremely sorry for Lu He in the past. That's why we are now desperate to make amends. Her expression was very sorrowful. Lu He simply refuses to communicate with me. I don't even know where he is. Teacher Song, I beg you help me meet Lu He. Even if I have to kneel and apologize, I'm willing. Yi Xiangling's remorse was genuine. Songwen could see that. But this self-blame, this sorrow were all what Yi Xiangling deserved. She really didn't need to sympathize. Still, she had to fulfill her duty as a counselor. Songwen sighed deeply. Miss Yi, as I told you last time, Lu, he doesn't have much time left. He just wants to live the life he wants. Why do you have to keep pestering him? Is an apology really so important? Honestly, do you really think an apology works? Yi Xiangling's eyes instantly filled with tears. But he's my little brother. I haven't even been good to him yet. Since there's still some time, I want to help him fulfill his dreams and make up for regrets. Is that wrong? This was a matter of perspective. Songwen knew her persuasion was useless, so she followed Yi Xiangling back to the booth. She repeatedly rubbed her index finger and said, well. In short, Lu He is no longer at school. Before he left, he intended to drop out, but because he needed parental consent, he gave up and simply left school. Yi Xiangling quickly interjected, that's fine. He'll handle the dropout. As long as we find him, we'll take him home today. Songwen shook her head. The dropout is secondary now. It can be done later or not at all. Lu He is currently in the United States. The United States. Yi Xiangling's eyes sparkled with joy. Is he going for treatment? Songwen's gaze steadied, and she said slowly, no. He signed a contract with Arnyo as an extreme sports streamer. He went there to participate in Arnyo events and take on extreme sports challenges. Hearing the words extreme sports, Yi Xiangling immediately associated them with a very high mortality rate. Arnyo itself had a label like, I pay you, risk your life. Lu He is seeking death. Yi Xiangling was a bit dazed. Songwen took the initiative to grasp Yi Xiangling's hand, speaking earnestly. But more than that, he is pursuing freedom. If you really want to make it up to him, support him, let him be. Isn't chasing after him to apologize and beg for forgiveness just another form of bondage for Lu He? He has truly had enough. Let go. Songwen then raised her hand to wipe the tears from the dazed Yi Xiangling's face. He'll communicate with Lu He. You should first try to be friends with him. I have some connections in the U.S. There's a new drug for ALS, roughly 8,000 yuan per injection, which can improve ALS symptoms. Extreme sports fear, nothing more than the body losing control. Arrange an injection for Lu He. It will be both the start of friendship and a demonstration of sincerity. As she spoke, Songwen couldn't help feeling glad inside. Kid Big Sister might actually be able to get you an injection, and there would be about 1,000 left as emergency funds. Get ready to thank me properly. Songwen's thoughts were quite idealistic. But Yi Xiangling silenced her with a single sentence. Teacher Song, I know that kind of medicine. It should cost around 7,000 per shot for me to obtain. After saying that, Yi Xiangling blinked again. Since Lu He is now in the United States, he'll go over tomorrow. They'll talk to him about the medication in person. This drug still carries some risks. Songwen quickly stopped her. You must not go. Wait until I have communicated with Lu He first. After the two talked in detail, Yi Xiangling took the initiative to take her leave. Previously, to facilitate Yi Qiu's schooling in Jiangqing, Yi Tianlin had bought a second-hand small villa here. Over a month had passed, and it was now ready for occupancy. Moreover, even if she stayed in a hotel, Yi Xiangling would not leave in the short term. Yinhai, Yi Qiu was still persevering outside. His bank card was unusable, but he still had over 40,000 left in his WeChat balance, enough to last him for a while. Yi Qiu never expected that Yi Xiangling would suddenly change so drastically. Not only did she no longer favor or dote on him as before, but she also turned a blind eye to his running away from home, showing no concern at all. Just the thought of Lu He possibly being coaxed by Yi Xiangling in a gentle and indulgent tone made his heart ache intensely. Everything in the Yi family, including its people, should be his. He now had to find a way to turn the situation around. Time flows like water, years pass like a shuttle. The days without any chance to show off passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, Lu He was already on the last 150 kilometers before reaching Salt Lake City, Utah. Salt Lake City, the capital of Utah. From New York, the total journey was nearly 3,500 kilometers. This trip had brought greater improvement to Lu He's body and mind compared to before. The most obvious change was that his whole demeanor began to become extroverted, no longer as introverted as before. Although he could not see the livestream comments, but Lu He still interacted with the audience on his own accord. There's only the last 100 kilometers left. Once we finish this, the indoor training will be completely over. He continued, I think everyone can also look forward to the outdoor training. After all, based on our Nyo's habitual logic, the so-called outdoor training will most likely take place in the vast wilderness of Utah. Lu He turned his head to look at the roadside. Vast stretches of bare rock rose high. Unknown low trees grew in clusters. Autumn had scattered a dry white and a glaring yellow across this land. All kinds of oddly shaped rocks could often be seen. It was very dry here, so much so that even though the weather was not very hot, the visual impression still felt like summer. Especially the nose. Breathing felt sharp. Because Lu He often sped, he needed to adjust his position again and return to his 23rd place. The livestream audience was already used to it. I'm not sure, so I asked, why does Lu Bao always take much longer to move his bike than others? As soon as I came in, I saw Lu Bao moving backward. No, what are you doing, Arnyo? Is it illegal to let Lu He run in first place? It's really possible. After all, if Lu He runs first, others will definitely speed up under his lead. Once they speed up, the aerial photography might fail, and then the promotion would be ruined, leading to economic losses. So back and forth, in the end, Lu Bao might actually break the law. That guy, you really know logical reasoning. The one above, follow him if you want to learn. I don't quite agree with you. I still think spaghetti should be mixed with no. 42 concrete. The one above. Lu He also couldn't see the crazy netizens. He just shared his feelings along the journey on his own. I have to say, sometimes everyone should really try to experience something like this. It really gives a very different feeling. Of course, it's not recommended to go on a motorcycle trip or a long-distance joyride to seek freedom during this period. It's probably the National Day holiday traffic jam right now. Alright, ready to go. Are you ready? Lu He silently counted time in his mind. Sure enough, when he thought of 1, in his heart the command for the convoy to move forward was also issued simultaneously. During these 2.5 days of motorcycle travel, He was not the only one who had improved. The other streamers gradually became bolder. This was especially true as they got closer to Utah, because everywhere here was open wilderness and desert, giving people the illusion that you can ride freely, and even if you make a mistake, you'll just end up in a slope. Guided by this subconscious, everyone would speed up without exception, because increasing speed made people feel good. Soon, a streamer not far ahead in the order suddenly veered off the team, popped a wheelie, and sped away. This was the streamer with mountain downhill experience. Immediately after, the streamer in the lead also chose to speed up after being overtaken. For a moment, the roar of engines rose and fell one after another. Lu He was no exception, because just now everyone had received the same message. The road ahead is safe with no obstacles. After 50 kilometers, we enter the city. On this stretch, everyone can run wild. Our Neo had given the go-ahead. How could they not give face? Besides, people have a herd mentality. The atmosphere of racing had already risen, and since everyone was a streamer, who would want to lag behind? Speed up. Louis didn't have many skills to show off. He only had a heart that pressed forward bravely. You have your wheelie skills. I have my throttle wide open. Just go for it. Brothers, I'm charging. Louis shouted in a low voice, seized the opportunity, twisted the throttle fully, and instantly shot from the back third to the front. At this moment, the live streams of all sign streamers were boiling. Traveling was at most about seeing the scenery and chatting. But now it was a race, and it was a first-person perspective race. The equipment provided by our Neo had ultra-high definition, not only high frame rate, but also ultra-wide angle and anti-shake function. The main selling point was immersion. At the moment he accelerated, many viewers holding their phones up close, even vaguely felt wind resistance and weightlessness. Holy crap. Why so sudden and fierce? Scared me to death. Awesome. Keep accelerating. Better be steady. If something happens, people will die, and you all cheering will be murderers. Dude, are you called Leshan Giant Buddha? Or are you from Duanhuang with so many murals? If you don't pursue such excitement in extreme sports, what will Lu Bao do in the main race later? Just dawdle at the... Accelerate. Accelerate. Charge, charge, charge. My Lu Bao. Back home it was late at night. The drowsy crowd watching the live stream all woke up. There's an angle ahead. I want to overtake. What do you think? At that moment such a sentence came out from Lu, and ahead were exactly those two skilled stunt riders. They were driving side by side, maintaining a synchronized wheelie. And the angle he mentioned. Could it be the middle? The fans instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Calm down, damn it. If you squeeze and you might end up splitting apart. Although accelerating was exhilarating, they really didn't want to experience a car crash scene from a first-person perspective. However, the admonishing bullet comments they posted were invisible to Lu He, so Lu He sped off. At the same time, in the perspectives of other streamers, the conspicuously outstanding Lu He successively became the focus. Dude, what is he trying to do? forcing a pass from the middle in this situation. Looking for death. Get lost. Don't come here to leech off the popularity, okay? Do you think you're worthy of the duel between the two titans? To be honest, that's disgusting. What's wrong with you guys? Does overtaking bother you? You're all too nosy. You want to die yourself, but don't drag others into it. Let the officials stop him. This could really cause an accident. The people in each live stream room had their own opinions. Some supported, some cursed. There were also many debaters from other angles. Moreover, these netizens were really efficient, directly contacting our Neo customer service, hoping to stop the real-time event that might take less than half a minute from start to finish through layers of reporting. Meanwhile, Lu He's own live stream room was flooded with a large number of viewers. His popularity soared again. At the same time, Lu He himself had received a warning from the director. No. 23. Don't overtake. The conditions don't allow it. Wait until they finish side-by-side racing, then overtake. Overtaking now is very dangerous. Hearing this, Lu He had to abandon his overtaking plan. In fact, in his view, the gap between the two ahead was not only enough, but also ample, passing through the middle. But he was an amateur and couldn't be blindly confident. He was the only one who wasn't afraid of death. Besides, the others were innocent. If his judgment was really wrong, the problem would be huge. He continued to maintain speed. Meanwhile, the two ahead also received a message from the director. End the parallel racing. We've shot enough footage here. Cooperate with No. 23 to complete the high-speed overtaking shot. Live shots are very rare. Please cooperate with the filming. High-speed overtaking. The two of them. No. 23. Do you have the skill? Virum. 2222. The engines roared wildly. The speed of the two cars suddenly surged toward their peak. At almost the same time, Lu He also twisted the throttle, which he had just loosened, back to the point where it couldn't be turned any further. Speed and passion. The dry road was covered with a layer of floating dust. A yellowish-white dust cloud burst out from under the tires instantly, followed by various small gravel hitting the helmet with a clattering sound. Lu He took the lead and rushed through the dust cloud. The aerial camera from the side front instantly focused and captured. Lu He lowered his upper body. The visor of his black helmet seemed to emit a light of fearlessness and determination, gazing forward while interpreting the meaning of pursuit. The simply colored racing suit pulled out layers of illusory afterimages in the dust. The steadily forward body in a trance somewhat resembled a galloping cheetah. Whoosh! The off-road motorcycle instantly sped far away. Then one after another riders of the same style broke through the dust barrier. Lu He was like a leader in the aerial car. The director got so excited that his hometown dialect slipped out. Realizing his language was somewhat excessive, he quickly recovered his tone. This set of shots is very important, absolutely cannot be lost. Damn it, it's perfect. The perspective returned to Lu He. The overly dry road couldn't provide the strong, so Lu He felt he was already somewhat flying. The more intense the state, the harder it was for people to speak. Lu He's excitement could only be conveyed through his breathing. The parallel duo ahead was still side by side. This was not because they deliberately disobeyed the director's instructions. Rather, the timing of acceleration and current speeds were almost identical, so they hadn't created a gap. Since they were to compete for first place, they themselves were also rivals. No. One glanced sideways, then continued to lean forward to reduce wind resistance, increasing speed again. The highway was not the main battlefield for off-road motorcycles. The speed had reached its limit here. The rest could only be compared through endurance. Whoever loosened the throttle first would fall behind. Whoever didn't accelerate in the curves would lag. The night owls in all the live stream rooms resurrected. Awesome. Go Lu Bao, overtake those two, overtake them hard. I just checked the map. It's all straight roads ahead. Don't even think about overtaking. Looking forward to Lu Bao's performance in the official race. Not to mention, anything else wasn't that impulsive overtaking attempt a bit too much. Get lost. Lu Bao listened to advice. The director said not to overtake, and he slowed down. If it weren't for that deceleration, it would be a neck-and-neck scene now. Brothers, the shot from the main Arneo live stream just now was awesome. Lu He is definitely the center. Don't you understand the value of the king of passers-by? Don't call him king of passers-by yet. Let the results speak. The excited audience was scrambling, darting back and forth between various live stream rooms. Songwon also didn't sleep today. Since it's a holiday, why sleep? People can't always live in the daytime. Holding her tablet, she was frantically sending little hearts to Lu He. They were only 10 cents each, so she sent $100 worth first, to boost her little brother's presence. But this was just a small gesture. The real spender was Yi Xiangling. She first sent 100 supercar gifts worth 2,000 each, and also activated the Emperor status. She usually watched few live streams, but she knew that sending gifts and activating nobility could bring more popularity to Lu He's live stream. It's just money. Although the Yi family had declined in recent years, spending a few million was still effortless. With Yi Xiangling's efforts, Lu He's live stream popularity skyrocketed again. Holy crap, so generous. Boss, you're crazy, boss. New account with female emperor doesn't look like a guild account. Bad, this woman is after our Lu Bao's body. Sister, look at me, I'm more handsome than Lu He. Bad woman, get out of the live stream, don't compete with us for Lu Bao. Originally, bad woman was just a meme. But Yi Xiangling saw it and directly triggered her psychological trauma. Spending money alone in the second-hand villa, her emotions instantly surged. Yes, she was a bad woman. Then she would continue to spend. Louis was in the United States, and through Songwen, he also learned about that kind of potion. As long as there was money, the other party would directly purchase and inject. This was a roundabout way to help Lu He, wasn't it? Yi Xiangling felt that her heart was partially satisfied, and she raised her hand to send another 200,000 in gifts. It wasn't that she didn't have more money to spend, but her hand was tired and couldn't tap anymore. The staff in charge of managing Lu He's live stream were dumbfounded at this point. So there really was a tycoon throwing real money like crazy. Even He Bing came over after hearing the news. For a moment, Lu He's fame as a streamer skyrocketed. The guild, including Maoya internal staff, began to pay great attention to Lu He, because they knew best. The account that was splurging wildly on Lu He was just a random tycoon. A streamer with such money-making ability should be firmly held in hand, right? Lu He was completely unaware of the tumultuous events unfolding beyond. He was still pondering how to overtake, yet constrained by factors such as terrain and vehicle limitations. Even after the 50-kilometer acceleration segment concluded, he had found no opportunity to overtake, though he had managed to close the distance considerably. It was indeed a regret. Only now did Lu He realize that deep within him there actually existed a yearning for victory. Yet the exhilaration was also genuine. Originally, off-road motorcycles were exceptionally light with superior suspension. As the distance stretched further, lightened by fuel consumption, Lu He truly felt as if he were skimming the ground in flight. Moreover, Lu He had self-awareness. Increasing terrain complexity would only bring him negative returns. Without technical support, he would likely be quickly distanced by the two ahead. Therefore, if he truly wished to achieve a good result, he would have to diligently learn some techniques in the coming days. At the very least, he needed to run the course in advance to gain some experience. Because Lu He's impromptu overtaking had triggered a speed race leading to insufficient fuel for the remaining journey, the entire team stopped temporarily to rest. Removing his helmet, his hair instantly released a mist of sweat into the air. Lu He's hair was now almost completely soaked, as were the clothes under his racing suit. He dared not unzip his racing suit to cool down, fearing that a sudden temperature change might cause a cold. After parking the bike, he was about to sit by the roadside when two people carrying helmets approached him. Awesome. No experience, but daring to run. Are you the type without fear? The arrivals were No. 1 and No. 7, the earlier wheelie duo. Judging by their expressions, both were friendly. No. 1 was a foreigner with a golden beard, appearing to be in his 30s, but his Chinese was remarkably fluent. His physique was not particularly robust, his typical European features etched with the marks of time. He had lived in China for many years, choosing to stay after participating in the first Tianmen Mountain downhill cycling event in 2015. That event was also sponsored by Red Bull, so his enrollment this time made him the biggest name. No. 7 was a person of similar age to Lu He, an Asian handsome man well known in the domestic extreme sports circle, but his specialty was base jumping. This time he participated to try new sports, aiming to follow Red Bull's 8 challenges. He was still young and would certainly not jump with a parachute until death. Since both appeared friendly, Lu He responded with an amiable smile. He actively removed his gloves and shook hands, saying, "I do have fear, but I easily forget it." No. 1 and No. 7 burst into laughter. The three sat down by the roadside, introduced themselves, made friends, and chatted about topics related to extreme sports. Louis had never tried any of them, but he yearned for them all and had some knowledge, so he didn't feel left out of the conversation. In about 10 minutes, a friendship, if it could be called that, was established. No. 7 slung an arm around Louis' shoulder. "Interested in trying skydiving with me? I also dabble in wingsuit flying. They'll cover everything from beginner to advanced, you just need to pay the basic expenses." At that, Louis' interest was piqued. He urgently needed a professional to guide him, so he nodded firmly. "Then I want stand-on ceremony, because I really need it. Skydiving, wingsuit flying. Am eager to try them all." No. 1 watched with deep emotion. The old Chinese saying surged in his mind, old age. Useless. Due to the angle he caught a glimpse of his expression. Thus 5 minutes later, No. 1 was inexplicably drawn into the Wind Surge Challenge group by Lu He. He had originally planned to flee after the Strength Surge Challenge. However, those who engage in extreme sports have open and free hearts. It's just swapping running on the ground for flying in the sky. Let's do it. Pleasant conversations always make time fly. Packing up and ready to go, they set off. The next stop would be Salt Lake City, because Lu He had so much to talk about with No. 1 and No. 7, as well as arrangements for the following days. The three didn't disperse until nearly 10 o'clock. "Lu He, I hope you pass the Strength Surge screening and enter the next round." No. 1 Anderson sincerely offered his blessing. Through him, Lu He and No. 7 Lu Zhuai's learned about Red Bull's subsequent arrangements. The top 5 in the Strength Surge event would advance following Red Bull to the second challenge Heaven's Descent with the numbers supplemented to 20 over 7 days. The pattern would continue similarly. Both Anderson and Lu Zhuai's believed Lu He's chance of making the top 5 was not a problem as long as he didn't go crazy during the race. Off-road racing is different from road racing. If he recklessly pushed for speed, he might end up seriously injured or even die on the spot. They didn't want Lu He to be forced to withdraw. In response to the blessing, Lu He expressed his heartfelt gratitude, but his pursuit remained unchanged. He only sought freedom and exhilaration regardless of life and death. Only the heavens could decide his fate. It was all about fate. If fate was strong, he would move to the next challenge, if not to the crematorium. Back in the hotel room, Lu He still felt residual excitement, causing his muscles to twitch. After lying in bed for a while, he took out his phone to check his live streaming account. He had already read the messages on WeChat with Song Won and Xue Qing offering blessings, encouragement, and praise. Yi Xiangling was unusually quiet, not even sending a period. Lu He was quite satisfied with that. He also learned about the face-to-face conversation between Song Won and Yi Xiangling. He expressed that he just needed a moment of peace. When he kicked the bucket, Yi Xiangling could go find a ghost to start his friends. As for the big spender in the live stream, both Lu He and Song Won had their guesses. It was highly likely Yi Xiangling. This was somewhat helpless, saying he didn't want her money. The money had already arrived in his account and brought various attention. Saying he wanted it, it felt awkward. Entering the back end, the revenue was 537,000 yuan. Yi Xiangling contributed at least 80. After thinking it over, Lu He switched to WeChat and sent a message to Yi Xiangling: even if you spent this money, I want use it. Don't hide behind the screen and indulge in self-pity. If you spent money to stop bothering me, just donate it. He'll acknowledge you spent it. But don't disturb me, I beg you. If you keep pestering, he'll go back and kill Yi Qiu right in front of you. After sending the message, Yi Xiangling didn't reply. Lu He then decided to let it go. Sleep was the priority. Tomorrow he would go learn techniques from Anderson. His life now was truly fulfilling. Every day brought a new experience. Upon waking up, Lu He realized that he hadn't slept for very long. Only about 9 hours. Considering his physical exhaustion, he felt that sleeping for 12 hours would have been perfectly normal. Getting up, he naturally needed to lie in bed for a while before stretching and moving his body. Over the past few days, the frequency of his ALS attacks had noticeably decreased. Moreover, the attacks only occurred when he was resting. Lu He mused that he did have a bit of good luck after all. What a pity. This luck only began to truly work its magic right before his death. But he couldn't pin all his hopes on luck. That was also why he still intended to go his own way, insisting on a Spurofement extreme sports challenge. As long as Lu He participated, his risk of death would be many times greater than others. This fact would not change according to his will. For Lu He, this power surge challenge was truly a matter of life and death, determined by fate. As he pondered, his thoughts leaped to the cutting-edge medication priced at 7,000 per shot. If he accepted Yi Xiangling's donations, he might actually be able to use the medication before the main event and compete in the best possible condition. But he would never accept that money. Accepting it would be tantamount to trampling on his own dignity. Maintain his stance, preserve his integrity. Moreover, after splitting the prize money from the competition and pooling it with his live streaming earnings, and if worst came to worst, adding online loans, he should be able to afford the medication for the Celestial Birth event. If he didn't finish the race, then he would be dead anyway, so why care about money? The more he thought this way, the more insignificant Yi Xiangling's current live stream donations became. Lu He washed up and went downstairs for breakfast. He didn't run into Anderson or Lu Zhiji, and there was no activity on Feishing messages. He guessed that both were still asleep. During breakfast, several streamers came over to greet him. When inconspicuous, no one paid attention. After making a splash, everyone took notice. This was the norm of society. Lu He communicated with them with equanimity. When a Feishing message popped up, the streamers all tactfully left. Lu He picked up his phone to check. It was from Song Won. Hey bro, sometimes our thoughts can't be extreme. Why did you stay? It's only the first of the Ozaki 8 challenges. Take it easy, okay? The tone seemed light, but in reality Song Won was very worried. Everyone has moments of rage. For a steady and honest person like Lu He, once he was truly angry, his behavior became even more unpredictable. So in her view, Lu He himself was already unafraid of death. Saying that he would stab Yi Qiu in front of Yi Xiangling was not necessarily just a joke. A beautiful flower about to bloom in freedom. Why should it become a murderer? Basic moral standards also made her feel that it was very necessary to advise Lu He. Lu He naturally understood all these principles and thoughts. He simply sent a voice message with a relaxed tone to put Song Won more at ease. Sister, when I'm just scaring Yi Xiangling, don't overthink it. Mainly this person is just too annoying. Hearing this, Song Won felt genuinely much more relaxed. She asked in confusion, has Yi Xiangling bombarded you with messages again? Lu He was taken aback, then spoke to his phone again. No, not at all. Since she met you up to now, she hasn't sent me a single message. But the crazy donations are still disgusting. It would be best if she completely disappeared from my site. Song went, He'll talk to her about it. By the way, he'll send you the withdrawal application later. Just fill it out briefly. The rest of the documents are already in place. Logically speaking, if he kept being stubborn Lu, he would not sign the withdrawal application. But his withdrawal was a good thing for Song Wen, as it could directly avoid all subsequent possible troubles. So, he might as well sign it. Song Wen was genuinely good to him, and it would be very inappropriate to invite. After a few more casual chats, Song Wen said, "As long as you have a live stream that day, you don't need to report to me. I can see that you're having a good time now, and your mental state should be fine." Lu He chuckled softly. Of course, doing what he loved without spending money. If he wasn't happy about that, it would be truly absurd. He received the file and signed it. The matter was completely settled. Song Wen needed to continue catching up on sleep to deal with the relatives coming tomorrow, and also prepare to go out with friends. Speaking of which, tomorrow was the Mid-Autumn Festival. It was a day of reunion. In previous years, no matter what festival Lu, he basically spent it alone in his small room. This year was different. He would host a live stream and spend it with the audience who wanted to watch. Jiangxing, Xueqing wasn't asleep. She wanted to stay up a bit longer. This job kept her tied down. Going home for Mid-Autumn was out of the question, as she could only video call the elderly. Fortunately, tomorrow wouldn't be very busy and she could enjoy some leisure. She had been watching Lu He's live streams these days. During the day, she would catch up on the parts she hadn't finished using replays. Just silently watching like this until Lu He died. Perhaps that was all she could do now. It wasn't that she didn't like him, but there was no way to have a good outcome. Xueqing felt that she should start learning to let go. Yinhai, Yi Xiangling said verbally that she wouldn't leave Jiangxing until she saw Lu He. But since he was in the US, she truly couldn't see him. So after catching up on sleep during the day, she drove back to Jiangxing. Before she even entered her own villa, a desolate and bleak atmosphere hit her. The Yi family's Mid-Autumn Festival this year was destined to be a bad day. Yi Qiu still didn't know where he was drifting. Even if he came back, he would only be continuously interrogated by his grandfather. Even if he wasn't expelled from the Yi family, his days ahead would not be easy. Yi Tianlin, on the other hand, was being fiercely criticized under Wu Hongzhuo's authority. Words like blind, unable to distinguish right from wrong, and failing to teach his son were all thrown at him. Middle-aged men, either they are extremely spirited. I'm the head of the family, why do you, an old man, need to meddle? Or they are extremely patient. As long as it hasn't reached the final point, as long as money, power, and status can be preserved, say whatever you want. Yi Tianlin belonged to the latter. So Yi Qiu had not received a single penny of support from him until now. Because he also hoped Yi Qiu would come back, quickly accept his guilt and punishment, and completely muddle through this matter. Anyway, as long as it didn't hinder him from being the majestic patriarch of the Yi family outside. As for Wu Xiuhui, crying every day, crying as soon as she opened her eyes, and when she was tired of crying she would stare blankly. Or she would repeatedly ask to see Lu He. Although Yi Xiangling felt sorry for her mother, she still didn't regret showing Lu He's diary to her. If they hadn't read the diary, Lu He's goodness and his grievances would have been nothing but empty talk. Yi Xiangling, who had experienced several inner struggles and self-avoidance, understood this very well. If she didn't completely expose the painful truth and show it to these people, they would always have a reason to escape. This family. Yi Xiangling stood at the entrance of the villa looking at the pale yellow light in front of the door and spoke to herself desolately. But she couldn't utter a single word of the rest. That this family had become like this seemed to be only their own fault. Retribution will come, it's just that the time has. As for Lu He saying he would personally take down Yi Qiu, Yi Xiangling had to admit that when she first saw that sentence, her initial thought was that bastard Yi Qiu indeed deserved to die. But after calming down, she still didn't want such a thing to happen. So she didn't even dare to reply to Lu He. Instead, she found Song Wen to explain the situation, hoping she could pacify Lu He. After much effort, she added Lu He as a friend on Feishin, but in the end she still couldn't communicate properly with him. However, occasionally glancing at his profile picture did give her an inexplicable sense of peace. However, Yi Xiangling couldn't help but scold herself. Whether it was proper communication or contact information, these were things she had once easily possessed. But now, even spending money on Lu He would only invite disdain and disgust. Was this what it meant to be too stunned for tears? Yi Xiangling thought fiercely. Since she couldn't give the kindness meant for Yi Qiu to Lu He, she would instead transfer all the malice she felt toward Lu He to Yi Qiu. America, Salt Lake City. Lu He had returned to his room. Before going live, he checked out Red Bull's. No new promotional videos were released. After the videos ended, there were only replays. However, on other major platforms similar to Douyin, there were many trending posts related to the event. In fact, Lu He himself was one of the trending topics. However, his primary image was still that of a knight in full racing gear. Clicking into the comment sections of related videos, there were many people cursing and mocking him, mainly targeting his sudden decision yesterday to find an angle and overtake from the middle. Louis wasn't angry at all. If he saw a particularly sharp comment, he would even like it. He came to browse the comments to prepare for the upcoming livestream. For now, he was still watching others scold Louis from a third-person perspective. Once the livestream started, it would be Louis facing the criticism directly. Having some mental preparation in advance was always better. Apart from these, there were also many private messages from various guilds in his streamer account's inbox. Louis truly couldn't understand the intricacies. He only knew that he had signed a contract with Red Bull and couldn't violate it. He forwarded all related matters to Bing for handling. 48000 followers already. Louis sighed with emotion, adjusted his posture, and prepared to start streaming. But suddenly a notification popped up on Feishin inviting him to join a group. He clicked in and saw that it was a 3-person group chat created by Lu Zhuai's, including him and Anderson. Lu Zhuai's, Louis, are you awake? Come down and stream outdoors together. Anderson, come learn some skills from me. Louis was very surprised. For real. They were really going to start a brotherhood stream. There was nothing to hesitate about. After replying Lu, he quickly packed his things and went downstairs. Today Anderson and Lu Zhuai's were both dressed casually, with no trace of sportswear in sight. Anderson was holding a bottle of beer, while Lu Zhuai's was speaking into his streaming phone. Fortunately, he didn't have any professional sports clothes himself, or he might have stood out awkwardly. From a distance, Anderson began waving at him. Once he got close, Lu Zhuai's turned the camera toward Louis and said, look, the last member of our 3-person group has arrived. Our thing is to isolate everyone else, he said. After finishing, he turned to his assistant and continued later, send a super rocket to every other streamer. The stream's chat immediately flooded with ha ha ha. Tough, but not that tough. What they're really about is social sap. Tisk, how could they form a group with Louis? A reckless fool with poor skills, a total drag. How else would Anderson and Xiao Ji come across as magnanimous? He really has the nerve to show up. What are you being sarcastic about? Anderson agreed, Lu Zhuai's agreed, but you some random idiot disagree. Did Louis overtake, or not? When you're driving, wouldn't you be pissed off at someone driving side by side? If you can't afford a car and come here to clown, I have nothing to say. LL, as if Louis could actually overtake. The chat quickly turned into a heated argument. Lu Zhuai's had nearly 3 million followers. If he didn't step in personally, he could never calm the chaos. So he simply switched back to the front camera, stood shoulder to shoulder with Louis in a brotherly pose, and said, really don't stir up trouble. It was just friendly competition, a very common thing in the sports world. No need to get so worked up, guys. The fact that he didn't defend his fans alone was enough for Louis to sincerely befriend him. At that moment, Anderson also came over, putting his arm around Louis' shoulder from the other side, the sound of his lips smacking against the bottle particularly noticeable. He didn't hold back and directly began to speak in Lu Zhuai's stream. I like this kind of Louis. Without challenge, without competition, what's the point? All you haters shut up, or Uncle M will slap your ears. Louis was stunned. Flattered. Unbelievable. He even suspected that these two wanted to get close to him just to find an opportunity to take his kidney. What exactly did you two see in me? Being so nice to me. Could it be that you plan to ambush me from both sides? Acting like this makes it easy for me to think the only ones against me in this world are the Yi family. Louis' inner drama had reached its peak. Such immense kindness from strangers was something he had never experienced. Too much, really too much. Louis' innocence had already led him to think about donating his organs after death, leaving his body intact. Seeing the chat start to urge him to speak, Louis didn't hesitate. He greeted them first, then straightforwardly apologized for his impulsive behavior yesterday. In his own stream, he might have traded sarcastic remarks or even argued with the chat. Because he hadn't expected the controversy to be this intense, it was a completely different experience from browsing the comments. At a glance, all he saw were people cursing him in various ways. It would be strange if he didn't fight back. But in Lu Zhuai's stream, he couldn't do that. They were giving him face and speaking up for him. He couldn't betray their goodwill. Without this 3-person small group bond, he felt that his own stream would have already been banned due to the mutual insults. After more than 10 minutes, the chat's chaos was completely suppressed. The 3 of them officially started their outdoor live stream. They stood at a distance from each other to facilitate their individual streams. Live streaming was nothing new nowadays. But faced with a foreign language, including Anderson speaking at passers-by, couldn't help but glance over. Moreover, many people actively came over to join the live stream. They walked and stopped along the way. Finally, the 3 arrived at Red Bull's temporary equipment storage. Anderson had already informed the officials. The 3 of them directly got on their bikes and headed toward the outskirts. The chat went wild, calling them sneaky bastards for secretly training ahead of time. Thus, the other streamers who got the news hurried over. With just the 3 of them, they managed to start Red Bull's outdoor training, originally scheduled for 2 p.m., a full 2 hours early. This time, Arnaud's directing team consisted of 2 crews. One was dedicated to filming the motorcycle tour. The other was responsible for capturing the daily lives of the contracted streamers. Influenced by the trio, the Daily Life crew decided to film the daily vlog as if it were a variety show. After all, the sudden overtime caused by the streamers' actions was quite entertaining. Moreover, the trio formed by Liu He, Anderson, and Lu Zhuai's was sufficiently newsworthy. It was Anderson who led the way out of the city. The location he chose was about 40 kilometers from Salt Lake City. The terrain already had that distinctive feel. The undulations were not too dramatic, mostly vast stretches of barren red sand. Low shrubs seemed ready to be blown away at any moment. From a distance the land appeared not particular, but to think that would be a grave mistake. The wilderness of Utah can never be underestimated. How about it? The terrain of the actual competition venue will be much steeper than here. Starting from this area and gradually changing terrain to adapt slowly should be very effective. Anderson was quite tall. He stood by the roadside, gazing into the distance, his tall and lean figure exuding a hint of aloofness. Hearing this, Lu Zhuai took a swig of beer and laughed. I think starting here underestimates us a bit. Right, Lu He? The two were now at odds. Lu He felt it was not appropriate to give a direct answer. So he simply read the live chat messages. Guys, they're coming to catch us. Should we run or wait here? All three phones were now mounted on the motorcycles with selfie sticks. Only Lu He remained on his bike. As soon as he finished speaking, Anderson's personal phone rang. Thanks to Liu He's warning, Anderson was somewhat prepared. He stepped aside and answered the phone bluntly. Miss He, I did inform you in advance. You really can't blame me for this. That was true. Indeed, Anderson could not be blamed. The fault lay with the viewers in their live stream who had tipped off the other streamers one by one. If not for the tip-off, the streamers would not have followed suit en masse. They would have stayed in the hotel and the filming crew would not have had to mobilize. But He Bing did not call specifically to assign blame. She just wanted Anderson and the others to stop wandering around so the others wouldn't miss them. After a brief exchange, Anderson turned back and shrugged at the two, saying helplessly, Miss He has spoken. We can't run now even if we want to. Saying that, he walked back to the bike, grabbed the streaming phone, and started interacting with the viewers in Mandarin with a Hunan accent. Hey, how come we have a traitor here? Now the officials are coming with people to catch us. What do we do? Lu Zhuai also got the hint, returned to the camera, and interacted with the viewers in a similar tone. They said this to make the audience feel more involved. As long as the viewers thought, because of me the streamer deviated from the original plan, they would be pleased. When the streamers suffered setbacks, the audience was happy. Liu He, however, did not quickly grasp this. He just continued watching the live chat and picked a few to answer. Yes, the streamer has zero practical experience and has never participated in any extreme sports before. Well, that's not quite right. If life counts as an extreme sport, then I'm an old hand with plenty of experience. No girlfriend and not looking for one. The Ozaki 8. I can only say you'll try not to miss any of them. The sugar mommy. I drove her away last night, and she probably won't come back. The viewers thought he was bragging about driving away the sugar mommy. Liu He could not show the chat records directly, so he just pretended not to see it. The three interacted with their streams for about 10 minutes, then exchanged glances and signed off together. Since the officials were coming, there would be specific arrangements later. Anderson did not want his planned training to fall through, insisting on riding a few laps before the others arrived. Liu He and Lu Zhuai were also eager, so they agreed and set off immediately. There were no guardrails or anything on the sides of the road. But as Liu He rode his motorcycle across the edge of the road into the wilderness, he still felt the thrill of breaking free. This came from breaking unwritten rules. The engine revved. Anderson took the lead, charging straight toward a slope about 4 or 5 meters high. This time Liu He did not charge recklessly. He was getting familiar with riding on the mountain. The resistance between the tires and the ground transmitted to the handlebars, and then through his hands to his nervous system. With the motorcycle as his tool, Liu He began to duel with the earth. The severe imbalance caused by rolling gravel made him uncomfortable, but successfully taming the unruly bike brought great satisfaction. Liu He, if you don't come up, we're leaving. At that moment, Lu Zhuai, who had already reached the top, shouted to Liu He. Anderson was nearby giving guidance. Carefully feel the direction of the force. Choose the right moment to resist or yield. It's just like fishing. Give it a few runs and it'll settle down. The most important thing in this process is balance. In fact, Liu He was already doing that. It was also human instinct. But when Anderson articulated it exactly, Liu He switched from automatic mode to manual mode. Consciously controlled actions could accumulate experience. Liu He seized the moment, sharply lifted the front wheel, and charged up the slope following the water-eroded channels. Because the front wheel was lifted too high and gravity was pulling from behind. Liu He almost performed a backflip with his bike for Anderson and the others. Fortunately, he half stood in time, using his weight to press the front wheel back down firmly. Otherwise, the embarrassing crash scene would have happened immediately. The bike stabilized and continued climbing the slope. The dust kicked up by the front and rear wheels scattered, making it look like the climb was difficult. But in fact, it was really simple. If Liu He had charged straight up, it might have gone smoothly. But now he was accumulating experience. Squeaks and buzzes resonated with the engine roar. The motorcycle's power carried Liu He to the top of the slope. Anderson cheered directly. Liu He's moves were not spectacular, but a newcomer's brave attempt deserved praise. He braked. He looked up. The wilderness ahead stretched endlessly. Amid the undulating hills he seemed to see himself riding along the ridge. Need a rest? Anderson asked with a light laugh. He twisted the throttle hard. This is just a few steps. I don't want to be looked down upon by this land. Is that so? Anderson was satisfied, snapped his helmet visor back down. Then follow me closely. With that he charged down the slope. Zhuai's did the same. The conquest begins here. The two bikes moved forward. He followed close. The ground in Utah was exceptionally slippery. The loose sand on the surface was mostly formed from rocks corroded by nature. For every 2 rotations of the tires, nearly one was a spin. The rocks beneath the sand were both hard and slick. Creating enough friction on this terrain was truly a challenge for the tires. Louis' heart was pounding much more intensely today than in the previous days. Each time the tires spun, the instability made his heart tighten. But after riding far enough, he gradually grew accustomed to it. From awkwardness to proficiency, he didn't spend much time. One slope after another. He even gained the confidence to leap into the air. Next came spinning wildly in the air. But he felt that achieving this move was still far off. At least for now, he was unwilling to try it. Once a mistake occurred, either death or paralysis. On this less dangerous terrain, the likelihood of paralysis was far greater than death, since they were now acting on their own initiative. If he died, it would be tolerable, but Anderson and Zhuai would have to bear the blame. So it was better to wait until the official race to attempt more insane moves. Accelerate. Take off. Clear the next hill. The scene ahead on the open wilderness had become bizarre. Large stretches of mountains were naturally eroded into thousands of stone pagodas. Though not towering into the clouds, the surrounding highlands made the sky appear exceptionally low. The orange-eared color scheme made it look unlike an Earth environment. Wow! Anderson landed steadily ahead, letting out a whoop as he leaned the bike sideways, slicing across the ground like a razor blade before coming to a complete stop. He took off his helmet and looked back just in time to see Zhuai miss a lean sliding along the ground with his bike. He, who had just landed behind, also felt a jolt of tension. Without bothering to show off, he got off the bike before it had fully stopped and ran toward Zhuai. However, Zhuai was not injured. Before the two could approach, he pushed the motorcycle off his leg and stood up on his own. The racing suit provided by Red Bull was also top-notch. Even after sliding tens of meters on this terrain, the racing suit wasn't even scuffed. Are you okay? Anderson ran over, but didn't dare to touch him directly. Zhuai bent over with hands on his knees, panting. Should be fine. My butt and thighs hurt a bit, nothing else. Hearing a bit reassured Anderson. Zhuai's body movements were unaffected, indicating no major fractures. Still feeling pain meant adrenaline hadn't spiked. Wasn't there a saying? After a major accident, the more someone bounces around and seems fine, the more attention they need. Zhuai raised one hand and placed it on Anderson's shoulder, then turned to Louis. If you two dare tell anyone about my crash, we're done as brothers. Anderson laughed heartily. That's easy. You cover tonight's expenses. Louis, however, didn't join in Anderson's teasing. That was just his nature, hard to change. But there was no need to change it either. Once Zhuai had recovered, he walked over to straighten the fallen motorcycle and check it while asking, after the team doctor arrives, you should get a quick checkup. What if you suddenly collapse while riding? Zhuai pouted instantly. I have no grievance with you, sir. Why must you curse me? After joking, he put an arm around Louis' shoulder from behind. I'm really fine. It's just too damn embarrassing. Louis had no choice but to drop it. On the vast wilderness, having someone to share the thrill of pursuit, and then together gaze at the land beneath and the scenery afar. This feeling was truly wonderful. For someone like Louis, who had been solitary for 20 years, it was an absolute knockout. Cut the crap, miss. He is asking where we are. Pack up and head back. At that moment, Anderson cursed and got on his bike, putting on his helmet and ignoring everyone. Having their plans disrupted was irritating. Next, they retraced their route. Zhuai still showed no restraint, flying whenever he could. This time, he could fully keep up with their pace. The three motorcycles were only a meter or two apart, sometimes even less than a meter. By the roadside, Bing stood blowing in the dry autumn wind, her black hair dancing wildly. She kept turning her head to look at the slope on the right. From the tire tracks, she knew Louis and the others had left in that direction. Now there was still nearly an hour until the scheduled time. Bing had arranged for everyone to rest by the roadside, eat, and hold a large outdoor gathering. Her feelings toward Louis were a mix of surprise and unexpected delight. During the interview, Bing thought Louis was just a reckless young man with a passion for extreme sports, fearless like a newborn calf. He believed that passion was everything, dismissing the difficulties of extreme sports even without experience. But now, yesterday, Louis' footage had become a key part of the promotional video. Now he had formed a trio with Anderson, and whatever the reason, earning the recognition of these two was enough to make people look at him with new eyes. Coupled with the rapid growth of Louis' streaming career, Bing felt that after completing the Red Bull Challenge series, he would definitely become a popular streamer. Her boss Shui Yuan had already spoken. take advantage of Lu He's current contract to reject all invitations from other guilds. After the event, immediately discuss contract renewal with Lu He. This contract period was short only. The reason they hadn't discussed it now was that Lu He's demonstrated value was still not high enough. Red Bull is not an entertainment company, nor does it act as an agency. Their long-term signed streamers were essentially regional ambassadors. That weight was far beyond what a mere signed streamer could compare. However, it was now time to arrange a temporary assistant for Lu He. Bing took out her phone and checked. The assistant candidate had not yet been confirmed. It was too late to transfer someone from China, so they were selecting someone from the US. The best choice would be someone who understands Chinese. But if time was short, not knowing Chinese was acceptable. After all, Lu He's English was good enough to get by. Meanwhile, in the other streamers' live rooms, various drifters were frantically posting comments. These people were mostly fans of Lu He and his two companions. Lu He baby is still missing. Just asking, have you seen my streamer? Honestly, who can believe this? 3 handsome guys disappeared during a group activity. Don't ask him in Myanmar, just saw Lu He getting his kidneys harvested. You're lying. With Lu Bao's looks, how could he be instantly harvested? It's clearly a train ride. Cherish life, stay away from Myanmar. Let's pray for the 3 handsome guys together. The streamers' thoughts were quite unanimous at the moment. Sometimes being online really feels helpless. Though aggrieved, they still chose to take advantage of this temporary wave of traffic. They performed their stunts and chatted as usual. The one who felt most emotional was Xiao Zhinya, the big guy. Previously, he had been pondering how to support Lu He to avoid breaking his promise and being used against him by Lu He in the future. After arriving at the hotel, he was busy networking with other streamers of his level and had no time to bother with Lu He. But it had only been a few days. Lu He's follower count was already close to his. He had taken nearly 2 years to reach that level of followers. Your traffic shouldn't skyrocket like this, even if it's on a plane. Lu He isn't someone who suddenly gained everyone's attention due to a trending event. Moreover, he had seen Lu He's live streams. During the motorcycle trip, he didn't talk much, just chatted about daily life. He hadn't even fully gotten familiar with the mid-tier streamers yet. Yet Lu He had already formed a team with the top 2 big shots. Maybe this is the treatment you get for being handsome and having wealthy female fans. Xiao Zhinya sighed inwardly and began to ponder ways to curry favor with Lu He. Making money is nothing to be embarrassed about. Besides, he hadn't had any conflict with Lu He. Just as he was thinking, the distant roar of an engine instantly caught his attention, as well as everyone else's. All the live stream rooms started flooding with messages. Missing squad is back. Quick, let me see. No, can't you go to your own streamer's room? Why do you think we're here? Hurry up and switch the camera. I want to see Anderson do a wheelie flying spin. He'll take a guess. Xiao Zhi and brother and are definitely neck and neck. Lu Bao, go, go, go. Watching the live stream comments, Xiao Zhinya couldn't help but feel excited as well. Ahead, after a stretch of flat wilderness, there was a slope 5 or 6 meters high. As for the others, it was hard to say, but Anderson would definitely accelerate and fly over. The director was also savvy, quickly arranging all camera angles to focus on the direction of the sound. The engine sound grew closer and louder. From the changes in the sound, everyone present understood that the trio over the slope were still twisting the throttle to accelerate. Bing decisively grabbed a megaphone and shouted, "Everyone over here, spread out a bit, hurry." After speaking, she herself ran to the side. All eyes were aligned. The air fell silent. 1 second, 2 seconds. Time seemed to freeze. At that moment, a huge explosion of fuel ignition sounded. 3 off-road motorcycles charged out from over the slope almost simultaneously. Airborne, leaping, advancing toward the apex of the parabola. With the sun at their backs, the sand on their helmets changed colors with the light and shadow. The drone was filming Heaton. Lu He's heart was surging with excitement. The height of the jump was too high. Looking at the distant ground, he felt a rush of emotion. Descending, landing. The suspension system made Lu He bounce up and down with the motorcycle. Drifting to a stop, yellow-white dust several meters high rose into the air. The 3 moved in perfect unison, creating a powerful visual impact. This maneuver was something Lu He had learned from Anderson on the way. Anderson and Lu Zhuai's loved showing off. They stopped midway and pulled Lu He into planning their entrance. After rehearsing 5 times, the 3 finally headed over here. Lu He could only say that he lived up to their expectations. It went very smoothly. Even the braking distance was similar. At this moment, the director was clapping in celebration. That's it. I knew Anderson would pull off a stunt. The livestream comments were also exploding. Handsome, handsome. Wow, is this a game results screen? Please select your hero. Boo-hoo, I choose Lu Bao. Lu Bao finally caught. To be honest, Lu He either faked his experience or has an incredible learning ability. Recommend a thorough investigation. He'll investigate your motherfing ass. Simple trash talk, ultimate enjoyment. Are these 3 really just acquaintances? How come they're already hanging out and showing off together? I report them by real name for forming a clique and isolating other streamers. Then other streamers should come and compete with them, but they don't even dare to go full throttle on the deserted road. If you don't want to be isolated, Lu He has already shown the steps right. Yeah, find an angle, express the intention to surpass Brother In and Xiao Ji, and they'll accept newcomers. I'm not sure if the angle you mentioned is proper. You better be talking about surpassing, as an overtaking. Lu He and the other two were already asked to leave the scene by the maintenance crew. The tire wear was acceptable, but Arnyo was generous, so the tires still needed to be replaced. Other inspections were also necessary. There wasn't much time left until 2 o'clock, so they had to hurry. The small group walked over to He Bing, apologized first, then went to eat the ready barbecue. But Lu He didn't manage to escape. He Bing pulled him back. Lu He, wait a moment. Hearing this, Anderson and Lu Zhuai's also turned around. He Bing was startled. Come on, you've only known each other for about a day, right? And you're already sharing hardships. She waved her hand in exasperation. I'm going to talk to Lu He about the assistant arrangements. You two go do whatever you need to do. Oh, the assistant. That's fine. Lu He, hurry up, we still need to discuss the lead arrangements for the afternoon. Anderson called out and left with Lu Zhuai's. They were actually not exclusive. Unfortunately, so far only Lu He had dared to follow their pace. In extreme sports there are no enemies, only friends. Watching the two walk away, He Bing led Lu He to the roadside and said directly, Lu He, we plan to assign you a temporary assistant to help with your live stream. As for the candidate, if you don't have requirements for Chinese proficiency, the assistant will arrive in Salt Lake City tonight. Lu He was a bit nervous. A foreign assistant. He Bing raised an eyebrow. You dare to participate in extreme sports, but you're afraid of dealing with foreigners. For introverted people, dealing with strangers is difficult. Dealing with foreign strangers is even more difficult. That was the main meaning of He Bing's words. Lu He chuckled. All right, I'll follow your arrangements. There's no reason to refuse a free assistant. Then his expression tightened. It shouldn't cost me money, right? He Bing rolled her eyes at him. Of course not. They'll send you her WeChat, add her first. Greeting is simple, just get to know her in advance. They'll handle her work arrangements. Lu He took out his phone and first looked at the personal card He Bing sent. Wycliffe Nicole, the profile picture was a half-body photo of a young white woman in professional attire. In the West, it's common to use one's own photo as a profile picture. So this was likely a real person. She looked quite... Lu He tapped to add. The friend request was quickly approved. Standard polite greetings were exchanged. After the customary introductions, Wycliffe Nicole spoke with a relaxed tone. Hope this collaboration goes smoothly. Lu He responded with equal ease. Then the other parties sent over their schedule for the day. The conversation ended. Lu He smiled at He Bing. Thanks, having an assistant will make things much easier. He Bing told him not to worry about it. Constant thanks were unnecessary. Lu He decided to go find Anderson and the others. Feishing was quiet that day. No one else sent any messages. There was no need to report on his life, and his withdrawal application was already in the formal processing stage. Once the formalities were complete, all ties between Lu He and Song Wen would be severed. Then Song Wen would no longer have to concern herself with whether he lived or died. Though there was a trace of regret in his heart, this outcome was exactly what Lu He wanted. The regret stemmed only from the fact that suddenly warm, almost sibling-like relationship was somewhat hard. But if he could completely give up on Xueqing, someone who could have become his partner, then why not Song Wen? Leaving alone was Lu He's best choice. After staring at his phone in a brief daze, Lu He deleted the chat logs with Song Wen and Xueqing, then walked over to Anderson and Lu Zhuai's. As the center of attention, the two were already feasting on meat, surrounded by other streamers. The atmosphere there was truly lively. Lu He hesitated for a moment, but after a brief pause he still walked over. Lu He, how is it? Is the new assistant arranged? Anderson hadn't been drinking and waved directly at Lu He. Lu He then noticed that a spot had been left for him between Anderson and Lu Zhuai's, which he hadn't seen due to the angle. Since they had saved him a seat, he simply sat down. It's arranged. Should arrive tonight. Lu He placed his hands on the shoulders of Anderson and Lu Zhuai's, asking what's the plan for later. They weren't streaming at the moment, so the fans wandering outside were still homeless. Seriously, someone remind them to start the stream. Lu Bao is already in the C position. Social graces giving him a boost. He's genuinely handsome, well, those who know. Huh. Ridiculous. Freaking insane. So this is male friendship. Known each other for just a day and already this close. Lu Bao is surprisingly a social butterfly. Lu He is getting an assistant. Streamer asked if she's a hot assistant, otherwise no thanks. Looks like the assistant is provided by Arnyo official. Now that's what you call prestige. True Ragstorch's story. Reborn as me, signing with Arnyo and hitting it big. Tisk, some people's fans should stop being so full of themselves. He'll fly over and slap that dog in the face. The live chat was taking off again. The streamers at the table couldn't calm the chaos themselves, and they didn't want. The bigger the chaos, the better, as it brought them higher viewership. Wanting to involve Lu He, someone grabbed a question from the barrage and asked him. Lu He answered each one. The viewers were most curious about the assistant issue. Many streamers here had assistants, but Lu He didn't. So initially Lu He seemed like a small fry. Now those without assistants still didn't have any, but Lu He was about to get one, and an officially arranged one at that. This contrast immediately highlighted his uniqueness. Louis' fans felt proud, while some fans of other streamers began to feel envious. The live interaction during the meal didn't last long. Faced with such heavy grilled meat, those of smaller build couldn't eat much. After eating, Anderson led the way out. The three of them needed to hold a private meeting to discuss the arrangements for. The main idea was simple: the trio would stick together to lead the pack, showing off their skills while attracting fans and boosting their popularity. Although Anderson and Lu Zhuai genuinely admired Lu He, they wouldn't miss out on the benefits. Adult social interaction was essentially about the exchange of interests, including love and marriage. However, there was indeed emotion within this exchange of interests. Emotion also held a varying degree of weight in the interplay of interests. What Anderson and Lu Zhuai valued most initially was Lu He's potential. In the extreme sports challenge, the brave and fearless were more likely to capture the audience's attention and affection. And it proved true. With his good looks, Lu He's follower growth rate was astonishing. Anderson and Lu Zhuai's follower counts had hit a plateau, and they needed to ride Lu He's wave to climb higher. In exchange, they offered their own traffic to boost Lu He. Forming this trio wasn't just a high-interest topic to attract fans, it also ensured a mutual flow of traffic, preventing it from leaking out. Of course, beyond these business considerations, Anderson and Lu Zhuai genuinely wanted to be friends with Lu He. If they could all win together, why scheme against each other, right? Extreme sports was a pure field, and neither Anderson nor Lu Zhuai wanted to defile the last sanctuary in their hearts. The three of them discussed everything while chatting casually by the roadside. Alright, let's change the stream titles now, Lu Zhuai said excitedly, phone in hand. Lu He also wore an expectant smile. Only Anderson looked very. This middle-aged lad from the UK wanted to resist, but Lu He and Lu Zhuai didn't give him a chance. Soon the three went live. The titles were also changed. Damn it. I'm a genius. From today, don't call me and ye call me when ye. Chui what chui. Accelerating. Well, the trio was gone one and chui. Lu Zhuai was gone, Anderson was one, and Lu He was chui. Their profile pictures had also been changed to the corresponding characters. As soon as they went live, the chat was flooded with question marks. Confess who started this. Damn. Went out for a bit, and came back to find I'm suddenly a fan of those three losers. So embarrassing. I don't get it. Who is Dao Long? Streamer, can you perform a crow takes a plane for us? Please just be normal people and stop messing around. Supervisor reminder, please step it up, streamer. It's best to change your look too. Holy shit guys, I just saw the super. Go take him down. Hee supervisor sister hee. Apologies for the delay. Wishing everyone a happy National Day. The live stream chat was an utter chaos. Louis expressed that he couldn't really do much about it. After all, there were no arguments in the barrage, just viewers amusing themselves with inside jokes, so there was no real need for moderation. He simply followed Anderson and the others to check on their motorcycles. The inspection revealed no issues, they only needed tire replacements. The staff even took the liberty of washing the bikes, making them look brand new. Even Lu Zhuai's accident bike only had a few faint scratches invisible from a distance. The upcoming stream would be in first-person view, so it wouldn't affect anything at all. Lu He interacted with the live stream while mounting his motorcycle. He now shared an ineffable, unspoken understanding with the machine. Just sitting on it gave him a sense of peace. Well, strictly speaking, we only have 2.5 days of outdoor training here. The main race will start soon, so everyone can look forward to it and pay close attention. The race schedule will be quite viewer-friendly for those back home. In the following 2 days, they'll be learning techniques from Anderson, of course. Astride his motorcycle, Lu He chatted away at his phone screen. He had now fully adapted to the live streaming environment, his speech flowing without hindrance. Glancing at the barrage, he exclaimed with an exaggerated expression, "Come on guys, don't hype me up too much. The gap between me and a gang, or when ye is still enormous. They'll try my best to snatch a qualifying spot, okay? Just hoping not to let the brothers down. Alright, and not to let the sisters down either. As for streaming frequency in the coming days, they'll see how it goes. If I'm not training with the team, I won't turn on the stream. What do you mean, runaway princess of Arbol? I'm clearly a top-tier macho man." After rambling on for a while, Lu He saw that Wycliffe Nicole had sent him a phishing message. Since it was only about 10 minutes to 2 o'clock, he ended the stream directly and switched to the messaging app. "I've already arrived at the airport. I might arrive earlier in the evening around 9 o'clock. We can meet up then." Since Nicole was to start work directly tomorrow, meeting ahead of time in the evening would indeed be more efficient. So Lu He didn't refuse. However, he did explain that whether he could return to Salt Lake City by 9 o'clock was a 50-kilometer journey wasn't trivial. After collective training ended, there would be the ride back and a group dinner. Based on past experience, it was impossible to wrap things up before 10 o'clock. But if conditions permitted, Lu He might slip away early. He put away his phone. The long line of motorcycles was almost ready to depart. Lu He was still in 23rd position, a fact unchanged by his newfound rapport with Anderson. Lu He slowly put on his helmet, placed his right hand over his heart, and silently prayed, "Good buddy, give me a little more time. After the main race is over, you can act up as much as you want. I still want to take you to see the sights above the sky. He couldn't feel his heartbeat through the racing suit. But Lu He felt a certain response from his body in the unseen realm. Soon, the convoy set off. Following instructions, Anderson led the group for 2 kilometers before riding his motorcycle into the Utah wilderness. Once in the wilds, Lu He began overtaking one by one. The road and the wilderness were entirely different riding environments. Many of the streamers rode with extreme caution. With his prior experience in the area, Lu He found overtaking here easier than on the highway. Within minutes, he had caught up to the leading pack of Anderson and Lu Zhuai's. The trio began to dominate the entire convoy. They paid no heed to the other streamers. Anderson in the lead had no obligation to act as an instructor, as long as the 3 of them were having a good time. As the distance grew and time stretched on, the exhilarated Anderson began to ignore Lu He, immersing himself in the sheer joy of the open wilds. But Lu He no longer needed his guidance. Perhaps it was talent. Perhaps it was courage. Lu He wasn't left far. He handled various scenarios with increasing ease and possessed lightning-fast reflexes. This led to a barrage of comments in his live stream demanding an investigation. Even the notorious troll changed his tune, stating that without a thorough investigation, the public couldn't be convinced. Although Anderson wasn't a professional off-road racer, he had been a downhill mountain biker, and in recent years his streams had mostly focused on off-road motorcycles. Yet Lu He, an amateur streamer claiming 0 experience, managed to stick so closely to him on this terrain. Who would believe that? Thus Lu He's name was pushed onto the trending searches yet again. He had already gone viral for his looks and overtaking skills. Arbul's Extreme Sports Challenge was arguably the biggest topic on the entire internet. Under the spotlight of Arbul, any advantage Lu He had was magnified many times over. Cloud C. Yi Xiangling was still watching Lu He's live stream, but she now kept a low profile, indistinguishable from a regular viewer. A brand new account, too scared to even send a fan badge. Her emotions were now highly synchronized with the live stream barrage. When the comments praised Lu He, she was as happy as a child. When they insulted him, she was so furious she wished she could reach through the screen to punch them. The most absurd thing was that she now had to have Lu He's stream playing to fall asleep, otherwise she couldn't. If there was no live stream, she would watch replays. She felt an extraordinary sense of peace just hearing his voice. How pathetic. Yi Xiangling herself thought it was pretty pathetic. But there was no helping it. That was her truest feeling right now. If she were to analyze it psychologically, she could consult a psychiatrist to overcome this mindset to a great extent. But she didn't want to. As a good older sister, this was how she should feel towards a younger brother in the public eye. She believed it was a manifestation of familial love. Watching the stream for a while, her heart aching for Lu He from time to time, Yi Xiangling inevitably thought about ALS again. She had now come to terms with the fact that Lu He didn't have much time left. She still very much hoped to help Lu He use those palliative drugs that came at the cost of his remaining lifespan. As long as Lu He could be happy in his remaining time, she would have no complaints, even if it meant never speaking to him again and just silently observing from behind the scenes. What Lu He asked of her, she would surely do. But Wu Xiuhui and even the entire Wu family were beyond. Given Lu He's current high exposure, even if they didn't actively browse the internet, it would likely only be a few days before the Wu family fully learned of his current situation. What should she do if they went directly to find him then? Yi Xiangling sank into deep thought. Her thoughts were soon pulled back by the sound of the motorcycle's throttle on her phone. Lu He still spoke very little while riding. Staring at the phone screen, Yi Xiangling temporarily set aside her worries. No matter what the Wu family's visit to Lu He was definitely not to cause trouble. In the end, it all came down to whether Lu He was willing to return. Yi Xiangling wasn't confident she could persuade Lu He to go home, but she could at least try to convince the Wu family to give up. Once they faced Lu He's attitude, they would understand. Lu He, you're so dazzling now. Yi Xiangling couldn't help but switch to her photo album and look at the solo promotional still she had saved earlier. Naturally, she also thought of Yi Qiu. As of now, Yi Xiangling had yet to receive any information about Yi Qiu. At first, she would occasionally mutter about finding Yi Qiu, insisting that he must return to explain everything to everyone, clear Lu He's name, and apologize to him. But now she had come to realize, whether Yi Qiu returned or not was completely irrelevant. Lu He's innocence didn't require Yi Qiu's intervention at all. Under the guidance of a psychologist, Wu Xiuhui had fully confronted her memories from that time and provided a very accurate account. The accident had nothing to do with Lu He. In fact, he was the one who went to save Yi Qiu. As for an apology, Lu He didn't need that either. Yi Xiangling racked her brains, but still couldn't figure out what purpose finding Yi Qiu and bringing him back would serve now. Perhaps the only use would be to quell the Wu family's anger. But this kind of anger was actually quite absurd. Floating atop that anger was nothing but a layer of ash called self-deception. Driven by this mindset, Yi Qiu had virtually no place in Yi Xiangling's heart recently. If she still felt pity and concern for him under these circumstances, she would consider herself beyond saving. Meanwhile, at a high-end hotel in Yunhai, Ichio's face was flushed, his eyes glazed, and the liquor bottle in his left hand was unsteady. So this was what it felt like to be ignored. He chuckled bitterly to himself. He also recalled with hatred. He didn't have much money left. His next move was either to return to the Yi family or sell his car and continue drifting. Ichio felt both choices were similar. Once the car was sold, the Yi or Wu family could track it down and find his location. After a moment's thought, he decided to sell the car. He absolutely couldn't go back like this now. This was entirely due to Ichio's lack of social experience. In truth, if the Yi or Wu family really wanted to find him, they could have already located him through surveillance and other means. This wasn't a decade ago when surveillance wasn't widespread. The reason he could still arrogantly indulge in his freedom and debauchery was simply because the Wu family currently had no interest in dealing with him. All of the Wu family's energy was focused on taking care of Wu Xiuhui and finding Lu He. Since He Xiangling said she was negotiating with Lu He, the Wu family was still waiting, and otherwise they would have already received news and rushed to the United States. Time flew by. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Utah, USA. The morning in Salt Lake City wasn't particularly striking, much like in China. The effects of jet lag were now completely negligible. Lu He's daily routine was essentially the same as back home. Holding a cup of coffee, he stood by the window, gazing absently at the dawn, murmuring to himself, "This afternoon is the main race." Yes, that afternoon was the main event of the Emergence Challenge. For the past 2 days, Lu He had done nothing but train and sleep, with hardly anything else in between. As for the ALS, it had flared up again when he got out of bed that morning. Lu He couldn't get up at all, forced to lie passively in bed until his body recovered. Moreover, it had also struck during training yesterday afternoon. His legs were numb and his arms were weak. Fortunately, the weakness wasn't too severe. At that time, the road was also on a flat basin section. He could still maintain balance using only his hands. It was absurd, really. Lu He had managed to hide his ALS until now. Honestly, luck had played a huge part. Since it's acting up now, it better not cause trouble later. Lu He looked down at his chest, then flicked his own little tuft of hair. If anyone were around, they'd probably think he was a bit unhinged. Knock, knock, knock. Just then a soft knock came from outside the room door. After a few seconds, the doorbell rang. The one who would do this was likely his little assistant, Wycliffe Nicole. Out of habit, Lu He picked up his phone and saw that she had messaged him before coming. However, his sleep settings had silenced the phone before 8 a.m., so he hadn't heard it. He opened the door. The first thing that caught his eye was her light, golden, wavy long hair. Lu He was 185 meters tall, while Wycliffe Nicole was 173 meters. That's how the height difference made the view. Reluctantly, Lu He had to admit that his height was largely due to Yi Tianlin may have been lacking in character, but his appearance was excellent. Nearly 50, he still had abs, a straight posture, and a dignified, handsome aura. "Mr. Lu, why didn't you reply to my messages for so long?" Upon meeting, Wycliffe Nicole looked up and asked. Her pupils, like light green agates, held no hint of reproach, only pure curiosity. Since it wasn't yet official work hours, she was interacting with Lu He more as a friend. Lu He stepped aside and gestured for her to come in, mentally rehearsing what to say. But Wycliffe Nicole, dressed in a short coffee-colored trench coat, didn't seem intent on pressing the issue. Her legs clad in nude stockings strode straight into the room as she said, "Barring any surprises, the race will start at 4 p.m. sharp. My personal suggestion is to rest well and avoid high-intensity training today." As she spoke, Wycliffe Nicole pulled a dedicated livestream phone from her coat pocket. This phone was also issued by Arnyo and brought by her. Lu He's personal livestream account was already logged in on it, and she would handle all livestream matters. How to put it? Wycliffe Nicole, with her good looks bearing a slight resemblance to the lead actress of Twilight, was very popular among the livestream viewers. Moreover, her personality was playful and outgoing. Even though she couldn't understand a single word of the barrage comments, she could still sync her wavelength with the domestic netizens from thousands of kilometers away. So Lu He simply handed over the live stream to her and focused on his training. As expected. Now Wycliffe Nicole was taking out the phone to get him to live stream himself to gather more popularity for the afternoon's main race and boost his presence and recognition. Lu He rubbed his unkempt hair and said helplessly, "Nicole, I think the live stream would be better if you did it." He knew that bunch of perverts in his live stream room all too well. LSPs were virtually swarming in Lu He's live stream room. They could already devour 3 bowls of rice just by gazing at Wycliffe Nicole. It had been proven that the assistant's live streaming produced better results. Hearing his suggestion, Wycliffe Nicole shook her head with a haughty pout. "Sorry, replacing you in the live stream is not within the scope of my job duties. I refuse." Lu He was left speechless. It was a perfectly valid point, and he had no retort. Wycliffe Nicole's job duties were indeed limited to assisting him in the live stream and handling communications with companies like Arnyo on his behalf. Her willingness to appear on camera for the past couple of days was already a significant concession. Lu He had no choice but to nod. Yet Wycliffe Nicole pivoted, however. "If you can offer me additional compensation, this matter can be negotiated." Watching the sly grin on her face, he asked casually, "What amount do you think is appropriate?" They had already introduced themselves when they first met. Wycliffe Nicole was 22 years old, still a college student currently in her internship period. Many ordinary American college students fund their education through loans. Wycliffe Nicole was one of them. Moreover, live streaming itself was extra work. She was investing time and effort which deserved fair compensation. Thus, he could fully understand Wycliffe Nicole's request for additional pay. As he finished speaking, Wycliffe Nicole looked somewhat surprised. Her wide eyes were strikingly beautiful with a hint of adorable confusion. She hadn't expected to jump straight into price negotiation. Acting on impulse, she had no idea about the market rate, but she didn't want to let this opportunity slip away. Her mind racing, Wycliffe Nicole decided to be straightforward. She asked, "Could you tell me roughly how much revenue you earn from the live stream?" She gestured with her hands. Converted into an hourly or daily rate, for instance. Louie took her phone, logged into the backend, and checked the account earnings. The earnings figure had now reached nearly 930,000. The bulk of it came from Yizai Engling's previous contributions. Doing a quick mental calculation, Louie gave a number. If we go by the average, the daily rate is roughly $10,000. As soon as he uttered the number, Wycliffe Nicole was stunned, then let loose a string of profanities without caring about her image. "How much?" $10,000 a day. My goddamn student loan is only $20,000 total. She dug her fingers into her hair, took a few deep breaths. "Wait. There's already a gap between us. Let me go back and change into proper clothes. You wait for me." With that, Wycliffe Nicole hurriedly stood up and rushed out the door. At the doorway, she turned back, hair swinging, and said earnestly, "Mr. Lou, I think it's very necessary for me to help you with the live stream. Let's discuss it in detail when I come back." Louie was speechless again, seriously suspecting that Wycliffe Nicole was going back to her room to change into some kind of bizarre outfit. Just a brief mental image made Louie feel a bit flustered, so he quickly shifted his attention to his phone. Since Wycliffe Nicole had arrived later, her room was on the upper floor. After waiting about 20 minutes, she finally... It wasn't what Louie had imagined. She had simply swapped her casual leisure wear for a professional work blazer and skirt. This was more formal. Before Wycliffe Nicole could speak, he took the initiative. "As for you helping me live stream in exchange for extra pay, that's not feasible right now. I don't have the money at the moment. Those earnings won't be withdrawable to my bank account until next month. By next month, you might not even be my assistant anymore." Wycliffe Nicole's heels clicked as she paused. She hesitated for a moment, then smiled. "That's all right. Given your level, Mr. Lou, advancing to the next round is a certainty. I can then apply to my superiors to continue serving as your assistant." She stepped closer, her expression pleading. "I really need extra income to pay off my student loans as soon as possible. After graduation, I'll be living in New York. Rent, loans, and credit card payments will be a huge burden for me. If I can't get a full-time position after my internship, the pressure will be even greater. I'm not sure if my abilities are good enough, but I'll definitely do my utmost to serve you. Please give me a chance." Louie barely hesitated before nodding in agreement. Because everything Wycliffe Nicole was saying now, he had once said to others himself. Louie had also taken out student loans before. He understood the constant pressure of being in debt. After giving his simple promise, the two initially settled on a compensation price, $500 to $1,000 per day. The condition was that Wycliffe Nicole had to ensure her original work efficiency while also appearing on camera to complete part of Louie's livestream content. This verbal agreement could be canceled unilaterally by Louie at any time. Wycliffe Nicole, forthright as ever, recorded the entire conversation. If there was an opportunity for a long-term collaboration later, they could sign a contract then. Although Wycliffe Nicole hadn't asked for extra pay for the first 2 days, Louie still used his own money to pay her. He had to. It would have weighed on his conscience. After all, Louie didn't believe that the benefactor who tipped $50,000 yesterday did it for him. At that time, it was during the post-training dinner. Louie wasn't even in the live stream frame. Paying Wycliffe Nicole now would both show his sincerity and motivate her to work harder during the afternoon live stream. Louie checked the time and went to have breakfast with Wycliffe Nicole, discussing the most important thing she needed to do during the live stream. That thing was to learn Chinese. Apart from that, she just needed to stay natural. Wycliffe Nicole should maintain her own personality while streaming. Great, this way I'm completely free. After giving his instructions to Wycliffe Nicole, he felt immensely by using 5 to 10% of the live stream revenue. He had hired someone with better streaming skills to take over. He could focus on what he wanted to do while making money effortlessly. Could life get any more comfortable? After breakfast, he returned to his hotel room and started the live stream. Comments flooded in immediately. "Get the male assistant out of the way, we want to see the female streamer. Where's the streamer? Why isn't she online yet? Male assistant, stop blocking the camera. Nicole, female streamer, show us your legs." Louie was left speechless. See, those LSPs weren't even here for him anymore. Louie felt a bit aggrieved watching the barrage of comments. This crowd didn't even care about the official match starting in the afternoon. Come on guys, isn't there anyone who actually came here just to watch me? As soon as he finished speaking, the barrage of comments scrolled a massive no. Although his female fans quickly rallied to comfort him, their comments couldn't hold out for long before being overwhelmed. Louis had no choice but to comply with the viewers' requests and give up his spot as the streamer. He waved at Wycliffe Nicole, "Come over here and get to work." The barrage of comments was heavily biased. Male assistant, "What's with your attitude? Speak nicely." Apologize to the female streamer. Apologize. I suggest you guys don't be too ridiculous. We want to see Lu Bao. Screw Lu Bao, go watch him in his own stream. Don't waste our time watching the female streamer. Wait, the person before, do you even hear yourself? First of all, it should still be very early in the US time, right? Is the female streamer already living with her male assistant? I won't accept this. Report. Seeing the barrage intensifying, Lu, he had to compromise. All right, I apologize. Female streamer, I'm sorry. Come and say hello to everyone. Saying this, he directly handed his phone to the ready Wycliffe Nicole, then lay back on the bed to play with his own phone. Those interactions earlier had all been intentional. The goal was to cater to the fans and create a show effect. Having hung out with Anderson and Lu Zhuais for a few days, he had also learned a few streaming tricks. Wycliffe Nicole was streaming directly sitting at the foot of the bed, so Lu he hadn't completely left the streaming frame. He sat at the head of the bed, fiddling with his phone, occasionally interacting with the stream. Wycliffe Nicole herself had brought up real-time machine translation to understand the barrage comments, while also learning some Chinese on the fly. Before long, Anderson was the first to send a message in the small team group chat asking Lu he if they should go for a couple of laps before the race to get a feel for it. Lu he thought it over and declined. It was indeed necessary to rest well this morning. Anyway, they wouldn't be cutting it close in the afternoon or arriving early, and doing some adaptive warm-ups would be fine. Lu Zhuais felt the same way. Anderson, who was already getting excited, had to give up and wait until after lunch to head to the competition venue together. The chat group quickly fell silent. Lu he stared blankly at his phone, which showed no activity. He realized he could no longer tolerate the state that had been his norm not so long ago. The first person to enter his mind was Xue Qing, followed by Song Wan. What came next wasn't Anderson or the others, but Yi Xiangling and her group. There are many ways to leave a deep impression. Hurt and love leave the deepest marks. It wasn't surprising that Lu he now thought of people, including Yi Xiangling. But his state of mind was calm without any disturbance. Looking back over the past 10 years, he realized he had already forgotten many of the hardships. With the past behind him, the candle flame of life began to flicker. Lu He's equanimity was already solid enough. Before he would get angry and furious because of Yi Xiangling's relentless pestering. Now he probably wouldn't even have much emotional fluctuation. Lu He felt that the only regret in this life was not being able to properly say, "I like you" to Xue Qing. But did he really like Xue Qing? On careful reflection, that feeling of affection seemed to have faded considerably. Maybe I'm just a heartless person. Once I make a decision, I can convince myself to believe and accept whether I love or not. Lu He smiled bitterly. He unlocked his phone again. He opened his notes. He was going to start writing his suicide note. Declaration: this suicide note was personally written by me, Lu He, at a hotel in Utah, USA. On October 2nd, 2023, at 9:17 a.m. local time, witnessed by the day's live stream video, without any coercion. My death has nothing to do with anyone and is entirely out of my own personal will. I voluntarily donate all my assets after death to Bayun Orphanage for its construction and to improve the quality of life for the orphans there. If my organs are usable after death, I also voluntarily donate them. This suicide note was not formal and not notarized, but it still held legal validity. Lu He checked it again, took a screenshot of the note, and saved it. That way there were 2 copies, ensuring others could see it when checking his phone. He could have set the screenshot as his wallpaper, but he was afraid it would be seen too early and cause him trouble. Lu He had actually wanted to leave a few words for Xue Qing and the others. But after hesitating, he gave up. If he was going to leave, he would leave cleanly. By being a heartless person others would miss. After all, he wouldn't feel others' longing once he was dead. Leaving a few words would only haunt people for months or even years. How inappropriate would that be? Lu He didn't need others to remember him or burn paper offerings for him. He could work himself. Even as a ghost, he could support himself. Well, support himself into death. Now that the suicide note was left, he felt completely at ease. Lu He tossed his phone aside and scooted over to join Wycliffe Nicole in the stream. Time quickly reached noon. Arnaud had arranged another large group meal. Lu He followed beside Wycliffe Nicole, who was still holding her selfie stick and streaming. The whole process was essentially a role swap. In just one morning, Lu He had said female streamer I'm sorry 70 or 80 times. As long as there was any excuse, those viewers would frantically spam him to apologize. At first, Lu He worried his little assistant might get a big head. But Wycliffe Nicole was clearly someone who could keep her feet on the ground. She didn't take the viewers' words seriously and was able to maintain the right mindset and position. The 2 of them streamed together like this, and the effect was even better than the previous couple of days. After lunch, Arnaud also held a ceremony resembling a send-off. This completely ruined the three-man team's plan to do warm-ups early in the afternoon. Anderson was furiously dissing Lu Zhuai's and Lu He in the group chat, saying that if they had listened to him, everything would have been fine. But before he could rant for long, he shut up and apologized. Because Bing had sent him a message the night before asking him not to take the team and leave early today, as the afternoon ceremony required everyone's presence. But he had drunk quite a bit last night, and there were too many messages on his phone. Bing's message was quickly buried at the bottom, and he hadn't seen it at all. The now subdued Anderson was soon found by Bing, who dragged him to be part of the honor guard. Of course, Lu He and Lu Zhuai's couldn't escape either. Thus, the three-man team openly stepped onto the lead team's stage. If they performed poorly in the official match, it would certainly be awkward. The simple ceremony concluded. Set off. Upon hearing the command, Lu He and his two companions were the first to wave at the drone camera before boarding the bus. Next stop. Southwestern Utah, the Colorado Plateau. The Colorado Plateau, America's sole desert plateau. Though termed a desert plateau, most of its terrain is rugged rocky land. A single glance could cut the skin with its visual sharpness. Every stacked blade-like rock formation proclaims this land's unyielding nature. This Arnyo Power Surge Challenge does not establish a fixed route. Only a fixed starting point and three. They are the Brave Finisher, Challenger Finisher, and Fearless Finisher. The straight-line distances from the start to these three finish points are 60, 085, and 90 kilometers respectively. Since the participants are primarily amateurs, the distances were not set too far. It is precisely because of the streamer's amateur status that Arnyo devised these three-tiered finish lines. Reaching any one finish line counts as a successful challenge. But as for the ranking, the further the finish line, the higher the final ranking. Moreover, only those who reach the Fearless Finisher are eligible to compete for the $2 million prize. If no one reaches the Fearless Finisher, the maximum prize is only 3,000,000. During the journey, he felt drowsy, so he mostly slept. Although streaming would earn money, Wycliffe Nicole did not choose to continue broadcasting on the bus to avoid disturbing others. Besides, she herself needed rest now. Without sufficient energy, how could she rally votes and hype for He once the competition started? She couldn't exactly dance in public. In a daze, the coach came to a steady halt. Immediately, the clamor of a bustling crowd seeped through the windows. Shutter clicks, footsteps chatter. An overwhelming cacophony. The area was already swarming with journalists lying in wait. He felt slightly uncomfortable and weak. This was not a sign of ALS onset, merely the physical discomfort from sleeping on the bus. Arnyo timed it perfectly. The bus stopped at exactly 3:00 p.m. local time. 1 hour left. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced at his phone and saw messages on Feishin. One from Xueqing, another from Songwon. The content was roughly the same. Both were words of encouragement. Even their tones were quite similar. He replied to each in turn, then shook awake the little assistant beside him, whose face was covered by a hat. Come to think of it, he probably shouldn't call her little assistant. After all, he was 2 years younger than Wycliffe Nicole. Forget it, why bother about that? Seeing no response from the little assistant, he shook her harder. As a gentleman, upon noticing the surging waves that followed her movements, he immediately averted his gaze elsewhere. At that moment, Wycliffe Nicole let out a soft murmur and woke up. After a minute or two of fussing he finally stepped onto the ground. The sun hung high. The sky was a clear blue with not a single cloud drifting. The area was arid with pitifully little annual rainfall. From a bird's-eye view, many traces resembling dry riverbeds were visible. Those were actually channels carved by occasional torrential rains having nothing to do with rivers. The bus had stopped on a flat road, and the forward view was obstructed by various obstacles. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the staff hurriedly unloading the motorcycles. 7 or 8 drones flew overhead, capturing shots from all angles. The ground camera crew had also begun their work. As a focal figure, he naturally attracted extra attention. Less than 3 seconds after stepping off the bus, he was surrounded by reporters. To other sign streamers, he seemed eager for attention and hype. But in truth, he was simply groggy from sleep, feeling uncomfortable, and wanted to get off quickly. Mr. Do you have confidence in this challenge? We heard you had no relevant experience before signing up. Mr. Your current popularity and follower count are immense. How do you view the claims that you are... Mr. Your brilliant performances from New York to Salt Lake City have spread widely online. Do you have confidence in winning this challenge? Mr. Which of the 3 finish lines will you choose? According to external speculation, the Brave Finisher is your best option, while the Challenger Finisher requires careful consideration. Regardless of the country, during interviews, reporters always shove microphones into people's faces. Just wanted to stretch his body. These reporters were getting on his nerves. If he couldn't curse them out, could he at least run away? He faked a beaming smile, as if about to answer the reporter in front of him, then instantly turned and bolted to the left. Run, just run. Viewers watching through the drone livestream were laughing their heads off. Lu Bao accepts the interview with 17 fake moves in 1 second. Ha! Faint. Young man lacks martial virtue. Why is he running? Louis doesn't seem like a social phobe to me. I see. Lu Bao really just wanted to get off and stretch. The interview was unnecessary. Speak up, you haters, just now. Louis's escape caught everyone off guard, but the reporters weren't too worried. There was still a busload. Who would be the next unlucky one? No one. Because no one dared to get off now. Forced Arnaud officials had to step in to disperse the reporters first, and only then did Anderson and Lu Zhuai's finally disembark. But no sooner had they stepped off than the reporters cornered them again. The same happened to Lu He. Unlike his acquiescent companions, Lu He was truly rebellious. Whenever a reporter chased him, he ran. This scene quickly became another iconic moment in the livestream. Static memes, GIF memes, and other derivative products sprang up instantly. The fastest spreading was the image of Lu He's tactical smile when facing the interview after getting off the bus. The meme captions were sunny, cheerful, big boy, professional, fake smile, and the like. After running and stopping with the reporters for over 20 minutes, Lu He finally calmed down. With that run, the discomfort in his body had almost completely vanished and he had warmed up as well. Next up is you. Don't let me down. Lu He muttered to himself about ALS, then climbed onto a meter-high weathered rock by the roadside. The view ahead did not become any more expansive. But in the wind blowing against his face, the freedom grew ever richer. Lu He couldn't help recalling a reporter's question earlier. Brave, challenger. Lu He is fearless. Even if I never reach that symbolic finish line of fearlessness, I am still a fearless by rights. In the time that followed, Lu He did nothing but wait in silence. The closer the main event drew, the calmer his. Yet this tranquility was forcibly constructed. For in these final moments, he truly needed to summon the courage to face death head-on. For Lu He, this was scarcely different from actively embracing death. No matter how lightheartedly or beautifully he had envisioned it before. Now as he gazed upon the death goddess faintly beckoning to him, an indescribable oppression weighed upon his heart. Having witnessed the beauty of the world and savored the harmony and kindness between people, what Lu He now had to do was no longer to embrace death with indifference, but to convince himself not to cling to warmth. Meanwhile, the live streaming rooms on major global platforms for Arnaud's event were now overflowing with viewers. On the domestic platform Maoyao, the sheer volume of viewers and barrage comments had even caused livestream lag. Faced with this situation, Maoyao had to temporarily grant rebroadcast rights to more streamers, hoping they could alleviate the pressure on the mainstream as secondary channels. The latest promotional video had begun playing. Its style was similar to the initial one, but all the footage was replaced with clips of the streamers' various on-site moments from the past few days. No matter the streamer's personal image, once they donned racing suits and helmets coupled with a few slow-motion shots, it all boiled down to one word. Cool. Lu He, with his exceptionally striking appearance, was given more screen time. Even a simple action like removing his helmet when enhanced with special effects in Photoshop reached an off-the-charts level of handsomeness. All the major livestream rooms were now flooded with a torrent of barrage comments. The same was true for Doucha, another platform with rebroadcast rights. However, its viewership was sparse, and the official Arnaud stream couldn't compete with the big streamers. In Doucha Room 101, a streamer nicknamed Sa Zhu was lounging in his chair watching the promo and interacting with his fans. Holy crap, brother, seriously, I think I should have signed up for this event too. It's just way too damn cool. Wait, what do you mean there's no motorcycle in this era that can handle me? My weight loss has been super effective, okay? Don't you guys just trash talk me for no reason. But on that note, I've been keeping an eye on Lu He from the very beginning. I don't know why, but I always feel like this guy isn't afraid of death at all. Just look at his eyes, you'll understand. That kind of person is the most terrifying. If you're not afraid to die in extreme sports, isn't that just a slaughter? And anyone who's been following him as closely as I have should also know that his learning ability is just ridiculous. Watch his training videos from yesterday. You'd think he was a professional racer. Anyway, I think Lu He is definitely going to go for that ridiculously crazy, fearless finish line. Why aren't there any streamers from Doucha participating? Because the streamer recruitment wasn't platform-wide. Let's not get into the details. But I've already heard that the next round, Heaven's Descent, will recruit across all platforms, but the quota restrictions will be even more severe. Time neither hastened nor slowed. At 3:50 p.m. U.S. time, Lu He, fully geared, pushed his motorcycle to the starting point. The starting point was simply set on a high plateau with clear signs of artificial modification. Manual modification was far more efficient than searching for a naturally suitable location. Ahead lay a long downhill slope with a gradient of about 30 degrees. This slope would be steep for climbing, but it was manageable for descending. Given the large number of participants, they couldn't all start at once. Instead, they would depart in batches of 5 with a 10-second interval between each batch. These 10 seconds were enough for the previous batch to clear the downhill. Lu He was number 23 in the 5th batch. Ahead, Anderson and Lu Zhuai's were already waving to him. At this moment, not only were there drones in the sky, but also helicopters. The surrounding area was packed with people. Due to the terrain, it was difficult to set up routes, so spectators who insisted on coming to the scene could only watch the start. Among the spectators who had traveled here, a significant portion were Chinese. Louis could hear people shouting his name. Perhaps it was the excitement of the moment. His breathing was now a little rapid. Beep. The first batch departed. The dust kicked up by the rear wheels like a tangible projection of the on-site fiery atmosphere instantly ignited the passion. That rider lost balance on the downhill and flipped sideways. He was dragged down the slope by his motorcycle. This accident caused the rider next to him to crash as well. Accidents attract more attention than brilliant maneuvers. But Louis couldn't be bothered. He twisted the throttle a few times and slowly rolled up to the starting point. The downhill road was already covered in tire tracks. Beep. He released the brake. The rear wheel wobbled slightly left and right before kicking up dust, propelling Louis forward like a shot. It was just the start, but Louis had already taken the lead in his batch. While others used inertia to start, he was the only one who went full throttle from the get-go. The audience in the livestream room was all worried about Louis' overtaking maneuver. But Louis himself felt nothing of the sort. The angle was right, the distance was perfect. What was there not to overtake? He even felt like giving a kick to that streamer crawling along the ridgeline. Unfortunately, this wasn't road rash, so that wasn't an option. From an overhead view, the ridgeline appeared extremely narrow. In an actual experience, it was indeed very narrow. Especially tight spots were barely the width of two wheels. Arnaud didn't have a hard rule mandating the ridgeline as streamers could choose their own routes, even taking the slopes on either side of the mountain. But people have pride. Admitting defeat right at the start would be a massive loss of face. Besides, aside from a rare few, most streamers participating in this challenge possessed a courageous heart. The roar of the engines surrounded his ears. Louis stared intently at the road ahead, constantly looking for a chance to accelerate. Steep slopes flanked his view on both sides, and the darkness, untouched by sunlight, seemed like an abyss. The undulations of the ridgeline caused his vision to bob up and down. The friction between the tires and the road transmitted directly to his heart. Thump, 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 thump. The violent and rapid pounding of his heart was like a war drum, leaving Louis with no thought of giving up. Then a scream was heard. From behind Louis came the sound of a motorcycle tumbling and rolling down the slope. He quickly glanced back. The guy he had just overtaken was now tumbling down the steep incline looking for a place to land. Humans are insignificant before nature. That man was no different from a casually discarded water bottle tossed and played with by gravity and elasticity, bouncing and flipping through the air. Is that guy still alive? This is a recording. Ooh, I saw it before. He's dead already. Damn, this is too dangerous, and the challenge just started. Afraid of death. Why do extreme sports? The moment they hit the road, death was their own choice. If your skills suck, don't blame the road. Admit you're a noob and take your beating. Can't believe people are making sarcastic comments about this. Can the director cut the camera away? It's hard to watch. That guy is still bouncing on the mountain, hasn't landed yet. He's dead for sure, trust me. Amateurs are amateurs. Just 10 minutes into the race, and there have already been several accidents. Many streamers chose to retreat, finding gentle slopes to ride down from the ridgeline, planning to take the flatter ground below. Louis' quick glance didn't last long. He had already passed a section requiring continuous subtle steering, and ahead was a saddle-shaped section. Thanks to the high vantage point before the descent, he could already see the large, gentle slope behind the saddle. What was there to think about? Accelerate. Louis twisted the throttle hard, aided by gravity's pull. The focus and low speed required for the previous continuous subtle steering had exhausted his patience. He craved the exhilaration that speed brings. Vroom. The initial small jump of the descending motorcycle was accompanied by the engine's roar. Landing. The belated friction after 2 spins fed back to Louis' nervous system. Keep gassing it. Louis twisted the throttle continuously, leaning his upper body forward. This instinctive balance allowed the motorcycle to charge towards the latter part of the saddle in perfect form. The view shifted from the rocky face to the azure sky. Tisk, not enough speed. Can only manage one rotation. Louis judged the instant the front wheel left. He forcefully lifted the handlebars, guiding the direction. His gaze shifted from the sky ahead to straight ahead, then to the rear. The feeling of weightlessness was exhilarating. Under the brief cerebral ischemia, the sounds around Louis became ethereal. I offer my fervor, and you return to me freedom. In this wind, my solitary self is free of all shackles. A brief daze in his eyes was dispelled by reason. The aerial loop ended. Louis quickly adjusted his posture, landing the motorcycle steadily. He could no longer see anyone behind him, but there were still targets ahead to chase. Cool. Damn, that got my blood pumping. Someone get me 2 episodes of Boruto to calm down. Forget Boruto, I'll crush one of my own balls instead. Kill me, and make soup to liven things up. That move was so standard and beautiful, and he just learned it. Coach, I really want to learn this. Coach, and I really don't know how to teach it. Anderson, I didn't teach that, don't look at me. Currently, only 3 people in the whole race did that move, and Louis is a novice. If Anderson didn't teach him, who else could it be? Is no one watching Louis' first-person view? I nearly jumped out of my skin, but it was insanely awesome. The audience was mostly thrilled, but Song Won and Xueqing were scared to death. If Lu He were in front of them, they would surely shake him by the shoulders asking, "Do you even value your life?" Yi Xiangling was also on edge. Lu He's aerial spin almost made her bite through her own finger, but Lu He seemed genuinely happy. Was this what he was pursuing? Meanwhile, Wu Hongjue, having received the news, was also watching the live stream with his family. Nonsense. This is utter nonsense. Whether he can come back alive is a question. The old man's heart wasn't as strong as a young person's. After watching one scene, he was already out of breath, holding his chest as he walked outside. For the elders, nothing is harder to watch than their juniors engaging in high-risk professions or dangerous stunts. Lu He was now back in Wu Hongjuo's sight, seen as a grandson whose affection needed urgent mending. Seeing Lu He fooling around like this, Wu Hongjue was certainly displeased. No, after this event we must bring Lu He back. Since he's already sick, he should stay in the hospital and receive treatment. Xiaohui cries day and night, just hoping to see her son and have a good talk. Lu He shouldn't refuse. If Lu He could hear these words, he would voice his thoughts directly. Wu Xiaohui, you will never see me again until the day. Meanwhile, Lu He's unexpected move had raised Zhui Yuan of Arnyo's expectations even higher. And livestream platforms like Maoya also continued to increase the weight of Lu He's own abilities. Stepping further into the public eye also brought Lu He jealousy. For instance, Yi Qiu. In his hotel room, Yi Qiu watched the live stream and cursed, wishing Lu He would die right there in the challenge. Fuck you, Lu He. Why don't you just die? Go die. A bottle smashed against the wall. The hysterical Yi Qiu then saw a barrage of cheers for Lu He. Furious, he threw another unopened bottle at the hotel TV. Lu He, he'll make you lose everything. Yi Qiu's hysteria remained unknown to all. Under the heavy pressure of the Wu family, even Yi Tianlin dared not intervene. The only way he could think of to ruin Lu He's reputation was to expose online that the person who had publicly berated his father was Lu He. Yi Qiu planned to spend all his remaining money on buying internet trolls. Utah, Colorado Plateau. Lu He's chase of Anderson and Lu Zhuai's was not yet over. The effect was evident. Now Lu He could already see the figures of the two ahead. The ridgeline stretched, endlessly undulating. Under such road conditions, it was impossible to accelerate wildly. However, the cautiousness when navigating dangerous sections was the best fuel for exhilaration. Lu He once again maneuvered the off-road motorcycle through a narrow downhill section. The road ahead still offered no opportunity to accelerate. The slightly wider downhill covered with loose sand was full of operational opportunities. No operation meant a crash. Lu He quickly adjusted the bike's posture. But just as he changed sections, the sand under the front wheel completely collapsed and rolled to one side. Damn! Lu He promptly twisted the handlebars to the other side, but the spinning front wheel couldn't gain any traction from the ground. Instead, gravity remained constant, pulling the bike downward relentlessly. In just a moment, Lu He's entire body was tilted sideways. The viewers in the live stream room felt their hearts tighten. It's over. Crash, game over. The reckless will finally be punished. Speed up, keep speeding up. Weren't you so good at overtaking just now? Your luck has run out. Oh dear, the haters finally found their chance. They must have been dying of impatience. What are the haters barking about? While the livestream comments were trading insults, Lu He finally found his balance under the various forces. He suddenly exerted force with his legs, swinging the rear of the bike sideways. While doing this, he also used his feet for support. The sideways tipping posture instantly transformed into a climbing stance. The wheels straightened, power restored. With the engine at full throttle, the motorcycle successfully stopped its slide after dropping more than a meter and once again climbed toward the ridge line. Dust billowed. The motorcycle that had broken out of the encirclement on the interstate once again replicated the scene with Lu He. The engine's exaggerated roar spread across the plateau like a series of angry howls. The angle seems just right. Lu He muttered to himself, making a judgment. No deceleration. Charge straight. Another blink of an eye passed. The section that had become even narrower due to the sudden collapse was left behind by Lu He. Woohoo! Haters say. Something. What is on-the-spot reaction? So mad, just jumped out and got slapped in the face. If I were a hater, I'd be so angry I couldn't sleep. Those haters can be angry for a year over such a small thing. In no way, that's just their capacity. Just a bit of luck. Is it worth bragging about? I can't believe they're bragging about such a basic move. Lu He is a bad guy. He deliberately made the road narrower so others couldn't pass. Bro, isn't your angle of attack a bit too absurd? Lu Bao is so handsome. The livestream of Sa Zhu, however, didn't have many haters deliberately provoking or jealous of Lu He. They were all marveling at Lu He's operation. Damn brothers, this guy is too insane. He was about to crash, but he pulled off an ultimate snake spiral move. And do you know the craziest part? The craziest part is that after climbing up, he didn't slow down, but accelerated and kept going forward while queasy-eyed. The comments were also immersed in a mysterious satisfaction. A dual-screen first-person view. Lu He wasn't panicked at all when climbing up, just said the angle seemed right, then accelerated and rushed out again. Why can I get so excited watching someone else ride? Saju, can you give me that? Taste unclear, species unclear, suggests the previous brother changed his location to India. You must believe you are traveling in China. Logistics support point. Zhui Yuan, who had come personally, was increasingly satisfied with Lu He. He has passion, courage, and a heart that never gives up. Zhui Yuan pointed at the screen and said to He Bing beside him, even if Lu He can't become the domestic spokesperson for our bull this time, we must give him a special streamer position. I think it's better this way. Lu He will participate in the remaining 6 challenges as a special guest. Regardless of whether he can advance on his own, give him an extra spot. He Bing quickly noted down Zhui Yuan's words, nodded, and said, okay, I'll explain to Lu He immediately after the event. Then she hesitated. Mr. Zhui, 6 items. Aren't there 7 left? Xiao Bing, your work is not thorough. Zhui Yuan glanced at He Bing, then locked his gaze back on Lu He on the screen. The last item is called Ultimate Trust, a deadly challenge. In fact, aside from a few aerial challenges, Lu He can only participate in the rest. How many followers does Lu He have now? He Bing dared not stay dazed any longer, quickly checked the data. Mr. Zhui 130. Upon hearing this, Zhui Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Good, strive to make Lu He a streamer with over 3 million followers through the remaining challenges. He Bing wanted to say that the goal seemed a bit too low, but since Zhui Yuan was her boss, she chose not to speak. The perspective returned to Lu He. After adjusting on a flat section, he relocated Anderson and Lu Zhuai's positions. The distance was about 200 meters. The flag of the Brave finish could also be seen. The remaining road was essentially an obstacle-free section. The plan to overtake before reaching the Brave finish was declared bankrupt. Continue forward. The Brave finish was right before their eyes. But none of the 3 Lu He showed any sign of slowing down. The fluttering Our Bull flag rustled in the wind raised by the 3. The fixed high-speed cameras clearly recorded their determined figures as they continued forward. A new round, keep competing. Indeed, these 3 never took the Brave finish seriously. I report that Our Bull has a problem. The bikes they provided to Lu He and the other 2 have serious safety hazards. Damn, the brakes are too hot to even squeeze. Don't slander blindly, it's obviously the throttle that's faulty. Twist it, and it sticks. Twist to the bottom, and it locks. Release throttle. Not possible. Hilarious, those guys just said Lu He deliberately made the road narrow so others couldn't pass, but then they look back and see everyone went from below. An amateur race was just that, an amateur race. Without the skill, there was simply no way to contend with the ridgeline. Those streamers who chose to take the lower path had no other choice. This was no ordinary event. A single mistake on the mountain would result in severe injuries at the very least. Fortunately, from the very beginning, Arnaud had made it clear to the public that none of the participating streamers were professional racers. Thus, the audience's expectations for spectacle were never high to begin with. Foreign viewers were mostly just watching for the excitement, while domestic viewers were there for the entertainment, cheering on their favorite streamers. The appearance of the trio Lu He and his group had already far exceeded the audience's expectations for spectacle. Soon the first person to cross the Braveheart finish line appeared. That person was none other than Big Black Xiaojinya. He chose not to continue forward. The reason was simple: his legs had turned to jelly. The jelly-like legs were not only due to the perilous and thrilling terrain, but more so from the tension. The tension caused him to clamp his legs tightly around the motorcycle. After covering over 60 kilometers, his muscle endurance had unknowingly reached its limit. Even standing still, he could barely keep his balance. Yet he had to remain standing, for the interviewer had already arrived. Amidst a torrent of English, he could only grasp a third of what was said. The rest relied on the translator. After hearing the interview questions, Xiaojinya forced a smile at the camera and said, reaching the Braveheart finish line has already exceeded my expectations. I am quite satisfied with this result. First, I want to thank. Gratitude was a common refrain. As the first finisher to be interviewed, Xiaojinya felt he had already captured ample attention. But in reality, the vast majority of viewers were following the director's camera, which was focused on the leading trio Lu He and his group. There was no helping it. The other streamers were too underwhelming. Or to put it another way, only these 3 remained outstanding. If not them, who else would the camera follow? It wasn't as if they could just film aerial scenery. The terrain between the Braveheart finish line and the Challenger finish line remained largely unchanged. After 10 kilometers of chasing along the ridgeline, Lu He had closed the gap to within 10 meters. If he had taken the slopes or the base of the mountain, overtaking Anderson and Lu Zhuai's would have been a matter of minutes. But that would have been boring. Throughout his ride, whenever an opportunity arose, Lu He would perform stunts. His hallmark was an ever-growing. Just now, during a low-altitude jump, he had even considered spinning around, but the conditions simply didn't allow it. He didn't want to land on his head, so he aborted the move midway. The 3 were in a line, each separated by about 10 meters, a safe distance. Getting too close would mean the dust kicked up by the leading bike would severely impair visibility, inviting disaster. Lu He, however, was no longer as frantic as before. His mindset had shifted from pursuit to enjoyment. Yes, enjoyment. The undulating mountains were bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. The ochre earth turned crimson. Amidst the shifting light and shadow, the land was breathtakingly beautiful. Only by broadening one's heart could the grudges and passions of the mundane world fade into oblivion. With nothing but freedom in his eyes, Lu He appeared so at ease. Just then Lu Zhuai's ahead suddenly accelerated. Realizing this, Lu He became aware that he had been riding dangerously. He hadn't been watching the road at all. He had been riding purely on instinct. Lifting his gaze, he saw a vast plain ahead. Of course, vast plain was only relative. It looked more like a flattened pancake riddled with pits and bumps. But compared to the previous terrain, it was indeed. To Anderson, Lu Zhuai's, and even Lu He, who had fully adapted to mountain riding, this felt little different from flat ground. If not now, when would they accelerate to overtake? Lu He understood implicitly and surged forward, veering sharply to the left. Anderson held the middle lane. Lu Zhuai's overtook on the right, so Lu He took the left. But overtaking was still difficult. After all, who wouldn't dare to throttle on flat ground? After a fierce battle for position, the three were nearly neck and neck, dragging long plumes of dust and exhaust behind them. From an aerial perspective, the scene was truly striking. Screenshot. Screenshot. Wallpaper material. Anyone have a 4K version to share? Please. Your crappy monitor can't even show 2K. Why ask for 4K? They look so cool and free. I hope I can have a journey like this someday. It's a pity those other streamers are too cowardly, stopping at the Braveheart finish line. If there were more people, this scene would be even better. I think it would be perfect with just one person. Huh. Are these three still speeding to grab position? Gan Wen Shui turns against each other, racing on the plateau for the Dragon Blade. Dragon Blade or Wa Dragon? Can't tell at all. Looking forward to who will join and become the mountain. There are mountains everywhere. This group only had 3 from the start. Another small jump landed. Lu He felt that to gain the lead, he would have to go all out. After quickly assessing the terrain, he forcefully lifted the handlebars and veered further left. From the aerial angle, his deviation was very obvious. Lu Bao, what are you doing? Distracted. Running the wrong way, hey. Maybe Lu Bao thinks that's the right way. This isn't an interview, stop faking and come back. Can't someone guide Lu Bao? Now Lu He really doesn't know where the road is hilarious. The online friends were worried about Lu He's sense of direction. Some thought he was about to do something big. Others were just curious and watching the show. But regardless, Lu He had successfully drawn all the camera attention to himself. Ahead lay a series of large low mounds. He should have slowed down. But since Lu He had decided to go all out, he kept throttling. The fuel gauge showed half a tank, more than enough. He even leaned forward into the mounds. If Anderson and Lu Zhuai slowed down, it would be as if Lu He was accelerating. And Lu He himself was accelerating. So by the theory of relativity, Lu He was effectively moving at double speed. Entry. Leap. A great height. The terrain didn't allow for tricks. But who cared what the terrain allowed? Lu He didn't even bother to check his landing point. After a spin, he even lifted his legs off the bike, becoming an airborne flyer. Landing. The massive shock made it impossible to keep the bike balanced on the continuous mounds. Lu He's motto was to entrust his fate to the heavens. Without hesitation, he followed his instinct, drifting close to the ground and charging toward a 3-meter-high slope he had spotted. The viewers in the livestream room were stunned. Alright, so this is how you play, huh? Are you drifting to build up nitrous? He's playing QQ speed, don't copy him. QQ speed. More like QQ plane. The live streaming room erupted in an uproar. Even the audience, including the big shot Zhui Yuan, began to feel their hearts tighten. There was no help for it. What Lu He was doing now was extremely dangerous. With the camera locked on, everyone's perspective followed Lu He. Immersion is a magical thing. Once you are immersed, even without experiencing it firsthand, you still feel as if you are there. Audiences, naturally drawn to thrill and madness, unconsciously pressed their faces closer to their screens. The rest of the audience made evasive moves, pushing the lens farther away from themselves. Yi Xiangling belonged to the latter group. She even dared not watch anymore. The maneuver Lu He was performing was, in her eyes, extremely dangerous. Just thinking about the consequences of his failure made her body go limp and her hands tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, the world was focused on Lu He. Anderson, leading in the center, had long noticed Lu He's move. When the other became a flying man in the air, he had already cursed him a madman. But now Lu He was clearly going to continue his madness. Anderson understood clearly. Lu He saw that he couldn't overtake by accelerating on flat ground, so he planned to use the airborne leap to directly cross the section where they needed to slow down, thereby achieving the overtaking goal. What was that section ahead that required deceleration? It was a large area of weathered rock, already cracked, so dry that a touch could shatter it, with a canyon nearly 100 meters deep right beside it. If he didn't slow down, a single slip would cause him to lose balance directly. The entire stretch of road was definitely over 50 meters long. There was no way Lu He could cover such a distance relying only on that 3-meter-high ramp. When he landed, not only was there a possibility of slipping and losing balance, but the tire might even blow out directly, because those rock fragments were far too sharp. Even if the tire didn't blow under inertia, Liu He sliding on the ground would likely plunge straight into the embrace of the 100-meter deep canyon. He truly is insane. Anderson calculated the safety distance, then twisted the throttle hard to accelerate and close in on Liu He. During the race, they were no longer wearing modular helmets, but full-face helmets. He could only shout as loudly as possible, "Liu He, slow the fuck down and give up that unrealistic idea. If anything goes wrong, you'll die. There's a cliff beside you." Anderson's voice was muffled by the helmet, becoming indistinct as it entered the air. Then blocked by Liu He's helmet again, the sound reaching his ears was already very faint. But Liu He could understand the other's meaning. "Sorry, Anderson." The ramp was already right ahead of Liu. He continued to accelerate. Enjoyment is for oneself, a life and death are left to fate. The wheels began to climb. There was no time to savor the feeling of gravity's resistance. The high-speed motorcycle had already soared into the sky. What a view this was! The setting sun in the sky was blood red, drawing closer and closer. The sunlight, illusory like thin silk, spread across the earth. The Great Canyon on the right looked beautiful. The endless mountain range on the left was like a painting. Liu He felt his whole body floating lightly. Is this the freedom of flight? How envious he was of those little birds. Born to fly. Their efforts brought tangible rewards. If they stayed in a place without people, they would never be confined by a cage. They could fly wherever they wanted, unfettered and free. Liu He simply closed his eyes. He used his heart to feel the sensation of this moment. And his hands, obeying his heart, let go. The man and the motorcycle moved forward in parallel. Anderson below was dumbfounded. This was already a high-risk section, and Liu He was still pulling off a stunt that even he didn't dare attempt. Was he really throwing away his life? Because Anderson wanted to stop Liu He, his own speed was now a bit too fast. The wheels crumbled beneath him as he went. The layered, crumbling, weathered rocks were tricky, yet also simple. Anderson looked at Liu He, then at himself, and simply accelerated as well. As long as he sped fast enough, the ground wouldn't affect him. Accelerate. Liu Zhai's, who was nearby, was also facing a choice. Actually, there wasn't much to choose. In theory, his position was the most dangerous from the start, since he was just a dozen meters from the canyon. But now one of his brothers had started to risk his life. Could he afford to fall behind? Fuck it, like I can't play the game. I'll accelerate too. Liu Zhai's, unwilling to be left behind, shot out right behind Anderson. The airborne time was not long. Feeling the descent, Liu He opened his eyes, pulled the motorcycle back into his arms, and began to prepare for the upcoming landing. If his heart chose to let go completely and embrace death directly, then Liu He would absolutely not interfere. All these actions were made in accordance with his heart. Survival is instinct. Liu He felt that in the next round he might have to start considering going against instinct. In the blink of an eye, the motorcycle had landed. Then came a second and third leap. Each separation from the fragile ground turned balance into a huge challenge. But under Liu He's rider instinct, all problems dissolved into nothing. After a few wobbles, the motorcycle finally stabilized. Liu He took the lead. Ahead, the flag of the Challenger's finish line could already be seen. But that was not Liu He's finish line. At this moment, every major live streaming room was in absolute frenzy. Liu He, the legendary motorcycle, hands off. Cool. Damn, that's too crazy. No way, even professional riders don't play like this. This is the Ozaki 8 Challenges, not a motocross race. With just over 1 million fans, why are you risking your life? Those two have superb skills, but Liu He is truly reckless. Who taught him to ride a motorcycle like that? Brothers, my legs are weak from watching. Seriously, I'm about to pee. When the bike landed, my heart skipped a beat. It almost sent me to the afterlife. I wonder if there are still brothers alive in Liu He's first-person POV stream. Yes, I just came back from there, and now I'm typing with voice input. Don't ask, and he'll say I'm too busy with my hands. That's ruthless. In a stream like this, saying your hands are too busy is a bit too abstract, isn't it? Give the brother some face. He's already lost his innocence, and you still want to expose him. Whoa, I feel so sorry for Liu Bao. Why does he have to work so hard? Yeah, why isn't Liu Bao afraid? Not afraid is not afraid. Oh, what's there to ask? European Sports Live broadcast. Wow, this is a very good airborne leap. Liu He has performed a maneuver that can only be seen in motorcycle stunt shows. This is absolutely astonishing. I don't understand how this young contestant from China with no prior experience in this field can accomplish such a feat. An attempt that cannot be described with mere bravery. A performance that cannot be summarized with mere brilliance. Liu He is still advancing on his path. It can be seen that he shows no signs of slowing down before the challenger. Liu He, the undisputed protagonist of the challenge, is heading toward the final fearless finish line. No matter how many criticisms and doubts about his abilities there were before the race. At this moment, he has proven himself. He deserves all the praise. And he is about to receive honor. Liu He is the undisputed fearless one. Europe was utterly stunned. The same was true back home. The male commentator launched into an impromptu commentary. We can see that Liu He has now completely crossed the challenger finish line. I suppose no one would have imagined that Lu He, this seemingly obscure young athlete, could execute such a difficult maneuver in this setting. This is undoubtedly a manifestation of his strength and confidence. Although this Ozaki 8 Events Power Emergence Challenge is more of a performance and sports inspiration event. However, Lu He Anderson and even the cross-sport participant, our country's renowned skydiving expert Lu, they have all demonstrated an exceptionally high level of athleticism to the audience. Especially Lu He. He and the other young streamers who are quite amateur in sports, yet participate with fervent passion, have perfectly illustrated the meaning of sports. Sports don't demand much. As long as you want to, as long as you love it, you can truly participate. If you never try, you will never know what you can gain from it, nor will you ever discover how great your talent is, where your limits lie, or how high you can ultimately reach. I think that years from now, when Lu He looks back on today, he will still be thrilled by the bold move he made. When a person has had a thrilling experience in their youth, even when they grow old, their heart will still pump hot blood. Judging from Lu He's current personal state, the final 15 kilometers should be a foregone conclusion. After the male commentator finished, the female commentator chimed in at the right moment. That's right, Lu He's performance today has indeed far exceeded expectations. That scene just now still makes my heart. As expected, Anderson and Lu Zhuai also chose not to stop. They too are advancing towards the final fearless finish line. We can also see that not all the others stopped at the brave finish line. Some are not far from the challenger finish line, and quite a few, after a brief rest, have restarted their vehicles for a new round of challenge. As for the final champion, Lu He's lead hasn't widened, it still depends on the push in the latter half. Here we wish these participating streamers the best of luck on their journey. The brave are brilliant enough, the challenger has infinite charm, and the fearless, as long as you are still on the road to your dreams, without stopping, you are already fearless. In the villa, Yi Xiangling was crying her eyes out while clutching her phone. She didn't know why she was crying, but there was an indescribable feeling of emotion and satisfaction in her heart. In the nursing home, Wu Xiuhui was also in tears, but her emotions were far more complex than Yi Xiangling's. Mom was wrong. Mom really should have recalled things properly before speaking. Mom is sorry for you. I actually shattered the only belief my son had held for 10 years with my own hands. How heartbroken that child must have been at that moment. I am a sinner, a sinner. At the company, Yi Tianlin sat behind his spacious desk, watching Lu He's live stream through a projector. He was utterly surprised by everything about Lu He. That formerly timid Lu He, who never dared to fight for anything and always submitted to everything, how could he have changed so dramatically? If Lu He had shown this kind of performance earlier, would he have completely ignored him? After that accident, the Wu family's support for me dwindled significantly. Lu He, don't blame me. Who told you to cut off my path to wealth and power? Now the Wu family is going to blame me because of you. If I don't thoroughly ruin you, or even kill you, your father really won't have a future. No, that's not right either. Yi Tianlin turned off the projector with the remote, leaned back in his executive chair, and murmured to himself, killing Yi Qiu would also work. I don't even need to kill him, just a harsher punishment will do. Even from an investment perspective, Lu He is now more worthy of my capital injection. They are both my sons. The biological one is always better. From now on, I'll just treat Yi Qiu as if he's not my own. This matter will be troublesome if it gets exposed. Lu He won't live long. The inheritance can be left to Xiangling. Xiangling has no ambition, so I can easily work until retirement. After a long while, Yi Tianlin had made his choice. He took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Yi Qiu. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., he'll send you some money. After receiving a reply, he sent another message to the Wu family. I've found Xiaoqiu. They'll bring him home for... Back in Utah, Lu He's hard-earned leading position was still quite stable. After completely letting go of his inhibitions, he found that the smoother he rode, the easier it became. The chase by Anderson and Lu Zhuai didn't put much pressure on him. Lu He could already see the flag at the fear. The sky had darkened by now. The area was brightly lit and very conspicuous. If Red Bull had been serious this time, they could have placed the fearless finish line in some extremely dramatic location. For example, a canyon jump or an extremely narrow road. Anything was possible. But Red Bull had simply set the final finish line atop a huge rock about 20 meters high. This massive rock stood out abruptly in the terrain. Getting up wasn't easy, but the danger was nearly zero. Climbing required finding a route on the spot. Better focus on the present. Lu He shifted his attention from the distance back to the immediate front. The fading light had a significant impact. Continuous bumps required caution. Another few tens of minutes passed. The massive monolith was finally reached. A frontal assault was absolutely impossible. The nearly vertical cliff could only be climbed. Lu He didn't hesitate and continued along the left side of the monolith. Circling around the path was sure to be found. Anderson was closing in and chose the same side. Lu Zhuai, not wanting to follow them, chose the right. Soon Lu He was the first to find a rock crevice with a suitable slope and began his conquest of the monolith. The other two began their ascent in turn. Inch by inch, the off-road motorcycle finally crossed the wilderness. The moment Lu He reached the top, he suddenly lost the desire to keep accelerating. He rode slowly forward until he stopped at the finishing podium. Taking off his helmet, Lu He ignored the cheers and the golden rain. He looked up at the sky, the brilliant starry expanse above. My path lies there. After the 3 known news streamers arrived at the Braveheart's end, Lu He as the champion accepted media interviews. Accompanying him was the check for $1 million. The champion received $1 million, the runner-up $500,000, and the third place $300,000. The total prize pool was $1.8 million. If only one person reached the Bravehearts and they would take all the prize money, and Arnaud would increase the amount to $2 million. Louis's mind was in a daze. He had never even seen 1 million RMB, yet now he had $1 million in hand. The money for medicine was definitely enough. The funds for playing Wind Surge were also sufficient. As for the rest, he might as well keep it and donate it all after his death. Actually, he could leave it to Xueqing. Louis's thoughts were a tangled mess, and he had to deal with the reporter's interview, so he decided to set it aside for now. A night passed in the blink of an eye. When he woke up again, his head throbbed with pain. He had drunk a lot at the celebration banquet last night. Louis discovered he could hold his liquor far better than he imagined, but even that couldn't withstand the rounds of toasts. He couldn't appreciate the taste or pleasure of alcohol at all, but the atmosphere last night was so compelling that he felt like drinking too. He'll never touch this stuff again. Louis slapped his forehead hard, hoping to alleviate the numbness and confusion in his mind. He got up and sat for less than half a minute before collapsing back into bed. Lying down was much more comfortable. He drifted in and out of sleep for an unknown time until a voice call woke him up. He picked up his phone and saw it was He Bing calling. He answered. Louis, sober yet? Almost. What's up? There was a moment of silence on the other end, then he spoke. Well, President Zhou asked me to tell you that he hopes you can donate 20 of the prize money to a charitable foundation through official media. This can avoid a lot of trouble in the future. Of course, it's best to donate 30, which is the upper limit for prize donations. Your follower count is growing very fast now, and there will inevitably be a lot of drama. You should understand, but it's okay if you don't donate. I'm just giving you some advice that won't affect our future partnership. To use President Zhu's words, this is purely a friendly reminder, don't overthink it. By now, he had originally planned to donate all the remaining money after his death. Donating early or late was the same. He roughly calculated in his mind. Donating 30, then after taxes, he would end up with about 4 million RMB. Medicine cost only 7,000, and even if he added other expenses, 1 million would surely be enough. The money was more than sufficient. He had no use for it himself, so he might as well donate it. After being a rich young master for so many years, he finally experienced the feeling of throwing money around. Without much hesitation, Lu He agreed to He Bing and asked him to act as an agent to donate 30 of the prize money. The surprised tone on the other end of the line was evident. 30% of the prize was $3,000, equivalent to over 2 million RMB. Was he really just going to donate it? He Bing knew that Lu He's personal financial situation was very ordinary. To remain composed in the face of money, he was almost too perfect. Or perhaps Lu He was very far-sighted, willing to sacrifice immediate gains for future development. Regardless, Lu He was an excellent person. He Bing confirmed again, are you sure you're sober right now? Lu He confirmed, saying he was perfectly clear-headed. He Bing let out a sigh of mixed emotions, noted the matter, and then turned to the next topic. Also, President Zhou hopes you can collaborate more with Arnaud in the future, such as on the next Wind Surge. They chatted for about half an hour, and everything was settled. The main issues were the donation and the contract renewal. Louis made it clear that he could not renew his contract in the future. His current contract was only for 6 months, and he might not even live to complete it. Discussing a longer contract was a waste of time. He didn't explain the reason for not renewing. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to be rejected by Arnaud because of his ALS. Arnaud not knowing and Lu He seeking death voluntarily was completely different from Arnaud knowing and watching Lu He seek death. Arnaud had been good to him, and it would be wrong to stab them in the back. Moreover, the joy of doing extreme sports with Anderson and the others was an added bonus. He would hold on to it as long as he could. Leaving He Bing's chat, he immediately tapped into Xueqing's chat. It was just a polite message congratulating him on winning the championship. But Lu He stared at those words for a long time. Then he went to scroll through Xueqing's moments again. The only visible for 3 days was a lie. Lu He could scroll all the way back to when Xueqing first registered on Feixin 3 years ago. In the first 2 years, Xueqing rarely posted, just occasionally, recording her mundane life. This year, she posted more frequently, but the content remained as plain as before. Her last post was about the chance encounter on the high-speed train. Lu He read it with an indescribable feeling, then exited with an equally indescribable silence. His reply to Xueqing was equally simple: thank you. Smiley, was it pathetic? Yes. But that was all. The greater the distance, the weaker the bond. That way Xueqing's ending would be better. Next was Song 1. She was much more lively. Her messages ranged from admiration to surprise, from envy to bitter complaints about wealth, and finally focused on blessings. Even though Lu he didn't reply Song when sent over a dozen messages. None of those words contained any admonition. Lu he liked that. Little Mosquito pleased the Emperor a reward was in order. He was about to send 888, but then he thought it might be too much so he stopped. Yet on second thought he figured Song one would probably say something like no, just mercilessly shower me with money. After thinking it over Lu he decided to send 888 as a test. After the transfer he took a screenshot of the chat, then switched to Xueqing's chat, and sent it to her. If Xueqing didn't accept it later, he would show her the screenshot turning I want to give Xueqing money into a share for everyone. Louis thought this was a clever move. It was evening in China now, so replies would probably come in the afternoon. He'd lie down a bit longer. His body still felt heavy, he needed more rest. Oh, and there was the matter of the medicine. Louis added a few more words to Song when asking her to connect him with someone to get the medicine started. Next up wind surge. Here I come. Louis dozed off again until the afternoon. No matter how he slept he felt uncomfortable. He wanted to get up and move around, but lacked the strength entirely. Only when hunger became unbearable did he finally stand up. He was still a bit unsteady on his feet. Song 1 and Xueqing hadn't woken up yet. Louis planned to grab a bite, and then return to lounging around. But the unexpected struck without warning. No sooner had he sat down in the dining room than Wycliffe Nicole hurried over to him, saying that a flood of hostile comments had appeared in the live stream, far too many for her to manage. Wycliffe Nicole's linguistic talent was not particularly outstanding, as she still relied on machine translation to communicate with the stream's viewers, and didn't fully grasp the venom of those comments though she understood they carried no goodwill. At first she thought the problem was with her own broadcast, but the more she watched the more something felt off, so she had to come find her boss. Louis frowned after hearing her out. How could the backlash escalate so quickly? It had only been one night, and the trolls bashing and attacking him had already assembled. Give me your phone. He took it. Wycliffe Nicole had already gone offline, but the live stream chat was still TSK tisk someone cursed out their own father in public. I want names. No way people are actually praising such a scumbag. Has everyone's moral standards sunk this low? Maybe looks are justice. If you're handsome enough Lou he could kill their dad, and they'd still whitewash him. Where the hell are these dogs coming from? What the F are they talking about? Anyone with the full story give me a clue. I'm missing the plot. Go to Douyin, it's trending #1. Lou he called his own dad a beast on the street. Only a silhouette, but it looks a lot like him. Suggests city. No need to guess. The girl who posted the original video confirmed it was Lou he. There must be a reason. I don't believe he'd curse his dad for no reason. Don't know the truth, won't comment. The nature of each comment was obvious at a glance. Lou he also realized the source of this wave of backlash. It was that video that had briefly gone viral a while ago. Not that long ago, just half a month. Now it was being dredged up again, and many people still remembered it. Did netizens dig this up on a whim, or was it deliberate by the Yi family? Louis speculated, but the answer was hard to pin down. Did he need to bother with this? Probably not. He had already earned his money. Even if he never streamed again, it wouldn't matter. He could just log off during the Wind Surge challenge. What's the big deal? But if the Yi family was behind it, then Louis would have to fight back. It was fine as it was, no interference from either side. He would enjoy his remaining days, and they would live their happy lives. He turned off the phone screen and smiled at Wycliffe Nicole. It's fine. We'll pause the streaming for now. He'll investigate and handle this. Just assist me. Wycliffe Nicole was still a bit timid, not daring to meet Louis's eyes. Did I do something wrong in my... Louis shook his head with a wry smile. It's got nothing to do with you. Someone dug up my dirty laundry. He emphasized the word dirty laundry. Wycliffe Nicole was curious, and Louis didn't hide it. He briefly recounted his childhood experiences, and she slammed the table in anger. What's wrong with cursing him a few times? I'd say he got off easy. Louis gestured for her to calm down, and succinctly shared his own feelings. In truth, after he had put down his phone in despair that day, he had already made peace with himself and the world. That feeling came abruptly. But it truly brought Louis a wonderfully liberating lightness. Hatred, revenge, none of that mattered to him anymore. Nothing is more tragic than a dead heart. In ancient times this could be interpreted as the greatest sorrow is when a person loses thought or free will, more tragic than death itself. In modern times it means the deepest grief is when one's spirit is crushed beyond recovery. Louis had once been trapped in that extreme sorrow. His mother's final blow freed him from that sorrow. Extremes beget reversal. Louis let go of everything and resolutely walked the path he chose. This state could even be described as a deliberate act of self-redemption by the soul. Louis had intended to maintain this state until death. But that was then. This is now. Everyone has their limits. Now, if pushed too far, Louis would trade one life for a family, making them kneel and sing, "Where is the way?" The latent ferocity in Louis's heart began to stir. Just as he was thinking, a voice call suddenly popped up. It was from He Bing asking about the trending online storm. Louis told him everything. If Arnaud thought this affected them, then let Arnaud understand the truth and back him up. With absolute moral high ground, Lu He wasn't afraid of the backlash. He just didn't want to deal with it himself. With only a few days left to live, arguing with trolls was a waste of mood and life. After finishing with He Bing Lu, he turned his gaze to the phone screen. Logically, Yi Xiangling should show up now. If she stayed silent, he would assume the Yi family was behind this. He waited a minute. No message from Yi Xiangling. Just as he was about to exit WeChat, her chat window popped up. These online rumors really aren't from us, please believe me. And since you told me not to message you, I had no choice. Please don't delete me. I just came to explain. You can delete this message afterward. Oh, and Yi Qiu, who ran away from home, has been found. My dad will bring him back this afternoon. After that, there'll be some. Anyway, that's it. To be honest, Lu He couldn't help but smile after reading it. Yi Xiangling was oddly adorable. It was clear she had taken his words to heart. She even typed all that without breaking it into paragraphs, afraid He'd find it too troublesome to delete one by one. She was really naive. If Lu He wanted to delete, He'd just clear the whole chat. Truly unpredictable. But I still find your two completely different faces disgusting. Lu He said lightly, and replied directly. I know these rumors are Yi Qiu's doing. Go ask him directly. If he admits, it'll only act through social media. If he doesn't admit, it'll come back and kill him. I mean what I say. Upon seeing Lu He's reply, Yi Xiangling couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. Was it Yi Qiu who was stirring up trouble online? How could Lu He be so certain? Nevertheless, if one were to consider it, Yi Qiu's suspicion was indeed quite high. After all, his standing in the Yi family had plummeted drastically, a world of difference from before. Since Yi Qiu, even as a child, could resort to framing and instigating isolation, it was a reasonable inference that now cornered he would attempt to drag down the rising Lu He. Yi Xiangling pondered briefly before replying earnestly. All right, I'll ask him when he gets back. Then, after you return to the country, can you come home for a visit? Lu He clicked his tongue impatiently, his fingers hovering over the screen before dropping. A single word was said. The conversation ended there. For him, the only reason he maintained contact with Yi Xiangling was to prevent her from harassing Song when she couldn't reach him. Such was Lu He's nature. He disliked causing trouble for others. He was considerate. If he truly didn't care, he wouldn't have returned to school at all. He would have simply disappeared. But that would have severely impacted Song so he patiently returned to school. From withdrawing his application to compromising with a leave of absence, and then recently cooperating with the Yi family to finalize the withdrawal. There was only one reason behind all of this. He didn't want to implicate Song Wen. It was that simple. The same principle applied to his rejection of Xue Qing. It was purely to avoid any regrets. He could have easily taken Xue Qing that very night. Knowing her, even if she later discovered his ALS, she would have devoted herself to caring for him until his death. But what was to satisfy himself? Lu He didn't find any pleasure in it. Only a profound sense of guilt and remorse. As for Yi Qiu, if not pushed to the brink, Lu He truly couldn't be bothered with him. He was nothing but a pile of dog shit. Wouldn't it be better to just walk around him? Lu He's impatient and contemptuous click of the tongue was clearly observed by Wycliffe Nicole. Sensing her boss was in a foul mood, she was uncertain whether to stay or leave. Just as she was pondering, Lu He's phone vibrated again. This time it was Lu Zhuai's calling. The topic? Still the online controversy. The sudden surge of negative sentiment against Lu He, coupled with the obvious presence of coordinated bots, indicated to this seasoned streamer that Lu He was definitely being targeted. Since the three of them, including Anderson, had formed a group, they could be considered a community of interests. Thus, whether out of friendship or as a partner, Lu Zhuai felt obliged to check in. After a moment's hesitation, Lu He didn't hide too much. He stated that he had an irreconcilable conflict with his birth family and was likely being sabotaged by his nominal younger brother. Lu Zhuai's adept in social nuances didn't pry into the irreconcilable conflict. He only needed to know that Lu He held the moral high ground. With a trump card that could override everything, this wave of negativity would no longer serve to destroy him. Instead, it was clearly boosting his traffic. His friend was safe and his career was still progressing. In high spirits, Lu Zhuai offered Lu He much advice and public relations strategies. Lu He, lacking a PR team, naturally appreciated the help. However, he currently had no intention of speaking. On one hand, Arnyo had just received the news and was likely preparing their own PR response. It wouldn't be appropriate for Lu He to act unilaterally. On the other hand, he was still waiting for Yi Xiangling's update. Once he had concrete proof that Yi Qiu was behind it, he would go on the offensive online. He would expose all past transgressions, ensuring no one from the Yi family could escape public scrutiny. As for Yi Qiu, Lu He's primary target was him. If Yi Xiangling said it wasn't Yi Qiu, then the PR would be simpler. He'd just follow Arnyo's lead. Say whatever they wanted to, it didn't matter. Because once Lu He returned to the country, he would go to the Yi family for a one-for-one exchange. If anyone dared to stop him, it would be one against many. With a coping strategy for every scenario, Lu He felt considerably lighter. But he couldn't rest just yet. Song Wen and Xue Qing were also messaging him about the issue. When a woman starts affecting your emotions, don't hesitate. Delete her. Lu he wanted to delete Xueqin from his contacts. So he did. The same went for Songwen. In for a penny, in for a pound. Lu he decided to clear his entire Feishin contact list. No, not entirely. He kept his assistant and a few others, including Yi Xiangling. After all, he was still waiting for her reply. Wycliffe Nicole sat by watching Lu he methodically delete contacts. She was also curious why he started clearing his contacts after a few phone calls. In her eyes, he had transformed from a gentle young man into a dark TV drama-like protagonist undergoing a personality shift. After finishing his task, Lu he tossed his phone onto the bed with a sense of relief, tilting his head back to stare silently at the ceiling. Next, he would simply wait for the storm. In Yunhai, Yi Tianlin drove to the hotel. Dressed in a sharp suit, he looked anything but approachable. He went upstairs and rang the doorbell. The moment the door opened, a complex, unpleasant smell mixed with strong alcohol assaulted his nostrils. Frowning, he stepped back, eyeing the room with disgust. A drunken Yichio stood at the door, leaning against the frame. His steps were unsteady, and his face bore none of the gentle boyishness he once had. "Dad, you, finally, came. I was about to starve to death here." In Yichio's eyes, Yi Tianlin appeared with a strange multiple image effect, but he could still recognize his strongest pillar of support. However, this pillar's aura seemed a bit off now. It lacked the gentleness of before. Yi Tianlin looked Yichio up and down, sighing inwardly. He had to admit he felt a stir of sympathy. But then Yichio directly stretched out his hand and said, "Give me money." His raised hand quickly fell, weakened along with what little dignity he had left. "Does he really take me for an ATM?" Yi Tianlin's eyes narrowed. "I give you what I give you. Because you're my son, and am happy to I can give you money. You can ask. But you can't ask like this." Yi Tianlin withdrew the trace of sympathy he felt. If he didn't deal with Yichio now, he'd end up groveling to the Wu family for money later. He took another half step back and said coldly, "Come with me. I'm taking you somewhere else to stay." He glanced into the hotel room, his tone contemptuous. "Looks like a damn doghouse. Useless brat. I've been resting these past couple of days. I reread the book from start to finish twice and look through various comments. Let me address some of them here. First, regarding the pacing being slow and the narrative disjointed. Initially, I intended this to be a story about regret, so the focus was on the subsequent interactions between the Yi family and Lu He. The reason I included extreme sports was simply that I thought having some different content would be better when I started. But it's clear that the vast majority of readers are here precisely for the extreme sports. Unfortunately, no one mentioned it before the story gained traction, and by the time it did, it was too late to change. So I kept cutting the plot, even altering character designs to shift the main storyline toward extreme sports. Second, regarding characters like Yi Xiangling being unlikable, readers feeling tormented, and the plot being idiotic. A character's actions must align with their personality. They act and speak according to their nature. I initially set Yi Xiangling's personality that way, which is why she hesitates repeatedly before revealing the truth she knows. In the story, it's logical and reasonable, but in your expectations, it's neither logical nor reasonable. That's my fault. I failed to grasp the prevalent, fast-paced reading habits of today. People watch videos at double speed and skim through short clips in seconds. I'm grateful to those who tolerated my dragging plot for nearly 100,000 words. So I've made adjustments as best I can to move the story along. As for the idiotic plot, what plot isn't idiotic these days? In this age of information, what storyline hasn't been done to death? In other words, the overpowered protagonist trope is idiotic enough, yet countless people still read it tirelessly. If you think any plot that doesn't satisfy you is idiotic, then fine. Feel free to leave. Third, regarding personal attacks on me or the characters. I've noticed some people are incredibly self-centered. Just because I don't call you out doesn't mean you're someone important. Who do you think you are bossing people around? Even Song, when gets criticized. A dedicated teacher with a selfish side and a kind side, adhering to her own standards, trying to help a student she sees as promising. And that gets criticized. As for those saying Lu He is too slow and indecisive, thank you for showing me how many pathetic, frustrated individuals there are in society, just itching for revenge. They'll be extra careful around everyone from now unless some lunatic goes on a random stabbing spree and gets me. Those people are all talk, tough guys in their heads who think everyone else is an idiot who'd kill over a glare, annihilate a family over an insult, but in reality they're meek sycophants who grovel while lighting someone's cigarette. If you're unhappy, go read those stories where the protagonist kills without hesitation. No one's stopping you. But sticking around here getting tormented and constantly complaining, I think you'd need a special fetish to do that. Even more absurd are the attacks on me personally. Saying I'm starved for love in real life, which is why I write this kind of story. Me? I'm just a nobody writing a novel, jumping on trends and following the hype, and suddenly I'm starved for love. Well, yes, I am starved, for the love of money. Finally, regarding this book, I wrote it poorly, so the poor performance is deserved. It's expected to wrap up in about 2,000 words. If the performance picks up, I'll write more. How many challenges Lu He can take on depends entirely on the book's performance. Of course, even if it's profitable, it will end with his death as the Lord of Fate. This rambling is mainly to address some of your questions and to attack a few idiots. Sorry for the harsh tone, but if I'm unhappy, you'll speak my mind. Isn't that exactly what those people pursue? Selfishness and self-centeredness. If something bothers me, you'll curse. Who can't do that? That's all. This was the first time Yi Qiu had ever been scolded by Yi Tianlin. The alcohol lent him a measure of fury, but he still dared not confront Yi Tianlin directly. Slightly disgruntled, Yi Qiu shrank his neck and followed Yi Tianlin. Pack his belongings. No need. He could simply buy everything new. Once in the car, the wind sobered Yi Qiu and he realized the route was becoming increasingly familiar. They were heading straight toward his family's villa. Daddy, you're taking me back. Yi Qiu abruptly sat up from the back seat, craning his neck to shout. The car continued to glide forward smoothly. Though a chauffeur usually drove, Yi Tianlin's driving skills had not deteriorated as he often went out for exercise at night. His expression and mindset were as steady as the vehicle. If you don't go back, do you plan to stay out there and wait for death? Yi Tianlin glanced slightly, checking the rearview mirror while also looking at Yi Qiu. Messy hair, disheveled clothes. His once fair and handsome face now seemed utterly loathsome. Lu He, who had formally proposed to leave half a month ago, appeared neat and immaculate, his entire demeanor neither humble nor arrogant. Comparison often reveals much, especially now when Lu He needed to be seen as better. By making a simple comparison of their appearances, Yi Tianlin could convince himself that he had been mistaken before. Lu He was indeed far superior to Yi Qiu. Yet this misjudgment was something he had tacitly allowed. If there were outstanding grandchildren, the Wu family would swiftly invest resources in them, forcing Yi Tianlin into retirement and ousting him from the pinnacle of power. This was something Yi Tianlin could never tolerate. Abandoning Lu He, the strong, legitimate son, and amplifying his image as a bad child, while pushing the adopted Yi Qiu into the Wu family's view. This was the choice Yi Tianlin made, given his limited abilities and his desire to hold on to power and resources for as long as possible. Yi Qiu being favored by the Wu family could alleviate the pressure on Yi Tianlin. But Yi Qiu was ultimately an outsider. The Wu family would not let Yi Qiu inherit the Yi group unless absolutely necessary. Yi Xiangling, the only choice left for the Wu family, lacked the temperament to lead and needed a long time to mature. Thus Yi Tianlin could continue to sit securely in his position. Now, by abandoning Yi Qiu and treating Lu He favorably, he could further win the Wu family's goodwill. The more goodwill, the more resources. As for the threat from Lu He, what threat could a dying man pose? The Yi group was his now, and it would remain his in the future. Hearing Yi Tianlin's casual words, Yi Qiu nearly let out a sharp shriek. No, I can't go back. Yi Qiu's tone was frantic, his gaze fierce. If I go back, they'll definitely make me apologize to that bastard Lu He, and then... At that moment, Yi Tianlin suddenly interrupted him coldly. And then what? How many years does Lu He have left? If you bow your head now, you won't lack wealth and glory in the future. If you refuse tomorrow, you won't even find a spot as a beggar on the street. Don't be so childish. Endure for a while, take a step back. You still have a long life ahead. This was the first time Yi Tianlin had seriously lectured Yi Qiu, but whether it had any effect or not, this was the last time. It was also a test. Silence filled the car for several. Yi Qiu slumped heavily back into his seat, his expression unreadable. Fine. They'll bow my head first. The future is long. Hearing this, Yi Tianlin's gaze grew even more ruthless. The test results were in. Yi Qiu would either be completely expelled from the Yi family, or die. TSK. It would have been better if he stayed childish, easy to control, and without too many schemes. Eating, drinking, having fun. That would have been a good life. With this endurance of yours, I can't help but worry you'll use it against me in the future. You're forcing my hand. Yi Tianlin muttered to himself as he accelerated. Back at the Yi family, the Wu family had already gathered in full force. Old Master Wu Hongzhua sat sternly in the main seat. From the moment he got out of the car, Yi Qiu's mood grew melancholic. Familiar roads, familiar home. But the people were no longer the same. In just half a month, his status had plummeted. At the root of it all was Wu Xiuhui, that damn vegetable who should have died long ago. Most vegetables die within a year or two, yet she held on for 10 years and actually woke up. Even if she woke up, she had already pointed the finger at Lu He. Why did she have to remember everything and then spill, damn it all? And Yi Xiangling was the same. 18 years of sibling bond, yet Lu He turned his good sister against him in just half a month. Come to think of it, Wu Zuhui's awakening might have been due to Lu He's decade of care. After all his scheming, Yi Qiu felt that this entire family deserved to die. But for now, he had to bow his head. Suppressing his emotions, Yi Qiu put on a fully repentant expression and knelt directly before Wu Hongzhua. Without much effort, tears and snot immediately flowed. Grandfather Xiaoqiu was blinded by greed before, afraid of being alienated and abandoned by this family, because I'm not a blood relative. In my fear and anxiety, I overlooked the genuine affection everyone here has for me. I've spent these days in deep reflection, and I truly know I was wrong. As he spoke, his tearful gaze swept over all the other relatives. When he met Yi Xiangling's eyes, his acting sword conveying regret with nothing but his expression. Finally, he kowtowed forcefully to Wu Hongzhua. Xiaoqiu knows his mistake. I want to apologize to everyone, most importantly to Lu He. Please give me a chance. After I apologize, I will leave on my own and never return. Yi Qiu knew how to hit the right notes. He began by pointing out that his resentment toward Lu He and his instigation of estrangement stemmed entirely from the insecurity of not being a biological child. He didn't believe everyone felt as devoid of affection for him as Yi Xiangling did now. By playing the family card, he halved his guilt from the start. Then he proactively offered to apologize to Lu He, something that was surely expected of him. This showed sincerity, combined with his excellent acting. He might not escape all blame, but he would certainly get off with a light slap on the wrist. Yi Qiu's hopes were high. The Wu family members did indeed feel a pang of sympathy. Years of genuine affection still lingered. But Yi Xiangling stepped forward without mercy. She looked down at the pitiful kneeling Yi Qiu, her voice devoid of any compassion. The online smear campaign against Lu He these past 2 days, you hired the bots, didn't you? Lu He specifically asked me to ask you. If you confess, he won't do anything to you. If you don't, he'll kill you when he returns. So what's your answer? What the hell? I don't admit it. Will they kill me as soon as I return home? Yi Qiu was dumbfounded. The others were equally shocked. Wu Hongzhuo's eyes widened. Xiangling, don't talk nonsense. Grandfather, I'm not talking nonsense. Yi Xiangling remained composed. Lu He made it very clear to me he knows that the one who stirred up trouble against him is Yi Qiu. In the past half-month, I am the only one in this family who has truly understood and interacted with Lu He. It is precisely during these 15 days that I have come to know Lu He anew. From every angle and through every channel, I have delved deep. Thus I am certain that when he earlier said he needed no apology and only wished to sever all ties with us, living out his remaining days freely and at ease, he meant it. Likewise, now that he is so vexed by the harassment that he plans to go down fighting, dragging Yi Qiu, the root cause of his miserable life, to ruin with him, he surely means that too. Yi Xiangling sighed. Her bright, clear eyes, as lovely as autumn waters, glanced at Yi Qiu. She wanted to urge him again in a stern tone, but in the end she held back. Mainly she feared others would think she was forcing Yi Qiu to confess. That would defeat the purpose. And the reason she was now so resolute, aside from the pent-up frustration of being deceived for a decade, was Lu He's single word, get lost. The relationship between her and Lu He had already begun to thaw. Had she supported him and shown genuine sincerity, they might not have fully reconciled, but at least things would not be so strained. Yet Yi Qiu had to stir up trouble at this very moment. All her efforts were in vain. How could she not be furious? Yi Xiangling's words echoed in everyone's ears. Whether Lu He was truly good or bad, and if good, to what extent, they now had their answer. Little Lu He's diary had been passed around for all to read. After Yi Xiangling fully confronted her own evasive thoughts, she recounted everything from her perspective. Under such circumstances, Lu He had not only refrained from self-destruction or seeking revenge on his family and society, but had instead lived with an incomprehensible tenacity, striving for a better life. After reviewing Lu He's experiences over the past decade, each of them had to some extent cursed themselves inwardly. Now Lu He was afflicted with ALS. But having cast aside the past and embarked on a new life, Lu He had proven his excellence with even greater achievements in just half a month. The Lu He once dismissed by everyone had become dazzling. It stung them, leaving behind deep shock and regret. From a familial perspective, they ought to feel proud and gratified for the Lu He of today. Yet now the first crisis in Lu He's new life came from Yi Qiu. Everyone's gaze fell upon Yi Qiu. They awaited a reply and answer. The pressure had indeed reached its peak. The tears from Yi Qiu's feigned crying had not yet dried, and the torrential sweat from his forehead once again soaked his face. Kneeling on the floor, he dared not lift his head. His panicked eyes darted over the patterns on the carpet, desperately seeking an excuse. But did he truly dare to deny it? If he refused to confess Lu, he would kill him upon returning home. Yi Qiu was not naive enough to think Lu He was bluffing or trying to scare him. After all, he had indeed caused Lu He to endure a decade of unjust suffering and forced him to live a life worse than a servant in a wealthy household. If he had been the one to endure all that, he would have killed everyone involved years ago, while still a minor. Moreover, Lu He was already a dying man. Would a man on the brink of death fear the charge of murder? What if he confessed? Yi Qiu stealthily lifted his eyes to glance around. Everyone waited in grim silence. If he admitted it, his tearful words would all become new evidence compounding his guilt. Yet whether he confessed or not, the Wu family could investigate and find proof of his hired trolls. Damn it. As long as the Green Hills remain, there's no shortage of firewood. He'll admit it for now. The worst that can happen is being cast out of the Yi family. If it comes to it, I'll risk my life and take that bastard Lu He down with me, killing every one of them. Yi Qiu's hands gripped the fine lamb's wool carpet, his eyes bloodshot. And I still have my father. With his support I can live well even outside the Yi family. Fuck. They'll accept my defeat today. He clenched and unclenched his fist, slowly rising from the ground. The pitiable look of regret faded, replaced by a flat expression. Yichio swept his gaze around the room before fixing it on Yi Zhangling's face, speaking in a resentful tone. Yes, I hired the trolls. But it's not like I fabricated everything. It did happen. I didn't film the video, I just brought up old matters again. Lu He cursed the entire Yi family, including the Wu family. I couldn't stand it. Was it wrong to vent for our family? Fine, what goes around comes around. I'm done playing your games. Exiling me from the Yi family. As if I care. I'm out of here. With that, Yichio turned to leave. Wu Hongzhou was furious, slamming the armrest of his chair. You wretched brat. He was about to order someone to stop Yichio when Yi Tianlin's stern, icy voice rang out first. Yichio, did I give you permission to leave? Come back. Even if you are to leave the Yi family, you must first apologize to Lu He, earn his forgiveness, and then leave only with our permission. Yichio froze in place, staring at Yi Tianlin in disbelief. Wait, aren't you my greatest support? What's with this act now? Was he supposed to keep enduring? All masks had been torn off. Facing Lu He directly might even cost him. Yichio's expression flickered with uncertainty. He suddenly felt that his father had no idea how serious this was. This was not what he had anticipated before coming. There was no room for compromise left, and he might even get stabbed. No, he had to leave. Yichio strode forward without hesitation. But Yi Tianlin's voice, louder now, came again. Yichio, I told you to come back. Didn't you hear me? Seeing him still moving away, Yi Tianlin roared, his eyes blazing. You beast, get back here and kneel. Yichio snapped. Fuck you old bastard, you're out to destroy me too. As the words fell, the veins on Yi Tianlin's forehead bulged instantly. He strode forward, catching up in a few steps to Yichio, who was stumbling from alcohol. Without hesitation, Yi Tianlin delivered a vicious kick to the back of Yichio's knee. Oh! Yichio cried out in pain, falling to one knee. The doting father Yi Tianlin grabbed Yichio's wrist with one hand and applied the same move to his other leg. Yichio fell to both knees again. Yi Tianlin's decisiveness greatly satisfied Wu Hongzhou. The old man desired to maintain his absolute authority even in his twilight years. As long as he spoke, people would immediately flock to serve him with utmost loyalty. Yi Tianlin had now performed admirably. I've always treated Tianlin unfairly. Wu Hongzhou murmured softly. Indeed, Yi Tianlin had remained devoted to his comatose wife from the Wu family for 10 years, never abandoning her. He was usually very busy with work, so he couldn't visit Wu Xiaohui frequently. Moreover, Lu He intentionally avoided times when members of the Yi family might be present when he tended to Wu Xiaohui. Thus, Wu Hongzhou had even less reason to doubt whether Yi Tianlin had properly cared for Wu Xiaohui. At least for now. Yi Tianlin could be considered a fine son-in-law. His only shortcomings were his lack of ability and his excessive leniency in his children's education. But these were not of great importance. What mattered was his unwavering loyalty and devotion. Yet Yi Xiangling, standing beside him, was not pondering these matters. Yi Zhangling's mind was entirely occupied by the scene of Lu He leaving the Yi family half a month ago. Lu He's figure even seemed to overlap with Yichio's. But those images could never fully align, because Lu He had not knelt. Even when subjected to Yi Tianlin's violence, he did not kneel. Only when he reached the door did Lu He collapse, but he quickly struggled to his feet, leaning on the doorframe as he walked out of the house. At that moment, Lu He must have been experiencing an ALS episode, she thought. Yi Xiangling had researched the disease thoroughly and had her conjectures. Under those circumstances, if not for the ALS attack, nothing could have prevented Lu He from walking out of the house. Yet even as the disease struck, he refused to linger in that home for even a moment. As Yi Xiangling thought about this, she wept. Over the past half-month, she had cried many times for Lu He. But this time it struck her deepest, because the events had occurred only half a month ago, and she was among those who had forced and driven Lu He away. Now she wondered just how despicable she must have appeared in his eyes. Truly, Lu He's current attitude toward her was entirely her own doing. She could not blame him in the slightest. Yichio had already knelt, subdued by Yi Tianlin on the spot. His frail body was utterly incapable of resistance. Humiliation, resentment, rage. He glared at Yi Tianlin with fury. In return, he received a heavy slap, far harsher than the punch Lu He had delivered earlier. Stars burst before his eyes, and his ears rang incessantly. Yichio swayed dizzily on the verge of collapse. Within 2 breaths, he fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Yi Tianlin pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, his cold gaze resting on Yichio's back. Initially, he had not intended to treat Yichio this way, but plans changed. Before meeting Yichio, he had not expected that this brat, while wallowing in self-destruction, would still find time to cause trouble for Lu He. Since the old man was already enraged, he might as well go all the way. He had left no evidence against Yichio, so he had nothing to fear. Yichio did not even know that he was his illegitimate son. Though there had been unexpected changes, they remained within controllable bounds and were entirely acceptable. Yi Tianlin took out his phone and called someone to take Yi Qiu to the hospital. After the call, he returned to Wu Hongzhua, offering a few perfunctory words to maintain his dignity without appearing overly obsequious. The group discussed Yi Qiu and deliberated on how to handle Lu He's impending return to the country. Yi Xiangling stepped away from the crowd to send a reply to Lu He, who was far away in the United States. I pressed him, and he admitted to doing it. Now he's completely burned bridges with our family. Dad hit him, and there's probably more to come. Anyway, that's the situation now. I'm sorry for the trouble Yi Qiu caused you. Now that you have money, if you need a channel for medication, I'd really like to support you. And for any future challenges, I'll always stand behind you. The first message was sent, but the second was met with a red exclamation mark. It came suddenly. Yi Xiangling felt wronged and on the verge of tears again. Yet she was helpless. Should she add Lu He again? No, that would be truly disgusting. Since she had decided to support Lu He's choices, she should now disappear forever. Yi Xiangling's heart was heavy, but she had no choice but to accept this. Still, it was okay. Through the live stream, she could continue to follow Lu He's movements. She could watch his youthful, radiant smile, his fearless, wild abandon. This youth, trapped within the crumbling city walls, was now finally bearing a rusted sword, riding a gaunt horse toward the horizon under the setting sun. No splendid attire, but his youthful spirit remained undiminished. Even at sunset, there are still many beautiful sights to behold. Yi Xiangling abandoned the thought of staying in contact with Lu He. She gazed at his avatar with a tender smile, then deleted him from her friends list. She would simply watch from afar. Meanwhile, in the United States, Lu He deleted Yi Xiangling's reply as soon as he received it. Yi Qiu had actually confessed. That was quite, but since Yi Qiu had admitted it, and seemed to be in a dire situation within the Yi family, Lu He saw no need to go through the trouble of dealing with him personally. They'll just release all the past records to attack the Yi family then. Lu He shrugged and began executing the countermeasure he had prepared earlier. It was not much trouble. His statement of grievances was only about 500 characters describing his past life and the events before and after. All facts devoid of emotion. He simply edited it and posted it directly. He Bing had just informed him of the progress of the public relations campaign, and it was now his turn. After finishing that, Lu He turned to the assistant who had not yet left and sent her a contact. Help me get in touch with this person. Tell them someone here needs medication. This contact was sent by Song when just before he deleted her as a friend. Lu He's English was insufficient for oral conversations laden with specialized terminology, so he asked the assistant to handle it. Additionally, Song Wen and Xue Qing had not sent new friend requests. Neither had Yi Xiangling. Song Wen probably understood his thoughts and shared a certain tacit understanding with him. As for Xue Qing, whether she had found clarity and enlightenment, or thought him incomprehensible and utterly contemptible, or even felt anger or hatred, Xue Qing was now nothing more than a passing cloud in Lu He's life, one he could never touch again. Farewell, everyone. My next stop is to run wild in the wind. In the wind, I cannot hear your words, and you cannot hear my voice. We meet in the wind, and we scatter in. Wycliffe Nicole was initially puzzled, but after making the phone call, she realized the medication was for treating ALS. She looked at Lu He with a bewildered expression. Words were difficult to utter. But could the boss actually be an ALS patient? Yet that didn't seem right either. Which ALS patient could engage in extreme sports, and in such a manner? Moreover, she hadn't noticed any abnormal signs in Lu He's body over the past few days. Lu He offered no explanation. Wycliffe Nicole pondered and concluded that it might not be Lu He who had ALS, but rather a friend of his in need. Her additional source of income now came from Lu He, and gossiping was truly unnecessary. So following Lu He's instructions, she communicated with the party on the phone and finalized the purchase of the medication. The call lasted over 10 minutes before ending. Wycliffe Nicole blinked, staring at Lu He, and said in an uncertain tone, "The medication can be picked up in New York or delivered by a courier. If you choose delivery, the cost is about $2,000, and it will arrive within a day." Within a day? Then it would be better to pick it up in New York. Arnaud's arrangement was for everyone to depart for home tomorrow. Louis decided to stay in the United States for a few more. On one hand, it would take a day or two for the medication to show noticeable effects, and using it under professional supervision would provide some assurance. On the other hand, he was worried about being ambushed by the Yi family at the airport upon returning home. That would lead to a heap of troubles. Evading was troublesome, and confronting the Yi family was even more so. Staying in the United States for a few more days suited his needs perfectly. Having made his decision, He transferred $500 to Wycliffe Nicole and said with a smile, "Let's settle today's wages. I won't be streaming for a while. Also, we're heading home tomorrow. Are you interested in a business trip?" Wycliffe Nicole was an American temporarily hired as an assistant. Louis's words were both a polite gesture to express a pleasant cooperation and a sincere invitation. After all, it would take time to get familiar with a new assistant back home. The next assistant might surpass Wycliffe Nicole in work capability, But the effect of substituting for the live stream was too uncertain. Besides, Wycliffe Nicole had earned high marks in Liu He's book. Such a good-looking, entertaining, discreet, and non-intrusive little assistant. If not absolutely necessary, Liu He really didn't want to replace her. Upon hearing Liu He's words, Wycliffe Nicole pursed her lips and fell into deep thought. She had many things to consider on her end. But overall, an international business trip would bring her nothing but benefits, broadening her horizons, accumulating unconventional work experience, and continuing to earn at least $500 per live stream. In comparison, all she seemed to need was courage. Everyone feels uneasy in unfamiliar environments. But she wasn't short on courage. How could an intern stand out without a bit of courage? Not everyone can make it after practicing for 2.5 years. After a few minutes of careful consideration, Wycliffe Nicole nodded in response. All right, Mr. Liu. I'll submit an application to the higher-ups now. With that, she gave a playful smile. And please put in a good word for me if you truly want me to continue as your assistant. Liu He assured her it was no problem. Then Wycliffe Nicole stood up and left to make the call in her room. The room fell silent again. Liu He unconsciously smoothed the already neat edge of the blanket, his mind occupied with how to communicate with Yibing. He had directly concealed his ALS during the interview. To be honest, it was unethical. But at the time, Liu He had no choice. Concealing it would likely lead to rejection, and rejection meant he'd have to use the little money he had for cycling. Extreme sports would probably never cross his path. Now that he had completed the simplified version of Power Unleashed and experienced the thrill of extreme sports, he couldn't resist that kind of joy anymore. With medication to alleviate his physical discomfort, he wanted to take on more challenges. But money was insufficient. Continuing to follow Arnaud's footsteps was naturally the best option. Moreover, following meant he didn't have to worry about anything. Just focus on simple training and then directly take on challenges. Such convenience was incredibly comfortable. Forget it, I'll just say it directly. If it works, fine, but if not, I'll do it myself. Liu clicked into Yibing's chat and directly made a video call. A video call felt more formal. The call lasted about 10 minutes. The atmosphere was acceptable. Yibing was merely surprised, but didn't immediately fly off the handle. After understanding the specifics, she replied that she needed to explain it to Zhui Yuan first. After another half-hour wait, Zhui Yuan called personally this time. He was very direct. Liu concealing ALS during the interview is indeed a breach of contract, and our side can hold you accountable. But I don't think it's necessary to go that far. We can continue to exchange interests. Arnaud can capitalize on your ALS to generate buzz and profit, giving you a share of the revenue, while also providing comprehensive support and backing for your subsequent Ozaki 8 challenges. Can you accept these terms? Liu raised an eyebrow. The terms were quite generous. By leveraging his persona, he could not only continue to receive Arnaud's support, but also directly profit from it. Having little knowledge of business, he felt Arnaud was being quite considerate. No problem, I accept. Zhui Yuan hummed in acknowledgement. Then don't rest too early today. They'll have Yibing send you the electronic contract later. Read it and sign it. If you have any questions about the contract, feel free to discuss them with Yibing promptly. These were all standard procedures, and Liu agreed. He thought the call would end there. But Zhui Yuan's tone suddenly became much lighter. All right, business is done. How about some casual chat between friends? Well, let me turn off the call recording first. Liu. This was a bit sudden. After a few seconds, Zhui Yuan spoke again. About your ALS, I heard a new drug was recently approved in the US. Have you used it? Liu got up and lay back on the bed, letting out a long sigh. Not yet. I'm going to buy it in New York tomorrow. I didn't have the money before. Zhui Yuan was instantly shocked on the other end. Good heavens. So not only did you endure the pressure of ALS to complete a multi-day 3,000-kilometer bike ride, but you also freaking came in first in the Power Unleashed challenge. How embarrassing must that be for those healthy streamers? Anyone would think that the guy who flipped at the start was the one with ALS. Zhui Yuan finally understood why Liu dared to attempt those flashy moves without any experience. Beyond youthful recklessness, it was mostly because he wasn't afraid of death. Liu took issue with that point. What did he mean by mostly? He wasn't being recklessly young. He was purely unafraid of death. If the first challenge had been Wind Surge or Heaven's Descent, he might have been scattered in pieces by now. It felt somewhat peculiar to jest with a morbid sense of humor. Liu continued his casual conversation with Zhui Yuan. They talked about illness, about rhythm, and about their families of origin. Unlike Wycliffe Nicole, Zhui Yuan did not unleash a torrent of emotion upon hearing Liu's past. He merely fell into a brief silence, then naturally steered the conversation toward the next challenge. In the adult world, one does not readily accept a one-sided account. Based on Liu's demeanor, Zhui Yuan could believe about 80% of it. But it was still better to let the dust settle. Arnaud's public relations team had not yet taken a firm stance. Beyond basic talking points, they merely indicated they would pay closer attention to the matter. This was entirely reasonable. After the chat, Anderson and Liu Zhuais arrived punctually to summon him for a meal. Liu decided to message the still silent Wycliffe Nicole, inviting her to join as well. When they met, Wycliffe Nicole wore a grim expression. They're not confident in my professional abilities. In other words, the company did not recognize her capabilities and saw no need for her to handle international business. It was essentially a polite refusal of her application. This required Liu He to step in directly. He called He Bing, detailing his reasons for wanting to keep Wycliffe Nicole as his assistant. Yet he did not say much, nor was his tone forceful. Given his current relationship with Arnyo, saying too much might have felt like applying pressure. Liu He knew his place. He was in no position to pressure a company like Arnyo. The collaboration had been pleasant so far, and a good attitude naturally invited more favor. After his brief explanation, He Bing said she would communicate with the colleagues handling personnel transfers. This was essentially settled, though not explicitly stated. The meal was not at the hotel, but at a restaurant outside. Having been informed in advance by the Feixing group, Anderson and the others were not surprised by Wycliffe Nicole's arrival. Moreover, since Liu He was bringing someone to avoid making him uncomfortable, they also called their own assistants. They tacitly agreed not to start a live stream. Liu He also took the opportunity during the meal to honestly disclose his condition. Some people's jaws practically hit the table as they ate. Anderson and Liu Zhuai's wore identical expressions of shock. What? ALS? You must be kidding me. But facts were facts. They had to accept it whether they liked it or not. Outdoor streamers were usually social butterflies. But now Anderson and Liu Zhuai's had fallen silent, poking at their plates with forks, chewing a single piece of beef for ages like two socially anxious individuals dining out for the first time. What could they do? Yesterday they were chasing each other across the Colorado Plateau, reveling in the thrill and joy of challenging nature. Today they discovered Liu He was someone who would soon lose all motor function. As fellow extreme sports enthusiasts putting themselves in his shoes, they felt this disease transcended the realm of a terminal illness. You love something. Sorry. I'm going to make you face that love in the most humiliating manner possible, to the point where you can't even. Applied to other fields, Liu He's plight was like trapping someone with OCD in a room, playing only videos that torment OCD sufferers, or forcing a champion of pure love to repeatedly watch various acts of betrayal. This had nothing to do with a divine joke. It was clearly a malicious curse from a deity. And they had originally come to offer comfort after seeing Liu He's Weibo post. But then Liu He slapped them with another terminal illness. Brother, this is too painful. Could someone really fill their life with so much suffering? As it turned out, yes. Anderson felt he was gradually understanding all of Liu He's actions. Liu Zhuai silently decided to give Liu He the best possible experience in Wind Surge, maximizing his sense of participation and fulfillment. Liu He looked at the reactions of the two men and their assistants, feeling rather helpless. He put down his fork and smiled wryly. Hey, what are you two doing? Don't go easy on me later. When I signed up, I had already made peace with it. I'm purely here to enjoy life with zero complaints. Liu Zhuai nodded, leaned back in his chair, and sighed with feeling. It's good that you've made peace. Being able to let go of everything and just enjoy is a unique experience. At least it's not something I've ever felt. He placed a hand on Anderson's shoulder. Besides, how could the two of us outdo you? You're fearless and reckless. We don't have that kind of nerve. Perhaps they lacked the nerve, but they certainly had the preparation. Liu Zhuai began to steer the atmosphere toward cheerfulness, and everyone joined in. Only Wycliffe Nicole sat pouting, stabbing at her beef with her fork. What the heck? Could you guys speak English? Or at least translate for me? She had listened intently the whole time, but understood only a few words. An intern, a temp, and a foreigner. Wycliffe Nicole felt aggrieved, but dared not speak. Yet her expression was utterly transparent. Liu Zhuai's female assistant caught Liu He's eye. Liu He nodded in silent permission. After leaving the restaurant, the two female assistants explained the dinner conversation to Wycliffe Nicole. Thus the little assistant was plunged into shock once more. The American night was not silent. Back home, social media platforms were still ablaze with discussions about Liu He. The name Liu He spread like wildfire across the entire internet. Songwen thought of her student when she looked at her phone, but she would not disturb him again. A flower should be allowed to bloom in the way it desires. Xueqing thought of the boy she liked when she looked at her phone, but she too would not disturb him again. When you like someone, you should allow them a graceful exit, even if you cannot accept that your feelings are unrequited. They both had a good mindset. But Yi Tailan's blood pressure was soaring. The heat he had previously suppressed had now been brought back by that bastard Yi Qiu, and with 100-fold or 1,000-fold return. You truly deserve to die, Yi Qiu. Now, not only did he have to endure public pressure, but he also had to find a way to convince his stubborn daughter to bring Liu He home. Just get through this period. Once Liu He is dead, everything will calm down. The next day, Liu He flew to New York early in the morning with his little assistant. He had signed the necessary electronic contracts the night before. Wycliffe Nicole had also officially received a new work assignment. They had two things to do during their few days in New York: obtain and administer the medication and wait for the little assistant's visa. Liu He was genuinely looking forward to the effects of the drug, almost impatiently. I need to step out for a bit. Upon arriving in New York, Liu he first rested at the hotel, allowing Wycliffe Nicole to handle her visa application on her own. With Arnaud's endorsement, the visa would be processed swiftly. It wasn't that he didn't want to accompany his assistant, rather his body could barely hold up. The prolonged flight served as a fuse, fully igniting the suppressed and nearly vanished amyotrophic lateral sclerosis within him. Throughout the journey, episodes struck frequently. Even returning to the hotel room required Wycliffe Nicole's support. Once he lay on the bed, the sensation of losing control over his own body spread once more. This was complete paralysis. Fortunately, it was temporary. Rest would bring some relief. It seems my earlier feeling of boundless energy every day was also a sign of physical overexertion. Liu he murmured to himself, staring at the ceiling. Yet his mind inevitably drifted to Xueqing. This feeling was tormenting. He simply closed his eyes and forced himself to sleep. When he awoke, though his body still felt weak, moving freely was no longer an issue. On his phone were messages and missed calls from Wycliffe Nicole, time-stamped about a dozen minutes ago. Liu he realized he had only slept for roughly an hour and a half. Nicole said she had returned to the hotel. She had called only after receiving no reply. Liu he, not in the mood to talk, responded via WeChat, agreeing to visit the designated hospital together the next morning. The rest of the day was free. So Wycliffe Nicole took the chance to leave, heading to a party hosted by her close friend. Its party culture was deeply ingrained here. Liu he, who disliked such atmospheres, chose not to join. He lounged in the hotel room, ordering room service for meals without stepping out. As for streaming, he had no intention of starting. Nor did he wish to stream in the future. With Arnaud supporting his upcoming projects, Liu he had no need to earn money through, but Arnaud's contract mandated it. He couldn't skip. Adjusting his pillow for comfort, Liu he opened Douyin. His personal Douyin account hadn't been exposed, so his private messages remained peaceful. Yet the recommended feed frequently inserted content related to him. Among the latest trending topics was a title like Liu he ALS. Liu he wasn't surprised. He had told many about his ALS. Even if those people kept quiet, Arnaud would surely leak the news, as Zhui Yuan had explicitly stated yesterday that they would use it to generate buzz. Regardless, he had said all that needed to be said. His past had been disclosed to the public. The online turmoil had nothing to do with him anymore. As for how the Yi family was attacked by netizens, or how they sympathized with or insulted him, such matters were utterly tedious. Liu he had no interest in any of it. Unwilling to be swayed by the recommendation algorithm, he directly searched for wind of movement. Among the 8 challenges of Ozaki, 3 involved the sky: wind of movement, awakening of the earth, and wind of movement was wingsuit flying in the Alps. Awakening of the earth was base jumping into Mexico's Cave of Swallows. Descent of heaven was parachuting from Mount Everest or motorcycle high-altitude jumping. Earlier, because Liu Zhuai's had dragged him into the wind of movement challenge on the night they met, Liu he had momentarily confused and thought that was his next task. After the competition, when he seriously considered it, he slapped his forehead, realizing his mistake. The next challenge was clearly Descent of Heaven, and it was a natural progression. The foundation laid by Utah's mountain off-road flying led to Mount Everest's motorcycle high-altitude parachuting. After freefall parachuting, it extended to Mexico's Cave of Swallows for precision-based jumping. Throughout this process, skill and courage intertwined, mutually enhancing each other. Will parachuting be my end? Liu he shook his head, pulling back his wandering thoughts. A familiar BGM played from his phone. Freedom rushed in. Another night passed. The slight lethargy of early morning brought Liu he great comfort. After freshening up, he left to find his assistant. Wycliffe Nicole hadn't stayed out late. Though parties rarely saw early departures, the assistant hadn't forgotten today. Interns couldn't afford mistakes. So she had returned to the hotel before midnight. After a night's rest, her spirits were still high. After simple morning greetings and a shared meal, they headed straight to the hospital. Even with an appointment, Liu he had to wait until number 4 in the queue. ALS was rare in society, and most people might never encounter a patient. But in a specialized hospital offering professional treatment, ALS patients were not uncommon. Liu he watched the kindred spirits sitting in wheelchairs with tilted heads, and his desire for self-termination grew stronger. He absolutely refused to reach that stage. Having spent 10 years in a mental prison, he would spare himself the experience of a physical one. Liu he remained silent. Beside him, Wycliffe Nicole also stayed quiet. She felt she could only empathize with Liu he. Perhaps she could offer some comfort to her temporary boss. But Liu he clearly didn't need comfort. With their acquaintance shallow, doing the job well was enough. They waited in silence. After an unknown duration, just as Liu he was dozing off, his number was finally called. Wycliffe Nicole reacted faster, quickly rising to communicate with the doctor. A domestic English level 6 couldn't handle specialized fields. Liu he only spoke when necessary to supplement, leaving all other communication to Wycliffe Nicole. Soon Liu he was taken for relevant tests. There were no new procedures. They were essentially the same as those he had undergone in China. They had lunch while waiting for results. By around 3 p.m., Liu he finally paid and received the medication, which was injectable. He opted to have the injection at the hospital and arranged for a 2-day stay. Meanwhile, at Beijing Capital Airport, the main Arnyo team had landed successfully. Due to the massive promotional traffic, quite a few people had come to pick them up. Unfortunately, they didn't see the primary target of this visit. Yi Xiangling and Lu He's uncle were among them. As the entire team disappeared from sight, Yi Xiangling continued urging her uncle to leave. In her view, not seeing Lu He at the airport was the best outcome. Her uncle could report back to her grandfather, and she herself had fulfilled the unspoken promise to never disturb him again. Yi Xiangling's uncle was named Wu Shui. He now strongly suspected that Yi Xiangling had tipped off Lu He, although his niece no longer even had Lu He's contact information in her phone. But she herself had admitted that she had found out about Lu He through various channels. Yi Xiangling could see the doubt in Wu Zuyi's eyes, yet she did not wish to refute or explain. She owed Lu He so much. She would bear this burden, even though she didn't even have the right to tip off Lu He now. But as long as it could keep Lu He from being found by these people, then let it be that she had been tipping him off all along. Their eyes clashed. Wu Shui eventually relented. No matter what, Lu He had not been caught. Why stay here any longer? In fact, he also agreed with what Yi Xiangling. Lu He now only wanted to live his own life. Let him be. If they kept pestering Lu He just to satisfy their own inner desires, their current behavior was essentially no different from before. It was all selfishness without limits, driven by personal desires. Alright, let's go back. Wu Shui glanced again at the airport exit. Xiangling will go back with you and persuade them. The news that Lu He did not return to China with Arnyo once again topped the trending searches. Arnyo did not hide anything. After its official account was stormed by netizens, it responded directly. It stated that Lu He was receiving treatment in the United States and would return to China on his own in a few days, continuing to participate in the subsequent Ozaki 8 challenges. Seeing this news, Yi Xiangling felt an indescribable emotion. Given Lu He's current thoughts and personality, the so-called treatment was likely that 7 zillion per shot medication. Using it essentially meant Lu He's lifespan would not exceed 1 year. There was relief and release, as well as regret and melancholy. Let it be. The news continued to ferment online. Guided by Arnyo, the next challenge, Descent from Heaven, was highly anticipated and far more topical than the just concluded Eruption of Power. Looking solely at the revenue from Eruption of Power, Arnyo suffered a net loss of 30. But this result was enough to make Arnyo's top management grin from ear to ear. The official Maya Arnyo livestream room updated a new promotional video at 9 p.m. sharp. It opened with a majestic photo of Mount Everest. The photo zoomed in with the drumbeat. A voiceover appeared simultaneously. Mount Everest, the main peak of the Himalayas. At the same time, it is the highest peak in the world. Utah is a vast wilderness accessible to all, but here only a very few can reach. The scene shifted. The camera was now atop the snow-covered summit. Mount Everest is the only place where mortals can touch the sky with their own strength. Descent from Heaven begins here. Accompanied by a series of whoops, several extreme sports athletes on the helicopter leaped off the summit. Each person showed a genuine smile before the camera. The smiles held passion and excitement. The howling wind drowned out everything. A bird's-eye view appeared. If the mountain does not come to me, I will go to the mountain. If you cannot see the shape of the wind, feel it with your body. The world lies beneath you. The promotional video's style was consistent. Just watching it was thrilling. The only problem was the overwhelmingly high Lu He content in the bullet comments. A large number of Lu He's fans were spamming, "Give us a home." Since Lu He wasn't streaming, they had to scatter everywhere. Wherever they went, they spammed. When fans of other streamers couldn't stand it, they would sneer and mock, and then they would start interacting with those fans. For a time, Lu He's fans were the most combative across the entire internet. After flaming one group, they moved on to the next. This caused Lu He's public image to collapse instantly. Those who liked him adored him immensely. Those who hated him despised him just as much. But Lu He himself was unaware of all this. He was still in the hospital experiencing the effects of the medication. How to put it? This stuff felt great once injected. That feeling of weakness and lethargy gradually faded away, you know. Lu He could clearly feel his limbs regaining strength, even feeling as if he had become stronger. The drug's effect was to improve the already atrophied muscles. ALS generally has 5 stages. When Lu He was diagnosed with ALS, he was in the first stage with typical symptoms of falling for no reason. After leaving the Yi family, it deteriorated rapidly, quickly entering the second stage, limb weakness and mild muscle atrophy. Through this examination, Lu He finally understood why he had experienced sudden severe weakness to the point. The culprit was mental stress. Under the influence of neurological dysfunction, Lu He sometimes showed a state of instant paralysis. Tracing the root cause further, this manifestation mainly stemmed from the instinctive body stiffness when Wu Xiuhui struck him a fatal blow. Combined with Lu He's underlying depressive tendencies, the interplay caused his body to inexplicably merge stiffness and paralysis into a new stress response. The phenomenon of nerves and mind affecting the body is mysterious yet real. A typical example is how patients often believe they have some disease, and then mild yet typical symptoms of that disease actually appear. If the patient happens to be someone who habitually diagnoses themselves via Baidu, then it's over. Substantive pathologies like palpitations and skyrocketing blood pressure will follow. Louis did not have hypochondria, but the mental-induced neurological dysfunction was indeed affecting his body. This required some psychological treatment. But Louis had no time for psychological therapy, or rather extreme sports were his cure. The experience in Utah had already proven that. No matter how agitated his emotions or how dangerous the situation, as long as his mind was not focused on the past or the disease, that stress response basically did not occur. Still can't fully adapt to this body. Louis clenched his fist, feeling the flow of strength, and muttered to. Unfortunately, he was in America, where people couldn't understand Chinese or the concept of reincarnation from cultivation novels. Louis could only amuse himself with the improvement in his physical condition. The hospital, to be conservative, advised him to stay for another 2 days of observation. But Louis decided to be discharged and return to China as soon as tomorrow. Considering travel time and rest, by the time he adjusted his state back home, Arnaud should have recruited the other 15 sign streamers except the top 5 of this competition. The sooner he started training, the sooner he could enter the sky. He could hardly wait to embrace the invisible yet tangible wind. During the brief period of hospitalization, he was constantly undergoing rehabilitation. His physical condition did not require rehabilitation, but he felt uncomfortable if he did not make good use of his new body. There was a feeling akin to having just emerged from a long period of bedridden immobility. The less he moved, the more uncomfortable he felt. As all negotiations with the hospital needed to be handled by Wycliffe Nicole, she had a head start in experiencing what it was like to care for a patient. Louis wandered around like an elderly man in a park, causing his assistant to rush around in a flurry, beads of sweat on her forehead. He felt quite guilty about it. After all, Louis did not like to trouble others. He tried to calm himself by lying on the bed, but this proved to be. After lying down for 10 minutes, he felt as though ants were crawling all over him. He wanted to be discharged early, but the hospital would not allow it. The medication was injected here, and he was admitted for observation. It was absolutely out of the question for Louis to sneak out early. The rules were clear, and he would be held responsible for any issues. However, Louis could secretly escape on his own. The hospital would not care. This situation could only be described as Louis being habitually obedient, still not grasping the underlying meaning of the doctor's words. He procrastinated until it was time for discharge. Wycliffe Nicole rolled her eyes as she pushed Louis out of the hospital. She complained, "In less than a day, you've already walked 20 kilometers in the hospital. Don't you ever feel tired?" As a patient with ALS, running 20 kilometers in a day sounded like a joke. But Louis had indeed if he had only run a daily 5 kilometers, the pharmaceutical company might have even used him as promotional material. But releasing the figure of 20 kilometers could easily lead to accusations of false advertising. It was truly not worth it for such a large pharmaceutical company to go bankrupt over this trivial matter. His flight back to the country had been booked in advance. On the way to the airport, he listened to Wycliffe Nicole's incessant chatter. He showed no resentment, and this girl was exceptionally responsible. When she said she would be there to accompany him, she truly meant it. Can you believe she stayed up all night to monitor Louis' heart rate and blood pressure in the ward? She also managed to handle various other minor tasks. It can only be said that her daily additional salary of $500 was truly well-deserved. He was still in first class on the plane. Because he wasn't returning with Arnaud this time, it was paid out of his own pocket, and he had to bring his assistant along. Wycliffe Nicole, being just an intern, could only claim reimbursement for economy class on business trips. Once she confirmed that she was also in first class, she immediately brightened up and exclaimed, "The boss is so great," before falling silent. Next was a series of photos taken throughout the journey, documenting her experience abroad to share with her girlfriends. Despite being a university student who hadn't even graduated yet, it was quite normal for her to have a strong desire to share and show off. Louis, now feeling completely solitary, would have taken photos too if it weren't for that. He started thinking about Teacher Song and Schwetching again. Louis pulled Wycliffe Nicole to the waiting area to eat and drink, trying to distract himself. The flight he chose to return home had 3 layovers with a total duration of nearly 40 hours. Since they would be staying in London for more than 6 hours, Louis wanted to take the opportunity to explore London with Wycliffe Nicole. However, the assistant clearly informed him that they could not leave the airport during the layover. He had no choice but to give up. They landed in the capital at 11 at night. The joy Wycliffe Nicole felt before boarding the plane had all but faded, and she now appeared dazed and confused. Yet the foreign city still piqued her curiosity. On the way to the hotel, Wycliffe Nicole kept looking around, but when it came to asking questions, she fell silent, completely lacking the heart to speak. Louis did not go to Arnaud's hotel. Schwetching was there. It was best not to meet again. Although he really wanted to go and take a look, he could even come up with many excuses for himself, such as intentionally avoiding meeting would seem very deliberate and unnatural. But not going meant not going. After arriving at the hotel, Wycliffe Nicole quickly returned to her room. Louis felt quite good himself. Unable to sleep, he decided to go out for a late-night snack and casually shared the news of his return home in their small group chat. In the past few days, Anderson and Lou Juiz had only inquired about his medication and treatment. For the rest of the time, it was as if they were dead, not even starting a live stream. The titles in the two's live streams were quite uniform, waiting for the good brother to revive, while the surface meaning held some truth. They were indeed hiding from the viewers. Once the live stream started facing various inquiries was almost a foregone conclusion. Although these two had immunity from Louis' fans, once the momentum started, there would definitely be collateral damage in the chaos. The escalating tension was not friendly to the group's popularity. If fans split into opposing sides, it could lead to even more serious consequences. So, it was better to hide for now. The night in the capital was bustling. Just like the night he left Jiangxing Lu, he was once again eating barbecue and drinking beer alone. This feeling was quite unique, a sense of majestic solitude amidst the bustling world. After filling his stomach, he strolled through the streets of the capital. He often wandered the streets like a ghost. Sometimes after evening tutoring sessions, he would deliberately walk back to school, just to enjoy the feeling of emptying his mind in the evening breeze. But soon he could no longer continue wandering. Someone recognized him. Online he had both fans and haters. But in reality, it seemed he only had fans. Whenever someone approached him, they wore friendly and excited smiles, and after posing for photos, they would offer him encouragement and cheer him on. Under the dim yellow streetlights, he could not tell who was wearing a mask. Perhaps the human mask itself was impossible to see through. After dealing with fans and taking photos, he swiftly took a taxi back to the hotel. The next day, he woke up naturally. Anderson and the others knew he needed to adjust to the time difference and did not call him proactively, instead waiting for him to initiate contact. There was no news from the assistant. She was likely still resting. He simply started a video call in the group chat. After greetings, Anderson and Lou Juiz asked the same question in unison: "When will you start the live stream, bro?" Louis scratched his head, uncertain, and suggested, "How about tomorrow?" With the efforts of both, uncertainty turned into certainty. They set a specific time for the live stream and planned to have a meal together. After sorting things out here, he called Bing to briefly discuss his return and the treatment's effects. When asked why he didn't stay at Ernyo's free hotel, he casually deflected the question. Bing understood well. If others were unwilling to speak, then there was no need to press further, as it was not a very important matter anyway. Then she asked the UNICEF, which received donations, expresses gratitude for your contribution and invites you to become a Goodwill Ambassador. What do you think? Goodwill Ambassador. Louis had absolutely no interest in it. The other party coveted his wealth, but also his illness. It would be nothing but pure exploitation, and the whole affair would be dreadfully tedious. Louis simply did not have the spare time to invest in this. He directly declined. The days when I can sleep until I naturally wake up are growing fewer. Louis stretched languidly, expelling the stale air from his lungs while muttering under his breath. Rather, I should say the days when I can wake up at all are growing fewer. Apart from Xueqing, he held no attachments to this world. His original plan was to sign off in the wind. And now the heavenly descent was no longer distant. Though Louis was also intrigued by the subsequent challenges, he feared growing ever more covetous of the pleasures of life. Once he harbored a desire to live, he would no longer face death with pure resolute courage. The longer he lingered in the mortal world, the more hesitant and irresolute he became. If he delayed until he could no longer end it himself, what awaited him would be years, even decades of physical confinement. No one would choose to help him find release at that point. From what he had gathered, the Yi family would go to great lengths to keep him alive, preventing his death, to quell public opinion and alleviate their own inner guilt. The mere thought of such a life was suffocatingly oppressive. Not forgiving the Yi family was his unwavering choice. So too was his calm acceptance of death. Louis quickly washed up and tidied his appearance. Making himself better looking was purely for his own pleasure and comfort. Otherwise he wouldn't have bothered with the effort. The lunch appointment with Anderson and the others was at noon, leaving several hours to spare. His young assistant was a stranger in this place, and since she was willing to tag along, he decided to bring her. He sent a phishing message to Wycliffe Nicole. If she wanted to come, she could. If not, he would order takeout for her. At 11 o'clock, he took a taxi from the hotel alone. Wycliffe Nicole was still struggling with jet lag and feeling unwell, so she chose to stay behind and rest. The capital's splendor needed no elaboration. The entrance of the upscale restaurant was intimidating. He felt a bit out of his depth, but his confidence was unwavering. He was there to spend money, not to be criticized, so why be so overly cautious? Lou Juiz and Anderson had arrived first. Guided by a young lady, he entered the private room. Anderson greeted him with a big hug. Lou Juiz was beaming, his demeanor instantly putting everyone at ease. Since he hadn't brought his assistant, they had left theirs behind as well. Without further ado, Anderson spoke up. I can't offer any guidance for the heavenly descent this time. We'll both have to rely on Lou Juiz. In truth, he had originally planned to grab the prize money from the emergence of power and run, but Lu He and the other had dragged him into the Heavenly Descent Challenge. Of course, it would be pure nonsense to say he had no interest in skydiving. When they had discussed it, he had been somewhat half. Lu Zhuai's raised an eyebrow at this, pushing the freshly poured tea toward the two of them. Starting now, shouldn't you two start calling me Big Brother? Anderson let out a classic curse. He was 7 years older than Lu Zhuai's. Having to call him Big Brother was downright nauseating. The two began trading insults and jabs. Louis sat quietly to the side, a smile on his face. During the meal, the three briefly discussed and decided to start training a step ahead of Red Bull. The Mount Everest skydive wasn't in China, but in Nepal. With 4 days left before Red Bull's streamer recruitment, even excluding the travel time to Nepal, this period was so ample it was almost disorienting. Louis was very satisfied with this arrangement. He truly had nothing but time, and his new body desperately needed activity. Even just sitting here, he felt a discomfort around his shoulder blades that could only be relieved by moving. Although Lu Zhuai's worked as a streamer and made a lot of money, his main business was running a skydiving club with 5 skydiving bases in China. Though skydiving still felt somewhat distant to the general public, it actually had a large number of participants. A single jump cost around 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, an expense many could afford if they tightened their belts. Otherwise, Lu Zhuai's couldn't have opened 5 bases. Earlier he had said Lu he only needed to cover the basic costs and he would take care of the rest. Of course that was just a joke. He would be too embarrassed to actually charge. That wasn't how things were done among countrymen. Everything was centered on the guest's experience and generosity. After the meal, the three leaned back in their chairs in unison to ease the pressure on their stomachs. Lu Zhuai's and Anderson each lit a cigarette. 2 plumes of smoke drifted upward. Lu Zhuai's nostrils flared slightly as he tapped off the ash. All right, it's settled. We'll relax for one last day today. Tomorrow morning, we'll drive to the base in Xi'an. The one in the south is too far. It'll take you there another time. In China, there are 2 skydiving sceneries. The one with a sea view is in Hainan. The others have none, but it's too far. If you're still willing to fly, we could go to Hainan. Having just endured an international flight, Lu He and Anderson had no desire to board another plane. But after a moment's hesitation, Lu He spoke up. How about we go to Hainan? I want to see the sea. He had been born and raised inland. The Everest skydiving zone in Nepal had no sea either. If Lu He didn't back down from the heavenly descent, he likely wouldn't have another chance to see the sea. Lu Zhuai's and Anderson didn't catch the underlying meaning in his words, simply assuming he wanted to take the opportunity to see the ocean. There was no reason to refuse. It was just a few hours on a plane, no big deal. Seeing that they agreed without much hesitation, Lu He was deeply grateful and expressed his thanks directly. Since Lu Zhuai's a local was hosting this lunch, Lu He felt it inappropriate to steal the spotlight. So he treated them to a dinner of similar caliber in the evening as a token of his gratitude. In the evening, the assistant who had recovered arrived looking like a curious child as the other 2 assistants led her along, explaining everything. It was a time for relaxation and leisure. They engaged in ordinary entertainment, and there was no shortage of alcohol. Time slipped away until the next day. The 6-person team set off again, this time for Sanya. The skydiving location was at Haiting Bay in Sanya, a famous internet-famous spot. Lu Zhuai's owned a house there. The group arrived around 2 in the afternoon, rested briefly at his place, and planned to head to the skydiving base later. Lu He used this time to start a live stream, briefly answering some questions from the viewers in the chat. He ended the stream in less than half an hour. Starting tomorrow, he would hand over the streaming duties to his assistant. He would no longer appear officially, but would occasionally make a cameo in the frame. The mood in the live stream had actually little to do with that video of Lu He cursing his father in the street. Their focus was on the 500-word post on Weibo and the amyotrophic lateral sclerosis ALS. Those who believed expressed sympathy, care, and encouragement, hoping he would have a good future. Those who did not accused him of putting on a show, playing the victim for traffic solely driven by the desire to make more money. No matter how calm a person's heart, seeing so many malicious words would inevitably stir some waves. Unmoved by favor or disgrace. Lu He's emotional maturity was not that exaggerated. Seeing too much became tiresome. When annoyed, just stay away from the source of annoyance. So he decided to basically ignore the subsequent live streams. There were still 10 days until the main event of the Descent of the Sky Challenge. During this period, having Wycliffe Nicole run the live stream was partly to give the assistant some extra cash. After all, everything would be donated after death anyway, so giving it to anyone was the same. There was nothing wrong with giving it to Wycliffe Nicole as work compensation. On the other hand, it was also to stabilize Ernyo. He showed a strong unwillingness to live stream, and Ernyo might restrict his participation in the challenge because of that. The previous reason for insisting on relying on Ernyo as much as possible still held, but a new and very necessary reason had also emerged. Louis learned from Lu Zhuai's that without more than 200 skydiving experiences, it was almost impossible for anyone to skydive without a coach accompanying them. And a license was also required. Trying to solve this by spending money was a huge hassle. Having a coach meant that Lu He basically could not disconnect on the spot. Unless that coach was Yichio. For now, Arnyo was probably the only company Lu He could approach that could provide him with a solo skydiving opportunity. Even for a company of Arnyo's scale, carrying out such an activity faced enormous regulatory pressure. All participating streamers needed to obtain their skydiving license during training, or they would be considered failures. Theoretically, the skydiving license required 25 jumps of practical experience. Once the license was obtained, one could solo jump at authorized bases. But what was the descent of the sky? Challenging the descent of the sky with an license was roughly equivalent to just learning to shoot in CSGO, and then going up against Simple or ZYWO, or just learning to walk in League of Legends, and then soloing Faker. The good thing was that the skydiving area was in Nepal. Otherwise, this descent of the sky challenge could not even be held, unless Arnyo replaced all the streamers with experienced veterans. But veteran skydiving would be more like an exhibition match than a challenge. They also could not grab as much traffic as streamers. All in all, Lu He had to rely on Arnyo to truly achieve solo skydiving in a short time. The live stream was conducted in the guest room. After Lu He returned to the living room, aside from attracting gazes, he did not receive any extra questions. Anderson sat on the sofa continuing to drink. Wycliffe Nicole was pulled into the world of Genshin Impact by the other two assistants. Lu Zhuai's withdrew his gaze and continued to rest with his eyes closed. With nothing to do, Lu He put on his headphones and continued browsing skydiving videos. 2 hours later, Lu Zhuai's led the team to set off. They would have dinner at the base. They would also stay directly at the base for the next few days. Tonight, depending on the situation, if they were in good shape, they would start skydiving training immediately. If not, they would wait until tomorrow. Travel always consumes a lot of energy. The Haiding Bay scenery was beautiful. The skydiving base was also very large. Since the boss himself came naturally, he had to be welcomed. Anderson was already quite famous, and this surge of strength challenge had also allowed him to break out of the off-road circle. And Lu He was even more at his peak, recently gathering all the traffic and popularity. No need to think. In at most 20 minutes, the news of Lu He at the Sanya Haiding Bay skydiving base would spread. This was not like the United States. By then, who knows how many nearby passers-by would come to gawk at him. Lu He was mentally prepared for this. It was just a matter of chatting and laughing, handling it simply. After all, in reality, almost no one would come out to confront and curse him, even if they held many grievances against him. Really absurd. His persona still attracted hatred and attention, with people privately cursing him online. Sometimes it was really hard to understand. After greeting the employees, Lu He and the others were taken on a tour of the base. Skydiving had to start with theory, followed by 2 to 3 days of ground simulation practice. Anyway, the learning process would be the same when they went to Nepal. Lu Zhuai's thought that Lu He and Anderson could deliberately start learning directly from ground simulation practice. In the simulation, they could roughly learn the theory. Having practical experience before looking at written knowledge would make it easier to get started. This had similarities and differences with experienced drivers taking the driving test. The similarity was that an experienced driver could directly focus all their energy on learning the set of rules, and once they understood one, they understood all. The difference was that skydiving required strict adherence to prescribed steps, and there would be no situation like your teaching is so troublesome it's stupid. Without arrogant disdain, one would not look down on knowledge. Moreover, for someone like Anderson, who had completely lost enthusiasm for reading and getting certified, getting Hansen first to stimulate interest was very necessary. The plan to start learning tonight ultimately could not be realized. After a meal and some playtime, fast-forwarded to 11 o'clock. What was there to practice? Just go to sleep. But the next day, there was no reason to delay further. In the morning, Lu He was introduced and guided by a professional coach on skydiving equipment and its control and usage rules. This part was basically understanding and repeated use to deepen the impression, ideally forming solid, striving so that when an accident occurs during skydiving and panic sets in, the body can react autonomously instead of watching the ground getting closer and then kicking the bucket. The entire morning was spent practicing this. In the afternoon, there were action explanations and Lu Zhuai's directly arranged wind tunnel training. Wind tunnel training was expensive, but Lu Zhuai said this was just a bit of money, just use it, learn while using. Correcting posture in the wind tunnel was very fast. During this period, all 3 were live streaming, but only 2 people were training. Lu Zhuai was very proud, directly putting on the air of a chief instructor and being sarcastic towards Lu He and Anderson in various ways. The main goal was to mess with their mentality, and skipping theory to start directly with simulation training was also within his plan. If his good brothers didn't make a fool of themselves, where else could he find fun? In the surge of strength challenge, he was crushed by Anderson and Lu He. Now, if he didn't get his revenge, what was he waiting for? Waiting for these 2 to learn, and then swim move over midair to cut his parachute lines. In that situation, even if Anderson made him call him dad, he would have to. As for Lu He, Lu Zhuai thought Lu He was quite a nice person and probably wouldn't do such a thing. The live stream room was naturally bustling with activity. Viewers darted between several streams. Wycliffe Nicole was sweating profusely. Although Louhi had said before the stream started that they should ignore all trolls and just interact normally with the audience, few people in the world could truly remain unfazed, completely ignoring the frequent but irrelevant information that kept appearing. Not to mention in this era of short, fast-paced entertainment explosion. Even in the US, she scrolled through TikTok. The habit ingrained over time made it impossible for her to ignore those bullet comments. She couldn't disable the real-time translation software, or else she wouldn't be able to understand the normal comments either. Let it all go. Let it go with the boss. Wycliffe Nicole excused herself to the restroom and didn't return for a full half hour, only coming back to the wind tunnel training room after quite a while. Louhi's current round of training had just ended not long ago. The stream couldn't be left unattended the whole time. He was in front of the camera resting and responding to fans. Cheating. The official rules didn't seem to prohibit doing related training in advance. What's not forbidden by law is allowed. I am me, others are others. I do whatever I want. Saying I'm getting cocky. If trolling you level 1 blank accounts counts as being cocky, then so be it. Stirring up trouble online using only throwaway accounts. Really, what can I even say? Thanks for the hot air balloon from Lu Bao Tian Tian Jian. Seriously, no more gifts. The prize money is enough for me. I can't turn off donations on my end, but you don't have to send them. There's no point building up fan value on my account. Truly thank you all for the gifts. I appreciate the sentiment, but please don't send any more. That bit about donating to avoid taxes is nonsense. If I donate nothing, I get 800. If I donate 300, I only get 5600. How does that dodge any tax? If you insist that I'm reducing taxes owed to my country by donating, then you're something else. Your brain structure must be a different species. I suggest you go back to living on an alien planet. Yeah, I've been unlucky for 10 years, and I'll continue to be. I'm living a miserable life 10,000 times worse than you. Are you satisfied now? Got a little comfort from that? If so, then go. He casually bantered with the various haters. As long as he didn't get worked up or break down, publicly roasting them felt pretty satisfying. As a pastime, it was quite entertaining. Haha, good one. Are these people mental? Why do they have to bring up someone's past suffering? What did Louhi ever do to them? Because Lu Bao not only stole the spotlight, but also took home $1 million in prize money. Some people feel worse seeing others succeed than if their own mother died. Laughing my ass off someone with ALS doesn't have many years left. Laughing my ass off someone called his own dad a beast just to scam money. Laughing my ass off someone can't even give details when playing the victim. Laughing my ass off. I laugh at your motherfucking banana crap. Tie your whole family over a shit pit and air dry them into old BAS honey chew sticks, a dog's favorite. Seriously, I have to speak for the dogs. They really don't like that stuff. Who's still trying to stir up trouble against Louhi? Stop defending him, stop defending him. Fast forward to I go home to inherit the estate doesn't mean I accept the apology. Tang Nyo inequality one shot. The bullet comments were still polarized. The three moderators were sweating just from watching. Louhi glanced over the comments and noticed Wycliffe Nicole standing nearby, hesitant to come over. He checked the stream time. The minimum requirement had been met. But turning off the stream would inevitably affect Anderson and Lu Zhuai's streams. After thinking it over, he decided to leave the stream on idle for the rest of the day. Even though it was unfair to fans who genuinely wanted to watch him, this was the only option now. Life is full of coincidences. If he hadn't casually formed a trio with Anderson and Lu Zhuai's back then, he could just idle whenever he wanted now. If he had chosen to bike aimlessly from the start, he wouldn't have all these troubles now. Or simpler still, if he didn't care about anyone good or bad and never considered others, he could have an easy time. But one can't have all the good things. If only is a cowardly word. Louhi accepted all consequences. It was that simple. He stepped back half a step, looked into the camera. My assistant isn't feeling well. That's it for today's stream, but I won't go offline. Anyone interested can stay and watch me train. Or if you want to practice your roasting skills against the haters, feel free. And to the moderators, you don't need to manage the chat anymore. Let the haters stay. They can finish their daily KPI here. Lastly, to all my genuine viewers, thank you for your support. Trust me, run away. This stream is a talk. With that, he stepped away from the camera and called Wycliffe Nicole over to rest with him. Lu Zhuai and Anderson were both keeping an eye on his situation. The situation was neither good nor bad. Anyway, the haters in Louhi's stream were highly targeted. In Lu Zhuai's and Anderson's streams, their attacks were much weaker and the moderators could handle them. Another day passed. 2 days remained before Arnyo officially organized everyone to go to Nepal. In those 2 days, Lu Zhuai's arranged a total of 6 skydives, all accompanied by instructors focusing on the experience and eliminating fear. Everyone fears the sensation of falling from a height, unless they have a sensory deficit. Humans are land-dwelling creatures. The fear of falling is deeply ingrained in our genes. Tough talk won't help. Boarding the helicopter. Louhi's heart pounded fiercely. His instructor tried to calm him down, telling him not to be nervous. Lu Zhuai was a good bro. He had planned to arrange a big bear-like Russian female instructor, but Louhi refused. Lu He wasn't tempted by such pleasures. Women would only slow his crash speed. As for Lu Zhuai's himself, he went to be Anderson's instructor. As the helicopter ascended the buildings and Lu He's eyes grew smaller, but the world in his eyes grew larger and clearer. I really want to just jump down. Gazing at the scenery below Lu, he murmured to himself, Heaven's descent. Let it be my final dance in this world. Unlike Japan, China has portions of its own airspace controlled by others. Currently, the maximum altitude for civilian skydiving in the country is only 4,000 meters. This was Lu He's first ever jump, purely an introductory experience. Thus, Lu Zhuai's arranged a 3,000-meter skydive. The main goal was to overcome fear and get a feel for it. Nevertheless, the entire process of boarding the helicopter was also crucial, serving as a practical lesson to learn theory. Ascending to 3,000 meters in the sky, the helicopter required about 20 minutes of flight. This waiting period did not feel long. Every frame of the changing view was captivating. Fear and anxiety intensified and amplified with each meter of altitude gained. Riding in a helicopter was an entirely different experience from a passenger plane. Although it was his first jump, Lu Zhuai's had arranged for them not just complete, but top-tier equipment. Lu He was even wearing a jumpsuit which was entirely unnecessary for an altitude of 3,000 to 4,000 meters. However, thanks to the suit, his body temperature barely changed, keeping him warm and comfortable. After being lost in thought for a while, Lu He finally snapped out of his reverie. The noisy bickering of Lu Zhuai's and Anderson became clear once more. The three of them were on the same helicopter. The three assistants were on another. Since they were already here, it would be a shame not to experience skydiving. Listening to their remarkably friendly exchange of pleasantries, Lu He focused on the altimeter. It already read 2,568 meters. Wearing an altimeter was unnecessary for a purely introductory jump, but everything was in preparation for future solo jumps. Nervous. At that moment, the instructor, who had barely spoken to Lu He, finally spoke. To be honest, this was Lu He's first time nestling in someone else's arms, and that someone was a young man. This feeling was somewhat strange. Otherwise, Anderson wouldn't be incessantly complaining to Lu Zhuai's, accusing him of tricking him into this descent from heaven just to take advantage of him now. Lu He didn't pretend to be tough and smiled. Pretty nervous, but also really looking forward to it. Then the instructor shared stories from his career about various customers who had embarrassing moments due to nervousness. Chatting was a common tactic to ease tension, and it was indeed effective. With his attention diverted, Lu He felt considerably lighter in his heart. Soon the helicopter reached the predetermined altitude and position. Final equipment check. Adjusting the helmet and goggles. Everything was set. The cabin door opened. A fierce wind instantly rushed into the cabin. Lu Zhuai's turned back and shouted to Lu He, "Jump now, or next time I'll kick your butt." With that, ignoring Anderson's cries of "wait a minute" and "wait," he jumped out of the plane without hesitation. Anderson's shouts were swallowed by the wind. Lu He and the instructor promptly moved to the doorway. Tandem skydiving. Essentially, the instructor jumps, taking the participant along. Lu Zhuai's jumping without a second thought was fine. He just wanted to mess with Anderson for his own amusement. But the instructor still needed to respect Lu He's wishes. Yet before he could even speak, Lu He asked first, "Why haven't we jumped yet?" The instructor was speechless. "Didn't you say you were a bit nervous? Why are you rushing me now?" Based on past experience, customers who said they were a bit nervous usually dawdled for a while before reluctantly jumping. Those who said they were extremely nervous with fear written all over their faces might even give up midway. Many people would even lose the ability to think at this point. Being urged to jump was a first for him. "Fine then, let's just jump." Without a word, the instructor immediately performed a standard exit maneuver and jumped with Lu He. The moment they left the plane, a sense of weightlessness spread instantly through his entire body. Air rushed relentlessly into his ears and nostrils. His ears felt uncomfortable, and breathing through his nose was difficult. At that moment, his body sent him intense physiological warnings. The most prominent was the emotion. But emotion wasn't much of a problem for Lu. He overcame it within a few breaths. Looking around, he saw drifting clouds. A vast ocean of emerald green burst into his view. The distant horizon curved as if deliberately outlined by a deity, with a bright white line to emphasize its existence. In free fall, the combination of weightlessness and various hormones created a feeling of pure enjoyment. He spread his body and hands as wide as possible. The wind resistance lacked the skilled touch of a masseuse, but this slightly rough, heavy work felt exceptionally comfortable at this moment. General skydiving guides often advise not to open your mouth during the jump. But how can you shout without opening? Lu He abandoned his usual strategy of clenching his teeth in the face of thrilling scenes. Seeing such a vast landscape naturally stirred an urge to shout. At this moment, no more shyness. He would shout out loud, release all the negative emotions lurking like dormant viruses deep within his heart. He would turn every curse and resentment he had wanted to convey to the Yi family over the years into a primal, simple shout. "I, Lu He, in the past, the present, and the future, have never owed any of you anything. I have done the best I could. I don't have to feel inferior. I don't have to be ashamed. I no longer have to debase my truly wonderful self into the dust, letting them trample on me. Fuck the Yi family. Fuck my self-inflicted manipulation. I am free. I am truly free now. The stale air in his lungs along with his grievances and various emotions was completely emptied. Fresh air wildly filled Lu He's mouth. The wind had blown his lips apart from his gums. But he felt good. Damn good. A buzzing sound came to his ears. It was just the altitude alarm built into his helmet. Lu He quickly checked the altimeter. The altitude was about to reach 180 meters, almost time to deploy the parachute. The instructor naturally didn't overlook this. Soon the main parachute opened. The drag from the resistance was very noticeable. The speed decreased instantly. The surrounding air became incredibly quiet. This stage lasting about 5 minutes was purely for enjoyment. Floating slowly in the air, quietly admiring the scenery, experiencing a simple version of the feeling of flight. From this perspective the city turned into a chessboard. The boundless ocean lay right before his eyes. You realized how truly insignificant humans were. In the face of nature or the earth itself, they were utterly negligible. The sky which he had gazed up at countless times consciously or unconsciously was now far behind him. And for the first time your greedy gaze would be fully fixed upon the planet that had always been beneath your feet, previously unnoticed. At this moment, it was truly beautiful. The freefall phase of about 5 minutes felt both long and rushed. The ground was getting closer. Lu He bent his knees and raised his legs, trying not to interfere with the instructor's operations. Soon the two landed together. The instinctive sense of solidity upon touching the ground created another wave of emotional contrast with the weightlessness thrill just moments ago. This contrast left Lu He's heart feeling somewhat empty. The lightness in his body also slightly affected his movements. But it wasn't a big deal. Walking and jumping were no problem. Unfastening the connection device, Lu He regained his freedom of movement. The parachute landing ended directly within the skydiving base area. The sand beneath his feet felt solid. The sea breeze carrying a salty scent gradually filled his emptied heart. It was a really great experience. Lu He turned around and fist-bumped the instructor who was packing the parachute. He didn't help pack it. Everyone has their own rhythm and habits when handling such gear. If you help, it's likely to be a hindrance. Better not to help. Of course, if someone asks for help, that's a different story. For example, Lu Zhuai's and Anderson not far away. They were arguing before the jump and are still arguing. What the hell, are you going to die if you help me pack the parachute? No, really. My legs are still a bit weak. I need to go rest over there. Anderson claimed his legs were weak, but when he ran he was as swift as a hare. After all, he had been doing mountain off-roading for years. His body had a strong ability to adapt to and Maybe he was a bit panicked at the moment of jumping, but only for a moment. Lu He felt that the daily interactions between these two were quite like a pair of frenemies. But in fact they had only met when they participated in the Emergence of Power event. It just goes to show that male friendship develops quickly, especially in this kind of circle. Lu He placed his hands on his hips, let out a long sigh, and turned his head to look at the sky. In the distance he could see the young assistants. Apart from Lu Zhuai's assistant, the other two young ladies were also first-time skydivers today. Yesterday they hesitated for a long time just over whether to jump. It wasn't hard to guess how they would react on the heli. They would definitely go back together. Lu He stopped looking at the sky and gazed out over the sea. It was morning and the sun dominated the firmament. The windproof goggles were enough to handle the glare reflecting off the sea. The ocean is a place that brings a sense of broad-mindedness just by looking at it. The vast sea allows fish to leap the high sky, lets birds fly. Being at 3000 meters already felt this amazing. Lu He dared not imagine how incredible it would be to skydive from 900 meters above Mount Everest. If he could also add wingsuit flying. Lu He's mind was now running wild. He really wanted to try wingsuit flying. A minute or two later the three female assistants also landed one by one. After landing, their expressions were uniformly satisfied smiles. Those smiles were absolutely pure and genuine. Wycliffe Nicole smiled very beautifully. It wasn't that her looks far surpassed the other two assistants, but rather her naturally sculpted features looked more aesthetically pleasing in the sunlight and shadows. After being freed from the instructor's restraints, the three eagerly gathered to share their feelings. They showed no intention of hurrying off to eat. Lu He was a bit helpless. He wanted to eat. Seeing Lu Zhuai's had already packed his parachute and was walking over Lu, he raised his hand to signal, then together they called the assistant group to leave. On the way he asked and found out that the three of them had been taken by the instructors to do some acrobatic moves. Limited by altitude, the freefall time was less than a minute, so they simply held hands and experienced it briefly. But this special experience was novel and thrilling, so they were still excited even now. If we talk about who was most excited, it had to be Wycliffe Nicole. Although due to language differences, she habitually appeared to speak less. But just by looking at her eyes' expression and subtle body language, one could tell she was still savoring it. It must be said this business trip was truly a huge win for her. The flight was first class. Apart from personal shopping, accommodation and meals were fully reimbursed. She also earned an extra $500 per day for helping with the live stream. Now she could also experience skydiving for free. It added color to her resume. Work was joyful. She felt she must be the happiest intern in the United States. Who wouldn't want to work a job like this? The group, including the instructors, hadn't walked far when they encountered Anderson chugging beer. That old guy was quite carefree. Lu Zhais now found Anderson irritating in every way, vowing to only give Anderson a work meal for lunch, while he would take Lu He and the little assistants to eat something delicious. The instructors were rendered speechless by their boss tone. After all, they ate the work meal that Lu Zhais despised every day. Anderson immediately said, "Oh, my friend, why are you so angry? We should be inseparable brothers. Did I offend you somewhere?" Lu Zhais felt like punching him. They bickered all the way back to the base. Lunch was about ready. Lu He and the others ended up eating the work meal. The food was really good and saved time. During the meal, Wycliffe Nicole dutifully went to the livestream camp. The livestream had been idle all morning with only a few scattered viewers. She happily shared her first skydiving experience while also playing the role of a mukbang host. With her, their fan activity quickly increased. At the fans' request, Wycliffe Nicole occasionally turned the camera to Lu He, who was eating nearby, and also talked about training effects and such. Noon break. In the afternoon, there were 2 more jumps. The base was not closed and scheduled skydiving customers were served as usual. For these 2 afternoon jumps, He jumped together with the customers. Many among them recognized him. The arrangement for the second day was exactly the same. A total of 6 tandem skydives nearly eliminated all fear from Lu He's heart. After dinner, Lu He and his group of 6 boarded a plane back to the capital. Tomorrow was the assembly day, and in the afternoon, they would fly to Nepal together with the other 12 streamers participating in the challenge, starting a 7-day pre-competition training. Louis had no mind to care about the online drama anymore. He just wanted to enjoy the remaining 7 or 8 days. Board a helicopter that goes directly above the summit of Mount Everest, then leap from the helicopter. Land in the capital. Louis had just turned off airplane mode when 2 friend requests popped up on Feishing. "I am Yichio, I'm sorry, let me apologize to you in person." Louis' mother is sorry to you, come back and see your mother please. Louis' good mood was like being slapped twice by these 2 friend requests. Fine, apologize in person, huh? I wonder how you would cope if I brought a knife. As for mother. Huh. I Louis have no parents, I'm purely an alien experimental subject, don't come near me. Why are these people so incredibly annoying? Louis was utterly speechless. Hearing his low complaint, the others turned back to glance at him in unison. Lou's eyes raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's wrong?" Louis shook his head. "Nothing, just some harassment." With that, he switched to the settings and restricted the way others could add him as a friend to only in-person QR code scanning. As far as he could see, there wouldn't be any new friends appearing on his Feishing anymore. Oh right, and calls and texts too. All unknown numbers would be blocked entirely. This was the confidence of near-zero social interaction. Having set up these barriers, he felt much lighter, and a hint of a smile crept onto his face. The night had grown deep. The few who were still in decent shape went for a late-night snack before returning to the hotel to rest. Since they were to officially depart for Nepal tomorrow, they skipped the wheat juice in the evening. It was important to nurture their mental state. When it came to the issue of staying at the hotel, he found himself in a bit of a dilemma. He still wanted to find his own place to stay. But Lu Zhais and the others expressed that they couldn't quite understand. Tomorrow was a group activity, and staying together would certainly be more convenient. However, Lou's difficulty wasn't because he couldn't refuse Lu Zhais and the others. Rather, there was always a half-hearted thought in his mind whispering things like, "Just go, it won't hurt to meet Xueqing one more time, and besides, she might not even be working tomorrow." Indecision was a terrible feeling. To break free from it, one had to act immediately. He gritted his teeth and put on a relaxed expression. "Forget it, I'll find my own place. See you tomorrow." With that, he turned and left without giving anyone a chance to persuade him otherwise. In truth, when Lu said this, Lu Zhais and Anderson realized he must have his reasons and didn't intend to keep nagging. Anderson leaned against the street railing, looked at Wycliffe Nicole, and shrugged. "What about you? Coming with us, or with him?" Wycliffe Nicole's gaze lingered on Lou's retreating figure for a moment before she stepped forward. "He'll stick with the boss. See you tomorrow." The group officially split into 2. Louis didn't go far. He simply booked rooms at a budget chain hotel on the street for himself and his little assistant. Checking in with a foreign beauty was quite attention-grabbing. Fortunately, having been through it a few times before, he remained expressionless and calm inside. Entering the room, taking a shower, then lying on the bed staring blankly at the ceiling. Lou's thoughts drifted, unable to grasp a focal point. There was so much on his mind. About Xueqing, and about the Yi family. He was silent for a very long time. Until the clock struck midnight and the world outside was steeped in quiet. Only then did Louis finally come back to himself. The world in his eyes was blurred by his lashes, indistinct. He pressed his arm against his forehead side and muttered to himself, "If this keeps up, it'll drive myself crazy sooner or later." Heavenly descent, I have to make a complete exit. Once again reaffirming his choice to disconnect Lu, he calmed his mind and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, in Yunhai, Yichio quickly discovered that he could no longer find Lu He anywhere. He felt a sense of humiliation, but also a creeping fear. Although the Wu family wouldn't torture him physically, the mental torment was far more potent. In just a few days, he felt he had become like a rabbit, easily startled by the smallest things. His phone was taken away again. The pitch-black lightless room was locked once more. He was to continue his penance here until someone was satisfied. As for who exactly needed to be satisfied, he wasn't sure. Perhaps it was Lu He. Even though Lu He hadn't returned to the Yi family yet. But the longer he was locked in that dark room, the more leverage the Wu and Yi families had to show off and claim. What a ridiculous family. In the nursing home, Wu Xiuhui sat staring at the moonlight on the windowsill, clutching a diary in her hands. Her tears had long since dried up. The more she learned about Yichio's deeds and understood Lu He's life experiences, the more her heart ached with guilt. A few days ago, the pain had been unbearable. Between her and Lu He, it should have been the easiest to build a bond of kinship, and the easiest for Lu He to return to the Yi family and come back to her side. Yet the first complete clear sentence she uttered after waking up had pushed her devoted son of 10 years into an abyss. That abyss was more than 10,000 zhang deep. If at the moment she woke she had felt even a shred of maternal love for Lu He, she might have hesitated before speaking or softened her words after they left her mouth. But she didn't. Influenced by Yichio being hospitalized after a beating and Lu He's rebellious and disrespectful words, she even felt a certain satisfaction in that moment. I am your mother, and you have done wrong. Now first accept the scolding, then come back for punishment. No resistance, understand? That was the absolute authority of a parent over a child. That was satisfying. But the truth was, once Lu He's heart died, he had no more attachments. He left gracefully and decisively, never looking back after making his decision. Now Wu Zuhui's heart was filled with nothing but regret and remorse. Lu He being taken away by kidnappers in the first place was partly her fault. After finally finding him again, she was the one who dealt the final blow to her own child. It was never Lu He who was inadequate. It was us. In the capital, Xueqing yawned while keeping the night shift. Her tear-streaked eyes would occasionally glance toward the hotel lobby entrance. She desperately hoped to see Lu He's figure appear there. But clearly he had no intention of coming back. When Lu He didn't return with the team, and after returning alone, he still didn't come to the hotel, she understood. Lu He didn't even want to see her one last time. But people always cling to hopes and fantasies about things they desire. Xueqing was no exception. She understood Lu He's meaning, truly she did. But why does this idiot have to be so selfish as to completely ignore my feelings? Xueqing ran her hands through her hair from her temples, the support from her elbows, allowing her to slowly catch her ragged, heavy breath. She sobbed quietly, biting her lip, her tearful tone heartbreaking. Who's going to remember you forever? After you die, you'll find someone else and use your money to support a better-looking guy. Why are you so narcissistic, deleting friends without a word, casually making the decision to never meet again? Lu He, I will hate you for the rest of my life. Xueqing's night shift was lonely and unbearable. She waited until the shift change break, but still didn't see Lu He's figure. In the afternoon, everyone from Arnyo would gather outside the hotel, then go through the procedures together and leave. Xueqing knew that if she continued to wait, Lu He would most likely come. At that time, it wouldn't be difficult to see him one last time and say goodbye. Two people who liked each other rather than resenting each other would not have any trouble ending their meeting. Yet Xueqing still decided not to wait. If Lu He wanted to see her, he would not have let her wait until that moment, giving him understanding and also picking up her own self-respect. Time to go home. Sleep now. Wake up and forget everything, and then no bad feelings will be felt. With a smile, Xueqing walked out of the hotel. She danced back to her little nest under the shallow sunlight. Time flew, and it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu He had early taken Wycliffe Nicole to have a meal. They arrived just in time. He Bing was still the team leader, but the team size had shrunk significantly. The top 5 of the Li Ji Yong Xian Challenge plus 15 new streamer contestants, 20 people in total. Because of the Li Ji Yong Xian Challenge beforehand, the popularity had been boosted and topics had been ignited. This time the new streamers recruited by Arnyo were far from an amateur team. Even the least experienced had nearly 10 tandem skydiving experiences. The most skilled one even held a USBA skydiving D license with at least 500 solo jumps. It was roughly equivalent to the level of a tandem instructor. In this challenge, he was directly second only to one person. As for Lu Zhuai's, a veteran whose career experience was approaching 10,000 jumps, he was a true old master, utterly invincible. In this challenge, there was basically no one who could compete with him for first place. After confirming that all personnel had arrived, he Bing arranged for everyone to board the bus. Just before entering the carriage, he couldn't help but look back in the direction of Xueqing's home. However, that single glance directly broke his defense on the spot. because Xueqing was standing far away in a khaki trench coat, quietly watching this side. At that moment, he had an extremely strong desire to run over and hug that girl, then kiss her fiercely. But he suppressed this impulse. He was going to die calmly. Die without any hesitation or attachment. After getting on the bus, he immediately closed his eyes to restrain his thoughts. The others traveling with him, seeing that he seemed not in the mood to chat, were tactful and didn't speak. Anyway, they had already chatted briefly with He and taken group photos, so continuing awkward small talk was boring. However, a few people secretly took pictures of He frowning with closed eyes in contemplation and posted them on social media. The captions were mostly like, "So even the big shot has his own troubles. Why not take advantage of the traffic? Are you against money? Time is like water, years like a shuttle." The days without showing off passed quickly. Nepal, Kathmandu. It didn't take very long to fly here. There was not much jet lag to adjust, and their physical condition was quite good. That night, He and his group were packed into a pre-prepared bus and taken all night to the Mount Everest skydiving zone. This was another nearly 4-hour journey. The altitude in the northern Himalayan region of Nepal was already approaching 5,000 meters. Generally, altitude sickness begins when the altitude exceeds 3,000 meters. So as the bus drove on, some people started to get carsick and vomit. Fortunately, Arnaud was well prepared and could handle any situation. His altitude sickness mainly manifested as headache. He was also tired, but since they were supposed to be sleeping, it was hard to distinguish. Anyway, it was okay, completely bearable. The body could adapt to over 5,000 meters after staying for a while, but higher would not be possible. A higher altitude would have too great an impact on the body, and staying long would really shorten life. He felt okay, but the little assistant Wycliffe Nicole was in a very bad state. Headache, difficulty breathing, and vomiting. She was already having trouble breathing evenly, and when vomiting she was forced to reflexively inhale. In just a short while she choked on vomit several times. Fortunately, it was all mild, and the lungs' rejection response was enough to handle it. The bus had initially slowed down, and now it came to a complete stop. Everyone needed some rest. But the skydiving base was not far away, so time was not a big issue. In the American hospital, the little assistant had taken care of He. Now was He taking care of the little assistant? No. The accompanying medical team handled it. After Wycliffe Nichols' condition eased, all He needed to do was check on the little assistant from time to time. Looking at the little assistant he thought of Xueqing again. "Tisk, headache. Are you okay?" At this moment, Zhuai's, who was on the same bus, walked over holding a bottle of water. He had traveled extensively and had experience dealing with altitude sickness. Moreover, athletes generally have stronger cardiopulmonary function, making it easier to adapt. Judging by his performance, Zhuai's seemed almost unaffected by the terrain. He even got off the bus to smoke. He took the water offered and drank a sip. "My body is still not as good as yours. My head is a bit uncomfortable, but it'll be fine after adapting for a while. Don't use oxygen unless absolutely necessary. Even if you do, don't inhale too much. At this stage, drinking more water is good enough." Zhuai's nodded gently. He suddenly realized he didn't know what else to say, so he kept his words at concern and then left. He assumed that a terminally ill patient like he would have a harder time with altitude sickness than ordinary people. But now it seemed he was adapting quite well. Anderson was also on the bus, but he had gone back to sleep, so Zhuai's was a bit bored for a moment. Maybe it was because the camera was really heavy. Normally, it was basically weight-bearing exercise. The accompanying filming crew all performed well, with no particularly severe altitude sickness. They recorded everyone's various reactions. The camera focused mainly on He and others. The official Arnaud live stream was also broadcasting some footage in real time. Bullet comments flooded with expressions of sympathy. He still occupied the center of bullet comment discussion. After an hour of rest, the journey resumed. As dawn broke, everyone finally arrived at the skydiving base and obtained a more comfortable resting environment. He supported Wycliffe Nicole into the base and settled her on the bed. He didn't dare to leave because the little assistant was almost broken. While Wycliffe Nicole was in great pain, she was also extremely irritable. She felt like hitting someone. In this situation, he could only stay by her side and wait for the professional medical team assigned to him to take over. Arnaud was generous. Each streamer was equipped with a professional medical team stationed in advance at the skydiving base. They were hurrying approaching, and some were still circling around.